There was a single inhabitable planet called Argus, revolving around the humongous sun with dozens of gaseous planets filling the stellar system. The planet flourished until the intelligent bipedal race which called themselves humans entered the big picture. This intelligent race was able to socialize, gathered up to survive, and advance with the help of each other. Over hundreds of years, humanity was able to generate energy to mechanize, automize machines, and prospered. Humanity's history was short compared to the history of the whole planet, but they used up more limited natural resources than any other race ever did before. Argus was humongous, but the population of the human race broke through the three-digit billions, as if it was nothing, and humanity's living space reached its limits with its construction abilities after an additional 100 years. They had to leave the solar system to find new planets to continue their growth and advancement, but it was easier said than done, as the speed of light and theories weren't easy to achieve, which was one essential requirement to leave the solar system to explore new solar systems. Many humans even prayed to whoever god they wanted to, that something would change and they would make a breakthrough in space traveling. Years passed and a sudden meteor shower shocked humanity to the bones, as the furthest planet on the same stellar system was pierced by them, shattering into millions of pieces without any efforts. The meteor shower's appearance and disappearance happened in an extremely short span of time, but the most important known fact was that the meteor shower came from outside the solar system without anyone noticing it. One could say humanity's prayers were answered, as scientists picked up a few remains of the meteorites, which were made out of an unknown material never seen before. The meteors radiated cold but tranquil energy, causing the tense surrounding to release their tension subconsciously. This energy was much more powerful than any energy ever invented by humanity, and it was even stronger than nature's laws as it made the meteorite float slightly in the air. Researching the meteorite, many things were found out. For example, the radiating energy from the meteorites could accelerate the growing speed of plants and animals around them. The scientists researching the meteorite felt more vigorous, slowly grew stronger, and it even looked like their aging speed decelerated, which made the other humans envious. One day, years after the first research about the meteorite began, cracks began to spread over the meteorite's surface without any warning signs, and an unmeasurable amount of the still unknown energy began to condense into a blue shining liquid-like ball that peeled its outer stone skin and ascended into the sky. While most humans around the world were still working, nature felt a sudden fate-changing event, and whole wildlife went silent. Only humans at the other side of the planet, far away from the laboratory where the meteorites assembled, didn't feel anything. The blue shining ball with the accumulated mysterious energy continued its ascension until it reached a certain height, where it floated parallel, without moving a single inch. All humans around the laboratory were anxious and horrified because of the unknown. It caused them goosebumps, and they imagined dreadful scenarios without being able to do anything at all. Some humans with a weaker will started crying, while others hugged each other trying to find comfort, and others could only stare into the sky with a blank mind, not being able to think straight. The liquid ball seemed to get stronger, as a suction force spread around it while its size decreased over time. Distancing themselves from the suction force that seemed to get stronger over time, mankind could only look high into the sky. The amount of compressed energy inside this tennis ball-sized blue shining ball was huge enough to devastate at least half of the continent, if not the whole planet. Time passed, and the scientists suddenly noticed a surprising change within the blue shining ball, causing them to get even more nervous. Luckily, the energy was floating tranquil and stable until it reached the size of a ping-pong ball. The compressed energy was getting more and more unstable after reaching a certain threshold, and it trembled violently, terrifying the surrounding humans. At this moment, even the humans on the other side of Argus noticed that something was wrong, and the whole livelihood of the planet tensed up, not being able to move freely. It was as if the planet itself was under a threat by the single little energy ball, as nature was as quiet as never before in its history of billions of years. Space seemed to twist suddenly, and blood-red cobweb-like cracks formed below the energy ball, leading the energy ball to a more stable constitution. The more cracks appeared, the less violently was the energy ball seemingly getting more stabler, and some humans sighed in relief. Not only did these cracks appear close to the blue shining ball, rather these cracks appeared all around Argus, in the ocean, inside the jungle, underground, even high in the sky, almost everywhere one could think of. Nobody knew exactly what to think about the sudden cracks they could see in the sky, but from the looks of it, there was no way it could have been something good. On one side, they felt relieved that the blue shining energy ball didn't explode, while on the other side, the red cracks didn't seem to be something one wanted to have on one's planet either. The cracks all over the planet grew in size until they reached a certain magnitude. Some were bigger while others were small in size, but all of them had one particular fact in common. While its frame was blood red, space inside was pitch black, without letting a single sunray lightening up the interior. It looked like the way to the abyss, and it frightened the living beings around the cracks. Right at this moment, one of the worst scenarios the scientists feared happened in front of them. The seemingly stable energy continued to compress itself, causing it to implode. Devastating amounts of mysterious energy were released, causing the blood-red cracks to shake violently, twisting the space around additionally. Surprisingly, the enormous amount of energy didn't devastate the landscape, rather than that it enveloped the whole planet with its blue shining color before invading every living being and the planet itself until it reached the core. Not a single cell was spared, and the whole planet jolted, creating earthquakes and tsunamis, volcano outbreaks, as it was invaded by the unknown energy. Unknowingly to humanity, Argus shackles from billions of years ago were released, and its core was resurrected. The former pitch-black abyss, like the inside of the blood-red cracks, changed into hundreds of different colorful landscapes. While many of these landscapes looked beautiful with majestic mountains, lively forest, and clean oceans, the sight of other cracks wasn't as joyful and beautiful as mankind thought a moment before. Hideous-looking creatures with razor-sharp teeth, thick scales, massive tails, and bloodthirst in their eyes stepped through a certain crack, while various other dreadful beings entered Argus through the various cracks. Bridges between different worlds appeared, and Argus entered a new dark age of devastation and death. Jason, tell us about the chronicles right after the Dark Age began. A deep but somehow scholarly voice resounded inside the small classroom. A young 13-year-old boy stood up from his chair with a straight back facing the front without looking anywhere in particular, as he began to narrate the events from 300 years ago. 300 years ago, the invasion of foreign races and wild beasts began because the mana outbreak that occurred during this time. The mana outbreak created rifts to other planes that linked them with Argus for some reason we don't know. In the beginning, humanity was unaware of the invasion of foreign races. They were still shocked by the mysterious energy explosion and the creation of blood-red cracks with landscapes behind them. Later on, news about the appearance of tall, bulky, and humanoid-like race with huge wings, raven-like heads, and medieval-looking weapons overshadowed the explosion of the overly compressed mana ball with the invasion of the unknown energy we now call mana, inside every living being to the essence, including the planet. Unfortunately, humanity wasn't prepared to fight back against an invasion of excessively terrifying existences and suffered huge losses. The Corvi race wasn't the only invading race, and many intelligent races entered Argus, transforming the planet into a battlefield between them, leaving humanity as cannon fodder for each other. Humanity tried to fight back, but their weapons were completely useless against these foreign races, as they protected themselves with a membrane of mana. This mana membrane deflected bullets, and even bombing was useless against them. Humanity suffered and had to withdraw to the smallest continent on Argus, also called Canir, with their surrounding archipelago of around 40 small islands. Canir, where most humans are living now, has the smallest amount of permanent rifts, and the permanent rift, fortunately, connected none of the intelligent bipedal race planes with Argus. The only permanent rifts it had were worlds with beasts that invaded Argus quite often because of their wild instincts and desire to massacre humans. Even if they had everything they needed on their own side, these powerful beasts continued their attack, not caring about the losses of humanity, and even they themselves had to suffer once in a while. Meanwhile, the archipelagos had a few more permanent rifts and a huge problem with the overpopulation of beasts. Humanity lost more than 90 of its population that had not a single effective way to fight back except using fire against fire. It took them a long time, but after years of experimenting and a huge amount of luck, humanity was able to handle mana more easily. But they weren't able to control elements, as they saw from the other races that also used mana as their main weapon. Some could manipulate earth, while others could control water as if it was the extensions of their arms. But humans don't own an innate element they could use their mana with. Rather than a bane, it was a blessing in disguise. Maybe it was luck or destiny, as a young and courageous, or more likely naive teenager, saved the cub of an invading beast from getting killed. After the cub was saved, the youth was also almost abducted and killed by other humans because it was seen as a threat. This particular cub wanted to protect its savior, as it bit instinctively into the finger of the youth, subconsciously forming the so-called soulbond contract between each other with the appearance of bright shining light. Jason stopped for a second and took a few deep breaths before he continued his narration. The whole process about the first soulbond is described in a dozen-sided text, but I will skip most of it. Unknowingly to everyone else, the youth felt a connection between himself and the beast cub slowly building up, and even more importantly, he felt a connection to a certain element. Using mana, he could feel the connection to the cub's affinity, and he was somehow even able to use it to a certain extent. Furthermore, after forming the contract, the youth found out that his constitution increased to a certain extent, and it continues to grow with its bound. Through the soul bond, the contractor's constitution would receive an amplification which influenced everything around the contractor. That was how mankind found out about the soul awakening and soul bond contracts. With this important find, the exploration of rifts to other planes with weaker beasts began. Many other things were additionally found out. For example, not every beast was compatible with each human, but even so, they were desperately trying to gain strength. To find out if a human was compatible with other elements, they created certain relics with the remains of artifacts from the battlefield of other races. As such, mankind could awaken one's soul, which would show what type of beast one could form a contract with in addition to the compatible affinity. Everyone wanted to form a contract with strong beasts, but it was only obvious that these beasts wouldn't just look at their cubs getting kidnapped. A war between beasts and humans started with the beasts on the winning side. Even if humanity was losing out, some cubs were still caught, and more humans got to use their bounds elements. Humanity suffered many losses, but they didn't retreat without any gains. They grew stronger with each day passing, while the amplification of their soul bonds increased the overall combat prowess of humanity by a large margin. While only around 1 billion humans were left, they grew stronger and stronger each day they absorbed the natural mana Argus began to generate since the mana outbreak. Nature and mana worked together against humanity as plants, stimulated by mana, began to grow more than 10 times faster, while the strength of animals increased, the more mana they absorb. This increased the reproduction ability, in addition to the strengthened constitutions they received from mana. Evolving wasn't a fantasy anymore, and millions of new races emerged from wildlife, and evolved plants were sometimes even able to achieve sentience, while animals were able to acquire an element affinity. Humanity was forced to gather together in order to build a few fortress-like cities closed together in order to survive without getting overwhelmed by beast tides. While the first rifts were the biggest problem at the beginning, the numbers of evolved wild beasts were getting more and more threatening, forcing humans to increase their military power more and more. On Cannier, 12 permanent rifts exist, while some of them are. Ding dang dong, that's enough for today, Jason, your reproduction was good. The school bell rang and the teacher left the classroom. Jason was still standing there with his feeble build, patiently waiting for everyone to leave. He had short black hair and pretty facial features. If his hair were longer, many would mistake him for a girl. With his tender age of 13 years, he had still had some childish features, but he wasn't chubby as he didn't eat much. His eyes, however, were Jason's most special feature, as they looked like a dead fish without the slightest trace of life within. A fortune teller predicted that his eyes were the most important asset in addition to his beautiful soul when he was born. However, that was only a dream for the young Jason at the moment, something unattainable one wanted to happen sometime in the future. Jason thought of it as a bad joke because he was born with malfunctioned optic nerves. His mother was said to have special eyes, but he had never seen her obviously. She worked at a big and respected family that was said to treat their workers as if they were part of their family. However, one day an evening years ago, when his mother should have been already at home, a butler came over to their apartment with a tearful voice and something heavy in his hands, a briefcase. The butler told him that his mother died during a spar between their family's patriarch and another big clan's heir. Apparently, there were some disputes during a party with multiple important personalities of large families involved, which resulted in the foreign heir getting disgraced and humiliated. The foreign heir was aware of the intimate bond between the servants and the Saris family. As such, he went on a rampage, and it was said that more than 10 servants died before he was finally stopped. It was a disaster, and the whole party was immediately disbanded, and the Saris family was dismayed, filled with anger because of the deceased employees. Having money and the power to subdue small families like the Saris family, the opposite heir chose money to shut down the families who lost their loved ones. Not even the media dared to release any news about the accident that happened. The family-like employer knew about Jason's situation, and they offered some help, but Jason couldn't comprehend what happened as he was still a child without any experience of death. The butler gave Jason his condolence and laid down the briefcase next to Jason, where he would be able to reach it before he decided to leave the blind boy alone within the lonely apartment. He didn't even know the name of his mother's killer. Only the family name of his mother's employer was branded in his mind. Saris, he wasn't even able to cry, as the wrath, frustration, agony, and sorrow were subdued deep within himself. But how could Jason hate the Saris family as they treated his mother so well before the accident happened? His father was said to have been the chairman of a large company governed by the Federation, backed by his family and other authorities. Apparently, he wasn't scared about anything at all, but that was a mistake. A feud with a certain family he got involved with caused the annihilation of his family and his company's destruction. Only he and his wife were left, His mental situation got worse as he became an alcoholic and gambler who lost a few hundred million credits, amassing a huge amount of debts. His mother told Jason that she left his father before anything could happen when she noticed that she was pregnant with him. The story was clear, but Jason didn't believe her story at all. The Saris family took both of them in, but Jason was suspicious because he had never heard anything else about his father before, while only his mother knew who he was. Not a single picture was taken or stories told, but Jason didn't suffer because of that, as he didn't need a father. His mother was everything he needed. Who would have thought that her decision would kill her someday? Jason didn't know what her eyes could do, but apparently they were special enough to bring up a child in herself. The Saris family gave Jason an allowance and the opportunity to enter a decent middle school even after his mother died. For Jason, however, this money wasn't even close to replacing his mother, who raised him up alone with much love even with his eyesight problems. He had nobody by his side, and he was lonely in such a dangerous world. Being blind and an orphan were Jason's only disadvantages, which many classmates used to make fun of him as he was intelligent, diligent, and ambitious, placing him above everyone else at every theoretical exam. His other senses were exceptionally defined, and Jason could survive within Art City he lived in. But in the age of martial arts and soul bonds, Jason was seen as a parasite because he couldn't even defend himself against the weakest ranked beast. He had to rely on others in order to survive once a beast breakout occurs. The only thing Jason had were credits. However, credits were almost useless to him as he couldn't do much with them. Jason's living expenses were marginal as he had a cheap and smelly apartment and no appetite since years ago. He could probably live his whole life without lifting a finger, but that wasn't what he wanted. Jason's dearest wish was to see something and to work hard to prevent anyone making fun of him ever again. Another important thing he wanted was to find out who killed his mother. Jason wasn't sure what he would do with this information, but he wanted to know if this mysterious heir was apologetic to have killed someone's loved ones, or if he didn't care at all about poor family's losses. Thinking about his mother, Jason was once again reminded that his mother told him something important before she died. Due to her special eyes, she understood Jason's situation somehow as she went through a similar situation. After testing a few things, she told Jason that he might be able to see sometime in the future. His optic nerves weren't malfunctioning, rather there was a blockade preventing the transfer of information and energy from the brain to the eye and the opposite direction. Inside his eyeballs were empty marble-like orbs which were normally filled with mana like it was in his mother's case. However, Jason's were completely empty, and thus he couldn't see anything at all. When Jason was 4 years old, he asked his mother why he couldn't see, and his mother told him that there was an empty and lonely marble behind each of his eyes. They wanted some friends and had toffled them with the shining particles that were present everywhere. She showed his son the flow of mana by inserting some of it into Jason and continued her explaining that the mana had to gather inside the marbles so they wouldn't be unhappy anymore. When the marbles would be filled, mana Jason would be able to see. The young Jason was determined to gather this mana inside the marbles, inside his eye, to make them happy again. Unknowingly, Jason started to feel the mana around him extremely early on, and he let it inside the marbles every day for hours over the course of years. In the beginning, he controlled it crudely into his eyes, which would hurt a little bit, and his mother supported him diligently. Jason was diligent and trusted his mother more than anyone else, so he continued to lead the mana and fill the marbles inside his eyeballs for almost 10 years now. Normally, youths at the average age of 10 children would start feeling the flow of mana and start gathering it to strengthen themselves and improve the rank of their mana core to gather more of it and strengthen themselves. Every living being holds a mana core or something similar somewhere on their body, while almost all humans had their mana core at the abdomen. While humans are born with a mana core, wild beasts have to form them over a long period of time until they reach the rank of a magical beast. The first few commonly known beast ranks are wild, awakened, evolved, unblemished, magical. Wild beasts are extremely weak and comparable to the weakest rank of the human ranks, also called novice. Jason's blindness, which was his disadvantage, had a disguised usage, as his other senses were exceptionally distinct. He began to feel mana at the tender age of 4 due to his mother's story and the exceptional senses he had. Jason had a 6 years advantage over the average children to strengthen himself and improve his mana core, but he used the mana he sensed to gather it somewhere else in order to be able to see. His mana core rank was still at the lowest possible rank, also called the first novice rank, while his brethren were already around the 8th novice rank and extremely close to the adept rank, which would enhance their mana core and strength multiple times. Almost 10 years passed, and Jason never stopped using mana for something else as his eyes, which made his body and mana core size weaker than everyone else around him. One's control over mana and sensing ability was an indicator of how fast one would be able to increase the mana core ranking by absorbing and refining mana into it. After the novice rank came the adept rank, and after that, the expert rank followed suit. While the novice rank was roughly comparable to wild beast ranks, the adept and expert ranks were slightly weaker compared to the awakened and evolved ranks because the strength of beasts increased slightly more than a human's constitution. After 10 years of hard work, Jason noticed that the marbles inside his eyes were almost completely filled, and it would only take a few days until he achieved his long-desired dream. His middle school days were also almost over as only a few weeks were left. At the end of middle school, everyone would get to from their first soulbond contract after they awoke their soul. The age of 13 to 14 years was the perfect time to awake one's soul, and after the soul awakening finished, the hierarchy system began its work, dividing talented people and human trash in order to give prodigies a perfect nurturing. Soul bounds were extremely important because one could get elemental abilities from them, and even a part of their physical strength would be shared with the master according to the master's soul. With a good soul bond, one could be stronger than an awakened beast while being at the adept rank, which was normally weaker than awakened ranked beasts. One would get tested about their soul energy, the size of one's soul indicating the number of contracts one could form, and which type of soul one had, or rather said the affinity the soul was drawn to. As previously mentioned, not every human was compatible with each beast. There were a few different types of souls, such as elemental souls with fire, water, earth, wind, and so on. Most elemental souls had only one element, while some rarer ones had two elements. Prodigies had 3 or more, while souls with up to 5 or more elements were called God's children. Having 5 elements also indicated that one could form a contract with at least 5 beasts, as each element would accept at least one beast. That, however, doesn't mean that a single element could only hold one contract, but it was more likely that a single elemental soul was weaker than a soul with many elements. There were also physical souls that allowed humans to hold non-elemental beasts like goblins, orcs, trolls, minotaurs, and many more. Physical souls would increase the shared percentage of strength even more compared to elemental souls, as non-elemental soul bonds wouldn't provide any elemental ability. It could be double the amount or even more. The first contract one would form was also said to be the most important one, as one would share one's whole life with the soul bond. If it died, your soul would be partially destroyed, while it would take a long time to regenerate. Getting a soul bond in middle school was important, as the first contracted beast were either caught cubs, eggs, or younglings from beast breeders. The first soul bond contract would either be an egg or a very young cub, as it was the easiest to gain their trust and improve one's physique slowly, as one would get stronger with the beast's maturity. If Jason ranked first place in the C-grade city arts he was living in, he would have the chance to pick a beast as the first one, which was what he wanted in the beginning. Furthermore, he would have the chance to enter a decent high school, which was even more important. But this wasn't easy, as Art City Jason was living in and had more than 10 million citizens and almost 250,000 middle school graduates this year due to the still increased benefits for giving birth since one would receive from the government. After the cataclysm, humanity lost 99% of its population, but after the baby boom started around 50 years ago caused by the benefits the government distributed, the population reached officially more than 30 billion some time ago. The number was probably higher, but the high death toll, birth rate, and unknown numbers made the calculation more difficult. Jason lived on one of the smaller islands called Asterix, which was already overpopulated by not only beasts, but also humans, as it was one of the smallest and cheapest islands to live on. Over 300 million humans lived on Asterix, and the number was still growing. The island had 3 permanent rifts connecting it with other planets and planes. While one permanent rift was situated in the ocean close to the island, the other 2 permanent rifts were connected to low-grade worlds with magical beasts as the strongest ranked beast. Canier was a huge continent compared to Asterix and the other islands, where most people lived on. On their home grounds, and after 300 years of advancement, humanity was fortunately at least able to defend themselves on Canier. Some cities were huge and crowded due to their safety, while lower-graded cities were surrounded by low-graded wild zones, turning them into a safe vicinity. Cities were protected by advanced defense measures like mana domes, and it is difficult for beasts to invade these spheres without getting noticed by anyone. Nevertheless, nobody could ensure one's safety outside a city, as even the weakest wild zones were said to be overpopulated by wild beasts. Not even the tiniest spot outside cities could be described as completely safe, and most areas with dense and overgrowing wildlife were completely abandoned by humanity. Before the mana outbreak occurred, almost every corner on the land was explored, but now, not even half of Canier was explored, while the islands had only a few large areas that were way too dangerous for the humans living there. Jason wanted to be the first out of the bunch of middle school graduates, but he would need to master the theoretical exam and the practical exam, which was impossible for him to exceed in. The last test was also called the martial arts exam, and it was Jason's weakest grade, as he was beaten up every time in school. Receiving 0 points at the most important exam would be devastating, and would result in him ending as one of the last ones to pick a beast to form a contract with, and only a minuscule chance to enter a decent high school. But right now Jason didn't care about these tests at all, as he focused the mana around him to gather inside his eyeballs. Obtaining a decent soul bond was important, but at the moment, his eyesight was even more important for Jason. He believed that it was the right decision to finish one step after another, and even if Jason started to train his body in mana core right now, it would almost be useless to break into the second or third novice rank, as it was still way weaker than anyone else. But being able to see would change almost everything, which was what Jason believed and relied on. Going home the same way as every day with his cane in the left hand, Jason needed almost an hour to arrive at home, if one could call it that. It was a small room with a bed, a fridge, and it was connected to a small bathroom. The worst, however, was that it smelled and it felt filthy, but Jason felt like the same on his inside since his mother died, so it was quite comfortable. Maybe he would lease a different apartment once he would be able to see, but that was something to think of later. Sitting down on the bed, Jason continued gathering mana inside his eyes like every day until late at night when his belly growled. Opening the fridge, he found out that it was almost empty after feeling around the inside. Jason used the AI of his smartphone to deliver him some bread loaves, sausages, and so on. As it was set to arrive the next morning, Jason washed up and took his clothes off and went into the bed to sleep. A few days later, it was the weekend and Jason sat on his bed gathering the mana around him. He felt that today was the day he has waited for years, and it was the first time for Jason to be excited again, as his heart thumped loudly. The marbles inside his eyeballs were filled to the brim, and Jason's eye and optic nerves began to itch uncontrollably, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Suddenly it felt as if thousands of paper thin, but also razor-sharp needles penetrated his eyes, and the optic nerves and blood began to flow out of his eyes. It almost looked like Jason was insane, as he cried out in pain with blood dripping out of his eyes. The pain was almost unbearable, and Jason suffered pain he had never felt before, but he had to endure it. Seconds, minutes, after hours passed, the pain decreased slowly. He didn't know how much time exactly passed, but Jason felt extremely exhausted. His eyes, which were previously closed due to the pain, slowly opened, and Jason's previous lifeless eyes were replaced by two brightly shining and vigorous golden eyes flickering in the darkness. Opening his eyes slowly, the first thing Jason saw was an empty, cracked wall that looked extremely filthy, exactly as he expected. Jason didn't know which color it was, as he had never seen any color before, but the color looked old, and in some areas it was puffed up. The room itself was in a single monotonous color, while it looked like the room was smaller than he had imagined. Over the last few days, Jason researched a lot about human senses, with the help of his smartphone's AI, as he wanted to check out if his eyes worked properly after awakening them or not. He noticed that something was not normal, as he could see something he estimated to be the mana flow, which he previously only felt before. Jason was only sure that it was the mana flow as he saw it flowing through him, and the sensation he felt was the same Jason was the most familiar with. He was able to see the mana flow. That was something an average human couldn't do. At least that was what the AI told him. Full of excitement, Jason stormed out of his room, ran down the stairs, and left the building as fast as possible, only to see that it was already dark outside, with a few lamps at the street, lightening the gloomy streets up. Is this darkness the night? It's already so late. How unfortunate, Jason thought, visibly frustrated. He felt a little bit down because he couldn't explore the city right now, but it didn't matter, as he was able to see anyway. Jason was still able to walk through the city on the next day, as time was the thing he had more than enough. Looking at his phone and noticed a set of numbers in a white font. He couldn't read the numbers, but the AI told him the time. Yep, it's already night. Nevertheless, Jason was excited. It was the first time seeing anything, and everything looked interesting. Jumping around like a small child, it was the first time in years that he was happy and without worries. He matured faster than most youths, and Jason was already thinking like a responsible adult. The worries over his exams vanished by the sight of lights, buildings, and even his smartphone as he grew even more joyous. But he had to calm down, as it was already past midnight, and he didn't want to draw too much attention. Going back to his room, he inspected every piece of furniture inside the building, but his finds were rather disappointing, as the whole building looked old and was marked by the flow of time. There were only old-looking and tattered furniture. Even if it was new to Jason, it still looked a little bit disgusting. Jason finally understood why the price for his room was so cheap in contrast to the other rooms he looked up with the help of his smartphone's AI. He laid down on his bed and decided to search for landscapes and colors online to understand which name was assigned for each color, as he was way too excited to sleep right now. Hours passed and Jason fell into a deep sleep with a bright smile on his face. Waking up after a few hours of sleep, Jason washed up, changed into a different set of clothes, and went outside with fast steps. Before sleeping, he had looked up many landscapes and beasts to get to know what some of them looked like. Jason also looked up information about foreign races that invaded Argus 300 years ago, and he was astounded to see their looks. Some of them looked almost similar to humans in Jason's opinion. Only a few minor differences like skin color, body parts, and so on were indicators of a different race, while other races were completely different from humanity with their deterrent looks. A particular race jumped into Jason's view with its height of 4 meters, 4 muscular legs. The lower body was covered in black scales. Broad upper body was slightly different with all kinds of horrifying deformed faces plastering it. The head was the only thing comparable to human facial features, but its eyes were that of a lizard, while a bone armor covered its 6 arms. Crystals stood out of its back, which were the race's mana storages. That was almost everything known by the public about this race, other than its name. This race was called Gallier, and it was one of the most dangerous invading intelligent races, as it harvested and recycled the corpses it killed. Luckily, there weren't many of them, but Jason was still horrified, and it was time for him to go to the toilet before he wanted to go outside. Going out for a walk inside the city, Jason primarily focused on the people around him with their either expensive or cheap-looking clothes, makeup, facial expressions, and many more details he could finally see. It was interesting to see the different compostures. Rich-looking people had a confident facial expression and a straight back, while some poorer-looking ones were going through the streets with a bent back, their gaze focused on the concrete. Some people noticed his gaze, and some avoided his eyes while others glared back at him. Jason noted that, and he thought he should stop staring at them, as their gazes were uncomfortable for him, and Jason continued his walk until he arrived at a park. At least he thought it was a park, as he saw a sign, but obviously he couldn't read it. With the help of the AI, he found out what the sign said, and it was a park as Jason thought. Looking around the park, Jason noticed that there weren't many people within the park right now, but everyone Jason saw had a beast nearby them. These beasts were probably their soul-bounds, and it was as if they were going for a walk or playing together. Most soul-bound beasts he saw were rather cute and small, looking like normal animals before the mana outbreak. There were many fluffy beasts and also a few beautiful-looking ones, but one thing was uncertain for him. Why were these beasts radiating different shining colors? Most of the beasts didn't radiate any color, whereas some radiated a feeble black color. There were even some beasts radiating a slightly stronger light gray color, and Jason wondered what's going on. Jason even saw 1 or 2 beasts that had a dark green light enveloping them, and these beasts were also looking stronger than the other ones, without color or black, and light gray color radiating. Looking at the enveloping color hurt Jason's eyes after a few minutes, and the enveloped color vanished. Jason noticed that it took a toll on him if he wanted to look at the radiating colors. After these colors vanished with the incoming pain, and Jason noted that the mana flow around him was suddenly more difficult to see. This wondered him, are these colors indicators for the beast's strength or something else, and why does it drain so much of my energy? He felt weak, and it took him some time before he could see the mana flow again without any obstruction. Jason noticed that his eyes could infinitely look at the flow of mana, as if it was normal, while looking at the radiating colors of beasts drained some of his mana. It was as if his eyes had a passive effect to look at the mana flow, while it was an active skill to see these colors like in a game. He had heard many things about games, as listening to gaming broadcasts was interesting for quite some time, until he noticed that he wasted too much of his time for it without gathering mana into his eyeballs. Jason tried this theory and noticed that it was really the case. Subconsciously, Jason could activate and deactivate his ability to see the radiating colors of beasts. The pain his eyes had to endure lessened noticeable, and Jason replenished the lost energy with a constant supply of mana. His control over mana was superior compared to his peers, because he had a proficiency of almost 10 years with precise movements in order to not hurt his eyes. Furthermore, his senses were extremely distinct, adding another reason for his superior mana control. One wrong move with his mana, and he would have shattered the marble, which he fortunately didn't know. His mother only told him that he had to be careful, and Jason had always listened to her. Seeing these soul-bound beasts, Jason was reminded that there were only around 5 days left until the final exams, and he decided to go home. There was a particular problem he noticed. If the news about his cured eyes came out before the exam began, he would be in more trouble than he previously thought of. Thinking about his cured eyes was delightful, but on the other side, Jason couldn't read, and once his eyes were exposed and found out that he could see, he had to write a normal written exam like everyone else, without the help of the AIs saying what's written down on the holographic screen. The problem was that Jason couldn't read and write. He didn't even know a single thing, including the alphabet, and had to learn it slowly. How should he be able to write down theories about the mana outbreak in a highly technical language? There was no way that Jason was able to learn how to read and write in a little bit more than 4 days, including the important terms. So Jason made up his mind and decided to fake being blind until the exam ended, or else he had to write the theoretical exam, which would end up with a devastating result, destroying his dream of attending at least the worst possible high school. Another thing Jason could do was to ask the Saris family for help, so he could reveal his eyes without worries, but he didn't want to do that, as he relied more than enough on this family. He would keep his eyes a secret until he finished middle school and would reveal his eyes when he entered high school, which was still questionable for him. Many thoughts run through his mind. Will I be able to attend a school? What's the use of attending the worst high school in a C-grade city? Should I just start working somewhere? Feeling tormented by his own questions, Jason sighed, frustrated. As for resources high schools provided, the most important reason for Jason would be to learn many martial art techniques and battle skills, but thinking about the martial art techniques provided by C-grade cities, or rather their worst high schools, Jason could only frown deeply. Is it really worth the effort? Jason didn't want to be a laborer, as they were exploited and earned only enough to stay alive. As such, not many occupations could be chosen by him if he only finished middle school. For now, Jason would have to do a few things. The most important thing was that he had to score 100 on the theoretical questions, because he didn't want to have his soul awakening and pick a soul bond as the last student. While the soul awakening score was unpredictable, Jason was sure that he would get 0 points for combat technique and 0 points for his novice 1 mana core and miserable strength. The soul awakening was on the same day when one would pick the soul bond, which was the reason it wasn't included in the exam results to decide the order to pick one's soul bond. Even with a 100 theoretical score, Jason would be at most in the middle section, but more likely in the lower section to pick a soul bond, which annoyed him slightly. He didn't want to be blind, and Jason frowned thinking about the unfair world. It was good that his eyes were doing fine, and they were even something special like his mother told him, but seeing wouldn't instantly solve all of his problems. Calming down, he continued his walking around, and his mood changed completely, as the skyscrapers around the park looked amazing, and Jason marveled at almost everything. Going back home due to exhaustion, Jason bought the beginner book for reading and writing most children would use. Jason used his old smartphone's AI to tell him what he should do, as Jason didn't have someone to read it to him. The AI was somehow replacing his parents' job of education. Hours passed and Jason's brain smoked after completely learning how to read and write every letter. It wasn't as easy as he had expected, and it would take some time to fluently read books, write sentences and texts while applying the correct grammar without any misspellings. Jason was aware of this fact, but he was also very happy. He believed that he would never be able to see and learn how to write as the years passed without sensing any progress in his eyes. Jason's mother told him that it would only take a few years until his eyes would awaken, but she was mistaken, as it took almost 10 years of utmost effort. Nevertheless, he was happy and gathered more mana to improve his mana core and physique, which was more than necessary. Next morning, waking up before his alarm, Jason washed up, brushed his teeth, and put on his school uniform. Taking out his cane and a bandage to cover up his eyes, he left the building. Jason would have to lie about his eyes, saying that he hurt them somehow to use the bandage as an aid and a means of coverage if someone asked. But nobody really cared about him that much, so Jason would just play Loki without drawing much attention on himself. It would wonder him if someone even asked why he used a bandage to cover his eyes, so he was quite relaxed. Putting on the bandage, he wanted to test if he could see the mana flow through the thin bandage without revealing his golden eyes through it. And surprisingly, it worked. Jason noticed, causing a radiant smile to appear on his face. The bandage was thick enough to cover his golden eyes, but also sufficiently thin to see the mana flow. Jason wanted to know where the mana flow was thicker and where it was thinner to improve his gathering of mana somehow. It would be quite helpful to find some spots where the mana density was thicker, as Jason didn't have much time left to improve his mana core rank. Taking off, Jason pulled out his cane while he was already wearing the bandage, so people at his school would not notice anything off. An hour later, Jason arrived at his school, where nobody cared about him. He entered his classroom like every day before and sat down nonchalantly in the first row next to the window. Looking through the bandage around the classroom, Jason noticed the flow of mana around his classmates. Jason could see the outlines of everyone, and he could tell which one of them was stronger in rank and magical power. However, he couldn't really tell what rank they were, as his eyes told him only the differences in their monocore, which indicated the distinction in strength. There was not a sign telling him 8th novice rank or something like that. Most students in Jason's classroom had the same amount of strength, and he knew that most were at the 8th novice rank, so he could allocate the monocore level to rank. There were a few stronger and weaker ones, but the majority was at the 8th novice rank, which was the publicly known average for middle grade graduates on Asterix and some of its surrounding islands. On average, youths began to sense the mana in their surrounding at the age of 10, while some would be able to sense it at a younger age like Jason. Youth with an average mana aptitude required slightly more than 4 years to increase their mana rank to the adept rank. This was mostly because of the rough start everyone had to go through by learning how mana worked, what it could do, and how to handle it carefully, which was difficult for young children. Unfortunate children started to sense mana later than their peers, which is most probably an indicator of poorer compatibility with mana. There are many reasons why some humans gathered and absorbed mana faster than others, which would result in them reaching higher mana core ranks compared to their brethren at a younger age. These indicators were mostly divided into 2 main sections, namely called innate talent and trainable talent. The main indicator for every human's mana gathering and absorbing speed is their mana control, which is trainable, and one's mana sensitivity, which was considered as an innate talent and almost impossible to improve. Jason was a negative irregular, while a positive irregular was the guy next to him. Greg Fleur was his name, and he was already 14 years old. His parents were merchants, or more likely beast traders. They captured beasts for others and owned a decent number of assets and credits. It was even said that they'll be appointed as minor nobles for their malicious deeds. Comparing their strength, Jason noticed that Greg had more than multiple times the amount of strength and magical power compared to his classmates. He was most probably already at the adept rank, and thus the #1 prodigy of their middle school. It was astonishing to see the huge difference from an adept rank monocore to a novice rank monocore. When middle school started, Jason thought Greg was a little bit full of himself, as he defeated everyone with a single punch during the practical lessons, but Jason didn't have any animosity with him, as Greg has never bullied him. Rather than that, Greg seemed to be relatively friendly towards him, and since they sat next to each other, Jason had never been bullied again, which made him curious. Did Greg intervene? Was what Jason questioned himself many times during the last few years. Normally it was said that the strong preyed on the weak, but Greg was a rather nice guy, even if he was a little bit dull. His grades weren't that good, but also not that bad. But instead of having good grades, he was like a monster in martial arts because he liked to fight way more than anything else. Jason wasn't a good sparring partner, and thus probably uninteresting for Greg. Only Jason's grades were envied by Greg, but different from others, he didn't do anything because of his envy. Wasn't it rather childish to envy a blind one for his theoretical grade when he would fail miserably in every practical exam? Sometimes, Greg even asked Jason about some difficult things, and Jason answered them before ignoring him again. Class started and everyone sat down waiting for their teacher to arrive. Greg noticed Jason's bandage, but he didn't really care about it. As the teacher entered the room after the bell rang and lessons started like every weekday, nothing special happened during the theoretical lessons, and Jason listened carefully while imagining how everything was written. While the school lessons were divided into theoretical and practical courses, Jason only attended the theoretical lessons because the teachers noticed was useless for him to have practical lessons after some time. The only thing he would do was running on a treadmill to build up some stamina and listening to the explanations of the martial art technique they learned, some tips and the finest details of them. Jason scanned the movements and devoured them, memorizing everything he saw. He would try some of them at home, and he didn't want to have any flaws during his practice. Other than this, nothing changed about Jason's behavior. While walking home, he always scanned the soulbound beasts he saw, trying to figure out what the radiating colors indicated, but there were almost no clues. Novelrecap. Verify you are human by completing the action below. Novelrecap needs to review the security of your connection before proceeding. Verification successful. Waiting for Novelrecap to respond. Enable JavaScript and cookies to continue. Outside the school building, Jason searched for a good spot as he sat down between a flourishing grass field with a few trees surrounding it. The reason he sat down there was that Jason could see the slightly denser mana flow within the area. This was also probably why it looked so beautiful through normal eyes, but Jason didn't care about the aesthetics right now, as he felt that his mana core was close to breakthrough into the second level. Right now he was at the 1st novice rank, which is extremely bad compared to the average 8th novice rank. Because his rank would also be tested and graded, Jason had to break through until afternoon. But this wasn't because he wanted to get more points, rather he wanted to get fewer points deducted. His classroom teacher told him a few days ago that the worst grade to get points would be the 4th novice rank, and each grade less would deduct 20 points. That meant Jason would get 60 points deducted because of his first novice rank, and that wasn't something to be proud of. Each point more or rather less deducted were hundreds or even thousands of ranks up or down in the ranking, and extremely important for him. Furthermore, it would look even worse for him, as he wanted to apply for a decent high school. Jason had to calm down before gathering and infusing mana into his core in order to prevent any instability, so he waited for 5 minutes before he started to gather mana. Hours passed, and unknowingly to Jason, Greg and many other students left the classroom to eat lunch and relax before the practical exam would begin. Greg saw Jason from far away sitting between some bushes, and he came closer to take a look. It wondered him why Jason gathered mana so far away from the mana gathering platform, but getting closer, he noticed the reason. This mana density is worse than at home, but it's still a lot better than what the mana gathering platform provides. How did he find this? Greg was curious, but he was distracted by his classmates calling his name. They weren't his friends, as Greg didn't have any friends, but his classmates still tried to befriend him for a long time since they found out about his parents' business and fortune. Leaving Jason, Greg was still curious, and he said to himself that he shouldn't underestimate Jason even if he was blind. Jason meanwhile noticed someone getting closer to him, but he didn't feel any animosity, so he didn't disconnect his mana flow gathering as he was getting closer and closer to the barrier of the 2nd level. He calculated that he had at least 2 hours left until the practical exam started and decided to abandon the practical examination if he wouldn't break through until then. Having fewer points deducted was more important to him than getting a 0 in the practical exam or instead not present written down. This would look slightly worse for his applications, but he didn't care about that, as 60 points and 0 written down were even worse than 40 points and not present in his opinion. Unfortunately, he would get his rank tested today and wasn't scheduled for a different day like the Soul Awakening. Otherwise, he would have more time to break through his level. Before the Soul Awakening, every student would get their total score tomorrow as an AI controlled every exam and their Q number for visiting the Beast Pagoda. The Beast Pagoda was where the Soul Awakening orb stood, which one had to use to properly awaken one's soul, and it was also a shop verified by the government for beast cubs and eggs. Almost everyone gets their soul bonds from the Beast Pagoda, and working there gave many benefits including discounts, priority, and many more. Jason heard that even Greg, whose parents were professional beast merchants and captors, would get his first soul bond from the Beast Pagoda, as it was the traditional way. That was at least the rumor, but Jason thought it was rather because Greg's soul awakening was random, and his parents couldn't catch hundreds or 1,000 different beasts of each rank and elemental ability, only for Greg to pick a single one. The Beast Pagoda was the easiest way with its big variety of beasts. 2 hours almost passed as Jason was fully enveloped with a white film of mana. A crack appeared that began to spread slowly and grow in size as Jason exhaled black mist. This black liquid-like mist he exhaled were his impurities, and it looked extremely disgusting and reeked even worse. Unfortunately, Jason had no time to take a shower or to change his clothes, as it was already time for his practical exam. He stood up, took out his cane, and rushed to the gym. Meanwhile, the practical exam has already started as the students stood around a bunch of machines that would scan one's DNA and blood samples to discover one's health. This was important for most high schools, as it was useless to spend important resources on ill people. Most people would see Jason as such a case, but if his soul awakening would be extremely good without further health issues, Jason could receive an invitation to some high school with further help from high personalities. In reality, it was rare for blind students to receive such treatment, as they would need to have special traits or a God's children's soul, indicating one's uniqueness to be worth the price. Also, to receive such treatment, one would have to sign a contract to work for the school or organization after finishing school for a certain number of years. Concluding the facts, it wasn't worth it for Jason even if he was still blind. He heard enough stories about such cases, and most naive middle school graduates who needed help from others were rather poor, and after signing the contract they were cured, which was positive, but only to get exploited on the battlefield after getting nourished. Jason wasn't blind anymore, so he didn't even think about signing a contract if his soul would be unique. Youth after youth finished getting blood drawn out and tested, and most of them were happy as they knew that they were healthy, but like every year there were some unfortunate ones who thought they were healthy, only to find out that they had some disease detected which would harm the body later on. Almost every one of them was devastated, and it looked like their soul left their body as they understood the meaning of this. Kneeling on the ground, they cried out loud, Today should have been their best day, but it came out that they would not only get a bad score, but also that they had to suffer in the future because of their detected disease. While the students were tested, Jason arrived at the door gasping for air. The teacher noticed him and called his name. Jason, you're late. Come to me and let your DNA and blood be tested. If nothing is wrong, you will get the full points even if you are blind. Jason was used to him getting seen as a blind mole or something like that, but it still annoyed him that everyone said something like even if you are blind. If he could, Jason would punch his teacher once or twice for each time such commentary came out of his mouth. After taking a few deep breaths, he straightened his back and went slowly to the teacher while swinging his cane gently in the ground in front of him. Getting his blood tested, it was found out that Jason was extremely healthy but slightly malnourished. There was nothing else wrong, and Jason passed the test without any issues as malnutrition wasn't seen as a disease. Eating more would solve this issue easily. Only a slight remark annoyed Jason slightly. Blind, it was annoying, but Jason could apply for a test in a few weeks to get his eyes tested. With a certificate, he would have this remark removed easily. Around half an hour later, everyone finished the test, while a handful of the few hundred students were soulless kneeling on the bottom with an open jaw. After the blood test ended, the real practical exam started. Testing one's speed, stamina, strength, martial arts technique demonstration, and a real spar. The average score would be the points for his practical exam. Jason was sure that he would get some points for his stamina, but he wasn't sure if his speed was fast enough to get points as he couldn't run 100 meters straight without external help. Strength should be his worst field among these three, while Jason wanted to try out if he could get some points with his martial arts technique show. Getting 0 points for his weak strength and sparring straight out because he surrendered these exams, some students, and even the teacher, were displeased. Jason, however, wanted to focus his mind on his stamina, speed, and martial arts technique right now. Some students with slight conception noticed that Jason didn't forfeit the martial arts technique demonstration and wondered why this was the case. A few hours passed, and every exam except the martial arts technique demonstration finished. Jason got 2 zeros from the exams he forfeited, 40 points for his stamina and 10 points for his speed because he had to run like he was blind and his bad physique. Nevertheless, it was better than scoring 0 points. Most students demonstrated one of the 2 martial arts technique sequences they learned at school, which were the foundational Federation martial arts, while the other one was the basic close combat technique from the military, Azure Feisty Ape. Many students got average grades, but their comprehension wasn't outstanding, and they made many mistakes which Jason saw through the mana flow. It was almost as if these students tried to mock martial arts, but their score was still above 30, which wondered him. Jason pondered if he should reveal everything he comprehended as he saw the demonstration of his peers. Jason came to a decision as it was his turn. Going up the stage with slow but steady steps, many students were displeased as most of them were exhausted and wanted to get home. Trash, it's useless. You can't even see. How should you be able to demonstrate a decent sequence of a martial arts technique? That's true, don't waste our time and come down. Do you want to humiliate yourself, mole? Jason didn't care what they said, and he waited for the examiner to give him the verbal signal to start. There were many examiners all around the hall, and at least 10 other students were also demonstrating their martial arts sequence. Before the examiner could give the signal, Jason lifted one of his hands into the direction of the students who insulted him with his middle finger up. He would never meet them again, so Jason decided to cut ties without any regret. The whole gym was silent, as it was kinda rude to do something like that, and adding the situation Jason was currently in, directly in front of the teachers and the respectable examiners, but Jason didn't mind other people thinking bad about him. Flabbergasted, the students who insulted Jason were flabbergasted. Hat, who does he think he is? As these students wanted to throw a temper, the examiner interrupted them with the starting signal as he ignored Jason's rude behavior. There were always a few students disregarding him as an examiner, and sometimes a few students would fight each other over minuscule things. Jason got into the Azure Feisty Ape standard position with a smooth movement and began to start his understanding of the first sequence he learned. He moved around the small amount of mana inside his body, following the mana channels close to his veins, enveloping his hands with a fractional film of mana without wasting a second. This alone was an astonishing feat because a certain accuracy and control over mana were needed to lead the mana to a certain body part and envelope it like a second skin. Jason, meanwhile, had to take care of his distribution of mana because the amount of mana he had at the moment was marginal. If his mana pool was larger, Jason was confident that he wouldn't need to form a paper-thin skin-like membrane to cover his fists, which took a decent amount of his focus. Moving around smoothly with his enveloped fists, following the moves described in the Azure Feisty Ape description, Jason began to sweat slowly. The whole area around Jason was deadly silent, except for the sound of his own movements, as everyone was astonished by the exquisite sequence of movements Jason demonstrated. Even if Jason had never seen the sequence of the Azure Feisty Ape technique, the first sequence was branded in his mind, as he had watched it countless times over the last week. Almost nobody could understand how Jason was able to do it without seeing anything, because it was illogical to know how to move if one didn't see whether the sequence was wrongly applied or not. One move after another was perfectly executed without any mistakes, and the whole show, which looked like a mesmerizing dance, ended after a single minute. This minute was over in an instant and still took an eternity. Jason was sweating buckets and his back was drenched with it, but his smile radiated the gym. Demonstrating the Azure Feisty Ape technique felt as if he achieved freedom. He couldn't see through the bandages, but it didn't matter as his accurate and smooth movements made him feel ecstasy. His stored mana was completely dried up, and Jason felt empty, but this didn't cover his happiness. The examiner looked at Jason slightly astonished. His eyes widened. He had often seen something like that, but not from a blind, second novice rank youth with a malnourished body. Does this student have an extreme sensitivity for mana? Did he feel the mana flow when the instructor teaches his students, and this youth remembered everything and executed it like that? Pretty good. He thought, but he remained calm and said with a monotone voice, exceeding requirements met, 120 points. Everyone heard the sound of a stone dropping inside them as they heard the announcement. Greg got full marks with 100 points because his martial art technique was perfectly demonstrated, but even he felt that Jason's demonstration was slightly better than his own. At least Jason's accuracy and control over mana were on a different level than his. Nevertheless, it was only a single sequence and nothing special if one worked hard on it, as the requirements were quite easy to meet. Jason himself was even more astonished than the others, as he didn't know if he did everything correctly. He had never personally seen the combat technique from the school's instructor, and only the outlines were seen by him. But he was happy that he got more points than he had expected. Coming back from his happiness, he was again reminded that his average score was still bad. Calculating a bit, he came to the result that he achieved 34 100 points on average, which was much more than he expected. Adding the presumably 100 points from the theoretical exam, his score was circulating around the average middle school graduate. Unfortunately for Jason, the next test instantly worsened his happiness as the teacher said, "Now that everyone finished the practical exams, we will scan your rank and rate you with points." The examiners stood up from their chair and gathered together while one old man said with a loud voice, "Everyone stay calm, please. There will be an uncomfortable feeling which will invade you, but don't fight against it. We will scan your mana core for a short moment and give points according to the guidelines." A weird and chilly pressure radiated out of the examiner and spread out with him as the center. Invading every student, they began to shiver slightly before the chill left them. Number 1, Amin Arian 8th Novice rank 60 points. Number 2, Elena Art 9th Novice rank 80 points. Number 3, Number 158, Greg Flurs 2nd, Adept rank 140 points. Number 2374, Jason Stella 2nd Novice rank. Minus 40 points. As he heard the examiner's voice, he felt a sting in his heart. He knew about deducting points from before, but it was more painful than he thought. His presumably 134 200 points were now 94 300. The last chance for him to get points was the soul awakening, and Jason, who was previously relatively happy with his score, was now back down to earth. Everyone was exhausted, and the examiner finished his distribution of points. Afterward, he ended the exams and excused himself without looking back. Jason, meanwhile, went back home slowly without caring for anybody around him. He didn't even notice Greg following him with his curiosity shining in his eyes. It was already evening when Jason arrived at his miniature apartment. Entering the room, he went into the bathroom to shower, and then he fell down into his bed, falling into a deep sleep due to his exhaustion. It was early in the morning when Jason woke up. Opening his eyes, they shone with vigor as he rubbed them to dispel his tiredness. Entering the Federation network, Jason accessed the middle grade graduation site where he entered his serial number. Looking at the score he saw in front of him, Jason was stuck between multiple types of emotions: happiness, sadness, and most importantly, frustration. Jason received the score exactly as he thought he would. Theoretical exam, 100 points. Practical exam, 34 100 points. Blood test passed, remark, blind. Mana core, 2nd Novice rank 40 100 points. Soul awakening. It was annoying, but Jason couldn't change it anyway, so he entered his mail section and saw a notification about the Soul Awakening, scheduled Soul Awakening, Sunday 2, August 10:25 a.m. Sighing, Jason noticed that the 2 August was still more than 2 weeks away, and he wasn't really sure what to do until then. The only thing he was able to do was gathering mana and integrating it into his mana core to improve his rank, as he wanted to be fully prepared for the day he would enter the Beast Pagoda. His theory was still constructing slowly, and Jason was expectant to find out if he was correct. Fortunately, his soul awakening wasn't today, which was a somewhat positive side effect from his bad exam result, so there was more than enough time for him left. Jason was expectant, but also a little bit scared because of the soul awakening, and the following choosing of his soul bond were the most important things every youth had to go through. He had enough money to purchase a so-so beast, but he didn't know how high his soul energy would be, so Jason stopped thinking about unnecessary things, sitting on his bed and gathering mana until lunchtime. Jason's mana core was almost replenished. Somehow Jason felt that the time to replenish his mana was extremely long, but he didn't have any good circulation manuals with good explanations to speed up the process. Before he would get his soul awakening done in 2 weeks, Jason wanted to change a few things which were previously unnecessary. He wanted to change into a decent-looking apartment, bought nutritious food, new clothes, and many more things. As it was still unknown what soul bond he would get, Jason had to wait with the leasing of a new apartment, as the soul bond could be gigantic, and thus too big for a small apartment. The possibility was small but still there, and he didn't want to waste time and money. Jason had a huge amount of credits left, but he wasn't sure for how much most things were sold for, as he was provided with his apartment for an extremely cheap price, and he bought bread loaves, instant noodles, and snacks at the market with the help of his AI before he gained his eyesight. He had zero knowledge of how to handle his finances, so Jason had to look up some things online. In the afternoon, Jason finished writing a small list of things he wanted to purchase with an approximate price behind the article name on his phone. Because he didn't want to purchase these things online, he went outside heading straight to the shopping district. Jason wanted to see everything around him, and it was boring to sit inside the small, smelly apartment the whole day without anyone's company. He brought a bandage with him for emergencies, if someone from his class would appear, but he believed they had more important things to do than going on a shopping tour right now. They were probably thinking about the soul awakening and their future soul bond all the time, or lamenting about their low exam scores. A few minutes after leaving his room, Jason entered a crowded street with many stalls on each side of it. Many kinds of stalls were there, including food stalls, clothing stalls, magical devices, stalls about mana resources, weapon stalls, alchemy stalls, and so on. Jason needed many new clothes, food, and he wanted to buy a quantum bracelet that would replace his ancient-looking smartphone. His old phone was already extremely old, but that wasn't the reason Jason decided to buy a new one. The quantum bracelets had a better resistance that could even endure attacks from magical beasts, while his phone would probably be destroyed soon if it fell a few more times out of his pockets, which wasn't an uncommon occurrence. Furthermore, during journeys through wild zones, Jason would have to be fast and flexible, and his phone was too big and hard to allow such movements. This was only futuristic thinking, but still important to think about. The quantum bracelet had also another special feature. Integrated with spatial storage, the price skyrocketed for quantum watches. Jason had enough credits left behind from his mother's death insurance, the pay from his mother's murderers, and his allowance from the Saris family, so he would be able to purchase a quantum bracelet. Because of the integrated storage space, Jason wanted to purchase the quantum bracelet as the first thing. Going around for almost half an hour, Jason stood in front of a 5-story building with a big quantum bracelet sign. The shop looked luxurious, and Jason entered it through the door. An attendant greeted him before noticing Jason's worn-off clothes, causing a frown to cover the attendant's expression for a moment. "Hello, sir. Are you here to purchase a quantum watch or bracelet, or did sir maybe enter the wrong shop?" Jason felt the attendant's gaze on him and remembered once again that he wore old, worn-off clothes. He understood the attendant's question and didn't harbor any ill feelings against him as he answered honestly, "I'm here to purchase a quantum bracelet. Can you recommend one with decent storage space and a high endurance that can handle attacks from magical beasts? You don't have to ask if I have enough credits." He said the last sentence to avoid getting in an embarrassing or awkward situation, and the attendant understood his meaning, even if he couldn't decipher why this youth wore clothes like that if he was able to purchase a quantum bracelet. Taking out a few quantum bracelets, the attendant explained their capabilities with a few simple sentences including the price, storage size, and so on. From 10 to millions of credits, everything was included, and Jason, who thought his huge fortune of slightly more than 500 credits was enough to purchase one of the best quantum watches, was more than a little bit astonished. Sensing everything at the cheaper-priced quantum watches and bracelets, Jason found a black one that met his requirements and seemed to fit well. The Black Demonic Bull 318 quantum bracelet was made out of black iron and certain other materials. It could withstand a blow of a black demonic bull, which was a strength-type magical beast enhanced by a demonification, and the storage space it had were 2,500 cubic meters. The storage device was the most expensive part of the quantum bracelet, as it needed to be made from a blacksmith master with the help of an inscription master and the core of a spatial-type monocore. If Jason wanted, he could get his storage space enlarged, but that would cost even more and Jason didn't need it at the moment. Spatial-type monocores were rare, and thus the storage space made up at least 60 of the price. Jason had to pay 199.999 credits, which caused a sting in his heart, but he made a transaction to the shop's bank account before he changed his mind. The attendant was astonished that such a poor-looking youth had so many credits, as his pay wasn't even one of the youth's payment. Most citizens were paid around 1,500 credits a month, which was enough to feed the family and their smaller soul bonds with some low-graded food. They couldn't purchase high-nutrition food with this income, but being alive in a C-grade city with 1,500 credits a month was almost a wonder. Jason's expenditure was way lower because he didn't eat much before, and he never bought clothes and other things. He bought necessary things for his hygiene and health, and lived in a smelly and hideous-looking room for 100 credits a month. In addition, he told himself to buy more high-nutrition food to fix his malnourished body and become stronger. The price was so cheap as the building was about to get demolished in a few years, and it was situated in the vilest district inside the whole city. His expenditure was thus less than 200 credits a month, so paying almost 200 was way too much for his small and tender heart to handle. Jason thought even if the expenditure hurt, it was required because he wanted to get stronger to adventure the wild zones in order to gain some credits while thinking about his future. He would have to decide soon whether he should attend a trashy school in arts to learn more about martial arts and knowledge he already knew or gain credits by hunting weak beasts while improving oneself slowly. After changing the data from his phone to the quantum bracelet, Jason put it on. It looked quite good and Jason scanned it with his eyes for a moment as it was really beautiful. Setting off to buy clothes and other necessities, 2 hours passed and the sunset indicated the nightfall. Jason was at a hairdresser and he had already changed into some new clothes, so he looked completely different from before. If someone from his former class walked past him, they wouldn't be able to recognize Jason even if they looked at him throughout. Suddenly, a voice call was transmitted to his quantum bracelet and Jason saw an unknown number. Slightly curious, he accepted the call with a "Hello, who is this?" A familiar voice answered him. "Hey, here is Greg. I'm having my soul awakening in half an hour and I wanted to ask you if you want to spectate it. It might be weird to ask you this, but I thought it might be helpful for you to sense how a soul awakening works so you understand what you have to do when it's your turn." Jason was astonished as he was never been called before, and thinking that Greg wanted to help him was also slightly difficult for him to comprehend. But thinking about Greg, Jason noticed that Greg never treated him badly, and he himself was also very curious how a soul awakening takes place, so he accepted his invitation. "That would be great. I can be at the Beast Pagoda in less than 30 minutes. Please wait for me." Jason ended the call and ordered a shuttle which arrived a few minutes later. Entering the word Beast Pagoda, an address appeared and the shuttle went off. 15 minutes later, the shuttle arrived in front of the gigantic 5-tiered pagoda which looked ancient. He had never seen a pagoda and didn't know if this size was normal, but it looked very expensive as he saw the mana flow radiating from the building materials. Thinking about the pagoda's ancient appearance, a sudden thought appeared in his mind, and he searched through his storage space. Luckily, he found a bandage, which he put on before leaving the shuttle. Jason has almost made a huge mistake, but luckily he thought about his eyes, which he couldn't reveal at the moment. He had to wait at least for a week or probably a little bit longer, until his soul awakening was before he could reveal his cured eyes, so his theoretical exam would remain valid. Jason called Greg because he didn't know where to go, and less than 2 minutes later someone with a strong presence came outside. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Stella? Master Greg is waiting for you," an old voice asked, and Jason concluded that it was the butler from Greg. It was quite weird to get called Mr. Stella by someone, as he has never been called by his family name. Following behind the old man, he was astonished about the butler's strength. Comparing the butler's strength to the parents he saw yesterday, he concluded that the butler wasn't normal either. He was questioning himself how rich and powerful Greg's family business was if their butler had already this kind of strength. Jason had an easy time following the butler, as even stairs weren't a problem, because the materials inside this pagoda radiated a certain amount of mana outlining it. After walking for a few minutes, the butler stopped in front of a door with dense mana radiating out of it. In front of the door stood a few people, and Jason detected Greg's mana signature among them and a few stronger mana sources. Especially the 2 mana signatures next to Greg were special. He had never seen such a huge amount of mana anywhere, and he opened his mouth slightly in shock. Seeing Jason with an open jaw in his direction, Greg's theory about Jason's sensitivity for mana was answered. While stepping forward, he greeted Jason, who came closer. Jason, you're here. How are you? Since when do you have new clothes and a new haircut? Greg was a little bit astonished about Jason's handsome look, as he had never expected that a good-looking boy was behind such trashy clothes. He would never say this out loud, but he looked after Jason many times in the past because he found Jason was nice and didn't care about other people's background. What Jason had long since forgotten was that he had helped Greg sometimes out with some remarks on how to learn certain things better. Greg wasn't sociable and quite naive, but he was sure Jason was a good guy, which was also the reason he wanted to help him slightly with his soul awakening. Jason greeted Greg back and turned his head slightly in the direction of his presumed parents. Hello, my name is Jason Stella. Am I right with my presumption that you are Mr. and Mrs. Flea? Jason bowed lightly. Even before the mana outbreak, respectful greetings and manners were only important in some regions of Argus, but they got more and more essential after the mana outbreak occurred with the coming rules of the jungle. Strong people could almost kill whoever they wanted outside the cities, while the government protected the weak with their best efforts. Even murder and rape happened inside the cities once in a while. Sometimes big families took care of the matter, like it was the case with Jason's mother, and most weak people tended to be as respectful as possible and avoided the strong. As long as the government was weaker than these big families and clans, they had to partly rely on them to protect the majority against the wildlife and intelligent invading races. Fortunately, not many big families were of evil from their core, and only a few members in some families were driven by their desire and bloodlust. It wasn't that difficult to keep them under their control normally, but once they fight against their control, some uncontrollable things are bound to happen. Greg, however, was slightly stunned. How do you know where my parents stand? Greg's parents were curious about the boy in front of them. They saw a blind boy, but they felt something strange about the area around his eyes. Nevertheless, what surprised them the most was that Greg brought a friend over to his soul awakening. Greg was more of a troublemaker since elementary school than someone who made friends, so they have never seen one of his friends. Being curious, the 30-years-old-looking woman with a small build and silky brown hair stepped forward. Hello, Jason. My name is Gabriella Fleur, and I'm indeed Greg's mother. I have never seen one of Greg's friends, so it's nice to meet you, she said before chuckling. Jason found himself in a weird situation. Is Greg my friend? But there was no time to think about that. Greg's father was apparently embarrassed, and he pulled his wife back before introducing himself shortly. Hello, my name is Mark Fleur, Greg's father. Nice to meet you. His father's introduction was slightly cold. Maybe he thought Jason wanted to befriend his son because of their money, or Jason's blindness could be the reason, but he didn't mind it. Jason felt a threatening stare and noticed that it was the outlines of an almost mature girl standing close to Greg, but sensing her mana core, he was slightly shocked. Remembering the mana core rank from the adults in front of the school grounds a day before, he noticed that this girl's strength was one of the best. Greg has a sister, or is that his girlfriend? Never mind that, but why is she glaring at me like that? Before the conversation went further, the door with dense mana enveloping it opened slowly. An old and haggard voice resounded, "The next one can go inside." Jason didn't even sense any mana radiating from the presumed old man. Only a slight amount of mana could be detected by him. There was an eerie feeling, and it was like a dragon was suppressed inside, and his face paled slightly. A single thought appeared in his mind. Wolf and sheep's skin. Greg entered the room behind the door, first followed by his parents and his presumed sister. Jason was the last one to enter the room, which his mana density was incredible. Not only that was incredible, rather the size of the room couldn't be described as huge because that would be too much of an underestimation. Jason couldn't see anything through the bandage, except the radiating mana from the materials, but even then he was unable to figure out the size. Estimating the height to be more than 30 meters, Jason felt uncomfortable and tiny. A high-graded mana gathering formation was inscribed inside the room, and Jason detected 10 orbs on top of altars fitting in one's hand, attracting mana greedily. The presumed old man led Greg to one of the altars in the middle. His family and Jason stayed at the bottom of the altar, while Greg was told to cut his hand slightly. Afterward, he placed the injured hand on top of the orb to activate the soul awakening. The moment Greg's blood dripped on the orb, Jason felt like he was on ecstasy, as huge streams of multicolored mana gathered inside the orb. It didn't stop as the mana continued to steam into the orb for a few minutes, until the orb was filled to a certain degree. Thereafter, the orb began to shine red in color, and it projected a small white world with a size of 10 meters in diameter. Next to the white world, another world suddenly appeared, and this soul world looked completely different. While the white world had 2 huge mana streams in 2 different colors floating around, the other projected world was slightly bigger, had a thick red hue around it without any colorful mana streams floating within. Jason could feel these two worlds, and he instantly understood that this was a double awakening. Two souls inside a single individual was a rare occurrence, and even if the 10 diameters indicated that only a smaller number of soulbond contracts were possible, it was still above average. Next to Jason stood Greg's parents while father mumbled, "Haha, my son is expected." His mother was teary. "Our family has good children." She began to cry, and Jason thought it was a bit too much as he heard a sobbing next to him. The girl sobbed, "Good job, brother, you did it." Jason was way too astonished to understand the situation, and he took out a handkerchief he purchased previously as he went closer to the girl. She looked up to see the youth with bandaged eyes handing her a handkerchief. Accepting the handkerchief, she wondered who this youth was as he had bandaged eyes while walking freely without his cane. She stopped sobbing and dried her wet cheeks. Jason turned back to the altar where Greg was still standing. He knew roughly how the ranking would look like for Greg's case. The ranking was divided into 0 to 5 stars, while 0 stars was the worst and 5 stars the best. Having 0 stars means one is worse than the common folk, and probably only able to form a single soulbond contract with a wild beast or maybe, with some luck, an awakened beast. While wild beasts are comparable to ancient animals and only slightly stronger, awakened beasts have the possibility to possess an ability like elemental affinities or body traits. Getting a 1-star result in one's soul awakening means one is almost worthless to high schools, and one is only able to form a contract with probably one beast, while this beast can't be really strong. 2 stars mean one is around the average, and on average able to form a contract with at least 2 beasts, more likely 3 beasts, and a low awakened beast as the first soul bond. 3 stars were already a rare occurrences among soul awakening, while 3.5 stars are called extraordinary. Most 3 stars are able to form at least 4 soul bonds, maybe even 5, while they're more likely to form a late awakened beast cub as the first soul bond. 4 and 5 star rankings are even rarer, while 4 stars are called Heaven's Will, and 5 stars are called God's Child. Both of these soul rankings are exceptional, and very few are able to awaken such souls, because everything about them has to be exceptional, including soul size, soul energy, and the type of soul. The old man lost focus for a quarter second before gathering his thoughts. He announced, "Greg Fleur, 14 years old, second adept rank, has successfully awoken a double soul. One soul has a diameter of 10 meters, while the other one is 12 meters in diameter. Both souls can form 3 soul bounds, while the physical soul might even be able to form a contract with a 4th weak beast. Adding both numbers together, Greg is able to form a contract with 6 to 7 beasts. While the elements wind and thunder are drawn to one soul world, the other soul world is a physical one that allows non-elemental monsters with strength, speed, tenacity, and so on as their forte to form a contract with Greg. This physical soul world would increase the shared amount from the soul bond to the master, with the larger part focusing on the physique. Being able to form a contract with 6 to 7 beats is more than extraordinary, while a double awakening is also rarely seen. But the most important factor is that your soul energy has already reached the red color, close to the light red color, which means you can form a soul bond with a late evolved ranked beast. Adding every aspect together, your potential are 4 stars, which is also called Heaven's Will." The elder stated relatively calm. Among the few 100,000 kids he had accompanied during his long life, Greg could be placed among the top 1. More than satisfied with his result, Greg went down to his family, which greeted him cheerfully. Everyone was relieved that Greg got a very good soul awakening, and after getting a hug from his family, Greg turned to Jason, who gave him a thumbs up. Jason thought that it was the right thing to do, and it made him more comfortable. Greg suddenly asked Jason, "When is your soul awakening? Can I also watch it?" One soul was normally kept as a secret, as it was one of the most important information about one. Greg would have 4 stars as his exam remark for his soul awakening, nothing more or less, but even that was already seen as a breach of privacy by most people. Jason thought for a second before replying while smiling lightly, "My soul awakening is on the 2 August at 10:25 a.m. You're free to come. You also trusted me with that, so it's only fair." The old man, who previously didn't care about the examinee's company, saw Jason as he looked down from the altar, and the man's eyes widened in astonishment because he could see something through the bandages. Coming back to his senses, he said out loud, "Brat, if you want to have your soul awakening right now, you can come up." "Can I really?" Jason said impatiently while Greg smiled. However, Greg's parents and his sister felt slightly confused, as they knew how extremely difficult it was for them to have the old man supervising a soul awakening. It was only because Greg was among the best of the best with his exam results, and a few months of persuasion until the old man gave in. Now this greedy and stubborn man let an unknown youth perform his soul awakening in front of him nonchalantly, which was weird in their opinion. Of course, that's okay. Come up. After the old man said that, Jason stepped up the stairs quickly to the other's surprise. a blindfolded youth rushed up the stairs without tripping or even faltering straight forward with fast steps. Arriving before the cleaned orb, the old man handed Jason a small knife which he would have to use to cut his hand slightly. But before Jason could cut himself, the old man stopped him with his hands. He whispered in a quiet voice only both of them could understand, "Brat, why are you hiding your eyes?" The old man's voice was monotone and calm, but Jason felt a slight threat within the voice, and he instantly began to sweat. Jason didn't know how this old man found out, but he understood that his secret was exposed. Stuttering something, I was be blind until last week be, but I awoke my eyes by gathering mana over a long time inside my eyes. I kept this a secret to be able to write my theoretical exam with the VR appliance B, because I can't write technical language well. There was no way for Jason to resist the pressure of the old man, as he was only 13 years old, so it wasn't that difficult to intimidate him with the small mana fluctuations. Listening to Jason's explanation, the old man understood his situation, even if Jason overexaggerated the fact. The old man noticed that Jason didn't have a decent background, otherwise this would not have been a problem. Nodding, the old man said, "Okay, it's fine, I will keep this a secret, but you have to do me a favor in return." Jason felt relieved and also slightly scared because owning a favor was always bad in his opinion. Continuing, the old man said, "You have to give me your contact information, HMPPF. Jason almost shouted out loud before quickly placing his empty hand above his mouth. "Don't get me wrong, I don't have any ulterior motives, but now it's your turn to have your soul awakening. Keep in mind that you can reveal your eyes soon, but it would be better for you to have a talk with me before that's going to happen, okay?" Jason could only nod, still sweating, but he had to focus on his soul awakening right now, so he cleared his mind as fast as possible. Greg's family could only see the old man and Jason talking to each other, and a minute passed until Jason moved again. Jason cut his hand lightly, and blood ran down his arm while the injured hand slowly went closer to the orb, which looked dangerous to him. Forgetting his anxiety, he put the hand slowly on the orb, which began to glow lightly as blood dripped on it. Inside him, he felt like something changed as his pores opened, and within his mind, a small and colorful world began to construct around a grain-sized golden marble with mysterious inscriptions on it. First, the world was as small as a peanut, but it began to grow bigger and bigger until his whole mind was filled with the world. Jason suddenly felt an aching in his head as the world inside his mind tried to grow even bigger while hitting the limits of his mind. The pain didn't lessen, rather it increased, and Jason began to cry out in pain as his bandage began to turn bloody red because his eyes began shedding blood. Jason's hand didn't lose grip on the soul awakening orb, but his legs gave in while Jason's cry reached Greg's family, which was more than confused. Even the old man couldn't understand the situation, as the orb was still gathering mana from its surroundings. Greg was worried, and he wanted to go up, but he was held back by his father with a firm grip. Jason's mind was in chaos as the small world broke through the limits of his mind, while continuing to increase without meeting any obstacles. The orb finished gathering mana, and its color changed before it began projecting Jason's soul. First, the color of the orb was golden, but the time was too short for anyone to notice it before it changed to green, which was the highest ever recorded color, indicating a vast amount of soul energy. Then it changed to yellow, orange, light red, red, dark red, and finally it ended at pitch black. While the colors changed, Jason's head felt as if it would explode any second, but the changing color from green to yellow and further down the road lessened the pain, while the world inside his mind expanded more and more. Jason wasn't even able to figure out the size of the world as he had to focus on not losing his consciousness. After the color of the orb turned pitch black, the world inside his mind stopped expanding, but Jason felt its ambition to grow even more. Jason felt the frustration of his soul world and its incomplete status. The orb, which was pitch black, left the audience speechless as they had never seen such a black color, and finally the orb began to project Jason's soul while Jason began to stabilize himself. Projecting Jason's soul, another spectacle appeared in front of the audience as an unknown number of different kinds of colors filled the room with their bright, shining color. The soul itself was apparently bigger than the whole room, and only the old man could see its outer lines as he could see through the whole building. Flabbergasted, the old man noticed that the whole Beast Pagoda area was shrouded in Jason's soul world projection. But the most important fact about Jason's soul was that it radiated a thick and dense golden hue overshadowing Greg's red hue by worlds. Jason, whose head was still hurting, let go of the pitch-black orb before his legs gave in again. Because he stuttered, "Is this pain normal?" The old man was thrown out of his thoughts. He had never seen something comparable to Jason's soul, and he wanted to take him as a disciple without any complaints as he saw the color of the orb Jason had used. Wasn't it green before? Why is it black now? NOO. Why? The old man was in disbelief. He thought he had finally found someone even better than God's children, which were 5-star awakenings, but the pitch-black color the orb radiated shattered his lifelong dream. Calming down, he looked at Jason with pity, and Greg's family could understand him completely after seeing the pitch-black orb in front of Jason. Previously, the old man had the gut feeling that this youth would be even more special than Greg, and he gave out his contacts because of that, but apparently, his gut feeling betrayed him. Before, they could only see the huge and vast world projected by Jason's soul, but now they could clearly see the orb. Greg's father wasn't sure if he should pity Jason or be happy, as he didn't want Jason to be more outstanding than his son, but after thinking for a second, he was embarrassed about his thought, and it was definitely a pity that such a beautiful soul had such a weak soul power. The orb's color indicates the strength of one's soul energy and how strong one's soul bond could be at most. While Greg's red, almost light red, could form a contract with a stronger evolved beast, nobody, except the old man, understood the pitch black as black with slight red was normally the weakest possible. He wondered if the youth in front of him would even be able to endure the pain from a matured one-star wild beast, which was by far the weakest possible rank a beast could get. Looking at Jason, the old man announced, "Young man, you have a beautiful soul, and I'm ashamed to say that I don't know how many beasts you can tie to your soul in the future, and I also don't know what the golden hue represents, which gives you 5 stars compared to God's children at the worst. Unfortunately, your soul energy is the weakest ever recorded in history, and it would be fortunate for you if you can form a bond with a 1-star wild beast. That means you get 0 stars for this section, which is generous in my opinion. Your average would then be 2.5 stars, but I will only give you 2 stars as your soul energy is such a big disadvantage that it is almost impossible to overcome, and even if you can do it, your pals won't wait for you, and the gap between each other will get only bigger." After saying this loud out, he added on quietly, "If you find a 1-star wild beast cub, or at beast even an egg with decent potential, it might be possible to get stronger in a slow pace. Otherwise, your future as a possible hunter or comparable jobs is bound to be destroyed." Jason had to face the cruel reality, but it was hard to accept. He felt as if his whole world shattered. He wasn't that ambitious to get a heaven-defying soul bond as his first bond, but a 1-star wild beast. Even the worst novice ranks were able to defeat them, and such a beast would become his livelong partner. Adept ranks were able to defeat the strongest 5-star wild beast without much effort, as their physique alone was much stronger than these beasts, and now, Jason would only be able to form a soul bond with a newborn 1-star wild beast at most. He couldn't believe his ears, but somehow he knew that this wasn't a lie and the cruel reality. The old man didn't try to sugarcoat Jason's situation, as he had to overcome this crisis alone. He believed that this situation wasn't the worst outcome at all, as he had seen many youths with a soul that could only hold 1 soul bond in total, with a soul energy only slightly stronger than Jason's. Having the advantage to possess many beasts with the disadvantage of an extremely weak beast as a starter was better than the former unfortunate ones. The old man was firmly convinced that the young man in front of him wasn't ordinary, as Jason's eyes seemed to be special traits in his opinion. Otherwise, the old man couldn't understand why there was so much mana assembled around his eye area. Changing the subject, everyone inside the room listened to him, while Jason could only hear him faintly. "Let's go to the beast hatchery where both of you can choose your first soul bond." While the old man said this, Jason stood up and walked down the altar lifelessly. Greg saw this and ran to him asking, "Hey dude, are you okay?" Obviously, Jason wasn't doing fine, but he forced a smile and said, "Yeah, of course." Jason wasn't sure why Greg was worried about him, but he didn't care about that at the moment. The old man walked past the 2 youths who noticed him and followed quietly. His mother whispered, "How unfortunate, I've never seen such a beautiful and large soul. Honey, do you think he will be able to overcome the problem with his weak soul energy somehow? I can't think of any good solution except forming a contract with a good potential soul bond, or training the heavens hell technique for many years until it shows results. But finding a beast with potential one among 1-star wild beasts is more unlikely than finding a needle in a haystack even for us, and we can't even help out during the whole beast selection process. Another one would be increasing his rank, but this would also take a long time even with resources." The man answered after thinking for a short moment, other than forming a contract with a high-potential beast, ranking up and practicing the heavens hell technique over a long time. He would have to find high-graded magical treasures, which could increase one's soul energy, but other than being extremely rare, they cost a fortune. "I don't think we would be able to afford one with our whole fortune. Even if our son had a soul like this youth has, it's a pity to lose a promising soul like that to such weak soul energy. If he works hard, maybe he can form a second soul bond in a few years, but honestly, I wouldn't be confident in doing something like that." While Greg supported Jason, Jason's mind was in his huge soul world the whole time. Other than being disappointed, Jason had to acknowledge the fact that his soul looked really beautiful and magnificent, while the golden color was able to calm him down as he looked around. This, however, made his heart hurt even more because his soul energy was too weak and he wasn't sure what to do with it. But he didn't want to cry, and rather than crying, Jason wanted to find a solution to his problem. Crying wouldn't help him, but solving the problem. Purchasing a high-graded magical treasure was out of his options, as they were way too expensive, and forming a contract with a high-potential one-star wild beast relied on his luck. Approximately hundreds of stairs later, they entered another room that was even more gigantic than the Soul Awakening Hall. But this place wasn't as quiet as before, and Jason, who could only see slightly through the bandage, because of his blood, was astonished to see thousands of colors radiating from eggs and small beasts inside small landscapes filled with faint mana. His head began to ache again, and Jason turned off his eyes effect, which saw the radiating color of beasts. In the second he had activated the effect of his eyes, Jason noticed that some beasts radiated a stronger color than others, even if they were from the same race. What does that mean, was what Jason thought, but he couldn't find a solution. Thinking about the effect, Jason looked around again without having his eyes activated. He stopped for a moment, and after a short moment, he noticed the mana fluctuations of a wolf mother with 5 cubs next to her. That was at least what Jason could see from the mana flow, and activating his eyes effect for a short moment, he began to analyze the cubs thoroughly. The wolf gave birth to all 5 cubs, but Jason noticed that the radiating color was different from 2 of them. While 3 cubs had the same color, one was more distinct and denser, but still the same color, while another cub had a completely different color, which was even denser compared to the previously mentioned wolf cub. Many thoughts run through Jason's head as Greg and the old man notice his behavior. The old man explained. This is a blazing horned wolf mother with its 5 cubs. It's an evolved ranked beast. 2 cubs are slightly special, while one has inherited a slightly superior bloodline. The other cub underwent a mutation which made it stronger. Greg listened carefully, as this information could be useful for his choice. Can you show me which one Sir thinks is the stronger one out of these 2 special cases? Jason also listened, but his question confused Greg, while the old man smiled faintly. The old man knew that Jason had special eyes since the beginning, as he had seen many humans with special traits, and he thought Jason had simple mana eyes, which could see that one beast had slightly stronger mana radiating from it. A small stream of mana left his body, and Jason saw a finger formed out of mana pointing at the cub with the superior bloodline. But Jason saw something different. His eyes, or rather the radiating color, told him that the mutated cub had a denser color and a Y. Left his mouth without thinking. The old man was still calm and explained. Having a superior bloodline indicates the high possibility to evolve into higher-ranked beasts, while having a mutation can backfire. Some mutations are powerful, while other mutations are harmful to certain aspects. Furthermore, mutations can evolve when the cub grows stronger, and in our case, the cub's mutation is still in its initial phase. While it's not seen as a very good mutation, it could further mutate in a bad way. "Ah!" Jason and Greg exclaimed at the same time. Walking around the enclosures and breeding stations with eggs inside, the old man provided mountains of information, mainly focused on the characteristics of beast potentials and how to determine their strengths and weaknesses. Normally, a beast selection was different without information provided, but the old man was generous because he liked the kids. One had to know that soulbound beasts would not only provide physical enhancements and access to affinity, but also their wild instincts such as bloodlust and more. The characteristics of the physical enhancement depend on the soulbound's strength and also the soul's type, including the shared distribution. If one formed a soul bond with a bull, one would get more strength, while forming a bond with an agile beast would more likely enhance one's tendons, flexibility, and other speed-related body parts before the focus would be on the rest. There were only a few beasts on the first floor of the breeding grounds which inhabited wild beasts, awakened, evolved beasts, and a few unblemished beasts. Magical ranked beasts were in the lower basement, and probably extremely few in C-grade cities. Most awakened, evolved, and unblemished ranked cubs weren't much stronger than wild beasts at the beginning, but their growth was faster, and it would be much harder to control them without a huge amount of soul energy which was required for higher ranked beasts. Otherwise, the soul bond could backfire, and the beast would be able to either control the contractor, destroy one's soul partly, or in the worst-case scenario, even completely. Greg, who didn't have such problems, could easily control a late-evolved ranked beast. As such, he listened extremely carefully. One's soul energy would grow with his first soul bond until it matured, evolved, or when a new soul bond contract was formed with another beast. It was unknown how large the shared amount was, but roughly 3 to 10 of a beast's growth were given to the masters, which depended fully on one soul. While most souls only distributed 3 to 5, some fortunate ones would get a share of 10 from one soul bond, as their soul was generous. To put it simply, Greg's soul energy was between 400–500, and forming a soul bond with a fully grown late evolved ranked beast would use up around 450. But an evolved ranked cub used up less than 450 soul energy at the beginning, and only at the end, it would need the previously mentioned 450 soul energy to get subdued. This growth would cause Greg's soul energy to grow and mature in size, while the cub matures equally. With a distribution of 10, Greg would receive around 45 soul energy, once his first soul bond matured under the requirement that the soul energy it needed were 450 units once it's matured. That was another reason why one would form a soul bond with cubs or eggs in the beginning. It's almost one of the most important reasons. Forming a deep connection with cubs is easier than trying to tame wild beasts who lived in freedom. When a beast mutated or evolved into a stronger existence, many things can happen. Either the beast affects the master, because the soul energy needed is too high, causing the human to suffer unbearable permanent pain, or the evolved beast shares more of its strength to the human, forcing the soul power to increase, which would also hurt, but only temporarily. This happens rarely, and it's still unknown how this can be. To conclude, having a beast that can evolve is a double-edged sword in most cases. And here comes the previously mentioned connection back to the main topic. If one raised up a beast with a high possibility to evolve, a deep connection is important and also much easier to form. Even if a soulbond's soul energy is larger than the master's, as long as it doesn't want to break out of the soulbond contract with force, everything is fine. Once a beast with higher soul energy than the contractor revolts, the whole situation takes a dangerous turn. That's why soul energy is so essential. Even if Jason formed a contract with a one-star wild beast with potential, it was unsure if this beast would stay with him or if it would break the contract and flee. Once his soul was damaged, it would take some time to regenerate the certain spot the previous soul bond occupied, while the innate soul energy remained. But this isn't the only way to increase one's soul energy. Rather than using magical treasures or relying on one's soul bond, one can train the soul energy with certain training methods. These were rather painful, but many desperate people use them because their soul energy is weak. For them, an increase of 1 point in their soul energy would mean that they can bind a slightly stronger beast which might have a stronger potential. But most 0, 1 star, and even some 2-star soul awakening rankings would give up their wish to get stronger and achieve something because obstructions were programmed. Training with these methods increases the soul energy only slightly, except if the innate soul energy is high. In this case, the soul energy increases faster cause the increasing rate is based on percentage. Jason, meanwhile, had at most 1 point in soul energy, more likely even less, which means he would suffer pain even if he formed a contract with a matured 1-star wild beast, so he had to start training with the special methods soon to prevent permanent injuries. He already knew it, but he still couldn't believe his bad luck. After looking around for a few hours, it was already late at night, but Greg was still pondering which beast to pick as his first soul bond. 3 evolved rank cubs were among them, and all of them had roughly the same dark green radiating color, while one looked marginal denser for Jason. These beasts were a wind-attributed condor, a thunder-attributed wolf, and a newborn lesser orc. Jason didn't mind which one he should pick out of them because they were roughly the same until he saw a non-elemental bull calf with a feeble but dense green color enveloping it. After looking at these 1,000 types of beasts, Jason formed the theory that the colors he could see were the beast's potential. A list had already formed in his mind over the last few hours, beginning with color black, light gray, dark green, and finally green. There was only a single green radiating color from a beast, but the radiated color was incomparable to dark green. The beasts Greg was pondered to choose had all the potential color dark green, which was comparable to an unblemished beast. While black was comparable to awakened beasts, light gray seemed to be the potential of evolved beasts. The green color Jason saw right now was different from the green he had seen on the other beast, as it seemed to be weaker, but when Jason saw it, it was quite marvelous to see as the radiating color moved around the bull calf vigorously. This green color seemed to be weak and feeble, but at the same time it seemed strong, and Jason wondered why this was the case. It looked almost excited, and Jason was tempted to pull down his bandage, but he behaved himself. He had still his blooded bandage on, but the outlines of this calf were detailed as if he saw it with his normal eyes. Jason's steps stopped, and he risked exposing himself without any logical reason, but somehow he felt it was the right decision, even if he wasn't sure why. "Greg, why don't you form a soul contract with this bull calf?" Without any explanation, Jason asked the question, not thinking about anything special. This sentence caused the old man to stop in his tracks as looked at the calf carefully. This is only a normal mid-evolved ranked beast cub called reinforced horned bull. Its chances to evolve into a higher unblemished being is lower compared to the other 3 potential bonds of Greg. Contracting this beast would be a waste. Greg's parents and his sister heard this and they nodded their heads, agreeing to the old man's explanation, while Greg's sister threw a threatening glance at Jason. Meanwhile, Greg looked at the reinforced horned bull calf, not knowing why Jason wanted him to pick this beast cub. While Greg went closer to the bull calf, Jason, who stood next to him, said out loud, "I think this bull calf is much better compared to the other three choices." There was no explanation or anything like that coming from Jason. In a quieter voice, he added to Greg, "You can pick whichever beast you want to pick because it's your decision, but don't regret your decision later." Somehow what Jason said made Greg ponder. He wanted to pick the newborn lesser orc, which would be bound to his physical soul. However, picking the non-elemental bull calf would make a difference of a whole rank, as the lesser orc had the possibility to reach the unblemished rank with a certain amount of resources provided. Greg turned to Jason and questioned him, "Why do you think this beast is better than the orc, for example?" It was weird for Jason to say something like that, without giving a reason, and Greg believed that Jason wouldn't want to harm him, even if Greg didn't know why he trusted Jason so much. Jason was in a tight spot because he still thought that he had to keep his eyes a secret, as he remembered the old man's words that his eyes could be revealed. Turning to the old man, he asked him again to be certain. "Old man, what you said earlier is still valid, right?" The old man was confused, but he nodded his head. "Yeah, well, it is." Turning back to Greg, Jason slowly loosened the bandage, which was still full of blood and already dried up, causing an unpleasant feeling while taking the bandage off. His eyes were closed because of the sudden light invading them. After a short moment of adapting to the sudden stream of light, as Jason opened his bright golden shining eyes, looking straight into Greg's eyes. "What's with your eyes? You're not blind anymore." Greg was astonished and his jaw dropped to the ground. He knew Jason many years long and his eyes looked like a dead fish every time he looked at him, making him feel uncomfortable, but now they were full of vigor and golden in color at that. It was the first time for Jason to see Greg, and he had a muscular build with short brown hair and eyes with a frown destroying his facial features. Jason had to ponder how to put it as he said, "I had to gather mana for a long time to reactivate them. There was some sort of problem previously I had to fix, causing me to forsake absorbing mana into my mana core, and my eyes are slightly special to add." Thinking for a second, Jason told. "Back to the main topic. I recommended you this bull calf because my eyes tell me that it's the right choice for you to do. In the end, it's your decision to do what you think is right and don't let anyone hinder you." Greg's family only saw Jason taking off his bandage, Greg's astonishment, and his loud voice. They didn't know what was going on, but they weren't fond of this situation as they understood that Jason wanted Greg to pick the bull calf, which the old man said was weaker than the other three beast cubs. Greg smiled at Jason, who returned the smile and confidently said out loud, "I want the reinforced horned bull calf as my soul bond." Hearing this, Greg's parents were dumbfounded, while his sister shouted with anger, "Brother, don't be stupid. What knowledge has this blind boy without any background we don't have? Don't be naive." She went closer to the two youths that still looked at each other, while Jason's back was only 5 meters apart from her. Somehow she wanted to hit Jason really hard in his face as she grabbed his shoulder, pulling him back. This caused Jason to stumble backward, while he was forced to turn around. Jason was completely attacked off guard, still looking towards Greg, as his shoulder was unexpectedly pulled back. The face of a gorgeous teenage girl with beautiful facial features, fair skin, big brown eyes, and long eyelashes entered his view, distracting him slightly. Meanwhile, the girl's face changed completely from anger to astonishment before it changed to shock as she looked into the youth's golden eyes with surprise shining within them. The golden eyes felt as if they were as deep as the abyss but full of vigor. Jason was a little bit angered as he didn't like to get thrown around or touched by strangers. Staring into Jason's eyes, the girl felt uncomfortable because it was as if she couldn't hide anything from him. Looking into these eyes only a moment longer would be fatal, and she would probably expose every secret she had without any hesitation, and she backed off and loosened her grip, almost tripping. Greg, who held Jason, was a little bit confused. He understood his sister's rage slightly, however. He had never seen her backing off from clashes, but right now looking into Jason's eyes caused her to back off, which was interesting. The old man was annoyed by Greg's sister's behavior and said, "If you finish choosing your soul bond, you can leave while I will help out Jason choosing his bond. Your parents can help you with the last steps as they aren't difficult." Greg was disappointed that he wasn't allowed to look for Jason's soul bond, but he had to accept the old man's order. While Greg said goodbye to Jason, his sister looked suspiciously at him, and Greg's father looked somehow angry at Jason. The reinforced horned bull calf was brought to a different room by an attendant, and Greg followed the staff with his family. Now, Jason and the old man were alone while the old man looked at Jason curious. Jason was slightly apprehensive. "Why are you so sure that the reinforced horned bull is better than the other cubs we have looked after? Is it really because of your eyes?" The old man was suspicious about him and also curious, while Jason got slightly nervous. If he really told him the theory about his eyes seeing the potential of beasts, Jason wasn't sure what would happen, so he made up a story. I'm not sure what's so special about my eyes, but after seeing the bull calf, I got the feeling that it is stronger than the other beasts Greg wanted to choose from. But to be honest, I could also be wrong, and I told Greg that it's his decision which beast to pick, but I hope I'm not wrong. Listening to Jason, the old man nodded after a moment before he said, "Well, it's okay. It doesn't really matter to me if his soul bond is really stronger than the other cubs. But if it's true that your eyes are special, I think it might be better to keep it a secret, that you feel which beast has a stronger potential or feels stronger. Don't tell the other youth anything except your trust in him is exceptionally high, because they don't know that your eyes are special to such a degree. The only thing they know right now is that your eyes are golden. They don't know anything about the degree of your special trait, which might be better." Jason noticed the last sentence and got curious about the traits. What is a trait? My late mother also told me something about traits, but I forgot it. Some humans are born with special traits. These traits are divided into physical traits, elemental traits, blessings, and so on. Traits are sometimes called mutations, and they enhance certain body parts, or even provide the chance to use elements' abilities without having a suitable soul bond. Your eyes are considered a rare physical trait, but I have never seen such intimidating golden eyes, so I don't know what trait it is, but probably something comparable to mana eyes. Jason listened to the old man carefully, and he began to partially understand his mother's reasoning. Previously, his mother had only told him that regaining his eyesight would only take a few years, because that was probably what she had to do due to her own special trait. This means his mother also possessed a special trait for her eyes, which made Jason curious. But Jason took almost 10 years to regain his eyesight, while his mother was getting more and more frustrated when he was younger. Before she died, his mother cried often, because of Jason's inability to see. She got more and more desperate as he was her treasure, everything she had left. Thinking about his mother made Jason sad once again, but he was almost immediately distracted by the old man. "Let's go take a look after the one-star wild beast's cub or egg. It's already late, and we don't have many types of one-star wild beasts to begin with." The old man turned in a certain direction and went off, followed by Jason. After walking for 15 minutes, they arrived at a small section with small canine and feline cubs and thousands of eggs. Most one-star wild beasts are only contracted for their look, while some one-star wild beasts are trained to run errands. The most popular beasts are similar to ancient dogs, cats, eagles, and so on. You can take a look. In this generation, we don't have any beasts with a superior bloodline or favorable mutations. I'm sorry. If you want to wait for a few months, then there might be something new, but getting a better bloodline or favorable mutations depends on luck. Jason tried to listen to the old man while looking with his eyes' ability after the beast cubs and egg, but there wasn't even a color radiating from more than 99 of these beasts. But some beasts had a weak black color, which meant they had the chance to evolve into an awakened beast. Due to his unique soul, Jason could form a contract with every kind of beast, and there weren't any requirements he had to fulfill, which was his only advantage, as the number of beasts he could form a contract with was also high but not measurable. Jason was tempted to pick one of these black color radiating beasts solely to increase his soul energy, but he had to remain calm and think carefully about his decision. Was it useful to form a contract with hundreds of beasts only to increase his soul energy slightly? Wouldn't it be a waste of his mana eyes ability? In addition to that, the cost to feed the beasts would also be astronomical. Jason looked at every beast cub and egg carefully with his eyes ability, and more than 20 minutes passed before he was almost done with his inspection. Suddenly, he saw a weak but heavy and mighty, yet unfamiliar color beneath some larger eggs. Looking at the unfamiliar color caused his eyes to ache, as his eyes felt as if they were stabbed by burning needles. Carefully moving the eggs on top away, he saw an egg that was at most half the size compared to the others on top of it. He was confused seeing this color, and his perplexed expression attracted the old man's attention as Jason asked, "What's wrong with this small egg? Was it placed in the wrong breeding station, or is this really the same species?" Looking at the egg, the old man typed something on his bracelet before a holographic screen appeared in front of him. After reading it through for a few seconds, he said, "This egg is the same species as the others inside this breeding station, but it underwent an adverse mutation that caused its size to shrink. Furthermore, the scan that was done said that its strength will be worse than a normal one-star wild beast because of and high possibility of the beast getting blindness and other illnesses once it hatches." Jason, however, smiled like he had found a peak-graded magical treasure. The radiating color was weak but extremely heavy and dense, and it was as if the beast inside the egg wanted to life against all odds. Looking at the old man with his bright golden eyes, Jason said with confidence, "I want this snowflake owl as my soul bun, please." Slightly surprised about Jason's confidence, he looked at the provided information again. With a slight frown, he asked, "Are you sure? You know that once your soul bond contract is done, it's over, right? If this adverse mutated snowflake owl doesn't evolve, you won't be able to pick another soul bond for a long time until you increased your soul energy. And there is also an extremely high chance that it will get blindness and other diseases once it hatches. You have to decide now, otherwise I will register your soul bond to be this beast egg. The old man tried to help Jason out, but somehow he felt that his desire to get the snowflake owl increased. Jason stared at the old man and nodded his head while holding the small egg carefully. Yes, please give me this snowflake owl. Sighing, the old man said, okay, but you don't have to pay the fee for this egg as it has an adverse mutation and nobody would want it either. It was already past 10 p.m. and the lights lightened up the room when Jason and the old man were standing at a table with the small beast egg placed on a cushion. Jason had a small knife in his hand, and he had to cut his hand again to form a soul bond contract again. Entering the world inside his mind, as the old man explained to him, Jason loosened a thread out of the soul world, leading it slowly and carefully to his left hand. After the soul thread entered his hand, Jason cut the exact position with the knife and thick blood dropped down. But different than normal blood, Jason noticed that the color of his blood was not only red, but it had also the golden hue which his soul had. Dripping on the egg, the blood began to boil and evaporate, causing the snowflake owl egg to shine with weak white light. Jason felt a connection building up between him and the beast inside the egg, which slowly intensifies. The whole process of a soul bond contract was relatively boring to look at, but Jason was exhausted, as it was difficult to loosen a thread out of one's soul. Jason's legs almost gave in, but he had to remain standing. Looking at Jason, the old man was still unsure what to think about this boy. His eyes were a special trait, and he had a very unique soul, even if his soul energy was extremely weak. If his soul energy was only slightly better, every high school would offer him a scholarship without thinking about his grades. Even 5-star institutes from S-grade cities on Canner wouldn't wait to offer him many benefits. Unfortunately, his soul energy is just too bad. He wanted to finish everything up and said impatiently, "You have my contacts, right? If something goes wrong, just call me. Maybe I can help you. Just take the egg with you and keep it close to you. It will hatch in the next few days. As for the possible disease it can get, you should consult a professional about ways to prevent that. We didn't bother to do something like that. I have to go now. There are other things I have to do, and you two have taken up too much time. Let's go out." Walking out with the egg in his hands, Jason smiled gently at it, not minding the old man. Jason ordered a shuttle and said politely goodbye to the old man. Going to the Beast Pagoda changed Jason's life completely, and there were many obstacles he had to overcome. It was past 11 p.m. when Jason arrived in his small room completely exhausted. Holding the small beast egg in his hands, he could feel the thumping of its heart. Because he was exhausted, the only thing he was able to think of was sleeping, without considering his unhatched soul bond. His day was extremely long, and Jason had completely used up the mana he had gathered in the morning. His head ached and he took off his clothes, only wearing underwear as he went into the bed in order to sleep with the beast egg close to his heart. Waking up early in the morning, the first thing Jason did was looking at the beast egg that was still placed in his hand. Activating his eyes ability, he confirmed that yesterday wasn't a dream, as the beast egg radiated still the same dense but weak color as before. Washing up, he put on a set of newly purchased clothes before Jason decided to replenish his mana. There were many ways to replenish one's mana. The slowest would be resting, not doing anything, as the body attracted marginal amounts of mana by itself. With this method, it would take Jason a few days to replenish his useless small storage of mana. The second method was much more efficient, and sitting relaxed down while feeling the mana flow, slowly adjusting to it so that it would go through one. While this happened, one could actively absorb the mana. However, the fastest method to replenish one's mana was using mana stones, but it was also the most expensive method, as mana stones were relatively rare and expensive. Since the Dark Age and the sudden outburst of mana, some rare stones, trees, ores, and many more things absorbed mana, causing them to change innately. Some normal stones absorbed mana, causing them to change into mana stones, with their density, quality, and quantity grading them. While this happened occasionally, sometimes the permanent and temporary rifts were known for their innately mana-fill materials. This was also the reason rifts were seen as a blessing in disguise. Jason didn't have enough money to use mana stones so wasteful, and the method he used was more than good enough for him. There were also some other methods one could use to replenish mana faster, like certain techniques, but these were rare and only people from the higher society could obtain and learn them. Jason, as one of the lowest in the chain of society, could only dream about learning such a technique at the moment. Looking at his soul bond, he remembered that the old man said something about the snowflake owl having some problems with its mutation. Looking at the feeble radiating color of the beast egg, he didn't really listen to the old man's advice, so he began to worry about his soul bond's health for a moment. He immediately entered the Federation network in order to look out for professional doctors with a specialty for beast illnesses. While the holographic screen from his bracelet opened, he noticed that he got a message from an unknown number. Opening the message, he saw that it was the old man's number, with the content of the message being a file about his soul bond. He was happy that he received the file about his soul bond, as Jason was pondering if he should write a message to the old man, because he needed to know what the exact problem was with his beast. Looking through the file, Jason noticed that he couldn't understand anything at all. There were some scales and numbers, measuring something, but it looked like an alien language to him. Feeling useless, Jason went online in order to continue his search for a professional. Even if it was Sunday, Jason had to know what's wrong with his soulbond beast before it hatched, and the main issue was that it wouldn't take long for eggs to hatch once they're bound. Jason was told that it would at most take 2 days from now, which wasn't far away. There were so many things he had to purchase, like beast cub milk, food, training material for himself and his beast, and many more things, as he was completely unaware of what newly hatched owls would eat. Furthermore, his flat was way too small for a beast, even if it was only a small owl. The things he wanted to purchase required some space, and he would have to lease a new apartment soon. Placing these thoughts in his mind, he had to make a list, what to do first. The most important thing right now was to figure out how to prevent his soulbond beast to get any disease or other problems. Looking up a few sites, Jason found a reliable website with a professional that had a few certificates and theory papers about beastology, while most were about beast cubs, including theories about birth disease and adverse mutations. Jason thanked his luck as he dialed the number shown on the website without hesitating for a second, as a young female receptionist answered his call. Talking with her for a few minutes, Jason was feeling more and more frustrated as the receptionist wanted to make an appointment for a month later. How could he wait a month when the snowflake owl would hatch in 2 days? He wanted to shout out loud, but that wouldn't help out in his current situation, so Jason calmed down. Pressuring the receptionist a little bit, Jason sent even the file about his beast through the holographic screen without waiting for an answer from her. Jason was about to beg the receptionist to give him 5 minutes as he heard a middle-aged voice in the background of the receptionist asking her, "What's wrong?" The receptionist was still somehow calm, as she was probably used to people like Jason. When she answered the middle-aged man honestly what was going on, Jason couldn't hear anything for a few minutes until he heard a quiet, "Interesting." Then the middle-aged voice could be heard closer. "Young man, if you have time, you can come over in the afternoon at 5 p.m. I will spare some of my time. You can follow the described way at our website in order to find my office. Don't be late. I don't like waiting." He ended the call, and one could only see the astonished Jason looking at an empty holographic screen. Then a smile emerged on his face as he was one step closer to his goal. Jason hoped that this doctor could help him out, and he was about to jump around with the soulbond egg in his hand, as he noticed that it might be a bad idea. It was 1 p.m. when Jason finished replenishing his mana, and after eating some small snacks he went out. Calling a shuttle, Jason wanted to visit a few apartments so he could escape from the filthy room that began to disgust him. The prices ranged from a few hundred credits to thousands of credits for the outskirts of a C-grade city. Once one wanted to purchase an apartment closer to the center, the price would skyrocket, as the center was the safest area with the most and best security. Jason's district was one of the filthiest and most dangerous, with the highest crime rate of the whole city, and he didn't want to live there longer than he had to. To move into a bigger apartment within a safer district, he would have to pay at least a few thousand credits per month. With around 300 credits left, Jason was pondering what to do, as never knew when he would gain credits once again, or how much he had to purchase in the future. For most humans with soulbond beasts, their beasts could be considered the most expensive, as some needed expensive meat or other nutrition to nurture and train them. Furthermore, taking combat training, magic classes, learning battle skills, and other techniques with knowledgeable instructors was expensive. However, these expenditures could be avoided by attending a high school, which was Jason's goal. Resources that might increase the chances of an evolution, and many more things one needed, were also expensive and difficult to obtain without connections. Driving around with a shuttle and looking for new apartment, 4 hours passed in no time, and Jason stood now in front of the address written down on the Beast Professional's website. Going inside, he was greeted by the female receptionist he previously talked to. She showed him the way to the office and left afterward. Walking inside with slight hesitation, Jason was greeted by a middle-aged man with blonde hair and eyes with a gentle smile. The man was tall but skinny, and he radiated the aura of a NEET, which Jason didn't mind. Rather than that, he felt more comfortable around people like that. Seeing Jason, the man stood up, introducing himself first. "Hello, my name is James Gray. You must be the young man who made his first soul bond yesterday. Hello, my name is Jason Stella, and it was me who called desperately this morning. I hope you can help me and my soulbond out. Jason said with little hope. I already read through the file you sent me today, and there are different problems the beast has to face, but I can't be sure without scanning the beast myself as my equipment is more advanced. If you don't mind, we shall make a test right away. James stood up and Jason followed without hesitation, holding the snowflake owl egg in his jacket's pocket. 3 rooms further, they entered a room with a huge amount of equipment. Jason didn't know what they were used for. One particular machine stood out, as it was the biggest and black in color. It stood in the center, and on an elevation was a cushion which was a dent in the middle looking like many eggs were already placed on it before. Place the egg inside the cushion right in front of you, please. The test itself won't take long. Jason did as instructed. After placing the egg, he stepped back to see that a transparent bell-formed instrument slowly descended, covering the whole egg. A small red light came out of the top of it while a peep resounded in the room, and it scanned the whole area inside the transparent bell a few times. Less than a minute passed, and the test was already finished. The transparent bell was lifted, and Jason took his beast egg again, before looking at James intently. Meanwhile, James was looking at the report on his quantum bracelet with shining eyes. Oh, so it's like that. Interesting. After reading the report for 5 minutes, James noticed Jason's desperate look next to him before he smiled lightly. Looking down at Jason's small build, seeing his desperate expression, James felt weird. Why is this boy so desperate and going around here alone? What's with his eyes? Shaking his head to focus again, James led Jason to the office where they sat down on a couch. Jason was impatient right now, so he asked straightforwardly, "What's wrong with my soulbond and how can I help it?" James sighed before he said, "Right now our knowledge about beasts, mutations, and evolutions is shallow, and we can only make theories about most things. Reading both test files told me that your beast has a mutation. It's unsure if it really is an adverse mutation, to be honest. It is definitely true that without any countermeasures, it will be hard to prevent birth disease and other issues, however. That does not necessarily have to be the case. I can't give you a perfect solution for your beast's problem, but both files gave me some clues about the main issue. But to tell you beforehand, this is only my theory and not something thoroughly tested or acknowledged by the Federation at the moment." Listening to the professional's reply, Jason's heart felt heavier, but a small ray of hope was still burning in him as he heard the theory. Even if your soulbond is a 1-star wild beast, it needs a certain amount of nutrition and mana to survive. I think you got the beast egg from the beast pagoda, which means tens of thousand beasts have to share the same amount of mana in a small space. Due to your beast's mutation, the problem might be that it needs more mana to develop its body and mana core. One solution could be a large mana supply as it has a deficit. It needs more mana to grow and is so small in size because of the scarcity of mana. To solve this problem in a short time, you would have to purchase mana stones. I don't know if you have enough credits to do that, but right now I can't think of any other countermeasure before the beast hatches, and it's still unsure if this solution is 100 helpful. I am sorry. Jason listened to James carefully, and he wasn't sure if he should be happy or sad. It was only a theory and not a 100 solution, but it was still better than nothing. After asking a few additional questions, Jason left an hour later. He didn't even have to pay something as Prof. Gray wanted to use the test files for his studies. He got Professor James Gray's contact details, as the prof was fascinated about the files he read previously, hoping that Jason's beast would hatch healthy. Searching for mana stones online, he found out that even the smallest mana stone was extremely expensive. 50 credits for a ping-pong ball-sized grade 1 mana stone sounded horrifyingly expensive for Jason, but after searching for more information, he found out that the compressed mana inside such a small stone was already around the same amount as an unblemished beast. This surprised Jason, but thinking about it, it wasn't as illogical as he previously thought. An unblemished beast was comparable with a human expert rank, and to replenish his mana, once a human expert would have to use up a whole ping-pong ball-sized grade 1 mana stone. It was extremely expensive even for normal expert ranks, as hunting unblemished beasts resulted often in injuries that had to be treated with expensive medications. Jason wanted to purchase 3 small mana stones, but he had to set an address where to deliver the goods, so before buying the mana stones, Jason contacted the landlord from one of the apartments he visited today in order to sign a lease. The cost was 2,500 credits per month, and the area around it was safe, while everything needed was close by. Signing the contract on his quantum bracelet, he could instantly move in. There wasn't anything at his old flat, as he brought all the important things with him in his storage space. The new apartment was 55 square meters big, with a bedroom, bathroom, living room, and a small kitchen inside. It looked small and comfy when Jason visited the apartment, but he didn't want to lease it instantly, as he wasn't sure how expensive his beast's treatment would be. With a little bit less than 150 credits left, after deducting 3 small mana stones, Jason had more than enough left to lease the small apartment for half a year. Calling a shuttle to carry him to his new home, Jason arrived at 7 p.m. when it was already late. Finally purchasing the 3 small mana stones, Jason set the destination from the parcel to his new address. Afterward, he wanted to stroll around in order to get to know his new neighborhood, which he hasn't done before. Jason was like a small child interested in everything, as it wasn't that long since he regained his eyesight, and everything looked special to him. Smelling nice food from the nearby food stall, Jason ordered a big pizza which he relished. He hadn't eaten anything good and savory for years, and it was the first time for him to eat pizza, and Jason enjoyed eating it. The beast egg was inside a small bum bag close to Jason. After he finished the pizza, Jason's belly was filled to the brim. He had never eaten so much before, but he was happy and satisfied with his current life. It wasn't that every problem he had was solved, but rather in the beginning, his biggest issue was his sight. Afterward, his almost non-existent soul energy seemed to be a huge problem, and now his soulbun beast was having some issues. Jason hoped that the mana supply from the mana stones would be enough to solve his problems, which would solve each problem he had right now. He wasn't scared that his new companion was useless, as he had seen the dense color Jason had never seen before, but the problem was that the color was feeble, which caused him to hesitate when he saw it. But getting to know that he could probably solve his issue made him excited. After strolling for an hour, Jason went home to his new apartment, where he would continue learning how to write difficult words. Furthermore, he enjoyed reading the Beastarium, which was full of beasts' pictures, with their characteristics, strengths, weaknesses, rank, and many more information. It was almost midnight when Jason fell asleep with the Beastarium holographic screen still open. It was 8 a.m. when Jason woke up by a small movement in his hand. The hand holding his beast egg shook slightly, and Jason's facial expression changed drastically. He was instantly fully awake and frowned deeply. "Buddy, can you wait please a day? You'll have some problems when you hatch now. Please, okay," Jason said, and thought of it at the same time as sincerely as possible. Due to the connection between their souls, the egg somehow understood what Jason said and stopped its movement. Jason felt the small owl's impatience and desire to break out of its prison, but it waited because it knew that once it hatched without getting help beforehand, many problems could occur. Snowflake owls were in fact not smart, but the mutation Jason's snowflake owl underwent was apparent everywhere. This was something Jason knew, and he hoped that his soulbun would listen to him, which it luckily did. Sighing in relief, Jason looked on his bracelet if his parcel arrived. Seeing a notification saying that the parcel was ready to be delivered, Jason immediately requested it. Only a few minutes later, Jason received another notification telling him that his parcel arrived. Opening the apartment door, Jason saw a drone with a small package bound on it. The drone scanned Jason's ID, loosened the package, and flew away. There was not much time left for his soulbun to hatch, and Jason opened the parcel without any delay before noticing the huge amount of mana inside the package. Jason was previously too focused on his beast, but now by looking more concentrated, he saw a huge amount of mana inside the mana stones. Compared to the natural mana around the city, these 3 small mana stones were like a huge ocean concentrated in a small area. It was said that the mana inside cities was extremely thin and weak, whereby the wild zones were categorized by 2 factors. One factor was the amount and density of natural mana around the wild zone, and another factor was the rank of the majority from the beasts inside the wild zone. The amount of mana Jason felt from the small 3 mana stones was roughly as much as the radiating mana from certain materials the beast pagoda used, astonishing him. Picking up the 3 mana stones, Jason immediately felt a tickling sensation. He was tempted to absorb the mana to strengthen himself, but he resisted the urge, because there was someone who needed it more desperately. Jason laid the small egg down on a pillow and formed a triangle with the small mana stones around it. Each mana stone was in touch with the eggshell, and Jason saw through his mana eyes that small threads of mana flowed into the egg. The whole egg was mantled with mana, and it flowed inside the egg from all sides, absorbing it slowly. Considering the slow mana flow and the upcoming hatching, Jason calculated that 3 mana stones were enough for the time being. The egg stopped moving, and Jason had now some time left to search for more information about snowflake owls and other things he didn't know. He was unsure if his soulbun's mutation would change its eating habits or something like that, so he had to prepare all different kinds of food. Purchasing some vegetables, meat, and milk with different kinds of cub formulas, Jason felt prepared. After he finished his purchase, Jason decided to look up some other information while laying on his bed. His knowledge was vast compared to his peers, but considering the fact that he couldn't see previously, Jason lacked many things. He knew many beasts by their names, characteristics, and habits, but he couldn't classify them if he only saw a picture. Furthermore, his combat prowess was awful, as he remembered the Azure Feisty Ape martial art, but only a single sequence at that. It was like Jason opened the book of a single page, which he repeated one after another. The page's content would provide him any information which he could apply straightforwardly. However, the issue would be, not understanding what the content means would be like studying, without being able to apply the learned formula with marginal changes. Jason understood the Azure Feisty Ape's first sequence, including the mana flow inside his body, but he had never fought with anyone before. His body was also on the weaker side, as he was still malnourished and only a second novice rank. There were many things to overcome for Jason, but he had to take one step at a time, and the first thing he did was opening the holographic screen of his quantum watch to continue reading the Beastarium. Rather than randomly looking at beasts and their characteristics, Jason chose the section about a 1-star wild zone next to the art city. Wild zones range from 1 star to 4 stars, while each rank represented one beast rank. 1-star wild zones are mostly infested by wild rank beasts, and 2-star wild zones have mostly awakened beasts. Above the wild zones were magic beast zones, which don't really matter to Jason right now, as it was far away from him. 1-star wild zones are also called training zones for most high schoolers, as almost no human would be endangered while fighting against wild beasts. The youths of Jason's age had on average the strength to defeat 1-star awakened beasts, because their rank was around the 8th novice, with a 1-star awakened beast cub as soulbond on average, which gave them some nice strength, increasing their combat prowess. With a slightly decent comprehension ability and decently learned combat techniques through good instructions, wild beasts would be an easy pie for them. But to learn about the characteristics of beasts and their bloodlust combined with their instincts, one had to face their fear of dying. Killing a living organism was completely different than ordering meat or something comparable, and fighting a life and death battle couldn't be handled by every youth. Some people had no problem killing wild beasts, while others fainted or peed their pants, even if they had a big advantage in combat prowess. Jason, however, had a huge disadvantage against most wild beasts like his low rank, the non-existing amplification of his soul bond at the moment, and his lacking combat abilities. He wasn't sure how high his amplification he would get from his soul bond in the future, but even if his beautiful soul had an extraordinary high amplification, it wouldn't be useful as the snowflake owl was a 1-star wild beast. Thinking about his shortcomings, Jason frowned while he continued reading the Beastarium. Jason tried to distract himself while reading some news about Asterix Island, as he wanted to research if he had a chance to enter a high school with his score. Thinking about his non-existent combat experience or knowledge, he opened the Federation network. Jason searched for martial arts instructors and their prices only to find out that it was extremely expensive. Entering a high school would be cheaper than having a few lessons by these instructors, but Jason's final exam wasn't good enough to enter a decent one. He could apply for his blindness remark to get removed, but that wouldn't solve his problem. Looking at his exam results at his profile, Jason was slightly embarrassed. Theoretical exam, 100 points. Practical exam, 34 100 points. Blood test passed remark, blind. Mana core rank, second novice, 40 100. Soul awakening. His soul awakening rating was also a bad joke. The old man was probably generous because nobody with his soul energy would get 2 stars as a rating, or maybe the old man was too astonished about his soul world which blurred his mind. He had around 130 credits left, and he had to survive with this money for a certain amount of time until he could earn money himself. Hunters are well paid, and even hunting wild beasts gave some credits as they infested the areas around cities and endangered them even with their low rank. Their population was way too large, which is also the reason why 1-star wild zones are used for middle schools to train their students. The only good thing about these beasts was that their hide, tendons, claws, meat, and so on could be used by poor people. Average households would never buy clothes made out of wild-ranked beasts, as the beast hide wasn't comfortable to wear and didn't look good enough to begin with. There were only a few rare beasts with comfortable fur wealthier households would purchase, which would in return increase the price for such beasts. Protection garments out of wild-ranked beasts were also useless, as normal Grade 1 weapons could slash through them like butter. Nevertheless, a wild beast carcass could get up to 25 credits if one was extremely lucky, which was already a decent bounty for such weak beasts if one assumes that normal workers earned 1,500 credits per month on average, considering that they didn't do anything special. Through Jason's mind rattled many thoughts, while he researched martial arts instructors. In the end, he found an interesting website with many martial arts video clips online from Martial Heaven. Martial Heaven is an online platform that was even approved by the Federation. The website provided online instructions about all kinds of martial art techniques, including martial arts about every kind of element. After registering an account with his ID and inputting his rank and other information, a selection window popped up where Jason could select the weapon he wanted to use. If he wanted to, Jason could even include what type of elemental affinity the martial techniques should focus on. Furthermore, Jason could also select his requirements and much more information. Registering at Martial Heaven cost 100 credits a month, which was a fair price because Jason saw a few hundred free videos included in his membership. Looking through the videos, Jason found out that most of them were like tutorials, leading to a playlist of pay-to-watch videos. After that, Jason wanted to throw a fit, but he was reminded again that most martial arts were uploaded by normal common people trying to make some pocket money while sharing their tips and tricks. Searching through some free videos, Jason found a whole free playlist about a technique provided by the federation he was already familiar with, Azure Feisty Ape. Looking at the first sequence, Jason found out that he had remembered everything correctly, but there was a small problem. Jason couldn't clearly see the mana flow through the holographic screen. It felt somewhat blurred, and focusing his eyes on the mana flow, his eyes began to hurt slightly. There wasn't anything he could do about it, so he just binge-watched the videos one after another, without focusing his gaze at the mana flow. Even then, Jason made huge progress by only seeing the instructions made by the middle-aged instructor in front of the camera. Seeing that is definitely better than solely surveying the mana flow, Jason thought, and many hours passed unknown to him. He was still lying on his bed, rewatching the instructions about the Azure Feisty Ape technique when he heard a cracking next to him. The mana stones that were previously thick dark blue color turned into brighter blue, and looking at the amount of mana stored inside them, Jason was astonished. More than half of the stored mana was used up, and the egg began to shake violently, while small cracks started to appear on the shell. Jason's mood heightened immediately, as the atmosphere turned delightful when the cracks deepened. The shell burst open, only to reveal a small puffed-up owl chick with small tipsy eyes, looking at Jason with its black button-like eyes. After shacking of the remaining eggshells, it looked at the mana stones before it toddled towards Jason as fast as it could, throwing itself into his embrace. Jason felt the owl chick's happiness inside himself as they shared each other's emotions, turning himself even more happy as he already was. Holding the fist-sized chick, Jason remembered that he had to give it a name. Is it a boy or a girl? Jason wasn't sure which gender the owl cub belonged to, as a thought was transmitted into his mind, telling him that the owl chick was a female. Thinking about a few female names, he told the little owl chick some of them, but Jason felt that she would reject each of them. If he had to be honest, his naming sense was horrible, probably even worse than the worst name generator humanity had. After a long time, Jason's head began to hurt slightly, and he subconsciously entered the soul world inside his mind. He saw a small, feeble string struggling to stay strong between the snowflake owl's soul print as Jason saw an illusionary forest, moon, and a cloaked archer hunting something. Connecting all together, a single word appeared in his mind: Artemis. Without knowing what's going on in his small soul world or how he could think of such a name, the small owl chick chirped delighted, and Jason felt that she liked this name. So it's Artemis, Jason thought, smiling lovingly at his soul bond. The color she radiated was not as feeble as before and much stronger, which made Jason even happier, but he was still unable to decipher the color somehow. It felt as if each color was inside it, but also somehow not. Luckily, Jason found out about the mana deficit, and Professor Gray's theory was also valid, so Jason had no reason to be sad. It was only afternoon, but Jason felt extremely exhausted while his whole body ached when he fell asleep while holding Artemis in his hand. It was early in the morning, and the first sunlight entered his new apartment when a black-haired youth holding a small owl chick woke up. He rubbed his dreamy eyes with his empty hand when noticed something was in his other hand. Remembering what happened the day before, Jason knew that it was his soulbond Artemis. Smiling happily, he looked at the sleeping owl. Jason wasn't sure when she slept in, but there was something particular in his room that changed overnight, and this change surprised him a lot. The mana stones that were still shining feeble yesterday were now indistinguishable from normal stones. There was not a single trace of mana left inside them, and Jason activated his eye, only to see that the radiating color of Artemis seemed to be stronger than the day before. From the outer appearance, Jason didn't notice any difference, but its white plumage was shining brightly. Comparing Artemis with a normal snowflake owl chick, Artemis' small size was the only noticeable thing that remained. Jason wasn't sure how exactly evolutions or mutations worked, but he trusted his eyes, which told him that Artemis was a treasure. The only thing he had to find out was how to grind the potential out of her. He already came up with a theory in his mind. Jason had even read some theories about evolutions from beast creators and the development of mutations, so there were more than enough things to try out. But to test most theories, Jason needed more credits, as they were either expensive, and as if that was not enough, they seemed to be extremely dangerous, so Jason had to prepare himself. Hunting beasts is considered as one of the top paid jobs, and becoming a hunter would solve Jason's problems. However, first, he had to prepare himself mentally and physically. Considering his fighting strength right now, fighting a 1-star wild beast after some martial arts practice shouldn't be that difficult. Maybe even hunting 2-star wild beasts might be possible. The most important thing he had to do now was to train his body, solving his malnutrition by eating more, raising up Artemis, and practicing martial arts. 2 out of the 4 matters were relatively easy and could be solved without any problems. Eating and training his body would be easy while he was still unsure about Artemis's mutation or what she would have to eat. About martial arts practice, Jason decided to memorize the Azure Feisty Ape technique and learn it until he reached the technique's limit. He wasn't sure if he could ask Greg to spar with him, but after a second thought, he rejected this, though, as Greg was at the second adept ranked with a non-elemental soul bond that would most likely increase his physique tremendously. Jason wouldn't be able to handle a single blow, and it would be impossible to figure out the flaws in his technique while being K'd with a single hit. Disregarding this thought, Jason looked at the video clips of the Azure Feisty Ape technique while he waited for Artemis to wake up. But even hours later, she wouldn't wake up, and Jason got worried, so he shook her slightly. Still being dreamy, Artemis woke up with a bad temper, and Jason was sorry for her. Artemis understood Jason's feelings because of the connection between them, but she was still tired. Jason was confused, as newborns would normally be more active, and he got more worried thinking about the possible illness she could have. Artemis transmitted one of her memories, which displayed her absorbing the remaining mana inside the mana stones and her falling asleep afterward. Seeing this memory, Jason was astonished. It wasn't common for wild ranked beasts to be so intelligent, and to be even able to transmit memories between each other was an astonishing feat. Sensing that everything was okay about Artemis, Jason calmed down slightly. He could also sense that Artemis was satiated, as if she ate a whole Titan pig alone, reassuring him in his worries about her food. Artemis was still sleepy, but before she fell asleep, a small white magic circle appeared below her as she went inside Jason, appearing inside his soul world. Within the soul world, Artemis fell asleep peacefully. Jason stood up from his bed, walking around the apartment thinking about Artemis's weird behavior. It was weird, but everything was based on the mana stones, and Jason had a bad premonition. He hoped his assumption was false, otherwise he had to face some financial problems. Please don't let her mutation be stimulated by mana, or even worse, a solely pure mana digestion. She wasn't even a 1-star wild beast at the moment, and consumed 3 mana stones with the stored amount of mana 3 human experts could store inside them, or in other words, 150 credits. And she hatched less than a day ago. Jason wasn't sure how long she would sleep to digest these 3 small mana stones, but there weren't many credits left in his bank account. At most, Jason would be able to purchase 2 mana stones. He sincerely hoped that Artemis would be able to eat other things with smaller amounts of mana. Jason would even buy higher graded beast meat to saturate Artemis, but right now Jason was too frightened by the worst-case scenario. Feeling depressed, Jason had to think of a way to earn more money, and the most efficient way for him would be hunting. As such, Jason decided to diligently train the Azure Feisty Ape technique before he would continue doing anything else. He moved away some furniture to make some space for him to train, looking at one video at a time and repeating the same moves done by the instructor over and over again. Repeating the few sequences the videos provided, Jason found out that he made some mistakes because it felt different than the first sequence, where he saw the instructor with his mana flow at school. Trying to find his flaws, Jason started to record his practice. After each sequence, he looked at the recordings only to find out that his movements were completely misplaced. Figuring out the flaws after rewatching everything multiple times, Jason tried to fix them slowly. In the evening when the sun went down, Jason laid on the ground full of sweat and not able to move, with a satisfied expression blossomed on his face. His stomach growled and he ordered something to get delivered over his phone after he noticed that he hadn't eaten anything over the whole day. He had completely memorized how the Azure Feisty Ape technique should look, and comparing his moves with his memories, it was easy to pick out the flaws. But Jason didn't know that his excellent eyesight played a huge role in finding the flaws, as some of them were only marginal and difficult to spot. Even the marginal flaws played a big role in the whole picture. In the end, Jason learned the technique better and more efficiently than others. The only small problem he had with the second sequence was to reconstruct the perfect mana flow, but his extraordinary senses, mana control and accuracy, were actually very helpful here. 3 days passed without much change, and Jason was within his apartment the whole time. Artemis was still sleeping inside the soul world, but the connections between both of them was still strong, lively, and it felt like it grew more attached to each other every passing day. Jason felt that Artemis was fine, so he didn't worry much about her. He focused on the Azure Feisty Ape martial technique, and after memorizing and practicing the first 3 sequences to a certain extent, Jason noticed that the instructor began to use different compatible weapons with the technique. Only a small modifier from the normal techniques has been done, but unpleasantly, it was connected to a different playlist of videos which would cost credits. But Jason was delighted, as he was scared to face wild beastie with razor-sharp claws and teeth only with bare fists, and the fee credits he had to pay was nothing compared to the importance Jason gave his own life. Because he didn't have any weapons at home, which lead Jason to look at what types of weapons were the most suitable to learn with the Azure Feisty Ape technique. In the end, he found out that gauntlets and daggers were the most suitable for this technique. Jason was tempted to purchase gauntlets, but he also wanted to get something sharp, as his body was still too feeble to kill or heavily injure beasts with his fists or gauntlets alone. Only humans with a strong physique would use gauntlets or other blunt weapons, and Jason was definitely not one of them. Looking at the online weapon store, he found a few thousand types of daggers at every grade. Jason was overwhelmed with the supply, but the price for most daggers wasn't something he could handle, so he had to filter his research slightly. With a little bit more than 130 credits left, he could afford a grade 1 dagger which ranged from 20 to a few 100,000 credits. After thinking for a few minutes, Jason understood that he had to buy a weapon sooner or later, as he would venture into the wild zones somewhen. Looking through the descriptions of a few dozen daggers within his price range, Jason found something that attracted his attention. Low Tier 1 Jade Iron Dagger, Jade Iron, tampered in the flames of a 2-star Azure Flame, able to pierce through mid-awakened ranked beasts. Price 30,000 credits. For a Tier 1 weapon in this price range to pierce through a mid-awakened beast was extremely good. There were many grades for weapons and armors, but the most commonly used ones were Tier 1 to Tier 3, while Tier 4 and 5 were already fairy tales. Jason didn't know a single human with a Tier 4 or Tier 5 weapon, as such he regarded them as legends. There were also mana and soul weapons, which are special due to their certain effects. Mana weapons could enhance the weapon's strength or amplify an element, while soul weapons would grow within the soul world, until the material used for the soul weapon would reach its potential limitation. Soul weapons could resonate with their contractor and enhance one's strength more than mana weapons if well nurtured. While normal graded weapons were already expensive, mana and soul weapons could only be purchased by rich merchants, nobles, higher royalty, and big families. Soul weapons were more expensive than mana weapons because the materials needed were super rare, and the ability to grow and adjust its strength with the master was extremely powerful. Each tier could be divided into 4 segments indicating the capabilities within their grade, also called low, mid, high, peak. Low Tier 1 weapons are commonly only able to pierce the hide of weaker, awakened beasts, while peak Tier 1 weapons can already pierce the skin of evolved beasts without focusing on weak spots. He wasn't sure why the price for this dagger was so low, but the website only allowed genuine transactions and would punish frauds harshly. Jason purchased the low Tier 1 Jade Iron Dagger and was left with around 100 credits. This would give him the chance to purchase 2 small mana stones if needed. The parcel with the dagger arrived around afternoon, and Jason began to learn the Azure Feisty Ape technique modified to use with daggers. 4 days later, one could see a small but handsome youth running through the park sweating and slightly exhausted. Jason trained his body really hard the last few days, and he ate a lot, which resulted in him growing some muscles and gaining a little bit of weight. He was still malnourished, but his physique got better with each day passing. Over the last week, his mana core was filled more and more with mana, and in a few days at most, Jason would reach the requirements to break into the 3rd novice rank. His mastery of the Azure Feisty Ape technique improved more and more while each sequence became smother and smother. Artemis was still sleeping inside the soul world, which made him slightly worried because it was already a week, but sensing her health, he knew that she was more than healthy. Inside his soul world, he inspected Artemis for a while when he noticed that the feeble color enveloping her was becoming denser. This was probably because of the mana she absorbed. The absorbed mana was probably able to initiate the mutation that was previously backslashes, but Jason wasn't sure about that. During the last week, Jason chatted a lot with Greg, which surprised him quite a bit. Greg messaged him the day after his soul awakening, and since then they became friends, or at least chat buddies. Greg's parents had something against him because they thought Greg was persuaded to take a different first soul bond, which wasn't the case. 6 days after Greg formed his soulbond contract with the reinforced horned bull, an advanced potential test found out that the non-elemental bull had a hidden bloodline that normal tests couldn't find. This hidden bloodline was from a rare race called Lesser Minotaur, race which also formed small societies and was almost like one of the foreign invading races except for its lack of intelligence. Greg persuaded his parents to let his soulbond get tested about his potential, because he believed that Jason wouldn't lie to him, even if Greg wasn't completely sure why he did that. They have never talked much with each other, but Greg felt comfortable around Jason, which wasn't the case with his other ex-classmates, as they liked his strength and background. In the beginning, he wasn't sure why he believed Jason so much, but after seeing his golden eyes, Greg's suspicion was completely shattered. After finding out about the reinforced Hornbull's hidden bloodline, Greg's family calmed down, and they had a better view of Jason. But they were still suspicious, as it could have been luck. How should a previously blind youth be able to find out something that normal tests couldn't? They paid huge amounts of credits to let the reinforced horned bull calf tested its potential, and it was only because of that they found out about its bloodline. Normally, nobody would make a test about something like that without prior knowledge, as it was a waste of credits and time. Nevertheless, they had to thank Jason, as this bull calf was a much better first soul bond than every other beast he could have chosen in the C-grade beast pagoda. Greg also informed Jason that he would move away in a few weeks into a grade city called Zero City, where he would attend one of the most prestigious high schools. His parents knew some head teachers from the school, and due to Greg's exceptional exam result with his 4-star soul awakening, it wouldn't be a problem for him to attend the school. After receiving this information, Jason was slightly shocked. He wasn't sure if Greg was his friend, but he was the only one at his age who he chatted with. The information that Greg would move away into one of the two grade cities on Asterix caused Jason to feel sad and even jealous. School would start its first semester in mid-August, and there were still 6 weeks left, but Greg had to move in around 4 weeks. Even if Greg's parents were still suspicious about Jason, they had to thank him, so they asked Greg to question him if he needed something. Jason didn't expect that Greg's parents wanted to thank him, and he had to think for a while. He needed many things, so he wasn't entirely sure what to ask for, but considering the dangers of lacking soul energy, for example, when Artemis would evolve, Jason got scared. Greg, I've thought of something. Jason started before he hesitantly asked, can you ask your parents if they can get me permission to the Heaven's Hell technique? My credits and contributions are too low, and I don't know when I'll be able to attend a high school or if this high school has the permission to hand it over. The Heaven's Hell technique was a soul energy refining technique that would use up soul energy forcibly and replenished it continuously. To put it simply, soul energy could be compared to a muscle. If you don't use your muscle, there wouldn't be any change, but using the muscle and exhausting it consistently would force the muscle to be tempered and strengthened. And this is where the importance of high soul energy came into the game. Having more soul energy means you have more muscles to strengthen. This is harder, but also results in higher benefits. Comparing Jason and Greg's soul energy, Jason would need to train a long time to increase his soul energy by 1 point, as was an increase of 100, but for Greg with his soul energy slightly below 500, the increase of 1 point was equivalent to 0.2. This was because the Heaven's Hell technique followed the exponential growth principles, and Greg had a better foundation, while Jason started way behind him. But even if this was the case, Jason had the chance to increase his soul energy with the Heaven's Hell technique. Jason also consulted Greg about the Azure Feisty Ape manual, and some flaws he had, as Jason wasn't entirely sure if everything he did was correct. A few days passed, and there was still no message from Greg, causing him to wonder if something happened. Maybe it was too rude for him to ask about the permission to use Heaven's Hell. But that shouldn't be the case, as it was a civilian technique, which everyone could use with enough credits, and some contribution like hunting beasts or jobs like that. Jason wasn't sure, but he didn't think too much about it, as he practiced the Azure Feisty Ape technique with the dagger modification. Artemis was still in her deep slumber. His man's core reached almost its limit, and Jason was close to the breakthrough into the 3 novice stage, which made him happy. Jason's slim body became more muscly, and his weight finally reached the common standards for a skinny youth. Suddenly, Jason got a call while he was training with his dagger. Jason accepted the call almost immediately, as Greg's face suddenly appearing within the holographic screen. Hey Jason, how are you doing? Greg looked happy, and Jason wondered what the cause was. Hi Greg, I'm still practicing the Azure Feisty Ape technique with the dagger modification. Why are you so happy? Jason was curious, so he asked straightforwardly. Hee, I have some news for you. Which one do you want to hear first? The good one or the super duper extreme nice one? It was weird to see Greg so happy, as he seemed to have a rather cold personality previously. Maybe this is his real character, Jason thought. Well, maybe the good one first. Oh, boring. Well, okay, then we go in this order. The good news is that I was able to receive the permission for your Heaven's Hell technique. The super duper extreme nice news involves your bad grades. Heh. As you might know, I'm going to move to Zero City, and you might know that I don't have many friends. Furthermore, I know that you would love to go to high school in order to learn more about martial arts, beasts, wild zones, and many more things. Also, the resources provided by high school are much better, which is probably also a reason for your wish to attend high school, am I right? Throughout the last few days, I nagged my parents and told them that they owe you a favor because of their prejudice against you and my first soul bond with its lesser Minotaur bloodline, so they gave me the permission to use our newly obtained nobility rights if you fulfill certain requirements. Isn't that nice? Ha ha ha. Jason wasn't sure what to think about Greg's revelation. Receiving the Heaven's Hell technique was something good, but what Greg wanted to tell him about the nobility rights was unknown. He wasn't even sure what these rights were, and since when was Greg a noble? Jason was way too confused and said dazedly, Hugh, what about your nobility right? I don't know anything about the right of the nobles. And what requirements? Explain please. Greg smiled proudly. We know that you're way too weak right now, but the reason I want to use my nobility rights is pretty simple. Y'all get to attend the affiliated school of the Vanguard School I'll attend. Isn't that nice? I'm not a Nobel from birth, but we have more assets and credits than most small nobles on Asterix, and recently my mother was assigned as a minor noble because of her contributions to mankind, which makes me a noble of the second generation. Through this, our family is able to allow someone, in this case, you, as a student for the affiliated school with my mother's connections. You'll be able to enter the school with that. Unfortunately, that wouldn't save you from the rules of the Vanguard School, which is the main school I'll attend. While I'll enter the main school, you will enter one of the affiliated schools of it. Now to the small issue. Many rich merchants already tried to pay nobles, so that these nobles would use their nobility's right to take their children with them to the prestigious grade schools. The Vanguard School knows that and accepts them into the affiliated school during the first year. After a year without reaching the required strength, merit points, and other requirements, one will get thrown out immediately without caring about anyone's nobility right and whatsoever. Furthermore, I had to promise my parents a few things so that they accepted you, but that can't be considered a problem. The main problem is that you have to pass their small test. If you pass their test, you can go to Zero City with us and attend the Vanguard affiliated school, one of the most prestigious schools in Asterix, even with your bad practical exam results. Wait, as for your exam results, you have to let your blindness remark get removed. Otherwise, even the nobility right can't help you apply for the school. My mother assumed that you have special trait eyes, and if you get a special certification about that, you might get some extra credentials for your application. Back to my parents' test. Because they know your mana core's rank and your former blindness, they were benevolent in my opinion, and you only have to defeat either one awakened beast or 5 5-star wild beasts in 3 weeks, without using mana pistols, rifles, and so on. Isn't that nice? Jason was still confused about what was going on, but getting to know that he might be able to attend a prestigious school in a grade city heightened his mood. Even if he was at the bottom of the chain in this school, Jason would have better chances to soar into the sky, rather than staying within the C-grade city, without knowing for sure that he could attend a decent high school there. And his strength would be at the lowest chain everywhere, so he didn't really mind that at the moment. But to attend this school or even go to a grade city, Jason had to rely on Greg's family, which wasn't really what Jason wanted. Nevertheless, it was a great opportunity that would not come around every day, and Jason thought of a saying. Sometimes one had to take a step back before making a big jump. Listening to the stated requirements, Jason thought for a moment before he cursed Greg's parents in his mind. He was pitifully weak, had almost zero combat prowess, and his mana core rank was low, to say it nicely. Nice my foot. If he put in enormous effort to defeat 5-star wild beasts, he should be able somehow to do it, but it would be extremely dangerous. Probably. At least that was what Jason hoped for. Right now Jason felt confident to fight some weaker wild beasts as his understanding of the dagger-modified Azure Feisty Ape technique deepened. In 3 weeks Jason was confident to reach the 4th novice stage, and with some tricks, he might be able to fight against 5-star wild beasts, which any sane youth would only dare to do at the 8th or 9th novice stage with some company and good equipment. But fighting head-on with such a beast would be suicidal for Jason right now. Unfortunately, his chances would only increase slightly through the next few weeks, and he had to think of a plan to survive an attack against 5-star wild beasts. Jason and Greg chatted for an hour as both were in a good mood while Jason was deep in thought. After the call ended, Jason continued to practice his martial art technique. Watching some other videos about the Azure Feisty Ape technique, Jason found out that the mastery of martial art technique was divided into different parts, which also applies to weapon and elemental masteries. These dividers were called Basic Mastery, Familiar Mastery, Experienced Mastery, Profound Mastery, and Perfect Mastery. After the Perfect Mastery would be the combination of different techniques, but not many did this as it would waste too much time. Following the description of the videos Jason saw, he figured out that he had entered the Basic Mastery of the Azure Feisty Ape technique. Nevertheless, Jason wasn't sure how good this was as he had nobody to compare with. The only thing he knew was that the Azure Feisty Ape was one of the weakest martial arts techniques of the Federation, which was also the reason it was free for everyone. He understood that the next 3 weeks were extremely important for him in order to increase his combat prowess and experience by hunting weaker wild beasts before he dared to fight against 5-star wild beasts. Jason had to face real beasts in order to get used to them. This was why Jason decided to head into the 1-star wild zone next to the city, soon. It was a plain infested by many kinds of wild beasts, and it was mainly used for novice ranks to train there. These trainees were the most dangerous threat to them, as awakened beasts would be killed as soon as they were found inside the borders of a 1-star wild zone to keep the new generation safe. Jason's physique reached a normal degree, and there were no signs of malnutrition seen, as muscles began to slowly cover his small body. He grew a few centimeters and was now 1.63 meters tall, which was the common height for a almost 14-year-old youth. Except for receiving the files about the Heaven's Hell Soul technique, nothing special happened, and Jason finished his practice, went for a long jog in the park. Eating something, he washed up and went into the bed with a satisfied smile on his face. Waking up early in the morning, Jason opened his eyes slowly. Today he would leave the safety of the city for the first time in his life. He was expectant and scared at the same time. After washing up and eating a little bit, Jason called a shuttle which would drop him off at the oculist. He made an appointment after Greg told him about his remark. Today he would get his remark removed and maybe a special remark added. It was relatively easy to become his remark about blindness removed, as it was obvious that he could see once again, and the doctor would only have to send the information to the Federation AI, also called Aurora. Only half an hour passed and everything was over. The remark in his exam result was instantly removed, which made Jason quite happy. The test he took right now was more complicated, as it involved a few magic devices, and the doctor could only detect that Jason had mana eyes, but the test wasn't accurate as the graph ran riot with the stage of his mana eyes remaining a mystery. Furthermore, Jason kept the special effect of his eyes a secret, and a special remark was added to his exam results after some time. Special remark: mana eyes. It was more expensive than he had expected, but Jason had to do it, so it didn't really matter. Calling another shuttle, Jason was brought to the outskirts of the city, where the protection sphere was situated. Each city was constructed inside a protection sphere operated by mana, which looked like a transparent dome. One could only go through this dome because it wasn't in a solid state. The dome was like an all-embracing wall that would let everything through. However, it would detect and eliminate foes as it could comprehend if the invading being was a human with criminal records or not, a soulbond, or one of the few beasts used for errands that had either special emblems or specific mana fluctuations radiating from them, saying that this beast was a soulbond to detect. It was maintained by an AI which made everything possible. Otherwise, it would be quite hard to detect which humans were harmless and which ones were known for associating with terrorist organizations. But the dome used up a high amount of mana, which was its downside. Scanning a few hundred kilometers around the city's outskirts to prevent even the slightest accident was very energy-consuming. This was also partly the reason why higher-graded cities were more expensive to live in than Art City Jason lived in. They had stronger defenses, causing the prices for almost everything inside these cities to increase due to higher fees, taxes, and so on. That, however, wasn't the biggest issue cities had to face, as beast tides occurred every now and then. Every few years, thousands of beasts gathered together in order to charge through the lands. These beast tides were considered the most dangerous threat humanity had to face after the Dark Ages began. Only now humanity really began to have a certain degree of control over the beast tides, as hunters hunted down the high reproductive beasts nearby once they break through a certain threshold. This helped in order to prevent some beast tides from reaching their city. However, to protect the city, the security, including the hunter bureaus, had to be well developed and armed. Jason entered the plane's territory, while his shuttle drove closer to the transparent dome that came into his view. Due to his mana eyes, Jason could see the dome's mana fluctuations, while normal humans could only see small reflections when they looked at the dome. The plains were vast, and it was the first time for Jason to see so far because there was not a single construction obstructing his sight. Around a kilometer away from the dome, the shuttle stopped, and Jason had to leave it after paying the fee. Walking closer to the dome, Jason noticed many youths were having a picnic, while their soulbunds strolled around, playing together. The closer he came to the dome, the more youths Jason could see, and he noticed that more and more youths wore armors, with weapons like bows, pistols, and so on around them. In this era, humanity modified all kinds of weapons to operate them with mana, as it was the strongest energy one could use. Furthermore, mana was a high-quality resource that seemed to be unlimited. Some pistols operated by mana could instantly crush the skull of a strong beast, but these weapons used up a lot of mana and were manufactured with rare materials. Even if Jason was allowed to use guns to defeat 5-star wild beasts, he wouldn't even able to buy the weakest pistol operated by mana, as he had only around 100 credits left. Ammunition was also expensive, and killing wild beasts with them would end up in a huge loss. The youths Jason saw were probably training their skills and would only use their gun in life-threatening situations. He could also see some bigger groups of youths surrounding some middle-aged men and women. Looking at their uniforms, Jason concluded that even in the summer holidays, some classes would make a trip to the wild zones to hone their martial art technique. Jason remembered that a year ago his class did the same thing over a whole week, but he was just learning at home because of his blindness. The middle-aged men as women were the teachers, and they were strong enough to save the students in dangerous situations. Jason was now in front of the dome, and touching it, Jason felt the huge amount of mana flowing through him. Stepping through the dome, Jason shuddered for a short moment before he was attacked by fresh air, mana, and nature itself. Comparing the amount of mana inside the dome with the outside, one could easily understand why the plains looked so different. Inside the dome, the plains looked relatively lifeless with small specks of flourished land, lively trees and bushes, but the outside was completely different. For Jason, it looked like everything was alive. Mana was everywhere, and there was not a single inch without it. Looking at the trees and bushes all around, Jason felt pure nature invading his pores. Jason felt happy seeing that, and he wandered around the borders while holding his dagger firmly. He wasn't completely on guard, but his brain didn't forget that wild beasts could attack him anytime. Nevertheless, the scenario surprised Jason, and he was too astonished to focus on hunting for the moment. After half an hour, Jason was able to focus on his mission once again. He noticed that he could see beasts from far away, and he thought it was because of his special eyes, as Jason was told during this morning's test. His eyesight was extraordinary, and so were his reflexes and other functions that included his eyes. Looking out for solo 1-star wild beasts, Jason noticed that most beasts moved in small groups of 3 to 5 beasts. This was somewhat annoying, but even after walking around a whole hour, Jason couldn't find smaller groups. Thus he decided to give it a try against the smallest one he could find. A group of 3 harmless herbivore 1-star wild beasts called horned zebras was his target. They did not attack humans without any reason and eat grass, so most hunters let them alone. Horned zebras were the weakest beasts on the plains, even before the ember rabbits, and were preyed by most carnivores. Nobody hunted them for credits because it was almost negligible for their credits, and they were not used for training either, as they were just too weak. But Jason had never killed any living being, so he wanted to hunt a peaceful beast even if his mind said he shouldn't. He knew that the only advantage these horned zebras had was their speed, as it was comparable to 2-star wild beasts. More than 100 meters apart from the beasts, Jason saw them grazing, without noticing his silent approach. The plains were almost empty as there were not many hiding spots, so Jason had to be as silent as possible. A single noise and the horned zebras would notice him, while Jason hoped that they wouldn't turn around. Approximately 30 meters apart from them, Jason's adrenaline began to soar, and he couldn't hear anything because of his throbbing heart. Each step took an eternity, and the moment he crossed the 10-meter range between him and the horned zebras, they sensed something amiss. Turning around, one of them saw a young human with something sharp in his hand. Noticing the danger encroaching it, one horned zebra cried out as it ran away, causing the other horned zebras to startle, looking for danger in addition to the direction they had to run away. Jason knew that the 10-meter range was the furthest. He could go without being noticed, as it was written in many books he read and common knowledge. Most beasts have good senses and could feel danger lurking around them. He reached a striking speed before he appeared in front of one of the horned zebras, without it being able to react accordingly. Jason could only see both horned zebras being startled before Jason pierced out with his jade iron dagger, which was enveloped with a paper-thin mana membrane. Piercing through one of the horned zebra's chest like butter, its eyes turned dim before it could even cry out in pain. Blood splattered on Jason's face as he shuddered for a second in fright before he pulled out the dagger, causing another fountain of blood to spout out on him. His golden pupils brightened up as he gripped the other horned zebra's mane with his free hand before it could escape from the shocking death of his comrade. Getting stabbed with the bloody dagger, Jason killed the horned zebra with a clean strike. After the second horned zebra died, Jason pulled out the dagger once again, and only now did Jason realize that he had killed living beings. He was shocked about his own calmness and bloodthirstiness, as it felt amazing to have the power about life and death. But only a second later Jason was frightened, as he shuddered violently before vomiting his breakfast and other stomach fluids. His legs gave in and he looked shocked at the horned zebra corpses while his hands trembled. The hand around the dagger loosened up, and it took him quite some time until he regained his senses. Jason heard some noises a little bit away from him, which helped him distract himself before he saw that a two-star wild beast fanged coyote fought another two-star wild beast scaled wolf for a horned zebra corpse some distance away. He noticed that this was probably the corpse of the third horned zebra, and Jason slowly began to understand that outside the dome the strong ruled, while the weak can only hide in misery. Being at the bottom of the food chain, the horned zebras were considered prey of all carnivore beasts, while five-star wild beasts were the strongest in this wild zone with the exception of humans. Before, Jason was also seen as a nuisance and useless because he was blind, even if his theoretical results were more than excellent. Everybody knew that knowledge was important, but what is the use of it when you can't survive against the weakest beast during beast tides or other accidents, relying on others? Don't kid yourself, there are only a few humans who care about strangers and even fewer with enough strength to help them. Jason started thinking, and a sudden thought appeared in his head. The rules of the jungle don't solely apply outside the dome. Jason noticed that the whole society, including the government and federation system, was built according to one's strength. The stronger one was, the higher was his or her position. Excluding the fact that some strong humans didn't have leading or managing abilities, which made them useless as executives, humanity was still relatively well off, compared to 300 years ago. Sometimes powerhouses understood their shortcomings, turning them to step back for more knowledgeable authorities, but that wasn't always the case, and it was still unknown how safe laws were if one was weak. It was the same with his mother's death. He received some credits, but Jason doubted that the mysterious heir was punished for killing innocent humans. Jason understood one thing for sure. If he wanted to live his life without getting forced to do something he didn't want to, Jason had to get stronger fast. Without relying on somebody else that could throw him away any moment, Jason's mindset changed slowly. Greg was a friend to Jason, but he had to understand that he couldn't believe everyone naively. If Greg was a bad person, he could use Jason as a marionette, or even worse, without receiving any punishment, as long as Greg's family was powerful enough. Suppressing his disgust, he stored the horned zebra corpse before looking at the fighting two-star wild beasts. Both were injured, and it looked like they were evenly matched. Jason went closer as the scaled wolf ducked under the coyote's claw in order to bite into its abdomen while using its claws to rip the flesh apart. He saw this and began to rush towards the two, which were a few dozen meters apart. His speed was slower than before because he didn't use any mana to reinforce his lower body, as he had used up a lot of it previously. There was only a little mana in his core left to make a quick stride. The coyote, which was now heavily injured, gripped the wolf with its front legs to bite in its shoulder, while it used its hind legs to slash at the wolf's lower body. Both were now heavily injured, as the coyote that laid on the ground noticed a human behind the wolf. It shrieked out in fear, but unfortunately was already too late, and the wolf's neck was already pierced by the bloodied dagger. But the dagger didn't stop there, as the wolf's neck was only an obstacle required to reach the coyote. Jason could see the beast's fear, which caused him to almost hesitate before the dagger penetrated the coyote's chest. Both beasts died without much pain, and Jason vomited some gastric fluids before he gathered himself. He felt still disgusted to kill a living being, but the second time was much easier than the first time. It took him only a few seconds to regain his senses before he picked up the two two-star beast carcasses and the third horned zebra corpse, which laid only a few meters away from the small battlefield, as he looked out for a tree which he climbed up. Not many beasts were able to climb up trees in this one-star wild stone, except a few 4- and 5-star wild beasts in the core areas. Jason was at the outskirts of the wild zone and extremely close to the dome, but the dense mana he felt was perfectly fit for him to replenish his mana. It took him no time until his mana was replenished. He had enough time to think about many things like his attitude towards beasts, how he fought, and which flaws he made during the short fight. The biggest problem was his mental state, but this would only last for a few more fights until he made up his mind. Following this, Jason went down the 3 and searched for more 1-star beasts. He wanted to use the 1-star wild beasts to clear his mind before he would try fighting 2-star wild beasts. His dagger was sharp enough to penetrate all kinds of wild beasts, and Jason focused his mana consumption on his lower body to look after his speed. Following this, a few hours passed until the sun went down, and Jason went into the dome again with clothes full of blood. Jason attacked another 3 small 1-star wild beast groups, but he killed only 4 beasts because one time he made a noise missing his timing, while another try caused him to almost die, as he was almost crushed by the 1-star bison he attacked. But Jason found out something important. His eyes, the closer a beast was to him, the easier it was for Jason to predict where he would be attacked. It was still a theory, but Jason found his eyes more and more interesting, which made him curious. What special eyes did my mother have, and are my eyes a mutation from her eyes, or is there something else I don't know about them? I doubt these eyes are normal mana eyes, but there wouldn't be anyone to answer his questions, so Jason had to disregard this thought. He had to find out everything by himself, but that was okay for him. Calling a shuttle to take him home, Jason had to wait a few minutes. Gazing inside the storage space, he saw 7 one-star wild beast carcasses and 2 two-star carcasses. It was more than Jason expected for the first day, and going through his fights while waiting for the shuttle to come, he remembered many flaws. But for Jason, the whole day proceeded smoother than he previously thought, as he was still uninjured and healthy. He expected to sustain some injuries, but everything was fine. The shuttle arrived, and Jason was in front of his apartment 40 minutes later. After ordering delivery, Jason went inside the apartment to rectify his flaws. Battling with wild beasts was definitely different than training at home, and after today Jason understood that he had to hone his technique with real combat experience. Otherwise, he would always stay behind others. Waking up early in the morning like every day, Jason washed up and changed into a new set of clothes. It was a set routine for him, but somehow today felt different. Jason's eye itched and his muscles ached while his whole body shivered. It was uncomfortable and slightly painful, but Jason was still smiling as he felt something happening inside his soul world. Artemis was waking up, and Jason thought his body aching was the result of her sharing some of her strength, even if it wasn't much. Jason's monocore grew almost 1/3 in size, while his body went through a small change. After a soul bond was formed, it took a certain amount of time to strengthen the connection. This time was important as it allowed the master and the soul bond beast to get to know each other, and after the connection was strengthened enough, the beast would share some of its strength with the master. The shared amount was determined by one's soul, and this couldn't be changed even if the soulbond beast wanted to give its contractor more strength or mana. While his body was in pain, two things astonished Jason a lot. Artemis woke up after almost 2 weeks, and she was already completely grown up. With a wingspan of 80 centimeters and a length of 30 centimeters, the snow-white Artemis looked almost like a normal snowflake owl, except for her smaller stature, and the fact that she previously digested pure mana. But the most surprising fact was that his mana core grew so much in size. According to normal standards, his mana core should only grow a little bit, at most 5 to 10, because one-star wild beasts don't possess much mana, but Jason's mana core grew almost 1/3, which was probably a shared amount of around 1/3. Jason was still only at the second novice rank, close to the third rank, and his mana core was previously only at the same rank, but now it was larger than that and comparable to third novice rank mana cores. Not only his mana core grew so much, but even Jason's physique increased quite a lot. When his body stopped itching and the pain subsided, he could feel that his physique also increased slightly less than 1/3. The highest increase was, however, his body structure, and Jason felt much lighter and more flexible. Thinking about the increase, he was once again reminded that Artemis was an agile beast type, which was the cause for his priority enhancement on speed, flexibility, and so on. Apparently, his soul would share around 1/3 of a beast's strength mana soul energy to the contractor, which was more than 3 times the best average of 10, which was seen as exceptional. Seeing the shared amount was so big, Jason was happy that his soul was special even if his soul energy was weak. Considering the fact that he could grow slowly with Artemis, once she evolved his power would soar. Thinking about his soul, he was reminded about the soul awakening, and it still felt that there was some space left, and the previous feeling about his soul being incomplete confused him. After waking up, Artemis left the soul world and she appeared in front of Jason inside a white magic circle. She could already fly and flapped her wings to reach Jason's shoulder where she sat down. After that, she rubbed her head at Jason's cheek, showering him with her love. While patting her, Jason ate breakfast. Artemis wasn't hungry and Jason felt that she was still full, but to prepare himself for the worst-case scenario, Jason ordered another small mana stone for 50 credits. From his whole fortune, only 50 credits were left. It was 8 a.m. when Jason went outside with Artemis on his shoulder. He called a shuttle, like always, and went on his way to the one-star wild zone. Before that, Jason sold the carcasses of the 7 beasts he killed, gaining him a huge fortune of 14 credits. Keeping the carcasses would probably be better than selling them, but Jason had no use for them at the moment, and their body would only rot in his spatial storage. Without an integrated cooling system, meat and other food would only get bad inside the storage, so it was better to sell it than wasting the beast's death. Jason was really uncomfortable around crowds of people, and he rushed out of the shop. He sold the carcasses as soon as possible while avoiding eye contact with everyone. Artemis was looking at the beast corpses when Jason took them out, but there was only marginal interest in them, and nothing much for her as she was saturated. Continuing his journey, Jason stepped through the dome once again 40 minutes later. Jason pondered if he should set up a tent for the next few days, as he had to waste a lot of time driving back and forth. Adding the price for the shuttle each time, Jason decided to buy a tent and other necessities in the evening. Today he was much more comfortable to fight than the day before, and his confidence reached a new high as his combat prowess increased due to fixing some of his flaws. He wanted to try fighting a 2-star wild beast, and looking around for 2 hours, Jason found a solo 2-star fanged coyote. Sneaking up to the fanged coyote, Jason was much calmer than the day before, but he was still noticed around 20 meters away from his prey, and Jason changed his position into a sprint without hesitation. But he still didn't use his mana, as he had learned that the amount of mana he possessed was too small and could only hold out for a short moment. Wasting mana, not with me. Even if his mana core increased in size, the stored amount was still marginal compared to his average pals. Seeing Jason running up to it, the fanged coyote's eye turned bloodthirsty. Charging at Jason with at full speed, it was faster than the human. Pouncing at him, Jason was slightly astonished to see that his eyesight was better than the day before. But there was no time to think about that right now, as the coyote's claws were only a short distance apart from Jason's chest. Seeing the attack clearly, Jason used a little bit of his mana to reinforce his feet and ankles, and stopped within a minuscule amount of time, causing the claw to miss its target. It wasn't healthy to stop abruptly out of a full sprint for the ankles and feet, but the mana enhancement protected him from suffering serious injuries as he pierced out with his dagger, aiming at the shoulder. The dagger pierced easily into the coyote's shoulder, only to stop slightly at the obstacle, also called bones. But with his grade 1 dagger, bones of a 2-star wild beast were comparable to thin sticks, and the bones shattered without much resistance, killing the coyote. Jason's hand was deep inside the dead coyote's shoulder, and even if he had made up his mind about killing beasts, that was too much. This situation was still disgusting, and he had to use some force to pull out his hand with the dagger gripped firmly. Until now, Artemis was still on Jason's shoulder, but after killing the coyote, it jumped off and used its talons to open up its chest. Pulling out a pebble-sized black core that radiated some mana, Artemis picked it up and gulped it down. Magical beasts have mana cores, while every beast below them has uncompleted cores. Wild beasts don't even have a core, and when they absorbed mana, a black pebble would slowly form. The black color came from the impurities inside the incomplete mana core, and they had to be removed before a beast could enter the next rank or another beast could eat the incomplete core of its prey. Once a wild beast reached the awakened rank, or evolved, the core would slowly begin form, and it was called awakened core. The evolved beast finished forming the core, while unblemished beasts refined their core, and finally, when a beast reached the magical beast rank, a complete mana core was formed. Humans were lucky, as their mana core was formed since birth, and they didn't have to struggle like beasts. Artemis gulped down the black pebble and looked at Jason with greedy eyes. It looked like she could eat these incomplete cores full of impurities without worries, as she looked at Jason full of desire. He knew Artemis wasn't hungry. However, she wanted to get some mana, as she felt that eating more of this black pebble core would benefit her. After understanding that these impure cores weren't harmful to her, he was relieved. So Jason decided that Artemis would get every incomplete core from the beasts he hunted, as wild beast cores weren't worth anything. He was quite happy to find out that she would eat these pebble cores, because this was most likely the solution to his financial problem. Jason wouldn't have to feed Artemis mana cores all the time, as he could hunt beasts for her. Digesting pure mana would strengthen her whole body, and maybe it could increase the limits of her race over time or force and evolution. Normally, beasts can only digest a certain amount of foreign mana and strengthen themselves until they reached a certain limit, but apparently Artemis loved eating these pebbles, and Jason continued his hunt happily. There was a theory about the relation of a beast's potential to the amount of mana one could absorb, and how it was related to the evolution of the beast. The theory said that higher potential equals to an acceptance of more mana in one's body, while more mana equals to a higher percentage to evolve. But this theory was still not completely processed. In the evening, one could see the happiest youth one had ever seen, as he jumped around with a bright smile, with a snow-white owl circling around him. Jason's combat prowess increased over time, and he hunted another 3 solo 2-star wild beast and another group of 2 2-star beasts, which he killed easily with his increased amount of mana. Fighting against 2 beasts was relatively difficult, but Jason attacked the tendons of one beast, causing it to slow down, while he defeated the other beast with the help of the glutton Artemis. Artemis continued eating the pebbles, and Jason felt his body itching all the time while Artemis grew in strength. When the shuttle arrived, Jason calmed down, and Artemis vanished inside the magic circle she summoned. The magic circle was connected to his soul world, and only he himself and his soul bones could use it. After eating 5 2-star wild beast pebbles, Artemis was completely filled with mana, and she had to digest it, so she went into the soul world in order to sleep. Jason thought it would probably be the same as the time when Artemis absorbed all the small mana stones, but this time she would have to digest less than before. Remembering that he had bought another small mana stone, he noticed that he had to keep it away from Artemis, as she didn't need it right now. Another thing Jason noticed was that Artemis was a greedy glutton, as she didn't know when to stop. He thought and felt after the third pebble core that she was full, but she continued eating these cores as if they were snacks. Jason had to restrain her, otherwise it could be problematic. Arriving at his apartment, Jason tried to fix the flaws he still had. Afterward, he used the quantum bracelet to purchase a tent, non-perishable food, and other necessities to camp close to the dome. Furthermore, he bought a large mana-operated freezer which could hold a bunch of carcasses. He could even inject incomplete mana cores to operate the freezer, which was convenient. The material of the freezer was cheap, but the size of the freezer, with over 300 cubic meters, caused its price to reach 30 credits. Jason's funds were slowly dried up, but there wasn't much he had to buy after that, and he thought the freezer was a good investment. Requesting the city AI if he could camp close to the one-star plain wild zone, it was accepted within 3 minutes. All parcels arrived after Jason finished showering, and he put the content into his spatial storage. Then he sat down with the mana stone in his hand. He wanted to break through, and now was the time for it. Normally, he wouldn't need the mana stone for his breakthrough, but the sudden increase in his mana core size due to Artemis' shared strength forced him to stabilize everything first. Using the mana in his surrounding, and inside the mana stone, Jason enveloped himself with a thin mana layer before slowly absorbing everything. His mana core was filled to the limit, and using the mana he pulled out of the mana stone to invade it, the mana core began to grow slowly, while black dots inside the core began to get pushed out. Jason's pores opened slowly, and he couldn't notice anything in his surroundings because he was immersed in gathering and absorbing the mana around him. Hours passed, and after a deep breath, Jason's pores opened as a black mist was exhaled, while his physique grew stronger. Bright shining light enveloped him, and his mana core stopped enlarging. Novice rank 3, finally. The last few weeks were exhausting for Jason, but it was exciting compared to the straight and boring 9+ years of him gathering mana inside the eyeballs. Previously, Jason was extremely weak, and he didn't have any type of strength, and everything was boring for him, but now it was different. Getting stronger felt amazing, and Jason felt almost addicted to the sensation of growing stronger. Sensing the increased strength inside him, Jason smiled. After that, he decided to open the Heaven's Hell technique to read through it. Greg had sent him a copy before, but only now had Jason enough time to read through it. There were many pages, and the content was complex and written in technical language, even for the first level, so Jason had quite some problems reading it at first. He had to reread every page a few times until he understood it slightly. It would probably take a day or two until he remembered every detail, but it was necessary for Jason before he would start training his soul, as it was one of the most dangerous training methods one could practice. Even small issues could end with injuring his soul world, while major issues could in the destruction of one's soul world. But this won't happen if Jason follows the descriptions written inside the manual. It was already late at night, and Jason went into bed as he slept in after a short moment. Getting woken up through suffocation wasn't something pleasant, and Jason was forced to gather his thoughts, as he couldn't breathe due to something soft covering his face. It was Artemis trying to cuddle with Jason, and unknowingly she caused him to suffocate a little bit. Jason was fully awake now, and he got out of his bed to notice that Artemis looked more lively, and her plumage shimmered faintly. Only Jason noticed that her whole body was covered with lines of mana flowing through her whole body like blood. This astonished Jason, and he wondered if Artemis' blood fused with the digested mana since yesterday, because the mana was moving around full of vigor and life. If that was the case, Artemis's strength would increase by a lot, because every move she made would be naturally enhanced by mana. Even if that was the case, Jason guesses that the amount of mana fused inside her blood would be almost negligible, as it would boost the strength of Artemis by less than 0.001 at the moment, and it was more than negligible. The lines of mana Jason saw were almost invisible and thinner than most threads, but still there. Artemis jumped on Jason's shoulder after he changed his clothes, and both went outside. Jason was ready to sleep outside, and to be honest, he was expectant to sleep on the plains under the sky even if it was inside the dome. 40 minutes later, Jason stepped through the dome again as his hunt began. Aside from eating a small lunch, he hunted the whole day until around 6 p.m. when the sun came down. Jason was pleasantly surprised about his teamwork with Artemis, as it was much easier for him to take out 2-star wild beasts in groups of 2 to 3 with her. Artemis was a 1-star wild beast, but she seemed to be extremely smart, causing him to wonder if she would be able to defeat beasts on a higher rank than her own once she gained some combat experience, because most wild beasts were extremely dumb and driven by their instincts. While Artemis was a very good companion, Jason's combat experience brought him huge results, as he was tempted to fight a lone 3-star wild beast. However, he disregarded this thought for now, as he could still sense some minor flaws in his technique which he couldn't really detect. A single fault could cost him his life. They hunted 4 groups over the day. All in all, 10 2-star wild beasts were killed by him. Most of his time was used up for searching small beast groups with weak combat prowess. Artemis was saturated after eating two two-star wild beast cores, but she wanted to eat more, which Jason interrupted instantly. He had to maintain the mana-operated freezer, and he wanted Artemis to not eat too much, so she wouldn't leave him for a good nap. Jason was still unsure how to calculate how much Artemis could digest in a few hours that they could hunt together, while Artemis could grow along with Jason. Still, Jason knew that she could digest around 5 two-star wild beast cores in one night, so eating 5 over the whole day should be fine for now. He could increase it later on, but for now, giving her 5 two-star wild beast cores was the best solution for Artemis to grow stronger during the night. She had to accompany Jason during the day while earning combat experience, which led him to his previous solution. He felt lonely since his mother died. Even Greg, who he hadn't called previously, was growing attached to him. Now with Artemis' birth, he suffered a little bit, even though he knew she was with him during her slumber, but she wasn't really there in a materialistic way. His hunting skills increased each day, and Jason hoped that he would be able to kill 5-star wild beasts in less than 3 weeks. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to enter in a gray city, let alone a school there. Jason used the remaining wild beast cores to maintain the mana-operated freezer, and it looked like the freezer could be operated for a day with his remaining 5 two-star wild beast cores. The best thing about the freezer was that even if Jason stored it inside his spatial storage, it would still work perfectly. One could say that the large freezer was comparable to a small integrated cooler, and it was definitely cheaper. Jason practices his martial art under the clear night sky, and it felt much better than train in a small apartment. After that, he took out a basin and poured water inside to wash up. When Jason finished cleaning himself, he opened the Heaven's Hell manual and read it for a few hours before he went back inside the tent to sleep. He fell asleep soundly, while Artemis digested her incomplete wild beast cores. During the next day, nothing special happened, except his tries to hunt slightly bigger groups of at least 3 two-star wild beasts when he came back to his tent. He saw a few hundred luxurious mansion-sized tents erected, and compared to his 2-person tent, they looked gigantic. Probably around 20 people could stand in such tents with enough space left to walk around. Jason wondered what's going on, but he hoped that they would train inside the Pen-Star Plain Wild Zone, as he had trouble avoiding so many beasts all the time. The 1-star zone Jason entered every day was overpopulated by almost every kind of beast, but the main problem was that the beasts gathered up in bigger groups instead of striving around alone. Jason had to avoid many beast groups, and he was often way too close to get detected and attacked by them, which was slightly scary. If these mansion-sized tents had trainees inside, they would most probably hunt huge numbers of wild beasts, decreasing his efforts to walk around inside the wild zone tremendously. Today he hunted 15 two-star wild beasts, and he gave Artemis 5 of them, while another 5 were used for the freezer before eating something and improving his martial arts. After an hour, Jason stopped his practice, and he took out the Heaven's Hell manual to read it through. Another 2 hours passed, and it was already dark, while only a few lights and the stars lightened up the surrounding. Jason remembered now every crucial detail of the manual's first level, and he readied himself to use the technique today. The first level of the Heaven's Hell technique was simple compared to the following levels, and it only used up a marginal amount of soul energy, even Jason could barely afford. While the first level indicated that one had around 0.19 soul energy units in numbers, the second level would need at least 1049 soul energy to work properly, with a few additional requirements. Jason's soul energy was close to non-existent, and it was already fortunately that he could form a contract with a 1-star wild beast cub. Now with his increased soul energy due to Artemis's growth, his breakthrough, and the big overall share he received through his unique soul, Jason's soul energy reached finally 1 unit, which was enough to control Artemis properly as his soul bond. Having the lowest required soul energy, Jason could only perform the Heaven's Hell technique once before his soul had to replenish the soul energy over time. As such, he had to be careful. Even if the first level was simple, it could be extremely dangerous. He entered the soul world carefully, where Jason met the sleeping Artemis. Walking around his own soul world was interesting, and he hadn't done it before because there were too many things he had to do. It was the first time for Jason, and he looked around with shining eyes. All kinds of color could be seen floating around his soul world, while a dense golden hue accompanied everything inside his soul. Looking down, he could also see the golden hue enveloping him, causing Jason to feel refreshed and calm. There was not the slightest anxiety seen in his eyes. Looking around, Jason got the feeling of a home. In this place, he was welcomed, which made him happy as he continued to walk through his soul world until he entered the center of it. There was a golden, unstable liquid in the form of a ball that was floating slightly above Jason's head. Everyone who underwent the soul awakening had the same thing inside their soul, which was a mysterious liquid in various sizes. Meanwhile, the soul and the size of the liquid, surrounding the weird-looking ball, differentiated for each individual. The existence of the liquid ball was the same for everyone, and it was the soul energy surrounding the so-called soul world core. Many also called it one soul, but the commonly used name was soul world core. Around the soul world core was the soul energy attached in form of unstable liquid. The amount of soul energy within indicated the size of the core because it was normally stored within. While most cores had at least the size of a ping-pong ball, Jason was glad that he found his grain-sized soul world core within a rather short amount of time. His core didn't have a particular form right now, and there was only the mysterious liquid floating aimlessly around with the soul world core as the center. The soul world core was the starting point of each soul world and its life. Looking at the grain-sized soul world core, Jason was slightly embarrassed about his unique and fabulous soul world but useless soul energy. The golden hue around him began to shine faintly as he calmed down almost immediately, which Jason didn't really notice. Remembering his main purpose to enter the soul world, Jason concentrated on the grain-sized soul world core. Opening the soul world core slightly, Jason wanted to move the soul energy around. From the formless liquid, he created a wafer-thin thread, which most humans wouldn't even see except someone with his exceptional eyesight. The more soul energy Jason took out, the smaller the size of the liquid around the soul world core became. After his whole soul energy was taken from the liquid that enveloped his soul world core, Jason saw a golden-colored marble with an indescribable size as it was almost not visible, even for him. This almost invisible marble was his real soul world core, and it was almost embarrassing, only to look at. This golden marble had mysterious inscriptions on it, and it was his core, while the liquid mass floating around it was unstable soul energy ejected by the core was produced by his first soul bond. The first step of the Heaven's Hell technique was to draw out the unstable energy around the real soul world core with his mind to form a thread with the energy. This step wasn't dangerous. Instead, one needed to have a sensible and accurate control over soul energy. His soul energy thread was less than half a meter long and wafer-thin due to the very good innate control he had over mana. The first step was done in a relatively short time, once Jason got the hang of how to handle soul energy. After that, one could see Jason sweating buckets inside his tent while gasping for air. He only sat down and nobody could imagine that he entered his soul world, except the small golden hue shining around his head as an indicator. Inside his soul world, Jason made himself ready for the painful part, as the unstable soul energy was now formed into a complete thread. He would have to pierce through the golden marble with his thread to inject the soul energy inside it to force a certain growth. Without a slight push, Jason's soul energy wouldn't increase, and it was necessary for him to force himself through in order to do that. He had to aim at a certain spot to maximize the effect of the technique, and it took him quite a long time to find the right spot, as it was already difficult for him to even see the soul world core. Piercing into the marble with the thread, searing pain spread through his whole body as it felt like hellfire ignited inside him. It spread from his brain, which felt as if it was roasted, to his heart, where it dispersed into the veins, only for Jason to feel a searing pain all over his body. While he cried out in pain inside the soul world, one could see the liquid thread invading the golden marble, blending into it after a certain amount of time. Jason had never felt such pain before, and he continued to cry out loud, but he couldn't leave the soul world as it could harm or even destroy his soul if he made a single fault. Until the whole wafer-thin thread completely blended into the golden marble, Jason had to endure the torture. An hour later, the whole process was over, and Jason left the soul world with the floating golden marble in the center, only to fall into a deep slumber caused by his exhaustion. Waking up by suffocation early in the morning was as unpleasant as before, and Jason pushed the furball, also called Artemis, away gently. Opening his eyes, he could see Artemis, who looked at him as if he had betrayed her, and Jason felt her range of emotions that were filled of sadness. Taking her into his embrace, her mood changed quickly. Looking at her plumage with his Mana Eye's special ability activated, he saw that she had slightly more mana in her blood than a day before. If this continued, Artemis' ability could reach the strength of a 2-star wild beast, while being a 1-star wild beast in the future. Continuing this mind game, Jason was expectant about her future growth and her evolution. Entering his soul world to look at the golden soul world core, Jason noticed something unexpected. Injecting the unstable foreign soul energy into his soul world core should only be done once a day, because the replenishing effect would take a long time for the soul world core to push out the unstable energy. However, looking at the still unstable, formless liquid surrounding the marginal small golden marble, Jason noticed that his whole soul energy was already replenished and expelled. A soul world core was like a generator and dialysis at the same time, producing a fixed amount of soul energy until its energy was used up. Refilling it with the expelled soul energy would activate the generator, cause it to once again expel the injected soul energy after cleansing and purifying it in order to make it more stable. Once the soul energy reached a certain size, purity, and degree of stability, the real process of the Heaven's Hell technique would begin with the following levels. Jason wasn't even remotely close to meet a single requirement that was previously named, but he was still astonished to see that his soul energy was replenished this fast. With this, he could already practice the Heaven's Hell technique again. Normally, it would take a whole day to have one's soul energy replenished, but Jason slept for less than 6 hours, and his soul energy was already completely replenished. Thus, Jason sat down and repeated the same procedure as the day before. It took him 90 minutes, and instead of less pain, this time it was even more painful, but he didn't faint. Enduring the pain quietly, Jason finished his practice before he stood up. Washing up, he washed out of the tent into the open plains, where he could see hundreds of youth gathering next to some strong-looking middle-aged men and women. The youths Jason could see in front of the dome looked like they were around 12 years old, but the weapons and armor they wore indicated a certain degree of wealth compared to Jason. He was poorer than he had ever been before, but he didn't mind that at all, as he had a unique soul, special mana eyes, and a beautiful soul bond. Venturing outside the dome into the one-star wild zone Jason with Artemis circling above him, he instantly met a group of 4 2-star scaled wolves that attacked Jason and Artemis. This was bad as one of the scales wolves looked bigger than the others. Upon activating his mana eyes, he saw that its core almost reached the 3-star wild beast rank, and the mana it possessed was also slightly larger than the other 3 scaled wolves. His mana eyes detected some anomalies within the large wolf, and Jason concluded that it might be a mutation or something like that, but he wasn't sure. Since Artemis grows stronger each day, Jason's physique, mana core, and even his eyesight improved along with her, and in this battle, his exceptional eyesight played a big role. The group of scaled wolves formed a half circle and tried to surround him, while Artemis attacked the scaled wolves from behind to distract him. Once a wolf entered a certain range around him, Jason attacked it, forming it to step back, while Artemis used this chance to dive down on the retreating wolf to pierce her mana-infused claws into the scaled wolf's back. Without infusing mana into her claws, she wouldn't be able to pierce through the thick scales, but with the mana enhancement, she easily pierced into its back, injuring it lightly. Crying out in pain, the wolf twisted its head to find the culprit, but this was a mistake as it was still close to Jason's range. Jason infused mana into his lower body to increase his speed while pushing himself off to the injured scaled wolf. The 3 other wolves didn't mingle around and pounced at Jason, but it was already too late as their comrade died with a dagger in its throat, because Jason used the perfect timing as he noticed it was the right moment to attack. This was because his eyes could tell with minuscule details that the scaled wolf would turn around to Artemis, and Jason used this to finish it off. After killing the scaled wolf, Jason used its body as a meat shield because the stronger scaled wolf was already behind him in the air, which Jason predicted. The scaled wolf corpse was heavy, but using a quarter of his mana was enough to enhance himself to throw the dead body at the pouncing wolf. Artemis was already in the air waiting for her next victim to fall into her trap as she supervised the battle, while Jason attacked the bigger scaled wolf, which was taken by surprise. Jason couldn't attack its body directly as the dead wolf's corpse was in his way, but he pierced out with his dagger to cut through its paw. Yelping out in pain, the bigger scaled wolf was shocked for a second as something white dived down onto its head, piercing into the eyes. Jason and Artemis's teamwork was exceptional, and not many were able to build up such teamwork within the short amount of time they were together. One could say both were innately exceptionally connected, and it was rare to see such observance and tacit agreement among each other in a battle 4 against 2 while being weaker strength-wise. There were still 2 uninjured scaled wolves charging at Jason, and both were only around 3 meters apart from him when they tried to surround him from 2 sides. Thinking that their normal tactic would work against Jason, they missed an important fact. He wasn't alone. While both pounced at him at the same time, Artemis cried out, pointing out that the wolf behind Jason was also pouncing at him at the same time. Jason now knew that both were pouncing at him at the same time. Thus he ducked down and used another quarter of his mana to increase his speed to the highest he could hold out to jump straight to the front, where the blind and injured wolf was still howling in pain, pitying itself without caring about the calamity it would face a second later. While the 2 uninjured wolves crashed into each other, Jason finished off the larger scaled wolf with a clean strike. The 2 remaining scaled wolves shook their heads in pain. Afterward, they looked at Jason furious, and seeing the dead leader, they lost all remaining reasoning. Both charged straight at him, and this was the most threatening thing that could happen to Jason, as he wasn't able to defend against two beasts at the same time with a single dagger. Fortunately, Artemis was back into the air, diving down on one of the scaled wolves which saw the threat coming at it. Jason saw this, forcing the attacked scaled wolf to a difficult decision as he used his last remaining mana to charge at it. Now attacked by two threats at the same time, it was overwhelmed and halted its charge, betraying the last comrade it had because it wasn't sure what to do. Unfortunately, the scaled wolf's instincts told it that it should run away, instead of charging at the duo in front of it. The betrayed scaled wolf didn't know what happened, but he saw the youth charging at its friend as it tried to help. However, it could only see the youth changing its course with a big stride towards the side. Artemis also stopped her attack after she saw the wolf halting its charge, while Jason changed his course, turning his dagger downwards in order to stab into the wolf's side, twisting it while continuing his run. The wolf didn't expect Jason's speed to increase so much more, and it was unaware of its injury as the legs gave in while liquid ran down its whole sight. Its eyes became heavier with each moment passing, and after enduring some pain, it gave in to the slumber that awaited the wolf. Jason was exhausted as he hadn't thought that he had to use all his mana in such a short time, but his speed did not decrease as the halted wolf saw its last comrade die because of its fault. Enraged, the scaled wolf attacked Jason only to end in the same situation as before. Artemis attacked the scaled wolf from above while Jason charged at it from the front. Thinking that Jason was the bigger threat, it charged at Jason, who rolled to the side, while the enhanced talons of Artemis caused red stripes along the back of the wolf. Blood spurted out of the injury, and it wouldn't take long until it would lose enough blood to sustain a heavy injury. The scaled wolf was overwhelmed and didn't exactly know what it should do once again. Being in a desperate situation gives most living beings a boost in strength, and the wolf's speed increased slightly as it turned around to pounce at Jason, who was still on the bottom about to get up. Artemis was still flying up while the wolf's speed accelerated to its highest possible as it saw a green light shimmer leaving Jason's hand. There was nothing it could do as the jade iron dagger pierced in the wolf's skull, killing the scaled wolf instantly. Jason wasn't really good with dagger throwing, but one couldn't say it was difficult to aim at a large beast, 5 meters apart from one, with a certain degree of calmness. And even if he hadn't hit the skull, at least its chest would be pierced, slowing it down, which would give him enough time to stand up. Taking a deep breath, Jason felt exhausted as he pulled out the dagger before pulling out the pebble-sized cores. Storing the beast carcasses away, Jason went inside the dome that was only around 200 meters away from him. Each time Jason replenished his mana, took less and less time as he was becoming more and more proficiency with the process, which was entirely different compared to him gathering mana inside his eyes. An hour later, his mana was completely refreshed while his exhaustion was blown away. Wondering about his soul world core, he entered the soul world to see that the core already expelled some unstable soul energy. Jason was now convinced that his soul was the best thing that could ever happen to him after getting back his eyesight. He calculated that 6 hours were more than enough for the soul energy to get completely expelled, and he renewed his schedule slightly. Almost 2 weeks passed, and only 2 days were left from his initial 3 weeks in order to kill 5 5-star wild beasts or 1 awakened beast. Nothing special occurred during the last 2 weeks, but most importantly was that Jason and Artemis' strength increased quite a lot. Unexpectedly, Artemis broke her limit and entered the rank of a 2-star wild beast, which shocked Jason extremely. The mana she digested every day increased her physique, blood, and mana core. It was only a question of time until this would happen. He asked himself if Artemis could even evolve, as she could even break her limit because of her mutation, or was that something every beast could do with enough mana? But then, why would his eyes tell him something about the potential of beasts? Was Artemis able to break through her shackles because of her superior digestion ability or because of the high amount of mana? Jason didn't know, and he couldn't find an answer because he was also unable to tell what exactly Artemis' potential was. The mutation Jason thought of was a complex one that involved some sort of gluttony and a stomach that could digest huge amounts of mana. But how could Jason be sure of that, as he had never heard of such a mutation? Furthermore, he wasn't even sure if Artemis could eat something else. She has yet to eat something else other than the cores of wild beasts and mana stones. Her plumage shimmered more with each day passing, and the amount of mana within her blood increased steadily. Artemis grew slightly in size with a wingspan of more than a meter, while her length was around 35 centimeters, but most importantly was that even her talons were strengthened. She should be able to pierce through the scales of the scaled wolf without enhancing them with mana. Jason, however, was still at the 3rd novice rank, while his mastery over the modified Azure Feisty Ape technique reached the familiar mastery. His combat prowess soared, and he learned how to use his mana more efficiently. He was even able to eradicate a small group of 3-star wild beasts and lone 4-star wild beasts with the help of Artemis. But that wasn't everything, as Jason used the Heaven's Hell technique 3 times a day instead of 1 time a day, which was pretty nice to increase his soul energy, purify and stabilize it. Due to the natural breakthrough of Artemis, Jason got more shared soul energy, mana, and his physique increased. Jason was happy that Artemis grew stronger, and his mana core reached the size of a normal 5th novice rank, while his physique reached the 4th novice rank standard. However, the soul energy he needed to keep Artemis by his side, or rather inside his soul world, increased from the initial 1 unit to 2. Because of Jason's fast soul energy replenishing, and his utilization of the Heaven's Hell technique 3 times a day, which was painful like nothing else he had ever felt, his soul energy reached almost the required amount of 2. It was still enough to take a hold of Artemis, but once she reached the 3-star wild beast rank, Jason would be in trouble, as the soul energy requirement would be around 4. But there wasn't anything he could do about it. He should work hard and use the Heaven's Hell technique as often as possible. With his increased soul energy, or rather double amount from 1 to 2, each practice would increase his soul energy double the amount than 2 weeks before, and this would only continue on his path. As long as his soul energy reached 4, the Heaven's Hell technique's efficiency would result in a doubled increase compared to the time he only had a soul energy of 2, and a 4 times increase to the initial soul energy of 1, as everything worked exponentially. Jason discovered something, and he would love to try the theory he began to develop, but for him to try this, he would need quite a bit of soul energy. Today he would hunt pairs of 4-star wild beasts, and if he could kill 2 or 3 of them without sustaining an injury, he would try assassinating 5-star wild beasts. It was dangerous, but what could he do? With enough safety measures and tactics that involved Artemis, he was confident in not dying against 4-star wild beasts. There was no way for him to hunt an awakened beast, as there was a huge difference in combat strength between wild beasts and awakened beasts. Once a beast reaches the awakened rank, the possibility to awaken an ability appears. While some beasts don't have a single ability, their physical traits increase a lot once they reach the awakened rank. If he was completely honest, Jason was extremely horrified to fight 5-star wild beasts while being at the lower levels of the novice rank. In the end, he had to face beasts that had at least double his strength and mana. Jason was confident in his control over mana, martial art proficiency, intelligence, and ability to marginally foretell where he was about to get attacked. Throughout the morning, he looked for a spot with a few trees and bushes around in order to hide and surprise attack some small 4-star beast groups. Suddenly, he spotted an almost completely green bison walking around with its head held high. No beast dared to come too close to it, as it grazed without caring about anything at all. Looking at the beast's mana core, Jason found out something interesting. The aura around the beast was black, which indicated its chances to reach the awakened rank, but scanning the mana core, it looked like it was a black horned bison with an elemental mutation, as the mana had green-colored traced within. It was extremely rare to see a wild beast having an elemental ability, and the problem with wild beasts having an affinity was simply huge amounts of mana had to be used in order to completely integrate the affinity to a wild stage beast's body. This caused the physique of these wild beasts to be weaker than their peers. Looking at the highly likely wind elemental mutated black horned bison in front of him, Jason estimated that its physical strength should be around a normal 3-star wild beast. Nevertheless, having an elemental affinity caused it to be the strongest in its surrounding. If a normal 5-star wild beast were to attack this bison, Jason didn't even have to consider who the winner might be, as the bison would probably use its element to shoot shards or blades out, easily killing the normal 5-star wild beast. Having a weaker physique wouldn't matter in this case, as it was unnecessary to even use the physique to defeat its enemies. And with such a mutation, once the bison reached higher ranks, the wind affinity would only become stronger, while the disadvantage of having a weaker physique would diminishing slowly. Thinking for a while, Jason decided that attacking the mutated bison might be the easiest way to kill a 5-star wild beast, as its guard was down due to its high confidence. Jason sent out Artemis to look after the mutated bison while he thought about multiple ways to come close to the bison without drawing too much attention on himself. He thought of one solution, however. He didn't like this idea because he had to use Artemis as bait. Calculating a few things, he asked Artemis for her opinion, after which she replied confidently. Still worried, Artemis reassured him that she would be careful, so he couldn't do anything about that anymore. Standing up within the bush, Jason made himself some space to dash out immediately when both would appear. Jason could sense Artemis' astonishment. Afterward, he felt that she used large amounts of her mana to enhance her wings in order to accelerate her flying speed. Jason grew worried, but he told himself that he had to remain calm as Artemis' plumage could be seen from far away. She was at least 20 meters high in the sky, while below her Jason could see green bison pursuing her on the ground. The bison was enveloped by a light green mana, roaring enraged. Shooting out wind blades towards Artemis, she had to use her utmost efforts to evade them, which was barely possible. Artemis threw stones at the bison and made fun of it, which made the bison extremely furious. Following and attacking, the flying beast pleased the bison as it was reassured once again that it was the overlord in this area. It knew that the small beast could only endure the onslaught of wind blades for a few minutes at most before it would be exhausted. The small wind blades it used didn't take much of its mana because of the bison's mutation, which it instinctively figured out. Completely without a single thought of protecting itself, the bison stared at the sky, not looking at what happened in front of it as it bypassed a big green bush. Suddenly the bison felt a painful sting at its right side as it grew weaker when its legs couldn't handle the bison's weight anymore before it collapsed. Turning its head, the bison saw a long red stripe with white bones sticking out of its body, caused by a jade-green dagger that stuck on its hind leg. The bison's whole side was torn apart, blood and organs spilling out of the huge laceration caused by the dagger. Crying out in pain once it saw a youth squeezed himself out of the bush, the bison felt enraged. With its last efforts, it gathered the remaining mana inside it to shoot out a wind blade. Jason was still completely on guard against his first opponent with an elemental affinity. However, he was still only barely able to evade the wind blade as the blade's draft blew away his hair. Artemis dived down in rage after Jason was attacked, only to pierce into the bison's eyes with its sharp talons. Immediately afterward, the weight of the white beast vanished once the bison died, without taking revenge on any of its attackers. Jason was astonished that his plan worked out so easily, causing him to sigh in relief. The only thing that worried him was the fact that the wind blades were faster than he expected, while Artemis was almost hit by some of them. Still, the bison was way too full of itself as it didn't even notice Jason jumping out of the bush, tearing apart the bison's whole side with his dagger. Sometimes even a hunter might be hunted, and one should never feel too safe anywhere. Jason ran to the dead body, only to see Artemis picking out the slightly green incomplete core which he instantly took out of her talons. The amount of mana inside this core was almost at the awakened rank, and he didn't want Artemis to eat this core. Otherwise, who knows how long he had to wait for her to wake up. There was not much time left, as he had to hunt another 4 5-star wild beasts. However, he had to rely on Artemis for that. Artemis' mana replenishing process was relatively fast while she sat on Jason's shoulder. Jason strived around carefully to look out for some lone 5-star wild beasts. His luck couldn't be considered good as he walked around until afternoon, even neglecting his Heaven's Hell practice, only to find nothing. Not a single solo 5-star wild beast was in his sight. He saw many larger groups of youth within the mid, and a few peak novice ranks fighting a large group of 5-star wild beasts. Finally, Jason's luck paid off. Seeing a group of youths overwhelming a pack of 5-star greater horned wolves, Jason rejoiced. They split up and an injured wolf headed his way. Jason was still approximately 100 meters away from the whole battle. He was delighted seeing that the youths pursued other wolves, while the particular wolf who ran to him was alone. Deciding to hide behind a tree, he waited for the perfect moment to ambush the wolf. Seeing the wolf running past the tree, Jason gathered enough mana in order to push his speed to the limit in the shortest amount of time, thrusting out with his dagger, cutting through the unaware wolf's neck. The whole assassination took less than a second, and it was only possible because the wolf was foolishly running along the bush, not caring about any possible danger. Not knowing what happened, the wolf collapsed on the ground, with its eyes turning dim in a short amount of time. Storing the corpse without further delay, Jason vanished from the spot. Only half a minute later, a few youths found the spot where the greater horned wolf was killed, looking down at the green patch of grass that was stained with fresh blood. These youths were all at least a year younger than Jason, but they were already at the 8th novice rank, which indicated their strength. One youth with particular looked at the blood-stained grass patch. Jason was running far away with a big radiant smile on his face. Only 3 out of 5 beasts had to be hunted down, and Jason had still time until 2 days later when he had to meet Greg. He didn't think that he would find a lone 5-star wild beast until the evening, which was only around 2 hours away. But even so, he continued his journey around the wild zone. Artemis circles around him in the air, looking out for possible targets. Suddenly, around half an hour later, something that both of them didn't expect happened. Above Artemis, the sky turned dark with a weird sensation approaching her. As she looked above, only to see a huge vulture diving down. Horrified, Artemis cried out and also dived down with a 90-degree angle, only to evade the vulture's talons by a hair length. Noticing Artemis feeling horrified, he heard her crying out as he looked above. There he saw Artemis diving towards him as the vulture pursued her. The vulture was heavier and thus way faster with its dive than Artemis, and Jason knew that the vulture would catch up to Artemis only a few moments later. He made up his mind and utilized the only thing he could think of. Gripping his dagger firmly, Jason pulled his arm back as he aimed with his other hand, following the trajectory with one finger. Injecting half of his mana into the arm that held the dagger, Jason threw the dagger with a loud shout. Jason knew he couldn't instantly kill the vulture, causing him to aim at a biggest part of the vulture, that was the abdomen. But even so, he was still slightly off as the dagger pierced into the vulture's wing. The impact from the flying dagger changed the course of the vulture dive. Noticing that, Artemis felt as if a stone was plucked from her small and tender heart as she continued her dive until she reached Jason. She looked extremely horrified, as if she was completely out of her wits, and Jason had the urge to cuddle her. However, he was unarmed, and the vulture which landed slightly apart from them. With his mana eyes activated, he figured out that the vulture was a 5-star wild beast. Jason saw the dagger stuck deep into the vulture's wing, which made him sigh in relief, as he had at least injured it slightly, causing its best advantage to discard. It couldn't fly with the dagger in its wing, but its razor-sharp beak and talons were still more than threatening to the unarmed Jason. Both Artemis and Jason were only faster than the injured vulture, with some mana as enhancement, but they shouldn't underestimate their sole opponent, as the vulture's physique and strength were still much higher than theirs. Because he had no weapon to defend himself, Jason had to envelop his hands with a thin layer of mana in order to prevent them from being cut off or seriously injured. Another major issue was that Artemis was injured. Artemis was filled with adrenaline and couldn't feel the pain at the moment, but that would change as soon as their fight ended. They had to defeat the vulture as fast as possible so Jason could treat Artemis' injury. Because of its inability to fly, the vulture's actions were rather passive than aggressive, which surprised Jason a little bit, forcing him to make the first move. Running away wouldn't be feasible because the vulture was probably still faster than Jason. Trying it out would be suicidal. The vulture was around 10 meters away from him, and Jason went slowly closer until he reached the distance of 4 meters. There he smoothly but exceptionally fast changed his stance, only to make a big stride forward, with his body leaning forward. After making a single stride, Jason sidestepped to avoid the incoming swing of the vulture's uninjured wing, while Artemis shrieked out from above. She dived down and made a riot, causing the vulture to feel distracted from the white beast's shriek, as it turned its head upwards to welcome the diving beast. Surprisingly, the attack didn't come from above but from the front. He delivered a quick but impactful punch onto the vulture's head. While one mana-enveloped fist punched out, the other hand tried to take the jade iron dagger out of its wing in order to make the following process easier for them. Unfortunately, the dagger didn't completely loosen up. Shaking its head, the vulture was now injured as it could only see a blurry image. Due to the injury, the vulture was enraged, and seeing the blurry youth only a step away from it, the vulture tried to hit it with its claws. Jason rolled away, but he wasn't completely uninjured as his back was grazed by the razor-sharp claws. Ignoring the pain, Jason saw that the dagger began to loosen due to the vulture's sudden movement, and the additional gravity did its job, causing the dagger to fall out of the vulture's wing. Seeing that, Jason first evaded the vulture's beak, before suicidal jumping straight forward towards the dagger. The vulture didn't expect that and turned around, but it was distracted due to Artemis' second dive, straight at its back. Her mana-infused talons weren't even able to pierce through the vulture's plumage. The vulture was still annoying, but it decided to treat Artemis as annoying ant not worth its attention. Focusing solely on Jason, however, was probably the vulture's biggest mistake. While Jason reached his dagger, with the vulture pursuing him, Artemis used her wings to reach the vulture's head that wasn't covered by plumage. Using her whole reserves of mana on her claws, she pierced out with them. It wasn't enough to heavily injure the vulture or even kill it, but it cried out in pain, causing it to shaky the whole body vigorously, which gave Jason enough time to pick up his dagger and stab out with it. Piercing into the vulture's body, the plumage hindered the attack slightly, but it still penetrated its defense and met fresh meat. Upon piercing through it, a painful cry resounded throughout the area caused by the vulture. Jason's ears ached, and he was tempted to cover them with his hands. Twisting the dagger, the painful shriek became louder until it disappeared after a few moments. Sensing the life force within the vulture disappearing and the following result, its death, Jason fell on his butt as he was way too exhausted to even stand firmly on the ground. The whole battle didn't take a long time, at most 2 minutes, starting from the vulture's surprise attack, but his mind calculated hundreds of possibilities, adding to the tension. Artemis' injury and him being unarmed exceeded Jason's capabilities. His body was still fine except for the small injury on his back, and blood was still flowing out of it. Getting up, Jason stored the vulture's corpse away when Artemis gliding to him with some difficulties. After the battle, Artemis almost immediately felt the injury on her back, hindering her flying ability slightly. Placing herself on Jason's shoulder and both left the wild zone as fast as possible to avoid fighting anyone while being exhausted. 30 minutes later, they entered the dome once again. The sun was going down, while a little bit of sunlight combined with the light from the mansion-sized tents brightened up the surrounding. Many youths were sitting around a campfire talking to each other as Jason passed them without greeting anyone or even paying attention to them. Unknowingly to him, Jason was the person the youths talked about after seeing him entering the dome. His face looked beautiful, almost feminine if his detailed facial features wouldn't say otherwise, as the big golden eyes were illuminated by the surrounding lights, underlining Jason's return. Jason's black hair was disheveled, and his clothes were tattered and dirty, giving him the appearance of a wild boy. Sensing his and Artemis' mana, they found out that he was extremely weak even compared to them, with Jason radiating the mana of a 5th novice rank, and Artemis was obviously a 2-star wild beast. The youths wondered if the golden-eyed boy looked like this because of a battle against a 3-star wild beast and started laughing at him. How could they know that a quasi-5th novice rank mana fluctuations were in reality, a 3rd novice rank that fought suicidal against 3 5-star wild beasts and killed them even if the whole fighting process was full of tricks and hidden assassinations? These youths would only dare to do something like that when they reached the 8th or 9th novice rank, and even then only with superior weapons and armors to protect themselves. Most of them would still be accompanied by a guard or some other teammates to help them out if they end up in a disadvantage. Entering his tent, he put some medicine on Artemis and his wound. While he bandaged his own wound, he let Artemis' wound uncovered. He wasn't exactly sure how deep the wound was, but the area of her injury was at a bad spot. As such, he decided to give Artemis all the 2-star cores he had accumulated in addition to the 3 5-star wild beast cores he had left in order to accelerate the healing process of Artemis with the huge amount of mana she could digest. She would probably sleep a few days, but it was still fine. Unfortunately, he had to kill another 2 5-star wild beasts until the day after tomorrow, but he shouldn't force Artemis into a fight with an injury, which could end up in devastating result. Artemis gulped down the cores before she went into the soul world to digest the overwhelming mana. Meanwhile, Jason ate some meat, and afterward, he also went into the soul world to practice the Heaven's Hell technique before he washed up and slept. After waking up early in the morning, Jason had to think carefully about his plans for the next 30 hours. Without Artemis, his chances to hunt a 5-star wild beast reduced drastically, and Jason wasn't confident to kill one with his current strength. His injury wasn't deep and wouldn't hinder his movements, but his strength was the biggest problem, right at this moment. Thinking carefully, Jason decided to use the remaining energy inside the mana stone to force a breakthrough of his rank. Throughout the last 2 weeks, he had stabilized his mana core, and in a week at most, he would be able to enter the 4th novice rank naturally without issues, but he didn't have that time right now. The small mana stone Jason had still left was half filled, which was probably enough to force a breakthrough in his rank. After forcing a breakthrough, his energy would be quite unstable for a while before he could advance again, but it was his best option at the moment. Once he advances, his physique and mana core would grow in size, and he would be one step closer to the strength of a 5-star wild beast. Jason sat down, but before he would break through, he still followed his daily routine and entered the soul world to practice the Heaven's Hell technique. Due to his determination to practice the soul technique 3 times a day, his soul energy increased slowly but steadily, and Jason was hopeful that he would be able to get a soul energy of 4 before Artemis advanced again. Leaving the soul world, he took the mana stone in both hands before releasing the remaining stored mana at once. A small storm of thin mana enveloped Jason as his pores opened instinctively. Absorbing the whole mana in his surrounding greedily, Jason's mana core ached, and it looked quite bad as his eyes turned red when drops of blood sprinkled the sleeping bag he was sitting on. Blood flowed out of his orifices while his head turned red. The amount of mana he absorbed was almost too much for him to handle at the moment when the mana core forcefully accepted the mana and increased in size. The core, however, could only slowly enlarge its size, while Jason had to endure the painful pressure for quite a long time. Fortunately, due to the enlargement of the mana core, the pressure grew weaker over time, and after an hour Jason could handle the pressure without any problems. His body was enveloped by a white cocoon, and only when his mana core reached the 4th novice rank, it slowly dissolved, while his physique also followed suit. Because of Artemis' additional amplification, Jason had a mana core of a larger size, and it was almost comparable to the 6th novice rank while his physique was at the 5th novice rank. He was still much weaker than average 5-star wild beasts, but his chances to kill one with a crafty assassination or some other tricks increased a lot. Eating a small breakfast, washing up, and changing his clothes, Jason left the tent and entered the 1-star Plains wild zone once again. The increase of one's strength caused by the novice rank was minuscule, but Jason still felt much stronger today. One could say that the wild beast and novice ranks were not even the beginning of one's journey in the vast world, as each increase in level gave only slight enhancements in strength. If Jason had a soulbond like Greg, he would bash up all wild-ranked beasts without any problems, but that wasn't the case, unfortunately. Almost a month passed since Greg formed his soulbond, and the bull calf was most likely almost matured, with its strength at the later awakened rank or first evolved rank. The amplification the bull provided to Greg was definitely a few times larger than Artemis enhancement, even if Greg's soul would only give him one share. Even if Greg was at the first novice rank with the enhancement of a strong soulbond like the reinforced horned bull, he would be able to easily crush numerous wild beasts with only his physique. But luckily Jason didn't even think about that otherwise. He might be extremely frustrated and demotivated. Strolling around the wild zone with his dagger firmly gripped, Jason felt lonely. To avoid that, he focused even more on his surroundings. Many groups of youths were fighting large groups of beasts, and Jason couldn't find any solo 5-star beasts, so he honed his dagger skills while fighting 3- and 4-star wild beasts. Until lunch, he hadn't found a single 5-star wild beast as he went back into the dome in order to practice his Heaven's Hell technique. Finishing lunch, Jason went out again straight into the wild zone where he saw a pack of 9 5-star greater horned wolves besieging a group of 4 youths that tried to get into the dome. Unfortunately, they were hindered by the beasts. Before Jason did something unnecessary, he activated his mana eyes to look if the group could handle the situation or if they needed his help. Upon inspecting the youths, he noticed that all of them were at the 7th novice rank, which was above average for their age, and they should be able to handle 1 5-star beast for each of them with their superior equipment and armor. However, Jason noticed something in particular. The equipment they wore was good but not extremely expensive, and even while being outnumbered, nobody pulled out a gun to save themselves. Thinking about the situation they were in, Jason concluded that they didn't own a mana gun or the ammunition was already used up, so he wanted to help them out. Maybe their martial art techniques were also not on par with the instinctive movements of a 5-star wild beast, but Jason wouldn't just watch someone dying in front of him. His heart began to thump loudly as he himself knew that this decision was probably dumb due to his low rank, but he couldn't just let his brethren die without even trying to help out. The wolves had almost surrounded the small youth group, and a few already pounced at them, when a black-haired, golden-eyed youth appeared between 2 greater horned wolves that stood only 2 meters apart from each other. Jason had no time to hesitate, as he used almost a quarter of his advanced mana to enhance his lower body. With his breathtaking speed, he appeared between 2 greater horned wolves that were unaware of his advancement. He enhanced his dagger with a layer of mana before stabbing out with it, drawing a clean cut at one of the wolf's throat before he pulled the dagger out with a smooth movement. Not a single noise except a loud thump left the dead wolf's body as blood spurted out of its wound as the large body fell on the side. But this wasn't all, as Jason's eyes brightened up when he spun around only to pierce the dagger into the bewildered greater horned wolf's neck, which caused a loud crack to resound through the whole battlefield. Because Jason enhanced his dagger with a layer of mana, the dagger's sharpness and firmness were enhanced and definitely strong enough to pierce through the cervical spine without many difficulties. Jason killed 2 5-star greater horned wolves without much difficulty due to his perfect assassination attempt. However, the battle was still not over, as 7 greater horned wolves were still alive, and only 5 of them were already in a battle with the youths, while another one was jumping into the fray. But one greater horned wolf noticed that 2 of its brethren were missing when it heard 2 loud noises only a second ago. Turning around, it saw the 2 dead wolves and a youth standing only a few meters away from itself, rushing at it with a fast speed. Looking at the black-haired youth with blood stains on his face, the wolf went immediately into a rage before it saw the youth's deep golden glowing eyes. Its rage dissipated almost immediately without leaving any trace of it behind as the wolf's body began to shiver, looking into these cold golden eyes. The wolf was intimidated, and it felt as if the Grim Reaper knocked at its door, welcoming it to the abyss. It wanted to retreat and run away from the youth as far as possible, but before it could even turn around, the youth was only a meter apart from it. Jason noticed the wolf's hesitation, but he wasn't sure why that was the case, as it was extremely unusual. Not caring about the situation, Jason used the newly obtained opening to slide under its stomach to avoid a sudden attack from its head. Its stomach was cleanly cut open, and blood fountains and organs spilled out onto Jason, who jumped up after wiping his face. He had used up more than half of his mana, and he supervised the battle of the 4 youths and remaining 6 greater horned wolves to help out if needed. Only slightly more than 6 minutes later, the last wolf was finally finished off. However, before that happened, Jason had already left the youths to pick up his 3 5-star wild beast corpses. Jason wasn't really good with social interactions, and he left the youths after a short chat. The group of 4 youths mainly thanked Jason, and they wanted to give him something in return, but he declined politely before leaving the scene. Jason went into the dome again, where he took out the 5-star corpses to take out their incomplete cores before storing them again. After replenishing his mana, he relaxed for a short time before he entered the wild zone again. It was only 1 p.m., and he had still roughly 24 hours left to improve his combat skills, experience, and to earn a little pocket money, including cores for Artemis. While supervising the battle of the youth that were at least a year younger than him, Jason noticed that his combat abilities were already on par with them, but still not good enough. His familiarity with the dagger was already decent, while his innate combat ability was definitely above average. However, some things could only be learned through experience. Jason decided to hunt larger 2-star wild beasts groups in order to improve his observance ability by another notch, even if it was already above average. Fighting against 10 2-star wild beasts would be more difficult than fighting a small group of 4-star wild beasts or a single 5-star wild beast, except for their overwhelming strength. Jason had to be careful during his fights with either faction. Hours passed and he sustained only some small cuts after being overwhelmed by numerous beasts, but he prevented serious injuries by forming small layers of mana around the spot that were attacked. It was almost dark when he came back to his tent, where Jason did his daily routine, including the Heaven's Hell technique. He was quite happy as he had accomplished his designated task faster than expected. After writing a short message to Greg, he went into his sleeping bag and fell into a dreamless sleep. Before the first sunlight lighted up the plains, Jason was woken up by an overwhelming feeling of happiness when he felt something fluffy on his face. Knowing that it was Artemis, he immediately opened his eyes and cuddled with her for a few minutes before he stood up. Her injury was already completely healed, which made Jason happy. Furthermore, sensing the constant increase of mana inside her blood, Jason began to ponder if he should give her some more incomplete beast cores or not. He had many left, but he wasn't sure when he would be able to enter the wild zone again to farm more, and there was a small problem. He had only around 20 credits left and many beast corpses to sell, but with Artemis' unsatiable hunger, Jason would need to have a talk with Greg later. Greg told him that school would start in around 2 weeks, and Jason wasn't exactly sure how long their trip to the designated city would take. Jason knew that they had to travel for quite some time to reach the Grade City, because they avoided dangerous magic beast zones. The time they needed to travel from their C-grade city to Zero would be at least 4 days with a decent vehicle. Maybe Jason could enter the wild zone for the remaining 10 days to hunt 3 and 4-star beasts for their cores. Thinking about his shortage of money, or more likely lack of incomplete cores, Jason entered the Soul World to complete his Heaven's Hell training before he went into the plains wild zone with Artemis circling above him. When it was 11 am, Jason entered the dome again to dismantle his tent and store it away. Afterward, the previously ordered shuttle arrived, which Jason entered, with its final destination at the Fleur family mansion. Would take around 40 minutes, and decided to practice the Heaven's Hell technique again, as his soul energy was already replenished. The pain after practicing the Heaven's Hell technique was still horrifying, but somehow Jason grew used to it over the last 2 weeks. Arriving at the address Greg told him, Jason noticed that he entered the Noble District, which was directly next to the center area, where the government, important companies, the Beast Pagoda, and large shopping centers were situated. He saw huge yards with many exotic plants and flowers all around the district, causing Jason to feel astonished, as he could see mana radiating from some of these plants. Overall, one could say that the yard radiated dense mana that was even better than the mana outside the dome within the 1-star wild zone. The Noble District wasn't even remotely comparable to the outer areas of the city, as the Fleur family's yard had probably more than enough space to construct a few skyscrapers on it where tens of thousand tenants could live in. Looking around, Jason saw a 3-story tall mansion in the center of the plot, built with white marble and many other exquisite materials. Calculating the prices of the materials and the cost for the plot, including the unknown plants, Jason's heart ached. For normal people, it wasn't even possible to purchase a plot inside C-grade cities. One would need to have to be nobility or earned glory points, which were equivalent to humanity's achievements, in order to receive the permission to purchase land or larger property. While Jason admired the gigantic yard and the luxurious-looking mansion, the doors were opened by a young, long brown-haired girl who was probably slightly older than him. She looked at him with a slightly cold face, which surprised Jason a little bit. Wearing a white summer dress, she looked incredibly beautiful, but Jason knew who she was. It was Greg's sister Malia, and Jason sensed that she didn't like him, as she avoided to have eye contact with him while trying to look cool-headed. He wasn't sure why she avoided him, but she came slowly closer, gesturing him to follow her. She didn't even say hello, and Jason thought back at the time of Greg's soul awakening when she had to step back with a terrified expression after looking into his eyes from a very close distance. Never mind, maybe she is shy or something like that. Jason didn't worry about it, and he disregarded any ill intention, as he wasn't aware of the shock he brought Malia. Jason's senses didn't betray him, as Malia was truly scared to look into his eyes. She remembered clearly how intimidated she was when she looked into his deep, cold golden eyes, and Malia was scared to get devoured if she dared to look into them once again. But even so, she was too prideful to say something like that out loud, so she had to keep a calm expression in front of him. Jason followed Malia quietly, and both of them didn't say a single word, which caused an awkward atmosphere around them. However, after entering the mansion, he was way too fascinated about the furniture and interior of the mansion that he completely disregarded the awkward atmosphere and Malia's fear. They kept walking for some time until he saw a familiar youth sitting on a couch inside a huge living room. The whole living room was probably a few times bigger than a basketball field, and Jason wondered why someone needed so much space. Seeing Jason, Greg jumped up as he walked fast but steady towards him. Jason noticed that Greg's muscles became more apparent and firmer, while he grew at least a few centimeters in size. One could say that Greg was already a walking bodybuilder, and Jason admired his nice body one could see through the clothes. Greeting each other with a firm handshake, Jason also scanned Greg's mana core, only to get shocked by what he saw. Not only did his rank increase from the 2nd Adept rank to the 3rd Adept rank within a few weeks, but his mana core size also grew by a noticeable size. Greg was still at the lower levels of the Adept rank and not an intermediate Adept, but with his amplification from his soul bond, he would probably be on par with the average 4th Adept rank. That would be a great achievement, and Jason felt happy for Greg. Calculating that the bull calf grew up to be a low-evolved beast until now and shared around 5/10 of its strength, if not more. As such, it was only natural that Greg's mana core would also grow. Evolved ranked beasts were comparable to human expert ranks, and 5/10 was already comparable to at least one more likely 2 adept levels. Taking another glance at Greg's mana core, it was more likely that Greg received a 10+ share, which caused Jason to nod approving, as Greg's soul gave him a good quote. But it was still not comparable to his own 30+ shared amount he received from his still incomplete soul world. Greg saw Jason's golden eyes shining lightly, and when Jason said, "Congratulations," he began to smile lightly. Loosening up their handshake, Greg looked directly into Jason's eyes, and Malia, who saw this, tensed up subconsciously, thinking about the worst-case scenario which didn't happen. Greg noticed a white fluffy ball on Jason's shoulder that suddenly began to move. Opening her eyes, Artemis' black button-like eyes gazed at Greg, who stepped back surprised. Calming down, Greg seizured Artemis from head to talon, when his gaze returned back to Jason rather confused. "Jason, is this your soul bond? A snowflake owl? Isn't that a little bit too weak?" Somehow Greg felt disappointed. He hoped that Jason would find a good 1-star wild beast to form a contract with, but snowflake owls were weak in their overall combat strength, while their speed was exceptional fast. In comparison to other 1-star wild beasts, their strength was way too weak without even considering their non-existent potential. Jason understood Greg's concern, and he wanted to clarify the situation at least a little bit to him, when Artemis suddenly cried out, visibly outraged, flapping her wings violently. How dared this small fellow antagonize her strength and beauty? Calm down, Artemis. He doesn't mean it like that. Jason tried to calm Artemis down, and it took him a few minutes before she squeezed herself back on his shoulder. Greg didn't care about Artemis' outrage, but Malia, who was standing quietly behind, noticed something, which shocked her. She couldn't help but ask curiously, can she understand human language? That's not possible for 1-star wild beasts. Is her brain somehow mutated or something similar like that? Coming closer to the two youths, she even forgot to be wary of Jason, as she had always been curious about beasts. Her family were well-known beast merchants, and they also caught some beasts for other nobles in order to gain their favors, large sums of credits, or rare items, and it was important to know what kind of beasts were rare. Furthermore, it was necessary to figure how to detect advantageous and adverse mutations of beasts in the wilderness due to minute details. Potential was everything in this business, and catching a beast with more potential would give them more credits, increasing their bounty. While her parents were really good at finding potential beasts, she wasn't as good as her parents. Malia was only 16 years old and still learning a lot about beasts. There was more than enough time for her to catch up with her parents' knowledge, and seeing Jason's soul bond, she had to grow curious. Jason was astonished and looked at Artemis, asking himself if she learned human language. But that shouldn't be the case, as there weren't enough instances where Jason talked to someone in her presence. Artemis looked at Jason knowingly, as she transmitted through the soul bond that she could understand the rough meaning of everything said because of their connection. Without Jason hearing the conversation, she wouldn't understand anything at all. Turning his head to Malia, he answered her question while looking into her big brown eyes. She can't understand human language. Throughout our connection, she can comprehend the meaning of Greg's word. Malia tensed up for a second when their eyes met, but she noticed that his eyes weren't intimidating this time. This caused her tension to loosen up slightly, and she looked a little bit longer into Jason's eyes that looked somewhat gentle and full of warmth now. Beautiful. Blushing, she turned away her head slightly and continued questioning, somehow shy. But she is still very intelligent and underwent an advantageous mutation, right? Jason was standing between Malia and Greg, and both looked at him full of expectations. Malia was curious, and the red color of her cheeks receded slowly to her normally fair skin as she looked expectant at him, while Greg also grew curious after listening to their conversation. Looking at Greg, he began to defend Artemis with confidence, saying, "First of all, Greg, you might be right about normal snowflake owls, but Artemis is special and not weak, okay? Your control over mana should be precise enough to sense the strength of wild beasts and novice ranks, or am I wrong? Shouldn't that be the first thing to do when you meet someone new? And with that, you should have already known that Artemis is a 2-star wild beast." Jason felt proud and at the same time like a teacher because neither Malia nor Greg had scanned Artemis mana fluctuations, as both were sure about her being a weak 1-star wild beast. Both were instantly embarrassed because their parents lectured them about the same thing before. Never underestimate anyone. Never forget to find out who the person opposite you is and how strong she is. Knowledge is power. Never let your guard down when you are with people you don't trust. 100, and so on. But that was not the shocking part. What confused them the most was the last sentence Jason said, and both immediately released some of their mana in order to scan Artemis thoroughly. How? Unbelievable. Sensing Artemis mana fluctuations at the 2-star wild beast rank caused both of them to look at Jason with an open jaw. In his opinion, both looked extremely foolish, causing him to smile lightly. Jason felt Artemis's confidence soaring, and her pride overwhelmed his feeling as his facial features turned slowly into one of pride. It was the first time for Jason that he was influenced by the emotions of his soul bond. With pride it was fine, but was if this would happen with bloodlust or lust? Jason wasn't sure how he could handle it, while it was definitely something nice to share with positive emotions. Opening his mouth, he turned to Malia. "Your name was Malia, right? I hope you don't mind me calling you by your name. To get back to your question about her having an advantageous mutation, it's pretty obvious that she underwent a mutation, or at least that she isn't an ordinary snowflake owl, but to be honest, she was labeled as an adverse mutated snowflake owl, with a high chance of being born with a disease like blindness, and so on, which was the reason she wasn't noticed by others. But as you can see, she is healthy and even stronger than normal snowflake owls, as her problem was fortunately rather easily solved. Except her gluttony." Jason sighed inwardly. Greg listened to Jason quietly thinking about something, while Malia was deep in thought, scanning through Artemis as if she was a memory stick. It made Artemis feel uncomfortable, and she hid behind Jason. Malia averted her gaze when she noticed that Jason finished his speech. Jason called her by her first name, which she didn't notice at first. During the mana outbreak, many cultures appeared and vanished, while some traditions were mixed with others. And one of society's unlisted laws was to speak politely to prodigies and nobles, which included calling someone by the family name. After she finished her deep thoughts, she only began to truly understand that a man, except her brother and father, called her by her first name, which hasn't happened since her soul awakening, and she was about to get angry when their eyes met. Her rage subsided, and she couldn't even think about becoming angry, and she immediately changed the theme back to Artemis as a thought entered her mind. "Well, it's fine, but wait. Why did you pick an adverse mutated 1-star beast? I saw your soul awakening, and your chances to get another beast with your soul energy were minuscule in the short term. You might be lucky, but wasn't that too risky?" She was way too confused about the weird but good-looking youth in front of her, causing her to ask straightforwardly. Greg had the same thought, and he also exclaimed loud after hearing his sister talking about that. "Yeah, why did you pick an adverse labeled beast as your soul bond? Wasn't that too naive?" he roared out vigorously. "Greg, you should be the last person to say something like that. Haven't we already talked about that with you? You're the most foolish in our whole family." The rage just came out of Malia as she noticed his brother talking about naivety, while he himself picked a verified weaker beast as his soul bond just because Jason told him so. Luckily, the non-elemental bull calf had a hidden and sealed bloodline of a lesser minotaur race, which was a strong bipedal beast. Malia and her parents didn't believe that Jason knew about that and only thought of this as a lucky encounter, as they scolded Greg a lot. Greg began to pout, which looked extremely ugly, and Jason thought that he would begin to sob any moment when Greg suddenly shouted out, "How can you say that? Taurus is much better than your first SOLBUND. You're just jealous. Greg. Malia turned red from rage. Jason thought it was funny to see the sister pair clashing with each other, and it took them quite a while before they calmed down. Malia and Greg had completely forgotten about Jason's existence. When they saw him smiling happily at them, they felt embarrassed. It had been a long time since he had been happy while being with others except for Artemis. Thinking about the last time he had been with others, Jason noticed that he never had a friend except his mother. Are they my friends? Scratching his head awkwardly, Jason was also slightly embarrassed. However, it would be more embarrassing if he asked them if they were his friends now, so he avoided this question. Jason didn't know what to say right now, and the whole situation was awkward. Clearing his throat, he asked, "Where are your parents? I have to show them that I've accomplished my task." He tried to change the subject with this, and technically it was the only reason he came to the mansion. Somehow they changed subjects since the beginning without considering even the reason for them to talk about the main subject. Malia regained her senses before Greg and sat up with a straight back before saying seriously, "They're outside catching a certain magical beast, but I'm not sure when they'll be back. My mom gave me the responsibility to look after your task. I should only report your rank including soulbond and so on to them." Before Jason could say anything else, Malia looked into his eyes without being scared anymore when she asked seriously, "Can you show me the 5 5-star corpses or the awakened beast corpse, please? My mom told me to record everything to review it for herself." Taking out the 3 greater horned wolf carcasses, the vulture carcass, and the mutated black horned bison carcass, Malia began her inspection carefully. Her mother told Malia that she had to be strict and careful because she wasn't sure if Jason wouldn't cheat. Purchasing a 5-star wild beast carcass wasn't difficult, and the first thing Molly noticed upon starting the inspection was that 4 out of 5 carcasses were killed with a single strike. Only the vulture had a few more cuts and a larger wound at its wing. After seeing that, she thought for a moment before she decided to scan Jason's mana core rank, which left her baffled for a second as she regaining her senses. Looking at Jason, she asked with a serious face but slightly hesitant, "You are only at the 4th novice rank, and you want me to believe that you defeated 5 5-star wild beasts. According to the wounds, most wild beasts were killed with a single dagger thrust. I believe you don't have any evidence that you killed them, right?" Greg's eyes widened and he pulled himself from the bottom he was still lying on. Standing up within a moment, he looked at Jason carefully. "WOH, you're already at the 4th novice rank, that's pretty fast," Greg said while smiling at him. Malia looked at Greg as if he was the dumbest person she had ever seen, and she about to throw a fist at him when Greg continued, "Didn't you break into the 2nd novice rank on the exam day?" "You're pretty fast, haha." She was way too confused to understand anything. How could an almost 14-year-old youth only be at the 2nd novice rank on the exam day? That meant Jason's mana control and sensitivity should be awful, as he should only be able to sense mana for a short time. However, considering the fact that he improved his level by 2 in such a short time, told her that Jason was stuck at the 1st or 2nd novice rank due to a different reason. Jason noticed her perplexed gaze, and her eyes turned almost into question marks as he answered her unspoken question. "I can sense mana since a long time ago, but I couldn't improve my mana core rank due to personal reasons. Only approximately a week before the exam started, I was able to improve my mana core, which results in my weak rank." Clearing his throat, Jason added, "And you asked if I have some evidence. Unfortunately not. The only thing I have is a small injury on my back from the vulture. While I fought head-on with the vulture, the other 4 beasts were all ambushed by me with a grade 1 jade iron dagger." Finishing his explanation, he took out his dagger that was still a little bit stained with blood from his morning hunt. Malia was deep in thoughts, pondering what to do, as she decided to let her thoughts out loud without holding back. "To be honest, I am not sure if you're really able to defeat a 5-star wild beast, but the more confusing for me is the question, why exactly my parents try to help you to enter the affiliated school of the Vanguard School in Zero City. They owe you a favor, but that could have been solved with credits, or through other ways. My mother said something about your eyes, and I understand her slightly as I feel something weird about them, but considering your rank and your soulbond strength, it would be almost impossible for you to survive in any of the affiliated Vanguard schools. Furthermore, our reputation will be stained once other nobles find out that we let someone as weak as you into one of Asterix's most prosperous schools." Malia said, feeling somehow unsettled. She didn't think Jason was lying, but assassinating a 5-star wild beast shouldn't be that easy for Jason, and killing it with a single dagger thrust even less. Except his combat prowess was much higher than his rank. Considering what Jason's background told her, he was extremely poor, without anyone that could teach him about martial arts, and Malia didn't know what to do. "I'll report everything to my mother and let her decide the matter, okay?" She ended her speech and tried to show her cold face, but Jason and Greg noticed her being uncertain. Greg had always been uncomfortable with anyone except his own family since elementary school, as many parents told their children to befriend him because of their parents' business and wealth. In the beginning, everything was fine until one day when a boy clashed with Greg that the whole show was blown off. The boy who clashed with Greg told him that everyone was after his parents' wealth and not a single friend of his was real. The young Greg didn't believe it at first, but looking at the other children's innocent faces that didn't even try to deny it was devastating to the young Greg. Some of them even acknowledged this cruel fact without hesitation, which changed his mind. Getting to know that he was only befriended because of their own parents told them to shocked him, causing his mental health to suffer. Greg, faced with the cruel facts, couldn't help but feel left alone since then. It took him a long time to even talk to his family as he blamed them for being rich, but what could his parents do about it? They moved into a different city where Greg entered middle school, but he didn't make a single friend. He became a loner that ignored everyone's approach, seeing them as frauds before even getting to know them. After some time, Greg noticed a blind youth sitting next to him in class, silently listening to the lectures, focusing solely on school. He didn't mind envious classmates bullying him or treating him like trash because of his perfect grades. Somehow, Greg grew comfortable around Jason with time passing, and he took care of the bullies while asking Jason for advice about certain subjects once in a while. Jason answered them diligently, but he didn't care about Greg's existence more than necessary. This made Greg somewhat happy, and he began to secretly see the blind youth as a friend, while Jason himself wasn't aware of that. Jason thought that it was a coincidence that his classmates stopped bullying him as Greg sat next to him in school. He answered Greg's question because of gratitude towards him, but that was it. Malia thought about Greg's situation, which was the reason for her wavering eyes, as she was happy that her brother finally found a friend. Even if she wasn't happy when Jason told Greg to pick a different soul bond, in the end it was fortunately that Greg listened to Jason, which was all that mattered. Their parents were also concerned about Greg, and she hoped that they were as expectant about Jason as she was. It was the second time that Greg noticed something different about his sister, and both times were about Jason, so he drew his own conclusion. Sis, why are your eyes wavering? Do you want Jason to follow us to school? Do youll. Before he could end his sentence, a small ball of water blew Greg away a few meters. You are embarrassing. It's not like that, idiot. Jason thought they were playing again, so he didn't mind their words. But upon noticing the strength of the small water ball, he was astonished and extremely terrified. This unstable-looking water ball had the strength to blow away a third adept rank with a physical first soul bond that was probably already at the low evolved stage, without much difficulty. Malia, if your mother doesn't believe me about my capabilities, can you ask her if I can hunt another 5-star wild beast while recording it? Jason smiled gently, trying to cover his insecurity. Greg's sister looked feeble and beautiful, but behind this facade was a ferocious monster, and Jason was a little bit timid about her wrathful outbursts. Malia seemed to be at least at the expert rank, if not higher, but he couldn't really read her mana core rank as he had never seen something comparable. She seemed to have a higher mana core than the teachers he had seen so far, but her parents and the old man were still a lot stronger. Jason still asked Malia for the small favor if her mother didn't believe him. He wished to enter a high school in a grade city, as the mana density there should be multiple times higher, while instructors could help Jason with his martial arts. Many resources would be provided against school merit points that wouldn't be sold to commoners without any achievements or a vast amount of credits. Other than that, many other benefits could be gained through schools. Greg's family was his only way, but there wasn't anything he could do once his mother rejected him. If he was honest, Jason didn't think he deserved this chance, as he only told Greg to pick a different beast as the first soul bond out of his gut feeling. He could see the radiating color of the bull, but why should he care about someone he wasn't even close with, or were they close? Jason wasn't sure about that. Social interactions were still new to him, and he didn't know when exactly one could call someone else acquaintance, friend, or even close friend. Jason stored the carcasses away after Malia finished her inspection. After that, she wrote a detailed report to her mother. Thinking that he should go home, Jason wanted to stand up when Greg stopped him. Greg wanted to talk to him a little bit more about Zero City, the Vanguard School, and so on, so he stopped in his tracks. Hours passed and Jason left the Flurs mansion after the three of them finished their talk. Getting to know more about the affiliated schools of the Vanguard School, Jason was at first excited, and then he grew more and more serious until he once understood something. He was pitifully weak. Greg told Jason many information about the Vanguard-associated schools. The Vanguard School itself was a huge school, accepting the best students all over the Asterix. It was seen as one of the 3 best schools on the island, and everyone wanted to enter it, but only the best out of the best could enter it. One would need to have a high mana core rank, exceptional theoretical knowledge, and high rating in one's soul awakening. Malia was also a student in the Vanguard School, and she was at home due to the summer vacations and Greg's soul awakening. While Greg's Mana Core rank and theoretical knowledge exam were not up to the requirement, his 4-star soul awakening gave him some extra points, causing his lack in theoretical knowledge and Mana Core rank to get neglected. 4-star soul awakenings were extremely rare, and each year there would only be around 10 4-star soul awakenings on asterisks, which would already be considered a fortunate year. The Vanguard School accepted more than 10 students each year, and it was only normal for Greg to be accepted. Nevertheless, it surprised Jason that Greg's Mana Core rank did not meet the requirement, which means that he could only enter the school because of his high-star soul awakening. To enter one of the affiliated schools, one had to reach the 3rd adept rank, have extreme high exam results, at least a 2-1-2-star soul awakening, or a 2-star soul awakening with at least one extraordinary good characteristic in one's soul awakening, either soul energy or a unique soul. Jason wasn't even close to one of these requirements, except his soul awakening, as his soul was the most unique soul ever awoken in his opinion. Even so, he didn't want to expose that, which means Jason met not a single requirement. He wasn't even close to them, as his exam results were extremely bad because of his non-existent combat prowess at that time, and his Mana Core rank is still shit compared to the requirement. Jason was a little bit frustrated, and even if he was allowed to attend one of the affiliated schools because of the nobility rights Greg's family obtained, he would be the weakest with a large gap between him and the second worst student. Jason wasn't scared about being bullied. Rather, it was more likely that he would be thrown out after the first year because of his grades, which hurt his almost non-existent pride. If one couldn't accomplish the given assignments or get enough merit points by the end of the year, one would be kicked out of the school, which was Jason's biggest problem. These assignments ranged from killing late awakened beasts as one of the easier assignments to gathering herbs in 3 or 4-star wild zones that have evolved and unblemished ranked beasts. Jason couldn't even think about killing the weakest awakened beasts, as they were a few times stronger than the strongest 5-star wild beast. Assassinating an awakened beast would also be difficult, as its instincts and reaction speed were much stronger compared to wild beasts. Inside his apartment, Jason practiced the Heaven's Hell technique before he came to a decision. He had to close the gap between him and the other students as fast as possible, and Jason had 2 ways to accomplish this. Another path could be to increase Artemis rank in order to improve their combat prowess, as Jason would receive 30 from Artemis Strength Amplified. Jason had another way to improve his strength, but the chances of success were too minuscule. He could form contracts with a few 1-star wild beasts with at least some potential and force their evolution, but this could hurt his soul world core if a soul bond rejected him or breaks out of the contract once the particular beast's soul energy became higher than the contractor's. It would be better for him to increase his soul energy slowly for the time being, while relying on Artemis, who he trusted. Once he had some space left for another soul bond, he would search for one with high potential. The problem for the first 2 solutions, however, was what Jason didn't have something particular: credits. With enough credits, Jason could purchase all necessary resources, including beast cores for Artemis, but unfortunately, he had only 20 credits left. And their house was supposed to be close to both schools, while the nobility rights they used included the tuition fees for Greg. As such, Jason didn't have to pay anything to get educated and to furthermore stay alive. Nobles could normally only use their nobility rights for their own childs, but this was changed since many nobles complained about it. One could use the nobility rule 1 time for every child they bear, not a single time more. The Fleur family haven't used any of their nobility rights for schoolings, as their children were blessed with a high talent. Jason wasn't sure why this nobility rule was so like that, but he didn't mind it as he received benefits from it. One shouldn't complain while receiving benefits. There was a way for Jason to earn many credits, but this would mean he had to expose his secret, which he didn't want to do. At least not too many people should know about it. Making up his mind, he purchased a few things through his quantum bracelet, emptying his whole fortune. Left behind was only a big 12 in his bank account, and he forced to smile. The parcel would arrive the next morning. Jason washed and changed his clothes before feeding Artemis a few beast cores. Lying inside the bed, Jason was still thinking about some possibilities before the darkness swallowed him. Artemis woke up Jason as soon as she digested the beast cores, which was earlier than early, and Jason noticed that he had to give her a lot more cores so he could at least sleep a few hours a day. It was only 2 a.m., but Artemis was awake, and Jason didn't want to sleep anymore, so he practiced the Heaven's Hell technique. Jason noticed that the more often he used this technique, the faster he became with it. What astonished him the most was that the speed his soul energy replenished as it changed to a minuscule, almost not noticeable degree. At least that was what Jason felt, but he wasn't really sure about that. However, Jason noticed that the moment his soul energy increased, or rather the moment his soul world core generated more soul energy, his soul world also changed slightly. It was only minuscule and probably less than 0.0001, but Jason felt it, and the change took also place in the shared amount Artemis gave him in their soul connection. This made him happy, but he cleared his mind and opened the holographic screen of his quantum bracelet, requesting his parcel to arrive directly. A drone arrived only 20 minutes later with a big parcel below. Opening the parcel, many items entered his view. Looking inside the parcel, Jason began to smile. There were a few long ropes, some yellow potion, a syringe with some green liquid inside, a miniature cage with a red button on it, a few dozen arrows, an ungraded bow, and a weird-looking quiver. Taking out the bow, he tried to pull the string. It was difficult, but Jason would be able to pull the string back a few times in a row. The bow wasn't made by a craftsman master, rather an apprentice, but it was still fine as long as it did its job. And when he purchased the bow, it was certified as an ungraded bow able to penetrate 3-star wild beast defenses, and its price range was 8 credits, which was fine. This was more than enough for his plan, and looking at the other materials like the ungraded ropes, enlarging miniature cage, and the yellow ungraded paralysis potion followed by the green syringe, Jason thought that he was extremely smart. While the potions were already expensive, the most expensive was the enlarging miniature cage with an equal price to the bow he bought. The arrows in the parcel were simply made, and nothing special, so Jason stored them away immediately. Looking at the other items for some time, he stored them away, and decided to go to the archery centrum in the city with a shuttle. Using 10 out of his remaining 12 credits, he entered his shooting range where he could train his archery skills for 2 hours. It was early in the morning, and nobody trained one's archery skill at 2 a.m., which was also the cause for the cheap renting price. Taking out his bow and arrows, Jason had to get a feeling for his bow. The target was 20 meters away, and it shouldn't be a problem for him to hit it, or so he thought. Jason took more than 4 shots to hit the target for his first time, even if it were the outer circles, but after that, he began to get a feeling for the distance and the amount he had to pull back. After every 5 to 10 shoots, Jason had to stop for a moment to regain some stamina, as it was harder to pull the string back each time. 2 hours passed without notice, and Jason was notified to leave the shooting range. It was 4:30 am and Jason wanted to leave for the Plains Wild Zone when he noticed that he couldn't even afford a shuttle right now. Thinking about a solution, Jason thought about the beast corpses he had, and he decided to go to the merchant shops, which were only a short walk away from the archery centrum. Walking for 30 minutes, Jason saw a big, luxurious-looking skyscraper with a golden koi as a sign. It was the Golden Koi shop, which mainly purchased beast carcasses to sell certain parts to butchers, artisans, restaurants, craftsmen, and so on. Entering the building through the large automatic front doors, Jason was in a huge hall made out of marble and other exquisite materials. The hall was at least 10 meters high and a few hundred square meters in size, while 4 big pillars were situated in a square around the elevator, which stood in the middle. Between each pillar was a reception and a large, weird-looking machine with a big holographic screen in front of it. 2 options could be seen on the holographic screen, one labeled with sell and another one with the label purchase. Standing in front of the machine, Jason only knew roughly what to do, as he had never done something like that before. Clicking on the sell option, another few options appeared with the different ranks of beasts, from wild beast to evolved beast. Every day a few thousand beasts' carcasses would be sold at the Golden Koi shop, and they invented this weird-looking machine for the hunter without much time. Operated by an AI, the price for common beasts was integrated into the data, and on rare beasts at the evolved stage could be more expensive than the registered price from the company. Jason clicked on wild beasts, and a message appeared on the beast dealer. He called it himself. It had a different name, but Jason didn't like high technology Betrama Beast Trading Machine, V37. Inserting the beast carcasses in small groups of 5 into the big mouth of the machine, they landed on a small table where they were scanned by the AI. The holographic screen calculated the credits for each beast, and it took around 10 minutes until Jason had inserted every beast carcass. Because it was only 5 a.m., the whole hall was empty without any workers, as the usual working hours began at 7 a.m., and Jason had enough time so he didn't feel pressured by the crowds of humans which were normally inside this main hall. He was comfortable with them, and Greg was also the one who told Jason that he could enter some shops before the regular opening hours to sell his carcasses. Looking at the list of beasts, he noticed that there were more beasts' carcasses than he thought. 153 X Wild Beasts, Corpse 3 credits carcass 67 X Wild Beasts, Corpse 7 credits carcass 24 X Wild Beasts, Corpse 14 credits carcass 4 X Wild Beasts, Corpse 21 credits carcass 1 X, Wind, Elemental Mutated Black Horn Bull, Corpse 100 credits. Putting his arm with the quantum bracelet inside the opening port on the holographic screen appeared a message again. Transaction of 1448 credits can be done immediately. Execute transaction, yes, no. Jason was astonished but clicked yes, and he got a notification on his bracelet that the transaction was done. He had never thought that he had hunted so many beasts, but thinking about it, he hunted inside the plains wild zone for over 3 weeks around 12 hours a day. Thinking about his loot, he took a look at his spatial storage and how many beast cores he had left. There were no 2 and 3 star cores, only a few 4-star cores left behind, while even the 5-star cores were used up. Pondering if he should already purchase beast cores, Jason decided to wait until the evening after looking if his plan worked or not. Calling a shuttle with his new fortune, Jason was in front of the plains wild zone less than an hour later. Looking at his messenger, he hoped that Greg or Malia messaged him about their parents' homecoming, but there was nothing. Jason hoped that their parents would be home soon, as he had to partly rely on them to execute his plan without exposing his secret, but it didn't matter at the moment. Entering the plains wild zone with the first sunlight, he was expectant. With a bow in one hand and the quiver with the dagger secured at his belt, while the dagger was inside an ugly-looking scabbard, Jason strolled around the wild zone. The quiver was filled with his arrows, and they were coated with the paralysis potion. This paralyzing potion wasn't strong but effective against weak wild beasts, and Jason bought it exactly for this reason. Hours passed, and Jason hasn't hunted a single beast until he sighted something in the afternoon. A grin appeared on Jason's face. "Found you." Jason looked at a large pack of 2-star scaled wolves and smiled brightly. The pack had at least 15 scaled wolves, but Jason only looked at a certain wolf, which was larger compared to its brethren. Its scales looked tougher, and they shined brighter, but the most important fact was the color the scaled wolf radiated. While its brethren didn't even radiate a color, this one wolf in particular radiated a light gray color, and Jason knew from his own experience in the Beast Pagoda that this light gray meant its potential was at the evolved rank. Jason had never imagined that he would find such a treasure in a 1-star wild zone. Smiling from ear to ear, Jason took out an arrow, and it was now time to hunt a large group of scaled wolves. He knew that his bow would only be able to shoot arrows that were able to pierce through the scales slightly, but this would be enough as his arrows were coated in the paralysis potion he purchased previously. Jason was not a good archer, as today was his first time to even hold a bow, but after he noticed that his eyes remembered roughly the height he had to take to hit a target 20 meters away, he became confident. The pack of scaled wolves hadn't noticed Jason until now, and it was time for him to get closer. Luckily, there were some bushes that were quite helpful for him to prevent him from getting detected before he even took action, and Jason slowly approached the pack of wolves, which were eating some beast corpses or something like that. Hiding behind the closest bush to the wolf pack, Jason had to decide which wolf to attack first, and he made up his mind after a short moment before he pulled back the bowstring with the coated arrow already laid on. "Sir." A word could be heard, and the big wolf with the light gray mana radiating felt a sting at its shoulder before it felt his body almost instantly numbing. Luckily, these wolves were only 2-star wild beasts, and the paralysis potion was potent enough to numb the stronger wolf for a certain amount of time. Jason didn't stop after shooting his first arrow, and he shot another 3 arrows before he was even detected by the other wolves. 11 scaled wolves were still able to fight, and they stormed at Jason with bloodthirsty eyes as this unknown enemy had attacked their brethren. They didn't know what was going on with their brethren, but it wasn't anything good, so they are naturally enraged. Without thinking, they stormed at Jason, whose quiver and bow vanished into thin air. Taking out his dagger, there was already coated in a yellow liquid that dropped out of the scabbard. Jason only bought the liquid-proof scabbard for this scenario, as there was no time for him to coat his dagger during the fight, and he didn't want to waste too much of his potion. With his dagger in his hand and a 2-star Artemis high in the sky, Jason felt confident. Using a small amount of mana to enhance his lower body, he increased his speed to a certain extent. It was marginal, and without a movement technique, this enhancement was extremely restricted, but it was still better than nothing. He could maintain this for around 3 minutes until his mana was dried out, but these 3 minutes would be more than enough to kill 11 2-star wild beasts with the help of Artemis. While Jason spun around the group of 2-star scaled wolves, he inflicted small injuries that were enough for the potent paralysis potion to activate and numb his opponents. Artemis finished off the paralyzed wolves before distracting the surviving wolves. Jason was only slightly slower than the scaled wolves, but he was more flexible and had it much easier to make use of his body. Being bipedal was also advantageous, and the whole battle was finished quickly, while Artemis finished off each of the scaled wolves without leaving any of them alive, even if they were unable to defend themselves, which surprised Jason slightly. He didn't think that Artemis was so cruel, and Jason wanted to let them alive. Artemis noticed his hesitation and transmitted an image of him getting pounced by one of these wolves once they regained control over their body. It was clear what she meant. Rather, it would end up the other way around, and they would attack him to avenge their brethren or maybe to follow their wild instincts. Thinking about getting backstabbed by the ones he left alive, Jason shuddered before he regained his focus. Looking at the scaled wolf in front of him, the larger scaled wolf replied his gaze with wrath and rage, which Jason to sigh as he took out a green syringe. Inside the syringe was a sleeping solution, and he injected it into the wolf, which was still unable to move freely. Jason had still around half of his mana reserves left, and he wasn't scared about getting attacked as he was relatively close to the dome, and even if some beast attacked him, the potent paralysis potion was even slightly useful against 4-star wild beasts. They would still be able to move, but a feeling of numbness would hinder their movements slightly. Waiting for the sleeping solution to kick in, Jason took care of every scaled wolf corpse, and finally the scaled wolf was tired and fell asleep. This sleeping solution was potent, and would last a few hours even for 5-star wild beasts, so Jason wasn't scared about getting attacked by the scaled wolf. Lifting up the large wolf body wasn't easy, but once its body was laid over Jason's shoulder, it was much easier for him to move. Using some mana to reinforce himself, his steps got steadier, and 30 minutes later he reached the dome. Before going through the dome, he had to use the enlarging miniature cage he bought. Lying down the sleeping scaled wolf, he took out the miniature cage and pressed the red button before throwing the cage slightly in front of him. Clatter, clatter, clatter. After some loud rattle noises, Jason saw the miniature cage enlarging, and it looked somehow extremely satisfying. Inserting some wild beast cores to recharge the cage, he put the scaled wolf inside. Luckily, the cage had some wheels below, otherwise, Jason wouldn't be able to move around the cage, and Jason entered the dome without it attacking the scaled wolf inside the cage. It was only fortunate that Jason bought this cage, as it was a necessity for beast merchants and hunters who tried their luck with catching some beasts. Seeing these cages around 1-star wild zones wasn't common, and Jason attracted a lot of attention, which made him feel uncomfortable. Jason didn't mind others' opinions, but he still couldn't handle many people's gaze on him. While waiting for the special shuttle, he heard many people talking about him. Isn't that a scaled wolf inside the cage? Such a waste of time and credits. Finding a wild beast with potential is like searching for a needle in a hayball. Does he think beasts with high potential are commonly found like candy in a candy shop? Poor fellow. Maybe he is desperate for money and thinks living wild beasts are worth a lot. Shouldn't someone enlighten him about his misunderstanding? It's too sad. People were talking about him, and most of them were youths, while only a few middle-aged bodyguards were looking at him with conflicted thoughts. They were also naive, but not as much as the black-haired youth in front of them. Jason tried his best to ignore the onlooking people, and he rejoiced when the large shuttle that looked almost like a pickup arrived. A metal arm lifted the cage into its loading area, and Jason left the onlookers alone. While the shuttle was bringing him to the city, Jason looked if he got a message from Greg or Malia. Both had messaged him. While their messages were different, the main points were the same. While Malia's messages were rather bad news, Greg asked him to come to their mansion as soon as possible, while sugar-coating the reason with some nice words. Jason forced a smile and thought, they rejected me. Looking back at his catch, he tried his best to think positively. At least I can do some business with them. It was 5 p.m. when Jason arrived in front of the Fleur mansion, and he had to call Greg as he couldn't lift the beast cage alone. Artemis was curled up on Jason's shoulder, and it looked like a fluffy ball was placed there, while they waited for Greg, who was confused why he had to come outside before he spotted a large cage next to Jason that waved at him. He noticed the scaled wolf inside the cage, but somehow this confused him even more. Hey Jason, what are you doing here with this scaled wolf? Jason predicted Greg's confusion and said, smiling mischievously, Hey Greg, to be honest, I'm not doing anything special with this scaled wolf. I only want to sell it to your parents, nothing else. Can you please help me bring the cage inside without killing the wolf? Greg was rather dull and liked to fight more than brooding over something. As such, he didn't like to think too complicated and simply nodded. I can bring the cage inside, no problem. Lifting the cage as if it was nothing special, Greg walked inside and left Jason, who sighed and followed suit. In the end, Jason was again in the living room like the day before, but now there were 2 cages. One cage which was his own with the sleeping scaled wolf inside, while the other cage was at least 5 meters high and 8 meters in width and length. Inside this gigantic cage was a large green eagle with a length of around 3 meters inside. From its mana core, Jason noticed that the mana was a good amount larger than Malia's, and activating his mana eyes, he saw a green color he had seen once before, while Jason was also able to spot a completed mana core with 1 liquefied mana drop inside the core. Is that a magical beast? The cage the eagle was inside was empowered by mana stones, and Jason noticed mana flowing throughout the whole cage, reinforcing its toughness. After Jason saw the eagle, he noticed 2 people sitting on the couch with strong but familiar mana cores. Seeing Greg's parents, Jason immediately bowed slightly before saying, Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Fleur, nice meeting you again, smiling while looking at them. Greg's parents couldn't see any sadness or frustration inside Jason's golden shining eyes, which wondered them slightly, as they told Malia to relay their message word by word. Gabriella, Greg's mother, gave him the signal to sit down before greeting him with a hello, Jason. The whole couch surrounded a small glass table while Malia and Greg sat at the site. Jason was sitting right in front of the Fleur parents, looking around awkwardly, while the Fleurs looked at Jason intensively. Jason placed Artemis on his lap where she continued her nap. Mrs. Fleur opened her mouth first. Jason, I think you already figured out why we called you here, didn't you? She smiled apologetically, but somehow there was something else in her eyes that was only noticed by him and Mr. Fleur, who knew about her feelings. Is she sad or angry? Jason wondered. Mr. and Mrs. Fleur assumed that I bought the 5-star wild beast corpses. Following that scenario, this implies that I wanted to trick everyone here to get into a prosperous school and in a great city, right? Jason guessed. He wasn't really sad about this, as it would be weird for him to kill 5-star wild beasts so easily without getting help or buying these carcasses, but Jason was still disappointed. Why are the Fleurs even bothering in giving me a mission? That is not possible in their opinion. Nevertheless, the chances to enter a school inside in a great city just gave too many benefits, as Jason could faintly understand their suspicion, but he still had some hope left about this matter, and he wanted to try showing them his combat prowess if needed. Gabriella was astounded about Jason's calmness, which gave him some extra points, but she was still unsure how she should handle this situation. Did he really kill them, even though he doesn't have any great martial art techniques or a remarkable mana core rank, and his soul bond is also extremely weak? Jason was still calm, but he thought that Mrs. Fleur was a little bit prejudiced. If someone with professional training could do something like that, why shouldn't he be able to? And what's wrong with his soul bond? Furrowing his brows, Gabriella thought her provocation made him angry, which was her actual plan. It wasn't like she hated Jason, but she had to find out who he was before she could do anything. She still remembered the time when Greg's classmates befriended him only due to their parents' order, which caused huge damage to Greg's mental health. As a mother, she didn't want her son to feel something like that ever again, so she had to be strict and kinda evil. Sensing the presumable sadness in her eyes, Jason remembered Malia's concern, and his gaze wandered to Greg. Tilting his head slightly as if he didn't understand something, Jason looked at Greg, who also looked at him with question marks in his eyes. Returning his gaze to Mrs. Fleur, he said with all the confidence he could bring out, I don't think I need to explain myself, do I? If you don't believe me, why was there even such a task to begin at? I don't need anyone's charity, and I don't even want anyone to think that the things I did at the Soul Awakening were sophisticated plans. Nobody here owes me a favor, and I did these things on my own accord. If you don't want me to follow you to Zero City, just say so, and don't try to find other excuses. I killed these 5-star wild beasts with the help of my soul bond, and I don't really care about the opinions of others about this matter. Ending his slightly furious monologue, Jason looked into Mrs. Fleur's eyes, which were still quite difficult for him to read, but he couldn't back down. He changed the subject quickly before anyone could say anything. I also came here for some business. Maybe Mr. and Mrs. Fleur have already seen the beast cage Greg brought in. Today I was hunting inside the 1-star Plains Wild Zone, and I found this 2-star wild beast scaled wolf. I think many nobles, newly riches, or merchants with weak soul energy would be interested in it. Forcing a smile, Jason was still kinda angry, but at least for business sake, he had to show a calm face. Why should we be interested in a wild rank beast? Mr. Fleur said something for the first time, and it was time for Jason to say something dumb to prevent his secret to get exposed. My gut feeling says this beast's potential is kinda good. Jason tried to show an innocent expression, but it worked only partly as everyone looked at him a little bit weird. Jason, are you fine? You don't look good, Greg asked worriedly. He began to sweat slightly, but he remained calm and waited for their parents to say something. Unnoticed by Jason, Mrs. Fleur had gestured Malia to look at the cage, and she was already in front of it with her quantum bracelet projecting a realistic scaled wolf next to the sleeping one with all of its characteristics written down in detail. She exclaimed excitedly, this scaled wolf is larger than normal ones, and its scales are shining brightly. They are definitely tougher than the ones from normally scaled wolves. Before she continued, slightly dejected, but other than that I can't see anything special. I don't think that this scaled wolf can reach the awakened rank. Mr. Fleur opened his mouth again. Without reaching the awakened rank at the least, it's almost useless to catch this scaled wolf, even if it's somewhat stronger as its brethren. Can you prove your gut feeling? There is no way for us to tell our clients that our gut feeling is enough reason that a certain beast's potential is good. Jason felt somewhat annoyed. Why should he explain everything? He was about to get really angry as he noticed Mrs. Fleur's eyes, and he hesitated for a moment. Why is she looking at me like that, when she was the one provoking me? She's surely not concerned about me. Why don't you take a test about its potential with the basic equipment you have here? Greg told me that here is everything one needed to make simple tests about potential. It would be easier for everyone if we finish it that way, wouldn't it? The Fleur parents heard Jason's reasoning and glared at Greg that looked innocently at his parents. Our son betrayed us. It was getting more and more difficult for them to hold up their show, and both sighed before nodding their head. They suddenly changed their attitude by almost 180 degrees, and Gabriella Fleur smiled at Jason apologetically. We can do that for sure, and sorry for provoking you. I hope you didn't take it to your heart. Jason was slightly confused until he gathered his thoughts and concluded that he underwent a test. Greg was still looking innocently around, not knowing what's going on, while Mr. Fleur stood up and went to the cage while saying, "My wife would have accepted you even if you weren't able to defeat 5-star wild beasts because of Greg. Figuring out your attitude and the possibility of you trying to exploit us was more important for us because we don't want our son to get hurt. To be honest, we still can't figure out what you really want or if you really want to befriend Greg, but at least I know that you didn't directly lie to us. I also hope that you don't mind us testing you, because we had already a few youths who befriended Greg and even Malia because of our wealth. Both Greg and Malia have excellent soul awakening, and even high nobles and big family heirs try to sugarcoat them, but we haven't seen a single sincere one. At least you're telling the truth. They weren't sincere and hurt our children's feelings after betraying them. We don't want to see our kids suffer if we can prevent it. Maybe you can understand us to a certain degree. If you really killed 5-star wild beasts with the help of your soul bond, then your combat prowess and teamwork should be pretty good considering the short amount of time both of you are together." Turning the subject, Mr. Fleur continued. "And seeing this scaled wolf, it should be a leader of a slightly bigger pack as they instinctively follow the strong. We can also make a test about the scaled wolf's potential right now. It shouldn't take too long." Finishing speaking, Mr. Fleur opened the small cage and took out the sleeping scaled wolf. After taking out a syringe to take some of its blood, he vanished from their sights. Jason's eyes widened in shock as Mr. Fleur just disappeared from his sight. Even his exceptional eyes could only see a blur where he stood before nothing was left behind. Did they accept me or not? He was still confused, but asking would be a little bit too much, and Jason decided to wait with his jaw open, as Mr. Fleur's speed was extremely fast. Greg and Malia were accustomed to their father's speed, but Jason was still sitting there lost in thoughts. The whole situation was over so quickly, and Jason was more than confused when he remembered something Mr. Fleur said a moment ago. "Why does he know I didn't lie?" Jason mumbled. Greg heard him and said proudly, "My father has formed a contract with a mutated miniature jade bat, which is an extremely weak magical beast. Nevertheless, its hearing is exceptional, and he probably listened to your heartbeat to detect if you lied." While Greg said that his mother looked dumbfounded at her son, shaking her head in disbelief, she wondered where this naive stupidity came from. Was he really their child? Jason was also astonished that Greg revealed his father's secrets and was slightly ashamed. Clearing his throat, he wanted to explain Greg's mistake to him as a small fist hit Greg on the back of his head, causing him to fall from the couch. "Ouch, why Malia?" Greg looked at his sister with sad eyes, causing Malia to throw another fist that he evaded by rolling around on the ground. "How can you be so stupid? You know that one shouldn't reveal soul bonds and their characteristics, including what the soul bond shared. And to add on, it's not even your own soul bond, but your dad's." Mrs. Fleur looked at her daughter, still dumbfounded, but now it was because of Malia's violence. She didn't know how such a beautiful and delicate young girl could change so fast once her brother annoys her. Will she find a boyfriend? Thinking further, she was shocked. She wouldn't beat her boyfriend up, right? Gabriella furrowed her brows, thinking about that. Meanwhile, Jason was smiling, seeing both of them engaging in a small skirmish with each other, and Artemis, who had remained silently on Jason's lap, opened her eyes before she flapped her wings to soar into the air. Seeing the sibling pair engaged in a small battle, Artemis cried out and circled above, then cheering them up. She liked both of them as Jason transmitted a comfortable feeling for both of them. Looking at Jason's soul bond circling above them, crying out sometimes, which seems to be laughter, Mrs. Fleur smiled lightly before averting her gaze to Jason, who looked at her kids with a gentle smile. Now she finally understood that Jason didn't want any benefits from them, and it would be a shame to leave him here while they left for good. Taking him with them shouldn't be much of a problem. Even if his talent was bad, Greg and even her daughter, who seems to be a cold-hearted girl in public, could be themselves while Jason was there. They didn't have to adjust their behavior to please Jason in any way. Jason looked at the siblings for some time before he looked at the big cage with the eagle inside. He wasn't sure if he was allowed to ask about this, but Jason didn't think there would be much harm in it. Was this eagle caught by Mr. and Mrs. Fleur during the last few days? Jason was curious about some things, and Mrs. Fleur noticed that, and she averted her gaze to him. "This greater storm eagle is a magical beast and was caught by us 2 days ago, and it will be our client's next soul bond." Looking at the greater storm eagle, Jason wondered if forming a contract with a matured magical beast without future potential would be that good. If the client was only searching for a normal magical beast to get a combatant, the shared amount of strength and mana, it would be fine, but there wouldn't be any increase in the client's soul energy, and the chances that a wild magical beast would rampage without forming a deep connection through their soul was also not small. It was dangerous to form a contract with a matured magical beast and not worthwhile if the beast had no potential left. If a magical beast was a cub, it would take some time to mature, and with this time it would probably form a deeper connection with its master, which would in most times be strong enough to prevent a rampage. That was added to the fact that cubs were easier to tame and raise. Trying to tame a mature wild magical beast, good luck and have fun. Not only is the soul energy needed extraordinarily large, but there's also the problem with the temper of matured beasts. Jason's facial expressions were somehow complicated, and he wasn't sure if he should say something or not, as it was not his business if the client wanted to form a dangerous, matured magical beast that didn't have the chance to improve in the future. Greg and Malia had stopped their brawl some time ago, and they looked at Jason, as his expression seemed to be uncomfortable. Gabriella noticed the same, and she wasn't sure why, but she somehow wanted to ask what was wrong with this magical beast to make Jason change his expression like this. She knew that Jason's gut feeling he mentioned earlier was something else and grew curious about his opinion as Greg got a very strong first soul bond, and apparently Jason's first bond also seemed somewhat unique. Now if the scaled wolf he brought to them also had some potential, it would mean that it couldn't be a coincidence anymore. She smiled lightly at Jason to encourage him while saying, "It's fine, just say whatever is on your mind." Jason pondered how to put it simple before replying. This magical beast's potential is already completely used up. There is no potential left for it to reach the next rank. Contracting it won't give many benefits, rather it should be quite dangerous, right? Why should someone contract this beast? Mr. Fleur looked calmly at Jason, who once again looked at the big beast cage in the back. Is this greater storm eagle really not used for breeding? Wouldn't it be dangerous to form a contract with a wild magical beast without getting any real benefits from it except a small share of strength and mana? It is way too dangerous, even after considering the benefits. Waiting for a hatchling should be much easier. The only thing needed is time. The only real benefit I can really tell is that some nobles want to use this greater storm eagle for other purposes instead of forming a sincere soul contract. It was silent for a short moment before Mrs. Fleur broke the silence. Sighing, Mrs. Fleur began her explanation. She didn't really like the kind of situation they were now in, and that Jason found out about the greater storm eagle's real purpose, but it was almost exposed, so she could explain it at the least. You're a smart Jason, and it's true that this magical beast won't be used as a normal soul bond, but we didn't lie that it will be used as a soul bond for our client. However, the reason is different than one would think. Gabriella hesitated for a moment before she continued. To be honest, it's a pity, because our client is a noble who involved himself with someone he shouldn't have. Putting it simply, our client has accepted a soulbond life or death battle which is in a few days, because he was provoked or something like that. We don't really know the exact reason our client caused to accept it, but our client wasn't aware what kind of beast his opponent formed a contract with recently, which was his first big mistake. This client already has a greater storm eagle, but its potential is infinitely close to reaching the next rank, while his opponent has bound a beast that is already on a higher rank from Canier or some other island. We were only employed to catch a greater storm eagle as a sacrifice, and it doesn't matter how high its potential is. It's cheaper to sacrifice a part of one's soul that can regenerate over time with a non-potential wild greater storm eagle than sacrificing a high-potential greater storm eagle that has already been tamed. Her eyes turned slightly wet, and Jason felt that she was agitated. We really hate this situation and despise everyone who uses beasts as if they are objects, but unfortunately we cannot afford to displease our client's clan as they have many high-ranked individuals and wide connections that could completely destroy our reputation within minutes, if not worse. Our only worth is that we are profound in catching beasts and our strength is decent, but unfortunately we are only two and it's easier to please big families than upsetting them. Both of us are ashamed about the situation, and we are sorry for the greater storm eagle, but we couldn't find another way to please our client. And if we didn't catch this greater storm eagle, a different one would be caught by other captors, but that shouldn't be an excuse. Listening to Mrs. Fleur's explanation, not only Jason was shocked, upset, and also slightly disgusted. Even Malia and Greg heard something like this for the first time. Their shock could perfectly be seen from their facial expression, and Malia jumped up from the couch before looking at her mother disgustingly, before rushing out of the room. Greg didn't know what to say, but he still decided to stay up, before he also left the room without looking at Jason or his mother. And Jason sat there looking at Mrs. Fleur and scratched his head in awkwardness. He was still able to remain relatively calm, even thought he found it disgusting. But this disgust wasn't directed at Mrs. Fleur, rather than that it was concentrated on the oblivious behavior the nobles displayed, playing with lives as if it was nothing. Was it okay to say something like that in front of Greg and Malia? He was slightly worried if he had destroyed their relationship, but Gabriella only shook her head before replying with a sigh. That's okay, it was time for them to face reality. To be honest, we don't like doing something like that, and we prefer capturing beasts with high potential to see our client forming a contract with sincere feelings, which makes us proud, but sometimes situations like this can't be prevented. I don't want to make excuses, but we wouldn't do something like that if we weren't forced to do it. Unfortunately, however, the reality is different, and we can't afford to upset any of the bigger clans and families, as we are too weak and probably only one of thousands of chess figures in front of them. Our rank is high without question, but there are so many big families with huge amounts of resources on asterisks alone that it isn't uncommon for many individuals to reach our rank. I can understand if you're disgusted by us or you don't want to have to do anything with us anymore. You can decide that on your own, she said, sighing deeply, and Jason could feel her being frustrated about the whole situation. Jason was thinking carefully. He was still disgusted, but since the beginning, Jason was more disgusted with the minds of most nobles and big clans. The strong rule the weak, and this was even the case with Greg's parents, who Jason considered as extremely strong. He wasn't sure which rank they were, but he measured that they had to be at least at the Magus rank to catch a matured greater storm eagle without any issues, and the liquefied mana drops inside their mana cores were also a fact. That spoke for this thought. Asterix wasn't especially rich in resources, high-ranked rifts, or even many mana density region compared to other bigger islands in the mainland of humanity, but it was also not the worst, and reaching the Magus rank at the age of Greg's parents could already be considered quite good. Jason thought about their situation and remembered his mother getting murdered by a mysterious heir without getting punished. Maybe he wasn't even scolded, and rage began to burn inside his heart against these filthy nobles that didn't care about the victims and weaker humans, only because their life was easy without any obstacles. Mrs. Fleur saw Jason's anger in his face and didn't know why he was like that before Jason's facial expression eased up slightly. Looking into each other's eyes, Gabriella saw tears on Jason's cheek while he opened his mouth. Agony and grief filled his voice that trembled. I can understand you, but why is this world so unfair? The strong can do whatever they want to do without getting punished, and the weak ones have to suffer only to please others. The strong can throw a fit whenever they want and murder to their heart's content, and nobody does anything against them. Even my mother couldn't avoid getting dragged into their business. Tears streamed down his cheeks, and Jason wanted to stand up, leave the mansion as soon as possible to avoid the embarrassing situation he dragged himself into. He looked down and covered his eyes before standing up. I am sorry, Ilgoen. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt two slender arms embraced him from the front. It's okay, you can cry if you want. There is no need to suppress your feelings all the time. You'll only hurt yourself like that. Jason was only 13 years old, and he had to shoulder a big burden with him being blind and the loss of his mother, who he had relied on for his whole lifetime. Living alone in a dangerous world without a single person he could rely on was too much for him to handle, and Jason let completely loose, crying bitterly. Mrs. Fleur had already done a background check on Jason, but she only knew that his mother died because of an accident, and obviously, the information she got was wrong and the truth kept a secret. His mother was killed by some noble, and Gabrielle immediately understood Jason's grief. The strong could do whatever they want without caring for anyone except the stronger, and it was suffocating for the ones who had to endure the pain. Jason's eyes got blurry and he continued to wail, while Artemis landed on Jason's head, trying to console him with thick tears pouring down her plumage. Being connected to each other's soul wasn't always pleasing, and Artemis felt Jason's rage and agony, turning her field of emotions extremely chaotic. While Jason cried for a long time, Mr. Fleur was already back with the scaled wolf thrown over his shoulder, and he stood behind a pillar with Greg and Malia, who came back after calming down. They didn't know what happened, but seeing Jason cry in their mother's embrace, they were more than a little bit confused. It took Jason some time until he stopped crying, and Mrs. Fleur let him out of her embrace after reassuring that Jason was fine. Mr. Fleur used this chance to intercept them without causing his wife to beat him up later. Clearing his throat, he said out loud, I have the results of the scaled wolf's basic potential test. It's quite fascinating. While trying to turn the situation normal once again, Jason wiped away the tears on his cheek before turning to Mr. Fleur. Forcing a smile, he said, That's nice. I hope my gut feeling was correct. Mark wasn't exactly sure what to say, as the situation was still awkward. As such, he just did what he was supposed to do. Indeed, this scaled wolf is quite special among, but I wonder how you figured it out. This scaled wolf is really special," as he put the sleeping scaled wolf back into the smaller cage. Sitting down next to Gabriella, who also sat back on the couch, he continued saying, "This scaled wolf underwent a mutation, strengthening its monocore slightly compared to its brethren, increasing its limitation to a 5-star wild beast, which is already good enough to sell it to a breeder. But that's not all, because there is something else special about this scaled wolf. It's not entirely sure, but the scaled wolf is also in the development phase of its second mutation already, and a fire ability seed is unexpectedly forming inside its monocore, creating a fire affinity. Following that, the potential test, scales, and measurements are also indicating that this scaled wolf has the potential to reach at least the mid-awakened stage, probably higher, but we have to make some deeper tests to figure out more. This will at least take a few days." Mark Fleur was managing the whole beast trading and seeking out how to detect a beast's potential, while his wife was good at catching beasts and scheduling everything. Mrs. Fleur began deciding their schedule for the next 2 weeks. The holidays are over in 2 weeks, and school will start right after. "Jason, your application won't take long, but some time to adjust to a grade city is important for both you and Greg. We want to depart in 5 days, and the trip will take around 3 days. If the profound test of the scaled wolf is finished before our departure, we can sell it through our connections for a good price. Otherwise, we can take it with us, as our vehicle is large enough to take a few larger beast cages with us. But we can already estimate a price for the scaled wolf, as its potential is quite promising, and pay you the amount." Jason listened, carefully nodding all the time until the talk about credits began. "Oh, is it really okay to pay me before the beast is even sold? And am I allowed to know how the price is calculated?" Thinking for a second, she nodded her head before replying. "Well, I can obviously tell you how the price is calculated, because it is not a secret, and everyone can research it online, but this includes only the price range provided by the government, and not the price nobles would pay to get a better soul bond to supply their descendants. One would rather form a contract with a beast which naturally provides soul energy and still grows in strength than a beast with an already used-up potential." Thinking for a moment, Gabriella continued. "Some nobles have weak soul energy like you, and they would rather form a contract with a matured 2-star wild beast, which has the high chance to grow into an awakened or maybe even evolved beast." Adding on the fact that it was already known which ability the scaled wolf would definitely get, the price would only soar higher. As this is one of the most important things one would have to reconsider when forming a soul bond with a high-potential wild beast. There weren't many problems with a beast awakening an elemental ability, but once the contractor doesn't have the compatible affinities from ones to it, their connections would go off the rails and only worsen. It wouldn't completely destroy the connection between each other, but even the amplification provided by this beast would worsen slightly. Sometimes there are beasts with multiple elements after evolving, but only one of these abilities has to be in sync with the contractor, which was in the scaled wolf's case a fire soul affinity. As for the payment, you can look at it like we purchased the scaled wolf from you with a little higher price than the government would provide, and we continue to sell it through our channels. This would benefit both of us, and we could maintain it like this for the future if you like it. If you don't like it this way, you can sell the scaled wolf yourself to someone, but I think my solution is more efficient for everyone. Jason thought this was more than fair for both of them, and he was expectant about the scaled wolf's price. He had already suppressed his sadness from before and was totally focused on the situation in front of him. "I think that would be the best for both of us. This might sound greedy, but can we maybe calculate the price for a wild beast with the potential to reach the evolved rank? I am pretty sure the test will tell the same. If I'm wrong, I will compensate Mr. and Mrs. Fleur with everything you paid me." He was somehow in need of money, as he couldn't even compare slightly to his future classmates, and right now his whole fortune was only around 1,000 credits, which was nothing in comparison to each and everyone in a grade city, but he was confident in the ability of his eyes and trusted them completely. Mr. and Mrs. Fleur were astonished, but there was no need to reject his proposal, as the test results would be out in a few days, and after that Jason would need to come back to them for their trip to the grade city, even if Jason's gut feeling was wrong. If he wanted to run away, nobody would hinder him, as attending a prestigious school was much more valuable than some credits one could gain by selling a wild beast with an evolved rank potential. Mrs. Fleur answered with a gentle smile as she saw Jason's impatience and small sweat pearls running down his temples. "Of course, we can pay you the price for a wild beast with the potential of 2 rank ups, including its mutation and the shaping of a fire seed inside its monocore. If its potential turns out to be worse, you can pay us back the difference later on, but more importantly, you can call me Gabriella. I don't like getting called Mrs. Fleur. It sounds so distant, and you're a friend of my children." She knew he was short of money through the background check, and that Greg had already explained Jason about the average strength of his future classmates. Furthermore, she also knew something about Jason's eyes, as Greg told her what Jason said during the soul awakening. She was aware that it should be a secret, but Greg told her everything, and he couldn't keep a secret from her. Mr. Fleur next to his wife also replied calm, but also somehow emotionless. If you want, you can also call me Mark. There is no need to be overly polite. Jason began to smile and thanked both of them for their generosity to pay him without seeing the final result. He wasn't sure if he could call both of them by their first name, but he would try later on. Melia and Greg came out from behind the pillar and sat back down to the couch next to Jason with daggers in their eyes, piercing their parents. Mark didn't know what happened, but he had a faint premonition, while Gabriella tried talking to them with guilt in her voice. Jason took down Artemis from his head and put her down on his lap where she snuggled up against his hands. In front of Mark appeared a holographic screen, and it looked like he tried to avoid getting stabbed with his children glare of death and tapped around a few times until a satisfying number appeared. If we consider the scaled wolf as a matured 2-star beast with the potential to reach the evolved rank, 2 rank-ups, adding the price for a pre-establishment of a fire affinity, the price for this scaled wolf would be around 800 credits if the government bought them. It's extremely rare to see a wild beast with potential, which is why the price is this high. High nobles would pay much more, and my wife already said that we will offer more than the government. I think 100,000 credits should be more than satisfying, won't it? What? Jason exclaimed, and he was shocked about the number, as it was more than he had expected. But don't be fooled. 100,000 credits might look like much, but after considering the price for most resources, you will notice that it's only a long number. Still, for Jason, this number was double the amount he had previously, and if he continued catching beasts with potential, maybe he could be comparable to his future classmates, at least in context to their wealth. But this would take much of his time. Jason could also use in other ways. As such, he could only disregard this thought. After business was done, all of them talked for a few hours about their trip to Zero City, until it was night, and Jason declined their offer to eat dinner with them and decided to go home. Arriving at home deep at night, Jason didn't forget to practice his Heaven's Hell technique. He noticed that the replenishing process was going smoother and smoother, and according to its stability and pureness, Jason was already able to meet the requirements of the second level, but the amount of his soul energy was still not enough. Apparently, he had reached a soul energy of 3 units, which was already decent if he considered how much he had in the beginning. Waking up due to Artemis jumped around on his belly, Jason straightened his back slowly, and Artemis flapped happily with her wings. Jason always wondered if Artemis would just continue to grow stronger, or if she should evolve, as he noticed her mana core almost reaching the strength between a 2-star and a 3-star wild beast. The paper-thin mana flow in her body continued to thicken slowly, but she didn't grow anymore, or that was at least what Jason thought for the moment. Jason had many things to do, and with his newly acquired fortune, he could begin his shopping. But before he would do that, Jason canceled his leasing contract for his apartment, as it would be useless once he moved into an upgraded city. After that, Jason got half of his already deposited money back, which was more than he expected. With slightly more than 1 million credits, Jason wanted to purchase quite a few things. Jason liked fighting with his dagger, but he found out that once his only dagger was blown away by his opponent or thrown away by himself, he would be completely unarmed. He looked at quite a few websites, and his luck didn't betray him, as he found a pair of tempered jade iron daggers at the mid-grade one from the same user. He purchased his first untempered jade iron dagger from. Their price was more than reasonable, with 160 credits, and Jason could even pierce through a late-awakened beast hide with them. He also remembered the time he threw his dagger, and he wanted to learn knife throwing, as it was easier to combine it with his dagger-orientated combat style than a bow. After thinking for a moment, Jason bought 100 low-grade 1-cornet throwing knives. Their length was around 15 centimeters, and the blade was 6 centimeters long, extremely thin, but because of the innate characteristic of coronet, it was still quite endurable. Coronet was one of the most common ores and comparable to iron 300 years ago, but it had slightly superior durability and mana conductivity. With enough mana injected, these throwing knives would pierce through the hide of late-awakened beasts, but that wasn't their purpose. One would more likely throw these knives in small openings or vital spots rather than good defended spots. Their price was 1.5 credits per throwing knife, so another 150 credits were deducted from his decreasing fortune. In addition to the throwing knives, Jason also got a mechanical knife holder, which looked like a normal black box with 2 slits on the sides. On the sides, the knives would stick out and they would be replaced once taken out, and around 50 knives in total could be inserted. Jason wondered how this was possible, as 50 knives weren't few, and the box was described as 20 centimeters long, 5 centimeters width, and 3 centimeters in height. Jason admired the sorting skills of this mechanized system, as he estimated that not a single millimeter space was left behind. After purchasing the throwing knives, Jason decided to continue purchasing weapons, and he looked at a graded bow. It looked decently, and it was a small compact box which would be attached to his lower back without hindering his movements, while a single knife could be taken out from both sides. But he was quite shocked to notice the large difference for ungraded and graded bows. Considering his strength now, and the fast increase in strength he expected, he decided to purchase a mid-grade 1 bow made out of an low evolved strengthened elemental deer with fortified horns. Their tendons and horns were perfect materials to manufacture a bow with it. The price was 77 credits, and he purchased a bunch of reinforced arrows that would not shatter even upon hitting a steel wall for 27 credits. It was astonishing to see that a bow made out of awakened beasts could be sold for so much, as the evolved ranked elemental deer was only worth around 5 credits at most. Calculating his expenses, Jason was shocked before he was reminded that he wasn't even close to finishing his online shopping tour, but his credits were disappearing without notice. He needed some defensive garments and some new paralysis potions, a tranquilizer, a few enlarging miniature beast cages, mountains of beast cores for Artemis, and if there was still something left, he would look out for himself. At least a little bit would definitely be left for him, as he had to eat and drive around with the shuttle. Deducting 1,000 credits for himself would be enough for that, so Jason continued his purchase. After more than an hour, Jason's whole fortune of 1,000,000 credits was used up because the garment he bought was a low-grade 2 hide armor that could adjust itself slightly to its wearer and defend against the physical attack of each kind of awakened beast and even mid-evolved beasts. Its price was horrifying 400 credits, but for Jason his life was worth even more. Never would Jason imagine that the price was so cheap because it was already worn by someone, fixed a few times, and also one of the cheapest grade 2 garments. Jason was more than a little bit shocked to see the price tags of most garments and weapons, as the rare materials were not even close to the prices most wanted for the finished product. He now understood why blacksmiths, rune masters, alchemists, and these other jobs were called rich, powerful, and sometimes even greedy. But nobody knew that their expenses in their apprenticeship were more than horrifying, as most works were failures, and it would take a long time until one could call himself a blacksmith, for example. Furthermore, it wasn't easy to not stabilize the mana conductivity in most materials and use them to complete perfect weapons or garments. Comparing the price from his leather armor to the prices of most grade 2 or 3 weapons, Jason felt dizzy. While grade 1 weapons were comparable to awakened beasts, grade 2 equipment could already be compared with evolved and even unblemished beasts, while grade 3 was something only magus would be barely able to use, and these equipment were manufacturers out of magical beast materials and the following beast ranks. Jason didn't know a single person who owned grade 4 equipment on Asterix, but he had heard about a saint blacksmith who forged a grade 4 weapon for someone on Canier, and Jason wondered how many grade 4 weapons and armors existed. While normal graded weapons were already frustratingly expensive in Jason's opinion, he also saw a few offers for magic and soul weapons, and his face couldn't be described with words as he saw their price tags. Jason dreamed about owning a powerful soul weapon, as he heard that some extraordinary materials could even enhance the effect of one's soul and help each other symbiotically. But those were only legends from Canier, and Jason wasn't sure if something like that really existed. While he still had 190 credits left, but they were used up after he bought 3 low grade 1 paralysis potions, a graded tranquilizer with 10 shots, and 1 big self-driving enlarging miniature beast cages. The most expensive was the graded tranquilizer, but it was also one of the most important things he needed, as it would be quite uncomfortable if a beast woke up while it was thrown over one's shoulder. Jason had around 10 credits left from his hunting trip and the canceled apartment, but he wouldn't buy Artemis beast cores as he had a few left, and Jason wanted to test his new toys out once they arrived. It wouldn't take long for his parcel to arrive, and he practiced the Heaven's Hell technique to kill time. After that, Jason made himself some space to practice his modified Azure Feisty Ape technique before the long-waited message came. His parcel arrived, and Jason sprinted to the door where he saw the drone with his packets below. After showing his ID and giving his sign, he took the heavy parcel inside and opened it expectant. It didn't take long for Jason to completely change his attire, and he wore his black leather garment, which adjusted itself perfectly on his small build, while the small black automatic knife holder box was docket at the lower back of his leather garment. It was operated by mana, but the amount needed was so marginal that Jason could easily fill it. Inserting 50 knives, a rattling could be heard with a metal sound before one knife after another vanished inside the small box. Filling the knife holder, The handles could be seen pointing out on each side. Jason also got some dagger sheets for his purchase, and they were also black. His new daggers were gleaming with a jade green color, and one was slightly curved while the other one was straight. The curved one was 28 centimeters in length, while the straight one was 30 centimeters long. After admiring his new toys for a long time, his shuttle arrived, and he went down not forgetting to store everything away. The shuttle would bring him to the plain 1-star wild zone, and Jason was already expectant how everything would take place with his new weapons. He was wearing all black, while the green color of his daggers drew some attention to them, but more importantly, Jason's golden eyes were the best attention seeker, and he pondered if he should buy contact lenses for the future. Inside the shuttle, Jason had already requested to camp close to the plane's wild zone again, which was accepted immediately, and afterward Jason began playing around with a throwing knife in his hand. He had seen many martial arts videos since he had regained his sight, and apparently it was good to improve one's hand mobility and flexibility while doing some tricks with a knife. Jason was quite clumsy and cut himself a few times, but he could avoid more serious injuries as he simultaneously practices his control over mana by forming a small membrane over his hand. It was almost lunchtime when Jason arrived at his camping place, and he set up his tent before practicing the Heaven's Hell technique. He ate something afterward and stood up to enter the 1-star wild zone. Jason wanted to train his knife throwing, but before that, he had to do something else. Unknowingly to himself, Jason was still agitated about him crying in front of Greg's mother, and he had to let loose, but this time in a different way. Artemis was circling above him and notified him about large beast groups. A certain large pack of 2-star wild-fanged coyotes drew his attention, and he thought that he might even be able to learn knife throwing while settling his agitation. This thought might be cruel, but this world was not different as every individual aspired to get stronger. And Jason had to get stronger to survive in this world, as even the proclaimed safe cities were also not what they seemed to be, as his mother was unjustly killed without anyone getting punished. Jason wasn't sure if he wanted revenge or justice, punishing the mysterious heir, but he knew that it neither was possible currently except if he would get stronger to force the government to punish his mother's homicide. If nothing worked, Jason would just do it by himself. Government could FK of in this case. While he thought about his mother, he took out a knife for each hand and injected a marginal amount of mana in them so that they could fly slightly more straight to withstand the drafts around him. One would normally not handle knife throwing like him, and adjust the angle so that the knife would use the draft to hit the target with the same amount of force, but Jason used his mana to brutally force his way through the slight drafts, even if it was only a small amount of mana. There were around 12 fanged coyotes charging at him, but noticing Jason's enraged golden eyes flickering coldly, fear could be seen, filling their eyes as they tried to run away, only to notice that the predator behind them followed with fast strides. One coyote after another was attacked by flying knives, even if only half of them hit their target while even less hit vital spots. Jason continued running after them, and 5 minutes later blood drenched his knives before he calmed down. It may be cruel, but Jason's mind relaxed after he had killed these 12 fanged coyotes. As every knife was injected with a marginal amount of mana, he could trace all of them. After 15 minutes, all knives and corpses were picked up, and Jason used another 5 minutes to clean the knives properly. Inserting them again, Jason was ready to continue his training. He wasn't agitated anymore and could concentrate much better. Scanning each and every beast about their potential, Jason couldn't find a single wild beast with potential, and he understood again that wild beasts had the worst out of the worst potential. But he had to say his eyes were definitely superior and exceptional as he found Artemis with them, and he was still unsure what she was as he couldn't really figure out her color. It seemed blur and was comparable to the color he saw by humans. Some kind of transparent color was it, but Jason wasn't sure. Hours passed and Jason was getting more and more proficient with throwing knives, and after a few hundred throws, his accuracy became better and better. He didn't even need to inject mana into them anymore, as he could faintly sense how the drafts would adjust the knives during their flight. Jason was also getting more proficient with dual-wielding his daggers, and the fights against most wild beasts finished rather unspectacular. He wasn't fighting any 5-star wild beast groups as he was still not completely confident in defeating them, but with his good equipment, even 4-star wild beast groups weren't much of a difference compared to 3-star wild beasts. Jason made up a small tactic to throw a few knives to injure his opponents before overwhelming them with his speed and dual wielding. It was a rather dull plan, but it worked fine. Facing 5-star wild beasts wasn't as scary as before with his good equipment, because he threw knives at them to inflict injuries, which would only worsen during the battle while retreating to stall more time. Jason was almost playing with these beasts, and even 5-star wild beasts like the greater horned wolf with their superior speed were no match against him throwing knives while backing off an Artemis distraction. Once he injured a beast, it would only increase his advantage if it moved around without caring about the injury it sustained. Because of the low intelligence of most wild beasts that was probably even below children in kindergarten, Jason had a nice time practicing. It was relatively relaxing even for Jason, who was only at the 4th novice rank. In normal cases, it is said that beasts at the same rank and level as a human should be stronger because the increase in one's mana and physique is more present for beasts. And normally Jason should only be able to defeat a 2-star wild beast according to his mana core rank. Including the amplification from Artemis, he would be able to face against a 3-star wild beast. Considering the fact that the gap between each level or star is not that much at the novice and wild beats rank, it wouldn't be impossible for him to defeat a wild beast at 4 stars. But Jason could massacre through the groups of beasts as if it was nothing because he had also a weapon advantage, and his keen observance made it almost impossible not to evade beast attacks. Including his increasing combat experience, it seemed as if he could reign over the 1-star wild zone without further ado. A beast had to be extraordinarily fast to hit him, as Jason's eyes could foretell attacks to a certain extent. One could say that Jason learned how to fight extremely fast, and his improvement with all kinds of weapons were terrifying, as he could notice the flaws during his battle, and after each fight he would collect his flaws and fix them during the next fight. Was that not possible, Jason would try solving the issue after entering the dome, where he had enough time to slowly fix his mistakes with an indestructible determination. A day passed and Jason woke up full of energy, while Artemis was happily flapping with her wings gazing at Jason with expectations. Jason had to feed her more and more incomplete wild beast cores every 2 to 3 days, and he wondered if she had a limit. Otherwise, he would run into bankruptcy once she needed more than Jason could provide. And there was also the question, what would happen when she absorbed more mana than she could digest? Was that even possible? Or would she just digest it with a long hibernation? Would she evolve or just break her limits? Too many questions about Artemis were on Jason's mind, but also some questions about himself, including his soul and eyes, but there were no answers no matter how hard he thought about it. One thing Jason was also very interested in was answered 2 days ago when he was at the Fleur mansion. Jason had a deep thirst for knowledge, and he asked Gabriella and Mark Fleur many questions about mana, beasts, how mana influences the environment, and much more. During that, he felt enlightened many times, and he found out something particular. There were techniques in this world to passively replenish one's mana while breathing, walking, running, and so on. While there were multiple stages with the possibility to even gather mana during sleep, it was extremely difficult as one's mind had to divide itself to do multiple jobs at the same time, but Jason wanted to try it. At least the easiest stage was something Jason was confident to achieve in, somehow, probably, replenishing mana while walking around. Greg and Malia could already do it, and they were also able to replenish their mana while running. They also told him about the difficulties one would have to face during learning how to passively replenish one's mana. First, you had to be able to split your mind into different task fields, or to say it simpler, multitasking. While that alone was already relatively difficult, one also had to have a certain degree of control over mana, which an average youth on Asterix would achieve after roughly 6 years. This wasn't considered a problem for Jason, as he had control over his mana for almost 10 years while his control was extremely sensitive since the beginning. He wasn't sure if he could perform multitasking right off the bat, but he could learn it, and his advantage was his eyes. Jason wanted to walk right into a mana stream and stroll around inside to practice, walking and replenishing mana at the same time. Jason had to acknowledge that he was definitely expectant about it, but his mood was soured as he thought that Greg wasn't considered a prodigy from his mana sensitivity, mana core rank, or in Jason's opinion top-tier martial arts skills. Rather, it was that his soul was the most unique about Greg, including his soul bond, and he could already replenish his mana even during some small spars. Could everyone do that, or was Greg underestimating his own sensibility? Jason thought with a sour facial expression. If everyone was able to passively replenish his or her mana while running, Jason had to also do it to decrease his gap to them. Jason's practice of the Heaven's Hell technique wasn't neglected, and Jason felt that his soul was overjoyed every time he practices this technique, as his soul world increased with his soul world core. This wasn't a common case, but some rare souls had the ability to grow to a certain degree. That was because their mind couldn't handle the normal size of their soul world, and the world had to adjust itself to prevent permanent injuries. Jason's case, however, was different, but he wasn't aware of that fact. His soul energy was extremely strong at the beginning, but it was absorbed by his soul world before anyone could notice it, except the old man who thought it was an illusion caused by his ambition. Once his soul energy grows stronger, his soul world would also enlarge. Jason shuddered as he was reminded about the pain he had to suffer during his soul awakening. Walking around the camping area next to the one-star Plains Wild Zone, Jason had to use up mana so he could replenish it. After throwing a few knives injected with mana into a thick 3, Jason tried to feel the mana while walking around. Because he was constantly on the move, it was definitely slightly more difficult to feel the mana, and his focus was sloppier, but it was still not too difficult as his sensitivity with mana was excellent. The first step was done, but the more difficult step was yet to come. Jason was now supposed to absorb the mana into his body and lead it through his mana channels to complete a whole cycle in order to annex it into his mana core. Only then would the mana be yours and part of your body. It was so difficult, and Jason had to walk at a very slow pace to even start integration the mana into his mana core. He only walked subconsciously, while focusing mostly on the whole mana replenishing process, which wasn't the correct way. It should have been the other way around, and Jason asked himself if he would be able to do it the right way, and more importantly when. He wasn't sure how long Greg and Malia took to do it, but he wouldn't ask them about it because knowing it could be more disastrous than not knowing it. If they needed a long time, Jason would be too lazy, and if they took a very short amount of time to perfect it, he would be discouraged. Artemis was flying around, exhausting herself, while trying to do the same as Jason. Commonly, beasts below the magical beast rank replenished their mana by eating other beasts or eating plants with mana in them, or just by resting, while magical beasts used mana for almost everything and had to replenish their mana continuously passively. While Artemis flew around, she didn't forget to look at Jason curiously from time to time, and what Jason did look very exciting for her. Jason meanwhile drew lots of attention to himself, as many youths questioned themselves why this black-dressed youth walked around for hours without doing anything else. Even some middle school teachers who went out to the one-star Plains Wild Zone with their students didn't know what Jason did, as they couldn't comprehend that Jason tried to passively absorb mana without using too much of his attention on this particular field. While some teachers instructed their students about Jason's tries, they also told them that it was extremely difficult to learn how to passively gather and replenish mana while walking, running, or even fighting. There was one middle school teacher who was extremely knowledgeable, and he was holding a speech about the mana gathering manual when Jason was walking past them. Jason's pace slowed down by a notch, and he heard the teacher saying something about the difficulties of passive mana gathering and replenishing without the help of manuals and detailed descriptions. Many difficult questions could be answered before one would even start learning how to passively gather mana, and Jason asked himself why he didn't know about that before he was reminded that he didn't attend the trip to the one-star Wild Zone last year because of his blindness and phenomenal strength of a first novice rank without any combat prowess. Listening to the teacher for a minute, Jason also understood why he hadn't heard anything about this manual, as one requirement to get permission for such a technique was attending a prestigious school, purchasing a copy with merit points, or one had to be a noble. Other than that, there was also the chance to get permission for the passive mana gathering manual would be human achievements. For Jason, the easiest way would be purchasing a copy with merit points from his future school, but he had the premonition that it would be quite expensive, and he decided to continue with his own try to learn how to passively gather and replenish his mana. 4 days passed and Jason was excessively exhausted. He would at most sleep for 4 hours a day, which was barely enough for someone who absorbed mana consistently, but he wanted to learn how to replenish his mana passively before the trip began, and it was necessary in his opinion. It was taxing on his body to practice the Heaven's Hell manual 3 times a day for 30 minutes, practicing his knife-throwing skills, and trying to learn the passive mana gathering technique without anyone's help. He also wrote some messages to Greg and Malia, who added him, with questions and sometimes only to chat a little bit, which released his tension by a large margin. Because solely learning how to passively replenish his mana was boring, but also taxing on his mind, Jason was also out, hunting wild beast cores for Artemis. His whole day was scheduled like a machine without many breaks except 4 hours of sleep, and in total 20 minutes to eat. But today changed Jason's whole worldview, or rather his view on beasts, their ability to grow stronger, and the ability of his eyes. While Jason and Artemis' combat strength didn't rise at all, they got closer to the next star or level until they were infinitely close. Unknown to Jason and most other youths inside the one-star Wild Zone, a small number of a few hundred awakened beasts from the 2-star Wild Zone around the corner tried to migrate between the borders of their 2-star Wild Zone and this 1-star Wild Zone at the beginning of the week, and nobody knew why that was the case. However, more importantly was that the hunters and teachers who slaughtered the awakened beasts after a few days to protect their precious students took the corpses with them, while they forgot something even more precious. The awakened beasts that tried to migrate into the one-star wild zones were lesser elemental foxes, and there was something special about this race that made out a huge difference compared to normal foxes. For other fox races, their mating season is at the beginning of the year while their offsprings are born 2 months later, but for lesser elemental foxes, it's different. Their mating season is situated between May and June, which means that right now somewhere in this one-star wild zone could be a fox burrow with many lesser elemental fox cubs, and an idea formed in Jason's mind. It was common knowledge that foxes give birth to around 4 to 6 cubs, and there were a few hundred mature lesser elemental foxes that were killed during the last few days. When Jason found that out, a tiny seed of greed began to grow inside him, and it began to enlarge as he was in need of money, but he also felt somewhat sorry for the lesser elemental fox cubs when he found a huge burrow hidden under a large tree after searching for half a day for them. He could only find the burrow with the help of his mana eyes, and more importantly was that a greater horned wolf was trying to break into it, probably because he sensed a large amount of mana, which these cubs already radiated. They were weak and their strength was comparable to one-star wild beasts, but they had already condensed a higher incomplete mana core than the greater horned wolf possessed. Looking at the bloodlust the greater horned wolf radiated, Jason was perplexed. What's wrong with this beast? Why does it seem so desperate? He questioned himself as he looked at the greater horned wolf that looked like he was possessed. Previously, he wondered why Artemis was able to break through her racial limits, but he thought it was because of her mutation. But maybe it was really because she was able to absorb abnormal amounts of mana that helped her to improve her strength faster than normal beasts would do, and the possibility to construct a mana core. Jason had never seen a beast with a higher rank than it should have, but once a beast evolved, its racial limit would also increase, and its maturing process would renew slightly. Maybe the potential was only the limit a beast could achieve without many difficulties. Were his thoughts about the potential and so on wrong? Would that mean every beast had the chance to rank up, or were the chances just too marginal to even care about? Jason had heard that wild beasts were unable to break through their limit, as the amount of mana they could digest was marginal, but that wasn't the case for magical beasts. Even if their potential was locked at the magical beast rank, they could continue to strengthen themselves until they met their possible limit. Each magical beast had the chance to reach the peak magical beast rank, but reaching the following rank was unimaginably difficult. Jason asked himself if the greater storm eagle would be able to strengthen itself to reach the next rank if it had the time, or if it would remain at the magical beast rank without the slightest chance to rank up until its life force diminished due to old age. If that was the case, what was it that Jason saw with his eyes? Until now his predictions had been right, so why should it be otherwise? What would happen if this greater horned wolf killed all of the lesser elemental cubs inside this exceptional large burrow, and absorbed all of their mana, and digested their more developed incomplete awakened mana cores? Would it reach its limit and break into a new rank, or remain at the 5-star rank without the chance of breaking into a higher rank ever? But that wouldn't make any sense because the greater horned wolf seemed to be obsessed with these awakened beast cubs. While hundreds of questions appeared in his mind, Jason took out 3 knives for each hand and threw them at the wolf, before he charged at the greater horned wolf with his dagger unsheathed. While 1-3 hit their target, one of them injured the wolf greatly. But nonetheless, the 5-star wolf was way too deep inside the burrow, ravaging the entrance, and at the same time deep in thoughts about the prey in front of it, and it only noticed the pain when it was already too late. A shadow covered the sunlight, and a clean cut through the neck killed the obsessive greater horned wolf. Only a moment later Artemis dived onto its body to take out its 5-star wild beast core, before Jason could do anything. While Artemis gulped down the beast core, a sudden thought appeared in Jason's mind. Purity, maybe. Purification, or talent. Maybe it could also mean that these beasts have a higher quality. There were too many theories about beasts and evolutions, mutations, racial limits, and so on, but Artemis danced out of line with her unique mutation. Maybe she purifies the wild beast cores when she digests them, and can thus strengthen herself without creating any limits, or her talent is greater compared to her brethren because of the mutation. Standing still, while thinking, Jason was extremely lucky that no beasts could be seen nearby, and a shocked expression appeared on his mind as thoughts ran wild. Maybe these limits of beasts appear because their mana cores are full of impurities hindering them in increasing their strength. If that is the case, I can't see the real potential of beasts, rather the purity of their mana core and their innate limit, but that's not their potential. Minutes passed and the shock in Jason's face was even more apparent. What happens when one would give their soulbound items to purify their mana core? Wild thoughts ran through Jason's mind, and most of them were total garbage, while some other thoughts could be described as useful. Would they be able to increase their strength above the commonly known racial limits, or would they maybe even evolve? Jason didn't know, but he got goosebumps while thinking about this theory, and the desire to test these theories slowly began to implant in his mind. Suddenly, Jason could hear a loud and noisy yapping of young foxes in front of him, inside the burrow looking at him with their yearning eyes. Below the tree, covered by thick roots, Jason could see the burrow with many different colored hand-sized fox cubs enveloped in a black-colored hue. There was enough space for him to squeeze through the densely packed roots after taking out the greater horned wolf corpse, but not more. Because the burrow was below a tree, not much sunlight reached the bottom, but what Jason wondered was something else. Inside the burrow were many tunnels leading somewhere, and Jason could see lots of black lights at the end of them. There were probably a lot more fox cubs inside, and Jason wondered how many lesser elemental fox cubs there were because he could already see a bunch of them in front of him. Did all of the lesser elemental foxes gather together to give birth to their offsprings inside this big burrow? Why would they do that here and not in their territory? Did something happen there? I hope that's the only group of beasts migrating. Looking at all those lesser elemental fox cubs which could barely see, Jason grew sad. Their parents were killed by some humans because they were seen as a threat to the middle school students who trained inside the one-star wild zone, even if they didn't do anything wrong. Jason was sad, but there wasn't anything he could do about it. The world was built in a hierarchy where the strong reigns and the weak suffer and die. This was even more apparent outside the dome. Because he had to mature since he was young, his mindset was already in a better condition than other youths at his age, and Jason didn't know if other youths thought about killing living beings like he did, but sometimes Jason couldn't understand himself either. 4 days ago, he killed packs of low-star wild beasts without getting emotional, but now he felt sad. His own mindset was still difficult to comprehend, even more for himself, but the longer he faced reality, the more he tried to find a good balance for it. He didn't want to kill each and every beast ruthlessly, but he wouldn't shy away from killing matured beasts and other threatening predators. If he gained something from it, Jason would probably still do it, but was that even right? Jason didn't want to kill mother beasts with their cubs, but other than these few exceptions, there weren't many excuses to not kill them as the population of beasts increased more and more in recent years, and it wouldn't take long for another beast tide to pervade through asterisks. Most humans would probably think Jason was too soft-hearted because beast cubs could also grow into terrifying existences and kill one in the future, but he didn't really care about their opinion. The news was filled with information about the overpopulation of wild, awakened, and evolved beasts, while the reproduction ability of beasts with higher ranks was fortunately lesser. The stronger one's monocore was the less active was the beast's reproduction ability. But Jason had to say to himself, even if it was hard to accept, if he didn't kill these beasts to get stronger and more proficient with his martial arts, someday these beasts could kill him even if he didn't like that fact. The numbers grew more and more, and Jason was not confident to survive against a stampede, even if it were only wild beast-ranked individuals, which was hilarious. He couldn't even outlive a high quantity of wild-ranked beasts, which were by far the weakest beasts, while others killed hundreds or thousands of them with a single thought. Jason was conflicted to think about these cubs in front of him, but one thing was sure. He wouldn't kill these cubs. They had done nothing wrong, and maybe they could act as cute soul buns for someone and live a decent life. Apparently, they seemed to have been born a few days ago when their parents arrived, and they wouldn't survive without mother milk, and it seemed like he had to act as fast as possible because they looked at him with hunger in their eyes. Before anything else, Jason had to bring these lesser elemental foxes outside. Taking out the big self-driving enlarging miniature beast cages, Jason pressed the red button, and the miniature beast cage enlarged itself outside the burrow. After that, Jason empowered it with a decent amount of mana as he began to work. Fortunately for Jason was that the fangs, claws, and elemental affinity of these beast cubs weren't fully developed yet. Otherwise, this procedure would be a lot more dangerous, taking out one hand-sized furball after another. Jason noticed that Artemis looked at him fascinates as more than 2 hours passed before he was finally done. Jason's clothes were completely dirty as well as his hands and his whole face, while he estimated that there were over 100 lesser elemental foxes that migrated, but never had he thought that there were so many cubs. There were at least 150 lesser elemental foxes, and Jason was shocked to see the 20 SQM self-driving beast cage be so cramped. Jason gulped and activated his mana eyes again to see if he forgot a fox cub, but rather than that, he noticed the differentiating of black color radiating from these beasts. He could almost immediately figure out which beast had a better potential, or higher limit. Adding what he saw to his self-established theory that slowly formed in his mind, Jason thought that the parent genes of the cubs with denser color had to be stronger, and it looked like that the kind of ability also played a role, as blue-furred lesser elemental foxes had a gentle black color radiating, while red-furred ones had vigorous color radiating like a flame. But that wasn't everything, as the amount of color radiating from them was dependent on their ability, or so Jason thought. In the beginning, Jason took a look at two fox cubs from the same batch, and one of their colors was denser, and Jason thought that it was either that one beast inherited dominant genes or the fire ability, which was slightly stronger. And again, too many questions began to torment his mind, but there was something else that Jason noticed. There were all kinds of wild beasts, and they struggled when they saw Jason, but after looking deep into his eyes, they completely stopped moving around, and some even rubbed their heads at him. But he had to steel his heart. He couldn't raise up over 150 lesser elemental foxes due to many reasons. First of all, were wild beasts not allowed in any city except at the Beast Pagoda for selling purposes or as soul bond. One had to have a license to sell them or form a contract with the beasts if one wanted to take with one. Jason was confident in his soul world, but his soul energy rejected this thought immediately. It was kinda sad because they were so cute and Jason wanted to try out his purity theory, and the thought of having an army of powerful foxes behind him while riding on a large Artemis was pretty satisfying. Artemis sensed his thought and immediately rejected it because even if she grew, she wouldn't want anyone to ride on her. Nobody is allowed to dirty her plumage. Oh, the large self-driving beast cage was ready, but before Jason started his trip back to his tent, he had to do something against the blinding effect of the sunlight to the foxes that could barely see and had never been in direct contact with the sun. Taking out a few sheets he bought for his bed, he threw them over the beast cage, blocking the sunlight before their trip back to the dome began. While Jason looked out for beasts sensing the awakened beast cubs and tried to take easy prey, Artemis' job was much more difficult. Once in a while, a fox cub fell out of the beast cage as the bars were too far apart, and she had to pick them up and place them back inside the cage. Entering the dome with a huge beast cage, covered in blue, black, and gray sheets, attracted much attention, and Jason felt slightly uncomfortable with their gazes, but it was definitely not as bad as in the beginning when he gained his eyesight. There wasn't much time to think about others as he had to message the city AI as soon as possible, because Jason was worried about what would happen if a fox cub fell out of the beast cage inside the dome. He heard about such cases and they ended miserably most of the time, while it would be lucky if the defensive system defended the city only with simple magic-enhanced gunshots. The AI requested Jason's permission to access the beast cage where it scanned the fox cubs to count the number before it, labeled them temporarily as harmless. Jason sighed in relief and ordered a special shuttle truck while waiting patiently with a pleased expression. While waiting, he opened his messenger and wrote a message to Greg, Malia, and even to their mother, Gabriella, who also gave him her contacts for emergencies. There wasn't much information in the message, only that Jason would come to the mansion with a beast cage. He wasn't sure how to explain the situation right now, and it would be easier to see than trying to explain everything. Waiting for the special shuttle, Jason practiced the Heaven's Hell technique. He also purchased some baby bottles, special milk from an evolved mutated cow with a formula for fox cubs online. It was relatively expensive, and Jason had to use most of his reserved credits, but it was fine. These fox cubs should not suffer before it was decided what to do with them. The shuttle arrived and looked like an extra-large metallic pickup with a broad loading area. Pulling out a metal arm, it lifted the beast cage carefully before it was placed on the selected area. There was still some space left on the loading area, and Jason decided to sit there because he wanted to look after the fox cubs with Artemis so they wouldn't fall out or hurt themselves. While Jason looked out for the fox cubs, he tried to subconsciously gather and replenish his mana, which worked much better compared to the beginning, even if it was still slightly sloppy. This caused him to be overjoyed, and around 40 minutes later, Jason was once again in front of the Fleur mansion, but this time Jason felt much more comfortable to enter it while the self-driving beast cage was next to him. Artemis was sitting on his shoulder, visibly exhausted, looking as if he was haunted by ghosts. She had to pick up so many fur balls all the time, and she didn't want to do that anymore. These furballs could call themselves fortunate because she didn't enhance her talons with mana, which she would like to have done. Every member of the Fleur family saw the large pickup placing a huge beast cage down in front of their gates before it drove off, and confusion could visibly be seen on their faces. They knew that Jason would come with a beast cage, but it was covered with different colored sheets, which was amusing in Greg's opinion. Malia was only confused and questioned herself, which kind of wild beast in this area could be so large, because her mind was fixated on Jason's ability to find beasts with potential. Gabriella looked calmly on the outside, but she was also thinking the same as Malia did, and questioned herself if Jason's ability to find potential beasts was just too exceptional. This caused her to frown because it was extremely rare to find wild beasts with good potential, and she thinking that Jason only needed 4 days to catch another one could be considered more than good. But while the three of them looked interested and expectant, Mark heard the yelping of a multiple squeakings. Jason and the beast cage were still relatively far away, and only Mark could hear the yelpings inside the beast cage, because of his exceptional hearing due to his soul bond, and a big question mark formed inside his mind. The squeaking sounded different and overlapped multiple folds that it was not easy to estimate the number solely by the sound, and a shocked expression appeared on his face as he vanished from his position, only to appear in front of Jason within a second. Looking at Jason, the confusion was still present as he asked, "What happened and why are there so many cubs inside?" Jason was startled to see Mark appearing in front of him as the drone that brought his parcel sent him a notification, indicating its arrival. He had put in the address of the Fleur mansion, and Jason saw a drone lifting a huge parcel and rushed to it, ignoring Mark's question. Accepting the parcel, he stored it away without looking inside, before approaching Mark and the beast cage again. "I'll try to explain everything later, but we should take care of the cubs before, right? Beast merchants had the responsibility to take care of beasts before selling them, and nothing bad should happen to them during the period they are with them." Mark was still shocked and confused, but he nodded his head while he led them to the backyard, which was fenced tightly. The other three were astonished to see their dad and husband rushing next to Jason and afterward, leading him to the backyard, where they took care of the beasts they captured. Following them after looking at each other, their perplexion was visible. Jason entered the fenced backyard, and he could see multiple environmental settings with trees, sand, water, and even ice all around, and one could say that their backyard was comparable to a zoo without beasts, except the scaled wolf he caught a few days ago, and the greater storm eagle inside a huge bird cage. Jason entered a small enclosure with trees all around, and it was fenced like almost every small enclosure he could see, while the beast cage followed suit, like a dog. Once he and Mark entered it, the gate closed and Jason was able to remove the sheets. The trees could cover the sunlight with their shadow, and it wouldn't be too bright for the lesser elemental foxes, but more importantly was that they didn't have to squeeze themselves inside the enclosure like they had to do within the beast cage. Looking around, the lesser elemental fox cubs noticed that the sheets were removed, and the gate of the beast cage opened slowly. A few brave fox cubs pulled themselves together after hesitating for a moment and stood up, trying to leave the beast cage while stumbling around, looking nervously at Artemis, who was completely uninterested in their behavior. Once the first few cubs left the cage without getting thrown back, the other fox cubs began to rush out of the cramped beast cage with delight. It was an interesting sight for Jason, who smiled faintly at the happy sight, and Mark was now even more confused, after seeing that they were lesser elemental fox cubs that were awakened beasts once matured and extremely difficult to find in their puppy state. Looking at Jason, he wondered what he did to catch so many newborn awakened beasts. They seemed to be not older than a few days, which would be the perfect age to form a soul bond. It was said that the younger a beast, the easier it was to form a contract, as their mind was still in its development phase, and they wouldn't resist against a soul bond. Taming, raising, and training beasts from their birth was much easier than trying to change the wild instincts of a matured beast. Once a beast fully matured, its instincts cannot be changed as easily manipulated as in the early days. Mark could be considered as a rational human and also slightly greedy, causing him to see moving credits while looking at beasts, and the combined number was also not small. There were many breeders who used wild, awakened, and evolved beasts, but lesser elemental foxes were slightly special because their elemental ability is their strongest characteristic. Comparing its strength, which was at the low to mid-awakened rank, with other beasts at the same rank, one could easily figure out that a lesser elemental fox had an exceptionally elemental ability comparable to high evolved rank elemental affinities, and some even had an elemental affinity of a low evolved ranked beast. It was an advantageous calculation for most humans with lower soul energy to bind a beast with a higher affinity compared to other beasts at the same rank to enhance their combat prowess. Forming a contract with an awakened beast didn't need that much soul energy, and an elemental fox already had an elemental ability that was advantageous. There were many awakened beasts with an elemental ability, but the majority of awakened beasts didn't have an elemental ability, and rather other abilities. Due to only being born a few days ago, their strength, including soul energy, was at its lowest, while their mana core was already at the awakened rank, but almost completely empty. It wouldn't take long for them to mature with decent nutrition, but more importantly was that youths could form a contract with these cubs to increase their strength more slowly while adjusting to the feeling of a first soul contract. At the same time, their soul energy would also increase concurrently with the soul bond. These lesser elemental foxes were perfect for the first soul bond, as most middle school graduates with bad exam results were still getting tested, and the soul energy of most students was around that of an awakened beast or even higher. The demand for beasts like the lesser elemental foxes was always high. Mark thought, smiling happily. It was weird that these fox cubs feared him, who concealed his mana core, while all of them approached Jason, trying to get close to him even if Jason had not even the slightest proficiency in covering his mana fluctuations. Furthermore, he was not from the same race which should deter the lesser elemental fox cubs, but that was not the case. Jason's heart ached, and he was a little bit sad seeing these fox cubs. If he was able, he would just form a contract with every fox cub right now, because he wouldn't have a single disadvantage out of this. His soul had enough space, but his soul energy was just too weak. Nevertheless, Jason told himself that he wouldn't form a contract with any of these cubs if he couldn't take all. It was just sad, and Jason smiled dryly, while hundreds of fluffies attacked him with their tongues. Gabriella, Greg, and Malia couldn't see Mark and Jason when all of them entered the backyard, but when they sensed their mana, or rather the mana fluctuations of over 100 beasts, they were instantly alarmed. Seeing over 100 small fox cubs attack Jason while the beast cage was opened, their jaws dropped to the ground. "Mark, do something," Gabriella shouted worriedly before she noticed that these fox cubs didn't attack Jason with dangerous attacks. Rather, he would suffocate because so many small, fluffy bodies buried him, causing Gabriella to look weirdly at the whole situation. Malia saw these few dozen fox cubs and lost all of her rationality. Closing her jaw that gaped open, she sprinted to the gate of the enclosure and opened it quickly, walking slowly to the pack of fox cubs that looked fearful at her, as if she was a monster trying to rip them apart. They sensed her mana fluctuations, which were much more powerful than Jason's. Hiding behind Jason, he felt like a meat shield, while the fox cubs squeezed themselves behind him as well as possible. Even Greg stood at the gate's frame, looking at the fox cubs interested, as their fur seemed to be extremely fluffy. He decided to not care about his image in front of Jason anymore and went closer. Jason saw the gaze from Malia and Greg and looked worriedly behind himself. Will they survive these siblings? I don't want to test it out. He stood up and briefly considered something before stating, "Stop. They haven't eaten for God knows how long and they must be starving. Let's feed them." Without taking care of what Greg and Malia were doing, Jason pulled out the big parcel he got a few minutes ago and placed it down in front of him. While opening it, an appealing scent filled the air, and Jason was stunned for a short moment. Taking out the baby bottles, the special milk, and the fox cub formulas, Jason decided to read the description of the fox cub formula before continuing. He didn't want to make a mistake. A minute passed, and afterward, he asked the siblings where he could heat the milk. Around 10 minutes later, the milk was finished, and Jason decided to begin feeding the fox cubs. Each of them could smell the attractive odor, and it felt like the earth shuddered as over 100 stomachs growled. Malia and Greg calmed down when they saw the greed for the milk in their eyes and sat down next to Jason, taking a prepared bottle to feed the lesser elemental fox cubes. Even Gabriella and Mark helped out because it would take too long otherwise, and unfortunately, they didn't have an automatic feeding machine for cubs. A whole hour passed until they were fed, and everyone was exhausted because the fox cubs were way too noisy and annoying. After the lesser elemental fox cubs finished eating, they just cramped together and began to sleep. Now Jason didn't know what to do, and he had to ask Greg's parents for help. Mark was the first one to say something he had already imagined in his mind. He wanted Jason to sell every cub to them, which was Jason's initial plan in the beginning, but he could see a huge desire for money in Mark's eyes, which frightened him at first. Jason didn't want to negotiate very long, and he made a simple requirement they had to fulfill before he would sell them the fox cubs. Because Jason liked these lesser elemental fox cubs in front of him a lot, he was heartbroken to sell them, but he couldn't raise them up due to many reasons like them moving away, his scarcity of credits, expenditures, soul energy, and so on. His requirement was that the lesser elemental fox cubs were not allowed to be sold to all kinds of nobles and big families who treated their soulbond badly, all kinds of people with criminal records, and human trash with bad temper and behavior. It would be the best that these fox cubs could get soulbonds of loving humans who treat their soulbond as a family member, but I know that you can't force it. Nevertheless, some records would be available for nobles, and it's known which big families, clans, and so on treating their soulbond with respect and love. While Greg gave him a thumbs up, Malia and Gabriella looked at Jason with a gentle smile. As Malia noticed that, she turned red and looked away at the fox cubs, while Gabriella was surprised that she felt proud of Jason, and she subconsciously began to treat him like a family member, even though she wasn't sure why. Mark, meanwhile, was slightly frustrated. He didn't really care about what happens to the soul beasts after he sold them. Only a few families who tortured their soulbond could be seen as an exception, because he found it disgusting and not logical. If he could decide where to sell these cubs, Marks would probably travel around the neighboring cities to sell them to big families for a satisfying price. But now more than half of his expected profit vanished instantly after Jason stated his requirement. Jason was happy to hear Mark agreeing to his demand, and it felt like a heavy rock was pulled from his heart. The fox cubs couldn't leave the enclosure, and Mark began his calculation. He already began to write some messages to someone while Gabriella offered Jason to eat dinner with them, which he accepted this time. While the dishes weren't anything special, the atmosphere was something he only knew from years ago, and Jason felt relaxed while eating with the Flurs. He also noticed that Gabriella was the family's alpha because Mark was still calculating and writing messages when everyone sat down to eat. A slap at the back of the head was enough, and Mark turned off the holographic screen to sit down obediently. Jason smiled at this sight lightly, and he felt happy. After they finished their dinner, Artemis, who was curled up on his lap, got up and demanded her own food. Taking out all of the wild beast cores he hunted, Artemis gulped them down, and her stomach bulged slightly before she vanished inside the white magic circle only to appear inside his soul world. The Flurs didn't notice that Jason fed Artemis wild beast cores. Otherwise, they would probably be astonished about it and would bombard him with questions. Jason wasn't hiding anything from the Flurs anymore, and if they asked him, he would answer them honestly. He was tired of trying to cover the special abilities of his eyes and Artemis mutation. Hiding it even in front of the Flurs would tire him out. In the end, the truth would come out. As such, Jason decided that he would answer possible questions about his eyes if the Flurs asked him. Weirdly enough, they didn't ask anything, and Jason was more than happy to notice that, thinking that they were considerate to his privacy. After dinner was finished, Mark looked at a notification from his holographic screen. Frowning, he whispered something to his Gabriella, who thought for a moment before standing up. She suddenly declared, "We have to change our schedule. Our client wrote to us that he needs the Greater Storm Eagle in 2 days. Because our client's position is on our way to Zero City, we'll start our trip a little bit sooner. To arrive at the set date from our client, we will need to start our trip tomorrow, early in the morning. We will take the beasts with us and sell them either in the Gyro City, which is the B-grade city our client is in, or we just sell them in Zero City, our final destination. Both cities will have a large demand for the beast cubs with their high elemental abilities, and we have some connection in both cities." Melia, Greg, and Jason were slightly astonished, but there was nothing they could do about it, and they nodded their head as a sign of agreement. Jason had nothing left behind, except his tent, which was still standing nearby the dome, but fortunately, he could report it to the AI. The AI would call someone to remove the tent for a hefty sum, but he had no intention to call a shuttle to drive there only to remove the tent and drive back. There was no time left for Jason to do that if his trip to Zero City would start tomorrow. He was expectant and happy at the same time. Gabriella turned to Jason saying, "You can sleep in the guest room today because we'll depart before the sun arises." Before Jason could say anything, Greg cried out in joy while Melia's face remained as calm as possible. Mark gripped Greg to calm him down and turned to Jason with a serious face. "To prevent any problems, I would like to purchase the lesser elemental beast cubs from you before we set off tomorrow. I already counted them. Because you've stated your requirement, we will set up a proper contract, so you won't need to be worried about anything." In front of Jason appeared a contract, and Jason had only to sign it. The contract itself was pretty simple and the same as every beast contract. Only a single requirement was stated from Jason, and the credits he would receive were also written on it. While Jason looked shocked, Greg whistled in amazement. Jason knew that he would gain many credits, because the number of these lesser elemental fox cubs was high. They were also relatively rare to find, small in number, and their high natural powerful elemental ability caused the price to increase by a large margin. But this much was astonishing. Mark counted 164 fox cubs, and each of them was roughly worth 100 credits, in his opinion 16.4 million credits. "I am rich," Jason thought. But when Gabriella saw the price, she frowned slightly. "Honey," an eerie feeling permeated the living room. "I think you forgot that Jason is almost a part of our family." Gabriella was obviously displeased with the price, and she continued, while Jason looked at her with shock. "Almost part of our family." Concluding the age of the low strength and soul energy with their futuristic growth to a low to mid awakened beast, adding their rarity and outstanding elemental ability, I don't think these lesser elemental foxes are only worth 100 credits, right? Only their outstanding elemental ability is worth that much for above average families who can afford it, and let's not start talking about hunter families, upper-class families, clans, big families, companies who provide their employees with soul buns after a certain amount of time. And so on. Gabriella's eyes were fiery, and she was heated. If her husband rebuked her one time, she would throw a fit, and Mark knew that. Greg looked proud at his mother, while Melia felt slightly complicated by her mother's heated reaction and commentary. Jason understood completely where Melia had her temper from and smiled faintly. He didn't mind getting paid less than he should from the Flurs, but he had to note that Mark was more than a little bit greedy. Okay, honey, please calm down. I'll change it immediately. The holographic screen disappeared from Jason's view, and Mark tipped in new number before showing them to his wife, who was still displeased, but not as much as before 164 fox cubs for 130 each. Over 20 million, or more accurately 21,320,000 million credits. WOAH, a radiating smile appeared on Jason's face as he looked at the Flurs. Jason signed immediately, and even if Mark was a little bit displeased because he would make less income, he was still happy. With the right customers, many companies, families, hunters, and so on would purchase these beasts for high prices as the first soulbond for their children, even if he had to avoid a few families. Considering the fact that a soulbond would live with one for a whole lifetime, the price of 200 plus didn't seem that high compared to equipment which had to be replaced after a while. It was all Jason's luck because most birthing places were somewhere in wild zones, deeply hidden and covered to prevent intruders from finding them. Even if he himself were to search for these cubs in the one-star wild zone, he would probably not find them as he couldn't sense so feeble mana fluctuations through the ground. Who was even able to do something like that? Mark would never praise Jason for his luck, but he was amazed about it, which he acknowledged. After business was finished, Mark opened a few shops to make online purchases, and Greg showed Jason the room he could stay inside. Looking at his bank account, it was once again filled with a huge number with many figures, and he smiled naively. Entering the guest room, Jason was shocked about its size. It was probably larger than his whole apartment, which wasn't that difficult, but there wasn't much inside. It looked kinda lonely and sad seeing such an empty room with almost no furniture. But Jason didn't bother about that, and he tried to remain calm because he was way too thrilled right now. He felt really good that he could earn credits while doing something good. Jason was sure that if he hadn't done anything, the fox cubs would already dead by now because of the greater horned wolf and other possible predators. And with him selling the lesser elemental fox cubs and his requirement to Mark and Gabriella, they had a good chance to live a good life, or at least it would be better than dying. If Jason had to be honest, he wasn't sure what to do with over 20 million credits and he had to think really hard about it. But looking at the online shops, he noticed that 20 million were nothing. Thinking about credits, Jason asked himself how much he would need to compare himself to his future classmates, or was he already close to them? Looking through the shops, he saw many high-graded weapons with amazing names and special effects they provided, but the price was ridiculous. Some of them were only able to trade against objects or materials he had never heard about, purchasing mono weapons or soul weapons. Nice joke, one would at most be able to purchase the lowest, gradeless mono weapons with his money, but thinking about it, this mono weapon would probably still be better than his grade 1 weapons, but he wouldn't waste his credits for something like that. Before he would purchase things for himself, Jason would always think about Artemis first. She was in desperate need of more cores as the ones he provided were too low in grade for her, and she nagged him all the time. She wanted to receive 5-star wild beast cores at the worst. Thinking about that, he decided to use some of his credits to purchase beast cores in bulk. Jason wasn't sure how much the difference between wild beast cores and awakened cores were, and if he was somehow able to trick out the system. Searching through the official Federation websites, he found a useful thread. The question which results after seeing this information is, why should you buy an awakened core if wild beast cores are much cheaper? And the answer isn't that difficult to figure out. To operate some machines, we need mana, and the amount needed in most factories is certainly large through long-term testing with certain machines. It was found out that mana-operated machines and devices empowered by wild beast cores break faster and errors happen more often. Why is that so? Because the purity of mana is also an important factor for almost everything. The fewer impurities a core has, the better is the mana inside it, and once a beast core is used up, the impurities within are comparable to glue, sticking to the mana vessel, destroying them slowly. This is also the reason why for most expensive mana-operated machines, mana stones are used to prevent the stagnation of these machines and to prolong their lifespan. I hope my thread was helpful for most of you, and don't waste your money by purchasing wild beast cores. They will only accelerate the destruction of your expensive mana devices. Bye. Jason was interested in this thread and liked it. After reading the comments and a few other threads that came out with the same result, he purchased a huge bulk of 5-star wild beast cores. He asked himself if the ratio of 5-to-1 was the same for Artemis or not. Maybe Artemis would be annoyed by his decision, but he didn't care about it. Jason didn't want to waste much money in the beginning because he wasn't sure what kinds of expenditures might come to him, and even if There were only 5,005-star wild beast cores for 2 credits per core. There wasn't much he could do wrong. 5 5-star wild beast cores were thus 10 credits, and a single awakened beast wild core was priced from 30 credits up to a few hundred. Thinking about the difference, Jason was tempted to purchase more wild beast cores, but he could do that later on if his stock was coming to its end. Furthermore, Jason decided to purchase mana stones worth 1 million credits and 300 low awakened rank cores for 32 credits per core. He wanted to make a few tests with Artemis, and he himself also wanted to improve his level, and mana stones were the easiest way to enhance his mana core level. There were many other things he purchased for emergencies, like a portable tent, long-lasting food, water, many clothes, including boots, kerosene, many potions, ropes, and so on. It was 10 p.m. when he finished everything, and Jason went into bed after practicing the Heaven's Hell technique. Jason felt something on his head, and unsurprisingly, it was Artemis. Waking up, he stroked her a few times, before entering his soul world to practice the Heaven's Hell technique, when he suddenly noticed that his soul world core has increased in size, while the produced soul energy was much more than before. Looking at the amount, Jason estimated that his soul energy has reached a minor threshold of 5 units. The night before, it was quite a distance away from 5 units and closer to 4 than 5. Jason's first thought was that Artemis broke into the 3-star wild beast rank, and he was right. This caused Jason to be overjoyed and his lips curled up. He hadn't felt any difference from his body, but maybe it was because he was still sleepy. Practicing the Heaven's Hell technique, his soul energy was fast depleted, and he left the soul world to look at Artemis. While Jason made himself ready, he felt the changes within his body. His body itched a little bit, but it wasn't unbearable, so he tried to ignore it as well as possible. Compared to before, his mana core was already close to the 7th level, while his physique was also at the threshold for the 6th level. And his core was almost at its limit and close to a breakthrough, so he would be able to level up soon. And my strength also increased quite a lot, including my mana core. Ha, Artemis and my soul are so nice. Jason was happy when he heard a knocking. Jason, are you awake? We have to go soon. If you don't answer me, I'll wake you up in 3, 2, 1. Jason heard a teasing voice that was familiar but also unknown, because this personality definitely wasn't suitable for the person he imagined. Stop that, Greg. I'm awake. I'll come down soon. Let me at least wash up and change my clothes. Leaving the room, he was on his way down to the living when he met Melia, who wore a revealing white nightgown out of silk, and Jason's eyes grew almost double in size seeing her revealing figure. She is really beautiful, Jason thought, and gulped down his saliva. Despite only being able to see slightly more than 1 month, he was still able to distinguish between good-looking girls or women and beautiful ones. There weren't any feelings coming from Jason, but he still admired his sight when Melia looked at him with tired eyes. Before she could greet him, she saw his gaze and looked down, only to see her revealing nightgown. Crying out in surprise, she immediately disappeared into her room, only to appear a moment later with some clothes on. Her cheeks were beet red, and she rushed down to the living room without taking a single glance at Jason. Jason could only silently follow her, thinking that she looked really beautiful, without having any hard feeling. Rather than a potential lover or something like that, he thought of Melia as a friend, and Jason was way too young to think about something like that to begin with. At least that was his opinion. Getting stronger was much more important for now. Going down to the living room, Jason noticed that everyone was already sitting at the table, waiting for him. He sat down and greeted everyone. Breakfast began, and there was an abundant variety of food Jason could eat. He even noticed that a marginal amount of mana was radiating from some dishes, which surprised him greatly as his eyes widened slightly. The whole breakfast was relatively quiet, and only Gabriella asked Jason if Artemis, who sat on Jason's shoulder, was in need of food, which Jason declined politely. It was uncommon for beasts to be so excessively indigent and close to their contractor, as Artemis called for many caresses from Jason. Most beasts would be close to their master, but they would still prefer freedom than getting confined closely inside a house, or being so excessively close to their master like Artemis. Greg's first soul bond, the reinforced horned bull, for example, was already fully matured and at the mid-evolved rank, but the more important fact was that the bull didn't like houses and would avoid them if possible. Getting reminded about food, he looked at his notifications after they finished breakfast, and Jason requested for his parcel to get delivered immediately. He went out and took in his parcel, which he stored away. Jason wanted to break into the 5th novice rank as soon as possible, but they would start their trip soon, so he had to wait until they started. Before their trip would start, they had some things to do. Jason saw a large armored truck appearing at the entrance of the mansion out of Mark's storage device. It was a specially made truck for off-road purposes outside the dome, and it would be pretty useful because the landscapes were uneven and full of obstacles. Jason estimated that the length of the truck was around 25 meters, including the hovering trailer. While it was empowered by dense and thick mana, the easiest way to provide this would be mana stones. He didn't even want to think about the price one had to pay to travel through the whole island, and he decided to not care about it as he didn't have to pay the price. While the greater storm eagle and the scaled wolf were already standing in front of the trailer, Jason thought that the fox cubs were probably getting fed before they would start their trip. Going to the backyard, Jason saw a completely different beast cage next to his own. While it was bigger than his cage and had a slightly blue color, the mana radiating from it was no joke. The lower body was densely packed with bars, preventing the fox cubs to leave the cage. Jason inspected the beast cage intently, and it looked like the whole beast cage was one entity. Such kind of beast cages were extremely rare and made out of special materials, while it had many different modifiers, including the densely packed bars modification that was activated at the moment. Inside the beast cage, Jason could see the fox cubs gathering around a big fancy machine. Out of this machine, bottles stuck out, and the lesser elemental fox cubs almost fought to suck at them. Apparently, the Flurs bought an automatic feeding machine for cubs which included a heater and so on. It was operated by mana like almost everything and could easily feed 10 beast cubs at the same time. It was only 4:30 am when everything was loaded and checked twice. They entered the vehicle. The truck's interior was spacious and looked futuristic, and Greg, Malia, and Jason entered the back of it while Gabriella remained in the front with Mark, who drove. Closing the door, Mark turned the engine on and they took off, above the city. An old man was floating in the sky, releasing a marginal amount of mana to defy gravitation, while an old but refined woman with silver hair stood next to him, huge green ivory wings spreading behind her. The old man was looking down, and his gaze followed the treasure he had chosen inside the truck, while a smile emerged on his face. Previously, he considered Jason useless because his soul energy was extremely weak and almost equal to non-existent, followed by his almost neglectable mana core rank. But seeing his actions over the course of the last few weeks, the old man was more and more astonished about the youth's feats. Not only was the snowflake owl, he himself deemed as trash and useless, superior to all snowflake owls he had ever seen, able to break through its racial limit within a few weeks, but also Jason's weak soul energy could contain the snowflake owl, which meant his soul energy increased by a few folds. After watching Jason for a few weeks, he was sure that his soul had to either amplify an enormous amount from the soul bun to the contractor, or something else was the crux. From his vast knowledge the old man had accumulated over dozens of years, he knew that every soul was different, which included the soul energy, soul affinity, soul amplification, soul physical enhancement, and soul energy replenishing time. A 24 hours reproduction time for soul energy was only the researched average, and it was different for every individual. Is he really that precious? The woman next to him questioned uncertainly. The old man's smile widened, and his decision to get Jason was now affirmed. After what he witnessed, I hope so, he whispered while looking down. Show me some more of your potential, Jason Stella, the old man said as both of them vanished into thin air. The truck was driving slowly, due to the speed limit inside the city, but once they left the city, it began to accelerate to a certain extent. It wasn't extremely fast because they had to be careful of the surrounding humans who could run around her and there inside the dome, but it was still fast. After a few minutes, one could see the dome, and the truck drove through the dome without getting obstructed in any kind of way. What then happened astonished Jason extremely, because Mark pressed a button on the mainboard, causing the truck to ascend slightly. The advanced anti-gravitational magic circles were shining brightly, and Jason saw that they reached the limit of their ability when the hovering truck reached a height of around 3 meters. Next to Mark was a holographic screen with a detailed map of asterisks, and a few large gray spots could be seen on it. The whole island was divided into many different areas, which were probably wild zones. Each of these areas was marked with a certain amount of black stars, and Jason thought that 1 star was probably the indicator for a 1-star wild zone, because they were driving through the 1-star plains, while the map said they drove through, or that was labeled with a single black star. Jason found it interesting, as he looked through the whole map, which was filled with many different kinds of landscapes. Mana was capable of many things, and since the mana outbreak, mana environments in some areas changed completely. It didn't matter anymore where the equator was or how far away one is from the sun compared to other places. The temperature and environment was almost completely dependent on the surrounding mana and natural-born treasures. Magical treasures are able to change the whole environment with their radiating mana. Even after the treasure was discovered and collected, the remains would cause the environment to continue transforming. It was still unknown how exactly the environment changed, but there were a few theories, like it was with everything new. Asterix North was filled with many white spots, while in the center of the island was a huge volcano. Jason knew that right now their position was relatively close to the ice fields, but more east, and they would travel closer to the volcano to enter Zero City, which was somehow between the volcano and the northern ice fields. But Jason was also astonished to see that, except for the few empty areas, the strongest area was a single red star, while 1 to 4 black stars represented the correspondent wild zone. He concluded that the strongest zones were thus a magical beast zone. Thinking about the empty gray areas, Jason concluded that stronger beasts must live there, while humans didn't dare or maybe cared to venture through it. While Jason was in thoughts about what kinds of beast could be higher than magical beasts, the hovering truck accelerated its speed to an astonishing speed. It reached more than 300 km/h, and once Jason looked through the window, he almost shrieked out in shock. Isn't that too dangerous? But apparently they flew a detour and avoided areas with huge hills, big rocks, and certain types of trees. With this speed, we still need 2 days until we arrive at Gyro City, and Mark said they have to drive through the night. Melia and Greg didn't mind the hovering truck's speed and absorbed mana from small mana stones or read some files on their holographic screen. Jason noticed that and decided to not mind the truck anymore and to absorb mana for himself. Taking out a mana stone, Artemis noticed that and she tried to grab it, which Jason prevented. He took out 5 5-star wild beast cores and told her to eat them and digest them. If she was done, he would give her an awakened beast core, which made her happy, and Jason wanted to test out if there was a difference in the conversion rate between her digestion, because the amount of mana was the same for 5 5-star wild beast cores and a low awakened beast core. Artemis was not satisfied with the wild beast's cores and annoyed Jason, forcing him to give her the mana stone, but he was resolute. A few minutes later, Jason finally convinced Artemis, and she gulped down the cores before she went into the soul world to digest them. Meanwhile, Jason made himself ready to absorb mana out of the mana stones. He hoped that he would be able to break into the 5th novice rank either today or the day after. Closing his eyes, he loosened up a mana thread from the mana stone in his hand, leading it into him. After circling it through his mana channels, he inserted them in his mana core. Hours passed, and unknown to Jason, it was already lunchtime. While the landscapes changed, the truck drove through them like it was nothing. Not a single beast could be seen, and this was probably because of the beast repellent used on the truck and its scary appearance. They only drove through 1 3-star wild zones, and not a single beast could harm them if they were confident enough to try it. Surprisingly, Artemis woke him up at 2 p.m., and she had already digested 5 5-star cores, which was quite impressive. He had thought that she would at least need a day to digest them completely, but not even half of the estimated time passed. Jason's stomach grumbled, and he decided to eat something. Everyone would eat something when they were hungry, because the time needed to gather mana was more important, and it could be quite serious to distract someone while absorbing it. A mistake could lead to serious injuries. This problem wouldn't occur with Artemis, because he already felt that she was awake before she annoyed him, and Jason finished absorbing the mana cleanly. Jason was really astonished about the increased speed of his mana absorption rate with a mana stone, and he felt that even if his mana core increased because of Artemis's sudden rise in her level, he would be able to break through tomorrow. Before he ate something, he gave Artemis an awakened beast core, and she gulped it down greedily. Jason wondered if Artemis would eat up all his stocks if he did not control her, seeing her not being satisfied with the single core. Artemis entered his soul world dejected, and Jason followed her to practice the Heaven's Hell technique. After 20 minutes, he was already done and left the soul world once again. Looking outside, Jason noticed that the scenario changed slightly, and to his left, the whole area was filled with lush and blossoming plants and wildlife, while the right side was rather scarce. Looking at the map, Jason noticed that to his right side was a 3-star wild zone next to a 1-star magical winter field zone, while to his left was a 2-star zone next to a large swampland. He couldn't distinguish many features because of the hovering truck's extreme speed, but there was no way to miss certain enormous trees with a size of at least 100 meters. After eating, Jason noticed that both Melia and Greg were still preoccupied with absorbing mana, and Jason noticed that they haven't moved since they started their trip. This astonished him extremely. Before, he thought that everything depends on one's wealth in the end. Jason knew that both Greg and Melia were strong, but previously his opinion about them was different, and he thought that it was only because of their family's wealth. They were really determined, and Jason found himself much more motivated than before. Sitting down again, he absorbed the mana more greedily, and the sky turned dark, while the interior of the hovering truck began to shine in a white light. Jason was breaking through, and everyone noticed that the mana around Jason gathered forcefully with an incredible suction, slowing down Greg's and Melia's mana gathering greatly. They noticed that Jason was about to break through, finished their mana absorption, and looked at Jason without distracting him. Gabriella and Mark didn't know that Jason only absorbed mana for almost 2 months yet, but Greg and Melia knew it, and they were shocked to see Jason breaking through once again. Even if most people said the first steps are the easiest and fastest while increasing one's mana core rank, this wasn't necessarily the case without a certain degree of control. One needed to control the mana through all mana channels and inserting it afterward gently into the mana core, and to do something like that took a lot of time and was very taxing to the body. While Greg's sensitivity to mana wasn't that high, Malia had a high sensitivity. Both began to sense mana at the age of 8, and Greg took half a year to reach the second novice rank, while Malia needed 2 months to reach it. As they were really young, it was even more taxing to their body to absorb mana for too long, and the time to make a big circle through one's mana channels was relatively long, causing their growth to slow down a lot. It takes a child quite a long time to comprehend what mana was, how precious it was, and how to absorb it more efficiently. For them, it seemed like Jason's sensitivity and control over mana was extremely high, even if his mana core rank was still below the average middle school graduates. Greg was jealous because his sensitivity was worse compared to Jason and Malia's, and he noticed more and more that he had no time to grow stronger if he didn't want Jason to overthrow him in the future. Right now, his only unique characteristic compared to his future classmates would be his soul, and his first soul bond, which would increase his combat prowess. Greg estimated that he would only be an average student in Zero City because of his low rank, which frustrated him. Seeing Jason breaking through one shackle after another, while Ha also had such a special mutated snowflake owl, Greg could only do a single thing: work harder. He would never allow Jason to catch up to him. At least he would give his best to prevent that. Meanwhile, Malia had extremely complicated feelings. On one side, she was astonished about Jason's speed, but her mother had already told her that Jason had mana eyes and that he was probably extremely sensitive to mana because of that. But after seeing Jason after the cocoon vanished, her heart fluttered slightly and she had to pinch herself to fall out of a trance. He is more than 2 years younger than you. What are you even thinking, you wench? Shaking her head, she congratulated Jason before she averted her gaze and took something out of her spatial storage to eat. Everyone congratulated Jason, and he smiled lightly before he scanned his own body again. There was a big difference between a mana pool of a 6th and a 7th novice rank, because it was a minor threshold one had to break before one could break into the level, and Jason was about to weaken this limit once he reached the 6th novice rank or Artemis reached the 4-star wild beast rank. The limit other people had to face would be easily weakened by him reaching the 6th novice rank. Jason changed his clothes because they were full of filth and impurities, and after he had changed, they talked for some time while eating lunch with a comfortable ambience. Afterward, Jason entered his soul world only to notice that his soul energy has increased by a small amount. Smiling lightly, Jason knew that it was because his mana core increased rank increase. His physique also increased, and his whole body improved because of his breakthrough. His soul energy was around 5.3 now if you were to estimate it, and Jason was getting more and more confident in himself because the worst thing about him was his low soul energy. But he was still not able to gather his courage to ask Greg how high his soul energy was because his starting point was much higher than his. Thinking solely about the soul energy provided by the reinforced bull, Jason gulped. Thinking for a moment, Greg was estimated to have soul energy of 450, while a mid-evolved beast has around 300. With a 10-share, Greg's soul energy would increase by 30 only because of his soul bond. Jason didn't know if Greg practiced the Heaven's Hell technique every day or not, but if he did, his soul energy might have reached something between 600-700 or even more. He was barely holding his tears, thinking about that, but he held them in and decided to practice the Heaven's Hell technique as often as possible because he noticed that his soul energy production rate increased slightly, while his soul world was enlarged concurrently. Jason's head was aching all the time, but he was almost numb to the pain after such a long time, which was somehow good and bad at the same time. It was already late at night, but Jason was still fully awake, eager to absorb more mana. This condition was one of the advantages one would get by absorbing large amounts of mana. He decided to make a night shift and solidify his mana core to prevent any flaws in his foundation while waiting for Artemis to finish her digestion. He wanted to know exactly how much difference there was between 5 5-star wild beast cores and one of the lowest awakened beast cores. Maybe it would be helpful for the future. Furthermore, Jason wanted to practice the Heaven's Hell technique as soon as his soul energy was reproduced. He continued absorbing mana out of mana stones, and it was around 4 a.m. when he was woken up by Artemis. She had digested the awakened core in slightly more than 13 hours, which was around 3 hours longer than she needed for 5 5-star wild beast cores, and Jason took notes about it. He had already bought many wild rank cores and would use them for Artemis, so he wasn't disgruntled or anything like that after finding out that the awakened beast cores were roughly 30 better, and the one who had to suffer was Artemis and not him, so he was a little bit sorry for her, but that was it. She had to eat the wild-ranked cores for the time being, and he would switch them out when the stock was used up, or the effect almost not strong enough anymore. Morning came and Jason was still absorbing mana. He had already used up 3 small mana stones, and thus 150 credits, which shocked him quite a bit. Jason didn't know that he would have to use so many mana stones for a breakthrough into the 5th novice rank and to solidify the foundation. With the 17 small mana stones he had left, Jason would probably be unable to enter the 7th novice stage, as only using mana stones was unhealthy for the body. One would have to absorb a certain amount of naturally generated mana, and not mana compressed into the stones, transmuted over the course of time. Jason didn't want to absorb mana from mana stones during the remaining journey, and he decided to read the Bestiarium while trying to improve his proficiency in passively gathering mana. He was able to do it after almost a week, but his reading speed was really slow compared to before, and Jason was only able to even read at his current speed because of his extraordinary eyes. Otherwise, he might even not read because a sloth would be faster. Every few hours Jason entered his soul world to practice the Heaven's Hell technique, and practicing this technique somehow grew to his heart because he could improve his soul energy because of it, even if it was painful. After practicing the technique, 3 times they arrived at the borders of a large dome, which radiated even denser and more formidable mana fluctuations. Looking through his mana eyes, Jason noticed that the density of it was at least 3-fold the amount, and he was astonished to see the walls of a large city. Normally one would ask why there were walls, but Gyro City was a B-grade city close to a few magical beast zones, and the defenses of the dome couldn't instantly kill batches of magical beasts once they attacked human shelters. That's why gigantic and stupendous walls were built. Gyro City was often attacked by beast tides, but the walls were always enough to stop these tides with the help of mankind's artillery and other weapons. One could ask if it was even worthwhile to live in such a threatened city, as it could always happen that the defensive measures would collapse, but the answer was simple. Yes, if one wanted to get stronger, one would have to enter more dangerous zones because of the thick mana, higher-graded herbs and ores, and the possibility of natural-born treasures. It was said that even inside Gyro City, the density would be much higher and almost comparable to that of a 2 or maybe even 3-star wild zone. Jason was already astonished about the mana density of a 1-star wild zone, and he was expected to visit Gyro City, even if he was slightly frustrated about the situation with the greater Storm Eagle. However, there wasn't much he could do about it, and he tried to think about the fox cubes which would find their new soul buddies soon. Mark had already a few people who contacted him about the forum post only high-quality beast merchants had access to, and they were reliable sources, so the scaled wolf and more than half of the fox cubs were quasi-sold. They could freely enter the city's dome, but there was a fee one had to pay each time one would enter the dome, but the price was relatively okay with 500 credits. If the same was to happen when he entered the dome of the C-grade city, Jason would cry a river because he didn't have any money previously, and it was more likely daylight robbery. But the dome had to be operated somehow, and the fee was likely the main source of income for the operating of it, so nobody objected to the fee. Unfortunately for Mark was, however, that he had to pay the entrance fee for every unbound beast, which was more than 150 beasts. 500 credits were not much, but the quantity made a difference. Once they entered the dome, the scenario changed slightly, and Jason could see that the landscape was lusher and green more apparent than inside the C-grade city, but it was still less wildered than the zones outside the dome, which was typical. Each magic dome was made out of materials, which would absorb mana from its surrounding, but that was the only way to provide enough energy to it, as the dome was like a glutton. It was unknown how much mana it could absorb, but it was definitely a lot. Entering through a futuristic-looking gate, one could instantly see a huge difference compared to Art City where they previously lived. The streets had more lanes, while even a few flying shuttles could be seen, and the skyscrapers were ridiculously high, and Jason wondered why they didn't collapse. There was even a huge stadium-like shopping center with 30 floors which looked magnificent. Everything looked so expensive, and Jason wondered where the slums were. But after asking that, everyone looked at him with a perplexed expression, asking themselves why he would ask something like that. Compared to C-grade cities, the slums were probably comparable to below-average districts, but once one was too poor to sustain oneself a living in a B-grade city, one would rather move into a C or D-grade city, as most B-grade cities were used for companies, hunters, the government, above-average families, military training, and so on to improve their mana core rank within the city and hunt outside the dome. Human society nowadays was cruel, and once one couldn't afford to live in a city, one would get passively removed with the next migration group. It was cruel, but like that, society had the thought that it would be easier to work hard. Once one would be able to reach a certain degree of strength or wealth, one would be able to move into a higher city and the other way around. Everyone in a B-grade city had a certain standard amount of wealth, strength, or other advantages most citizens from C-grade cities didn't have, except they wanted to live in a lower-graded city due to personal reasons like it was the case with the Flurs. They were wealthy enough to live within Zero City, but due to Greg, they moved to a faraway C-grade city in order for Greg to recover from his elementary grade trauma. Jason felt complicated when he read something like that, but like always, he wasn't able to change anything at all. Because they were already late, they immediately drove to their client who waited for them impatiently. Each of the three youths was uncomfortable with meeting the noble that treated soul bonds as objects, and their faces showed it clearly. Gabriella had to remind them to show at least a calm or neutral facial expression in order to not upset them, as they were one of the overlords of Gyro City. After a 30-minute drive through the city, they arrived in front of a huge wall with many guards and automatic monoturrets all over the walls. Next to a gigantic gate were at least 20 guards protecting it. Jason activated his mana eyes to inspect their mana cores. They seemed to be stronger than Malia's, but weaker Mark and Gabriella's, which could already be considered relatively strong. To Jason, everyone was strong, so he didn't even try to compare himself. But he still wondered why there were so many high defensive measures. What are they scared about, and who did they offend, or did they just build the wall and hire these guards for safety matters to save themselves once a beast tide stormed the large wall? Jason wasn't sure, but there was no answer he could think of right off the bat. While their hovering truck neared the wall, a notification popped up at the truck's main board, and Mark had to tell his purpose to come to the mansion, and who he was, which included in verification of his ID. Everything went well without issue, and they drove through the gate unhindered. The garden was gigantic and had the size of multiple football fields, while many different buildings could be seen. There were stables, a building looking like a coliseum, a small pagoda that continuously attracted large amounts of mana, many luxurious houses surrounding a magnificent, large mansion that stood next to a large sea with a beautiful landscape. Is that a village or what? Greg exclaimed, and even Mark and Gabriella were astonished about what they saw. When they went closer to the villa, they could even see some fields with crops on them. It was really as if they were inside a village. Why? Nobody would be able to answer it, except their client. In front of the villa stood a fat middle-aged man and a slightly younger version of the fat man. Both saw the truck driving towards them and waited somehow patiently, while the young man looked slightly anxious. The young man was probably Mark and Gabriella's client, and the youths had to calm down themselves as anger raged within them and could be seen in their eyes. After the truck stopped, everyone went out and the middle-aged man greeted their guests. "Hello, my esteemed quests. My name is Rodriguez Ollier, and I contacted you because of the Greater Storm Eagle mission. I'm sorry to say that, but we are short on time. May we skip the long chat and go directly into our business?" Mark and Gabriella expected that their client was short on time and didn't waste any of it. The Greater Storm Eagle, who was placed last into the trailer, was taken out by a large metallic arm. While the middle-aged man kept talking to the Fleur parents, the young fatty ran to the Greater Storm Eagle, viewing it with a weird smile. The chubby youth was probably 18 years old or maybe even older, but his behavior was worse than most 6-year-old children, causing everyone to look at him with despise. Greg, Malia, and Jason were disgusted, as they previously still hoped that the noble was regretful about causing the Greater Storm Eagle to die, but apparently that wasn't the case. When the fat youth looked into the trailer, Jason had a bad premonition, and right at the worst timing, the fox cubs woke up and squeaked due to them being hungry. They struggled their way to the automatic feeding machine and began to eat. This could be seen by the fat youth, and interest could be seen in his eyes as he mumbled, "Lesser elemental fox cubs." Jason stopped breathing for a moment, and he wasn't alone, as the Fleur siblings also sensed something wrong. The fat youth turned away from the eagle and looked vividly at the fox cubs. Averting his gaze, his loud reached his father. "Dad, you said I should search for an awakened beast because my soul fits 4 larger beasts and a weaker one, right? I think I found a suitable beast for this spot. There are lesser elemental fox cubs inside the trailer." FK was the word in everyone's mind. While the middle-aged man's attention was drawn to the trailer, Gabriella looked slightly worried while Mark was still calm. "That's true, we have lesser elemental fox cubs in the trailer, but I've already made a contract with the seller of these cubs and another one with the purchasers, so there is not a single one left to sell." "I'm sorry." Mark was calm and explained everything while adding some made-up story to the truth, which would add another layer of protection. Having made 2 contracts was not worth the effort to pay for remuneration, as for breach of a contract was normally 5 to 10 times the price of the beast. For 2 contracts, the price would be 10 to 20 times more expensive. If Mark wanted to sell them for 201, had to pay 2 to 4 million, which normally wasn't worth the effort. Adding another fact with a gentle reminder mark drew the attention to a different subject. May we go back to our business? The soul bun needs time to consolidate, otherwise your opponent might notice something wrong and we don't want something like that to happen, right, mister? Rodriguez turned back to Mark and said, slightly frowning, oh yes, normally I wouldn't back off against a measly contract breach, but it's certainly true that we are in a hurry. Let's finish our business and part our ways. Everyone sighed in their minds, while the young fat man was a little bit sad, but he didn't mind that he couldn't get a fox cub, as his father would probably give him something even better later. Pouting a little bit, he was still noisy, and Jason decided to close the trailer to prevent any fox cub sounds to reach the outside, which could attract the attention of the fat youth and his father once again. Rodriguez asked once again about the contract and the breach remuneration because he wanted to give his son another beast with a good elemental ability, and lesser elemental foxes were relatively good for their mana core rank, but Mark was firm in his rejection. The contract with our salesperson was slightly special, so it should be almost impossible to sell a beast for. Jason liked Mark more and more. Even if he was greedy, he still wouldn't break a contract, which astonished him a little. He would probably be able to earn a few million from him if he was about to sell him a single fox cub only because of the remuneration. If Jason had to be honest, he saw the remuneration clause for the fox cubs, but thought it was enough. 5 times the price, that would only be 1.3 million credits for a single cub, and Rodriguez tried to purchase the fox cub, even if he knew that he had to pay a remuneration of 2 to 4 million at the least. After their deal was over, the Flurs and Jason hurriedly said goodbye and left the slightly dejected fat middle-aged man with the chubby youth next to him, while the greater storm eagle stood behind. Everyone sighed in relief, and a thick sweat pearl could be seen running down Mark's temples. While they were on their way out, a red armored pickup drove by and Jason could see a young man sitting in the driver's seat. His eyes were blood red, and Jason felt weird looking at him. The youth couldn't see him, but there was an eerie feeling around him when Jason saw him for a very short moment. Because Mark and Gabriella had to deliver the fox cubs to the beast merchants who messaged them a few days ago, the 3 youths decided to go shopping. The shopping centers and stalls in Gyro City were much grander than the ones in Art City, and filled with many different things to buy which one couldn't purchase in Art City. Greg and Jason were astonished about the things they could purchase, because it was the first time for Jason to be in a different city than Art City, and Greg was never in a shopping street when he was younger and lived in Zero City. Malia was unbothered by most things one could purchase, except some clothes and exotic weapons attracted her attention, which Jason found funny. Jason had around 20 million credits, and he wanted to use them to purchase mana stones and other things. When he arrived in Zero City, he would have a week left before the school started, and it was very important for him to increase his combat prowess until then, because of different reasons, including the student rankings on the first day. Because of that, he would have to improve his combat experience and combat skills. That's why Jason wanted to enter a 2-star wild zone when he arrived in Zero City. To protect himself, he wanted to purchase a mana gun, or more exactly the mana M9, with an effective firing range of 200 meters. With its black metallic color made out of black iron, a length of 217.5 in, and a barrel length of 125 and 4.9 in, Jason would be able to handle it easily with one hand, and Jason adored the exterior design, causing him to purchase one. A common M9 pistol was a grade 1 mana gun, with its specialization being a pistol with weak recoil and a standard magazine size of 15 bullets. It could easily kill evolved beasts with a single shot inside a vital area and was as such extremely dangerous, but the most frightening aspect about this weapon was its price. 300,000 credits with 4 filled magazines, common mana bullets. However, Jason still decided to purchase it as defensive measures, and furthermore, Jason bought another 300 common mana bullets and many other types of ammunition like armor-piercing bullets, explosive bullets, boat tails bullets, and more. Adding everything together, Jason's bank account was reduced by around 400,000 credits with a single purchase, causing a devastating expression to appear on his face. My money, he sulked, but this thought was fast replaced. Because he still had around 16 million credits left, Jason decided to use 4 million credits to purchase mana stones as an investment for himself. With 12 million credits and 97 small mana stones left, Jason was confident to reach the later levels of the novice rank, easily. Jason even saw some soul weapons inside the shops, but he was uninterested in them at the moment, because he wasn't able to afford them even if he feigned interest. Greg found a heavyweight vest which one could adjust to one's needed weight to train. While Greg bought a heavyweight vest which he could adjust from 1 kg to 3,000 kg, Jason found this also interesting, and he decided to purchase a heavyweight vest with an adjustable weight from 1 to 500 kg. It was priced at 2 million credits, and Jason had now only half of his fortune left. Nevertheless, Jason would wear it during every workout and adjust his strength like that. They continued their stroll when Jason saw something he didn't think he could find in a previous stall. Jason's knowledge was solid and vast compared to his peers, except for his lack in telling pictures to some beasts, which he was already catching up. When he saw a particular fruit of one stall with its mana fluctuations, Jason's eyes bulged slightly and he went closer. Jason hadn't seen many fruits radiating mana, but this fruit even had a paper-thin black color radiating from it. This was something he had never seen, and he wondered what was going on with this fruit. It was a holy white bakuri, which was a low-class 1 fruit, and its price was stated for 10 million credits. Malia and Greg noticed his gaze, and Malia informed him about the fruit. The holy white bakuri fruit is a rare fruit which can only be found in mana-dense magic zones or permanent rifts. Occasionally it is found in 4-star wild zones, but it is extremely rare. This fruit is able to completely dissolve one's mana core shackles until one reaches the low adept rank. It is used by influencing heirs to increase their cultivation speed to a certain degree. Comparing their speed with the same amount of mana sensitivity and control, the one who used a holy white bakuri fruit would be much faster to reach the levels 4th and 7th up to the novice core limit. There would be no thresholds between the 3rd and 4th, and 6th and 7th level if one used the holy white bakuri fruit, and one could easily enter the adept rank. Looking at this fruit, I'm sure that this is only one of the lowest ranked holy light bakuri fruits that exist. Otherwise, its price would be much higher. The vendor listened to the youths talking, and in the beginning, he was confident that one of these youths might purchase the holy white bakuri fruit, but after the young woman finished her small lesson, he began to sweat lightly. It was true that this fruit was one of the worst possible ranks had, and 10 million credits were probably a scam, but he had to sell them because he was in a huge debt, so he tried his best to the fruit palatable, my dear customer. If you purchase this holy white bakuri fruit for 10 million credits, this grade 2 perennial neoxid box prevents the declining effect of class 2 herbs for more than 5 years if it's not opened consistently. Listening to the vendor, Jason's interest was piqued. The fruit was already in a box and couldn't release its magical effect, but if Jason bought this fruit, it would be without the perennial neoxid box. He didn't want to purchase the holy white bakuri fruit for himself, rather it was to experiment with something once he got a new soul bond. Jason was way too curious, and he had already researched for quite some time about the price for purifying items or fruits, and the lowest price was around 25 million. This holy white barusai fruit would probably be the cheapest purification fruit Jason would be able to get his hand on for the time being, so he decided to purchase it. Receiving a grade 2 perennial neoxid box in addition to the holy white backer fruit was also nice, because it was worth 2 million credits alone. While Jason transferred 10 million credits, he was left with around 100 credits. Malia and Greg were a little bit astonished about his purchase, but they found it was still a good idea, because Jason had no time left to break through the shackles, and saving time was always good and a decent investment in one's human capital. Right now Jason was just too weak, and it would only hinder him to wait for a natural breakthrough. They didn't know that Jason did not purchase the fruit for himself, rather for his future beast, but he wouldn't say it out loud if nobody asked. Jason was also curious why there were shackles to the 4th and 7th level, while the walls to a new rank were quite normal. He couldn't understand the walls in between the ranks. One had to know that the ranking system was only established 200 years ago, and there were still many theories out that the mana cultivation system was wrong and should be revised. But there weren't any proofs, and theories alone were not good enough to cause a revision of an established system. Suddenly the three of them heard a loud siren resounding through the streets, and a mechanical voice spreading right afterward. "Attention please, attention please. Due to some unforeseen reasons, a large number of beasts have stepped through the magical dome. They are now on their way to the city walls. Please stay calm and go to the closest shelter or into safe proximity. This is not a test. This is not a test." Jason stored the perennial neoxid box with the holy white bakuri inside away as they continued their shopping trip, while his whole fortune was already used up except a small sum. It was already late afternoon, and the youths were about to go back to the Fleur parents when a loud siren sound voiced through the alley and the whole city. "Attention please, attention please. Due to some unforeseen reasons, a large number of beasts have stepped through the magical dome. They are now on their way to the city walls. Please stay calm and go to the closest shelter or into safe proximity. This is not a test. This is not a test." Jason, Malia, and Greg looked at each other, not sure what to do or where to go. Greg and Jason were never in such a situation, and they hoped Malia was more proficient with such situations. The first one who came back down to Earth was Malia, and she opened the map of Gyro City and set a route to the closest shelter to them. But before they could even go, they heard loud roars from outside the city resounding through the streets as a black mass covered the sky from the side they were able to hear the roars. It was unknown what happened, but when they saw the huge black mass, they felt scared, and it was as if black eyes threatened their whole existence. Once they recovered from their fright, they began to rush to the next shelter like thousands of humans did. The shopping alley was overflowed with humans, and everyone charged in the same direction, not caring if they overrun anything. From the corner of his eyes, Jason could even see a young girl crying on the side alone, and he wanted to help, when he was pushed away by an expert ranked man whose eyes were filled with fear. Not understanding what's going on, Jason was even slightly scared of getting overrun by higher-ranked humans, as their speed was faster than him. He would be left alone if Malia and Greg didn't slow down for him, covering him slightly with their higher physique. It was ridiculous to see that even laborers and normal receptionists were faster than Jason, and probably also stronger, even if their combat experience was close to zero. While running, many thoughts streamed through his mind. Can the soldiers handle the beast tide? Why does everyone rely on others, and don't fight back even if their strength could be high enough to fight unblemished beasts? And many more questions ran through his mind, but the latter question tormented his mind more than any other of his questions. When they arrived in front of the shelter, the three youths could finally see humanity's true nature because hundreds of humans stood in front of the already closed gates and they seemed scared to their bones, hitting the closed gates while tears poured down their desperate faces. Shock could be seen in them, and small kids gripped their parents firmly, not understanding what was going on. Greg was taken aback. Did they lock out everyone? Is that some kind of bad joke? They also began to feel scared, because at their rank it didn't matter how strong they were. They couldn't defeat tens of thousand beasts. Malia was still relatively calm and looked at the people in front of the closed gates. Why is our race such trash? To save ourselves, we would sacrifice so much, and Jason sensed the disgust in her voice, without blaming her feelings, as he could understand her feelings completely. Apparently, the humans within the shelter closed the gates as soon as a certain number was inside, and even if there was enough space left, they threw away their charity and love for their race and closed the gates, locking them firmly. The next shelter would be quite a distance away, and Jason, who was somehow calm because Artemis was by his side, made a decision before Malia could even say anything. We can either search for your parents or hide somewhere. I'm not sure which places are the best to hide, but searching for your parents is more likely suicidal because we don't know where exactly they are. Give them an emergency signal with your GPS activated, and they can rescue us as soon as possible. If nothing major happens in their district, they will come to us. Malia looked at Jason, a little bit astonished because he could remain calm despite a beast tide occurring right in front of them, and she nodded approvingly. Every company or slightly larger shop had a safe room, and they decided to hide in a small shop which took in a few people until it was filled. Once the door was closed, a small group of boys and girls, probably first-grade middle schoolers, began to cry because they couldn't take the pressure. Jason was relatively calm because he had faced many beasts and was somewhat naive because he bought a pistol and was expectant to use it, which irritated him. Why am I expectant? There are thousands of humans are dying each second, Jason thought, and his excitement died down within seconds. It was unknown if the armor-piercing bullets could penetrate unblemished ranked beasts, but Jason was confident that they could at least hurt them with enough mana injected. Greg and Jason were not normal youths compared to other kids at the age of 13-14, because Jason matured faster due to his responsibilities and his disease, while Greg matured slightly faster than others because he faced reality in elementary school, in addition to his many battles against beasts, even though he still behaved like a child sometimes. Looked like Malia faced many beast tides because she was even calmer than Jason, and before he had said something she had already sent the emergency signal to her parents. Beast tides weren't uncommon, but mankind's nature was unpredictable. It was unknown if the beast tide was even able to reach the outer district, maybe neither the inner district, and people were already panicking this much. If everyone would be behaving like they were, humanity would have already gone extinct 300 years ago. While waiting for the soldiers to clear out the beast tide, Jason could still access the network with his quantum bracelet as he tried to relax by watching some martial art technique videos about the higher understanding of the Azure Feisty Ape technique with the dual dagger mastery modification. Previously, he had only watched them with the single dagger mastery, but now he changed his decision. While Jason watched the videos, trying to stay calm, he stayed on guard. But even so, almost everyone looked at him oddly. How could someone be so calm while a beast tide occurred? What's wrong with this youth? And where can I get such contact lenses? They are so good looking. The scared group of middle-aged men, women, and middle school students thought. Greg was still stiff, but seeing Jason eased up his tension somewhat as he sat down next to him in order to watch some videos. Right now, Greg was stronger than Jason in all aspects: soul bond, strength, mana core rank, and probably even more, but Jason's calmness caused Greg's fear to die down, and he wanted to be closer to him because he felt safer this way, which was completely illogical. Melia also sat down next to Jason, but only because she thought Jason was putting on a facade. However, that wasn't totally the case, and Jason only hoped that the beast tide would end soon. Rather than putting on a facade, Jason was sure that magical beasts weren't able to threaten a B-grade city. At least they wouldn't be able to completely annihilate it, and even if they could, Jason wouldn't be able to do anything against it. But the main problem Jason figured out was that the possibility that a few Guardian-ranked beasts, which were the rank above magical beasts, led this beast tide was high, because the roars Jason heard were somewhat familiar. It felt as if Jason knew what kind of race caused the beast tide, but he just couldn't remember what it was. Furthermore, there seemed to be many different kinds of beasts Jason heard, and they wouldn't gather together just to attack the city without preying on each other if there was not something forcing them to attack Gyro City. If Jason was not wrong, someone should have either picked up a magical treasure or stolen a Guardian stage beast cub to cause such a disaster. Otherwise, he couldn't think of any reason for Guardian-ranked beasts to attack a B-grade city, risking their lives for. Jason was way too confident in himself because his eyes were superior to others. His soul was unique if there was not his soul energy, and his combat prowess was also quite good, but even if he added everything together, he still couldn't face the threat of such beasts at the moment, which frustrated him. Understanding the situation they were inside once again, Jason decided to create the best possible outcome with his current ability by doing something that not many heroic authorities would do: watching videos to calm down his surrounding. Minutes passed without any noises from outside the safe room, until gunshots and bombing noises permeating through the streets. From the sound, it seemed like the beasts were still far away and probably not over the wall. But only 2 minutes later, the first flying beasts could be seen observing the streets and diving onto their human preys that weren't able to find a place to hide. Hearing the pitiful sounds of humans crying out for help, their pained shouts mixed within the screeches of beasts, everyone felt ashamed and scared at the same time. Jason tried his best to ignore the sounds, but after he finished skimming through a few tutorial videos, he decided to take a look outside. There were mainly 4 different kinds of beasts Jason could see in the sky. Low mid-awakened beast iron-feathered hawks. Late awakened beast heavyweight vultures. Mid-late evolved thunder eagles. Low mid unblemished winged wind centipede. Melia, Greg, what are the strongest ranked beasts you two can defeat once faced solo or in a group, separately seen? Jason asked without looking at them. The beast tide didn't seem normal, and Jason had a bad premonition that this beast tide wouldn't end without something huge happening. Greg and Melia also looked outside while Melia answered. I am at the Initiate Master rank, and I can defeat low unblemished ranked beasts up to 2 at once. With the help of my soul bonds, maybe 5 to 6, but that's the most I can hold out. Defeating an unblemished beast while being at the same rank meant Melia's soul bonds gave her a decent share of strength so she could fight against them head-on. Killing beasts at the same rank is harder the further one walked down the path of cultivation, because the gap between human ranks and beast ranks extends only further. While Jason was astonished about her strength, Greg also answered, I am at the 3rd Adept rank, and due to the physical enhancement of my soul bond, I can defeat a group of mid-awakened beasts or 2 late-awakened beasts at most. With Taurus, I can defeat a few low-evolved beasts. Jason listened carefully and looked at the mana cores of everyone within the safety room, but it looked like even if there was someone with decent strength, he or she wouldn't be able to help because everyone looked like they were going to faint once a single beast entered the room. He wasn't sure if a beast would enter this room, but some beasts were extremely sensitive to smell and pheromones, and due to the anxiety most people spread inside this room, it wouldn't be a surprise if a beast was about to notice them soon. Minutes passed and Jason was still looking around attentively, and to his shock, he could see the first beasts roaming through the streets. The gunshot sounds could still be heard, but a few beasts pushed through the defensive lines. But according to their core strength, they didn't look strong, and Jason was confident to kill them with his Mana M9 pistol, so he wasn't really scared at the moment. Some good news, however, was that the flying beasts spread out, leaving the shopping street after they preyed on humans. There was also the possibility of them being shot down by some hunter, but the important fact was that the more time passed, the fewer flying beasts roamed around the sky. A full hour passed and more beasts could be seen in the shopping street. Unfortunately, a few shops were attacked and the people inside massacred and torn apart mercilessly. Jason, who was still confident in the beginning, was feeling slightly complicated. Turning around, he asked everyone about their strength, or if someone possessed weapons to defend themselves, because the situation seemed to go out of control slowly. Not a single one had a weapon, and it was a disaster. Only Greg and Malia had grade 2 mana pistols that could kill unblemished beasts easily and hurt magical beasts, or even kill them with some effort, but it would take some time to do that. Jason was confused that not even the shop owner had a weapon, but looking at him with his golden eyes, subconsciously spreading his intimidating aura, the shop owner began to look more and more guilty, and suddenly he gave in and told that he had a graded mana rifle to defend himself in the worst-case scenarios. Everyone looked at the shop owner in contempt because he lied to them to save himself, except Jason, Malia, and Greg. Could the shop owner know that Jason didn't want to steal his mana rifle to save himself? Not really, he was just scared. To be honest, everyone would at first save oneself, and then maybe some strangers, without risking one's own life. Probably only the most loved family members would be saved before one would save oneself, but that was most likely it. Jason asked if they had mana weapons only because of a single reason. Once the beasts would rush into this shop, Jason would probably abandon the people inside there because he was the last who could protect someone. Being locked inside a small space with beasts was even worse than trying to survive outside. During the last hour, Gabriella sends everyone her emergency notification with the GPS and wrote that there were too many magical beasts, and if they abandoned their position, the whole defensive line would break in, which was quite unfortunate. They could hold their position and push back the beasts slightly, but that was it. If something was to happen, she ordered the youths to send her another emergency signal, and they would immediately disregard the city's safety for them. When Jason read this, he was taken aback, but he nodded. He would also save his family instead of other people. Gabriella and Mark weren't responsible for the life of the citizen, rather than that they would look out for Greg and Malia if something were to happen, which Jason agreed on. While Jason was thinking carefully about what to do, a low-awakened beast began to sniff at the safety room gate, and everyone began to breathe fast, scared about the beast. Jason was most disdainful about their reaction. He could understand the middle schoolers being scared about awakened beasts, but please. There were more than enough advanced adepts and experts ranked here. Why are you scared about an awakened beast? SH adds, if there wasn't a beast tide occurring, Jason would most likely throw a fit right now, even if he didn't like attention or talking to strangers. If one was strong enough to defend themselves, fight for your life. Because the low awakened beast's action drew some attention to their shop, they had to do something. Open the gate slightly for a short moment, so I can see its head. While the others were scared about Jason's order, he took out one of his low grade 1 knives. The others tried to hold back Jason when he suddenly turned around. They could see his anger-filled golden eyes flickering coldly, which caused them to step back unconsciously, disregarding their thought of intercepting in Jason's business. Malia was still amazed and even slightly scared about his eyes, but she put up a small water wall between the three of them and the other people inside the safety room before Greg opened the gate with his vast strength. A moment later, the gate closed again, and the knife in Jason's hand already vanished. Jason took a deep breath and he looked slightly exhausted, because he had used up more than half of his mana in an instant to inject it into the knife in order to increase the flying speed and decrease the sound, which worked perfectly fine. The low-awakened beast in front of the door collapsed lifelessly, and Jason couldn't even celebrate his first awakened beast kill because he had to replenish his mana as fast as possible. Time passed slowly and Jason had now completely replenished his mana, while the situation outside was getting worse because the street was filled with beasts and more shops were getting attacked. Dozens of humans getting killed every second. Jason also noticed 2 new corpses in front of their shops. While one was burned, the other one was wet, and Jason understood that it was Malia who killed them with her abilities, while he had replenished his mana. He was already aware of her fire and water soul bonds, because he saw the transmuted mana inside her mana core. Even Malia looked slightly worried right now, and it was only when she got another notification after the beast tide went on for more than 2 hours that the tension eased up to a certain degree. The beast tide was almost over, and the soldiers would clean up the rest of the city now. Afterward, each of the 3 youths got a message in their newly established group channel that Gabriella and Mark were on their way. In 5 minutes at worst, would they be there, and the 3 of them were about to cry out in joy when a majestic pair of lion heads looked through the window and roared loud, before it spat fire out of its mouths, melting the shelter's gate without any hindrance. Tiny 2-headed amber lion, Malia cried out in shock. Tiny, both Jason and Greg shouted. The red-furred lion with flames enveloping its mane was at least 3 meters high without considering its neck or heads. While it bent down to spit out flames, Melia formed a thick wall of water to defend against the flames. Jason had to think for a moment before he remembered the tiny two-headed lion. It was already a magical beast, and it looked like Melia was about to use up her whole mana pool to defend against a single usage of flames, as the water wall was slowly being evaporated. Melia sweated heavily, and it looked like she was on her limit as the flames suddenly stopped. The two-headed lion stopped spitting out flames and looked through the hole if its prey was already dead, only to see a small golden-eyed youth taking out a pistol, shooting at it. But the youth's speed was way too slow for the lion, and it closed its eyelid to prevent any injuries to its eyes. Jason cursed and he lamented his speed, but his move gave Greg enough time to pull out a mana grade 2 Desert Eagle mana, equipped with armor-piercing bullets. When the tiny two-headed amber lion opened its eye again, it was greeted by a batch of bullets, instantly piercing its eye. Unfortunately, the bullets missed the lion's brain, but one head was severely injured, which was very fortunate, considering their situation. Right at the moment, the two-headed lion was about to spit out another batch of flames. Melia cried out with a few fragmentation grenades in her hand. She was sweating heavily, and not a single speck of mana was left inside her. Considering the ways to injure the tiny two-headed amber lion, she could only think of the fragmentation grenades she had, as they didn't need mana to detonate. Jason was frightened and almost peed his pants as he looked at the bunch of grenades flying through the hole between the lion's heads where they exploded, causing a loud stir within the shopping street. While the injured head was severed, the other head was now spiked with metal alloy fragments, and the tiny two-headed amber lion cried out in pain. There was only one problem. Because of the explosion, the gate was almost completely demolished, and the two holes made by the lion's flames were their smallest problem. While the lion seemed to be on its deathbed, another few beasts noticed that, and a group of evolved ranked hyenas stormed towards the dying lion, killing it, while receiving heavy casualties, with 10 hyenas getting burned, as they began feasting on the tiny two-headed amber lion that was still hanging on its life. Jason, Greg, and Melia knew that they had to remain calm now, and not say anything because the more time passed, the better, when one of the middle graders suddenly cried out in fright after he saw the hyenas killing and tearing apart the lion carcass. The three youths thought at the same time, and Greg, who wasn't the smartest even though, that he couldn't be compared to such a low IQ brickhead. There were around 20 evolved thick-skinned hyenas, with their specialty having a thick skin in front of them, gobbling down the lion meat. Jason's normal bullets would be useless, and he switched out the magazine to armor-piercing bullets as fast as he could while Greg shot at the hyenas, who noticed the human group inside the torn safety room gate. The lion corpse wouldn't give them enough food and nutrition for all of them, and humans were delicious snacks, causing around 10 hyenas to switch their attention to them. Melia wasn't scared to fight them, and she shot out 5 water jets which blew apart 5 hyenas without leaving much of their body in one piece. But this was the most she was able to do, as her legs gave in from mana overexertion. The hyenas cried in agony, and everything that happened over the last minute attracted more and more attention, which could be considered the worst-case scenario. They had to hold out slightly less than 4 minutes, but Melia's mana pool was completely dried up, and she could only use non-mana-operated weapons. Greg still had some reserves left, and his Desert Eagle was shooting out bullets as if its magazine was infinite, killing one beast after another. More and more beasts were gathering close to the lion's corpse, and Jason could see its core, which radiated loads of mana, with liquid floating around the inside of the mana core, causing batches of beasts to gather nearby the magical ranked lion corpse. But fortunately, these beasts were preying on each other, observing the situation, waiting for the first beast to approach the lion's mana core. Once the first beast approached the core, the others would follow suit. Instead of attacking the humans, Jason hoped that they would rather prey on each other in order to obtain the magical ranked corpse to improve their strength instead of them. A minute full of tension passed, and Jason could swear that he smelled something fishy when he turned around to see that there was a small puddle forming below an embarrassed girl. Throwing out a towel from his storage device, Jason decided to ignore their situation as he looked through the torn gate once again. Nothing happened in the meantime, but the beasts slowly began to understand that time was running out as they felt powerful humans approaching them slowly. When the first beast finally began to approach the magical beast core, the long-awaited massacre among them began. Hyenas, wolves, bisons, lizards, horses, snakes, buffalumps, foxes, and so on tried to catch the magical ranked beast core, but not a single one was able to get it, because each beast obstructed one another, which also happened within the same race. Everyone inside the safety room was overjoyed, and the tension from the people in the background eased slightly, while the three youths were still completely on guard, attentively looking outside. 2 minutes passed, and it wouldn't be long until their rescue would come, but suddenly the beasts decided to ignore each other and to rush to the beast core. While one beast after another was hunted down, a few were thrown away by brute force, and unfortunately for everyone, there was an unblemished beast that was thrown directly into the already torn gate, blowing away Jason, Greg, and Malia. Greg's desert eagle was pushed out of his hand, and now a tall stepwind wolf was on top of the torn gate that laid on the youths, while their backs hurt from the impact they received. Jason still had his pistol close to him, but it would be useless against the stepwind wolf, which was an unblemished ranked beast. Only the torn gate was between the wolf and them. Malia couldn't do anything because of her not-existent mana reserves, and moving alone was already extremely difficult, while Jason and Greg had nothing to defend themselves. Jason felt pain in his leg, and he knew he was injured, but the pain caused him to stay awake. While the stepwind wolf shook its head around and groaned in pain, Jason looked around searching for the desert eagle, activating his mana eyes. And a moment later, Jason saw the desert eagle next to Malia, who completely lost her composure as the stepwind wolf's head came closer and closer to her, with bloodlust filling its eyes. She tried to use her physical strength to push away the torn gate with the wolf on it, but it was useless as her energy was drained to the last drop. Right at the moment when the stepwind wolf's mouth was above her face ready to kill Malia by biting off her head, she closed her eyes in fright. A loud bang caused her eardrums to vibrate violently and liquid streaming on her face. "I'm not dead," Malia wondered, and his whole body was shaking in fright. Opening her eyes, she saw the stepwind wolf, with a large hole in its head and the light in its eyes diminishing slowly. Turning to the right, she was Jason with Greg's desert eagle in his hand, smiling dryly with his ashen face that was completely drained from mana before he groaned in pain. FNG heavy. Malia was still scared and powerless, but she and Greg pushed away from the torn gate, only to see that soldiers arrived at the shopping street. Jason saw this and tried to get up. His left leg was injured, and it seemed as if a sharp part from the torn gate had penetrated into it. By pushing away the torn gate, the wound teared up even more, and it was difficult to walk without feeling pain, but Malia looked worse because of her overuse of mana, and including traumatizing situation she was in a few seconds ago. She looked like a zombie that feasted on humans, with the wolf's blood splattered on her face. When everyone got up, Greg looked like he was the most uninjured of the three of them, and he was already able to smile naively when he picked up the remaining parts of the tiny, two-headed amber lion. When Jason and Malia left the store supporting each other, Jason felt a draft next to him. Gabriella and Mark appeared in front of Malia, scanning her from head to toe. "Oh, my baby. Are you fine? Does it hurt somewhere? Drink this healing reagent and let me take a look." Gabriella was extremely worried, and Malia tried to calm down her mother, while Jason felt like an extra. He walked away because he didn't want to interrupt them while he dragged his injured leg with him. His body was still filled with adrenaline, and his heart thumped loudly when he helped Greg to pick up the beast corpses they killed. It was a common rule that the hunters had the right on their prey's corpse, and whoever snatched it would be treated as immoral. This was not a law, but most people would stick to this rule, however. There are always desperate people trying to gain some extra credits because of their debt or ignorance. Jason's leg ached a lot, and he decided to drink a grade 1 healing reagent, but it was still kinda painful. When they were almost finished collecting the tiny two-headed amber lion's body parts, Greg saw Jason's leg for the first time and his eyes widened. A shocked expression was apparent on his face. Jason, are you fine? You're sure that you won't bleed to death? Let's go to Mom, she can heal you." "I'm fine," and Jason said when a sudden pain caused him to grit his teeth. His sight blurred and his legs gave in, darkness enveloping him. "Jason, M.O.O." Gabriella was still worried about her daughter when she heard Greg's voice. Turning around, she saw Greg holding up a blood-drained Jason with a large amount of blood below him, creating a small puddle. "Oh no." Gabriella cried out, and she appeared next to Jason while a tiny plant with thick but smooth vines appeared on her left hand. Sprouting its smooth vines around Jason's leg, a calming sensation spread through them, and one could smell a herbal aroma spreading from the vines. If Jason's mana eyes were activated, he would be able to see healing magic for his first time. Gabriella's first soulbond was a plant-type evolved ranked beast with a strong healing ability, which was rarely seen. But the effect wasn't strong enough for Jason to regain his lost blood, and she took out 2 different types of bottles. Peak Grade 2 healing reagent to prevent Jason from losing more blood and regaining some vigor. Grade 1 blood formation reagent to strengthen Jason's blood and increase his blood regeneration. The blood formation reagent was only a Grade 1 potion because Jason couldn't handle the effects of the Grade 2 reagent, and furthermore, Gabriella and Mark didn't have a Grade 2 blood formation reagent to begin with because it had to be made out of blood essence from rare beasts. Jason's face regained some color, but he was still not able to regain his consciousness. Hours later. Jason wasn't sure when he woke up, but he felt refreshed and full of vigor when he opened up his eyes. He could see a large bedroom with expensive furniture around him and wondered where he was. Sitting up, Jason straightened his back, and he felt still slightly exhausted when Artemis appeared in front of him within the familiar white magic circle. Crying out with worry and joy, she threw herself in his embrace. The whole beast tide, Jason forced her to stay within the soul world, and she was extremely worried about him the whole time, but she would hinder Jason more than helping him during the beast tide, which frustrated her. Artemis could feel that Jason's injury was fully healed, but she was still slightly worried about his well-being. Jason wanted to stay up while holding Artemis, but he felt that his left leg felt slightly numb and was more difficult to move when he remembered his leg injury. Pulling down his pants, he saw that there wasn't even a scrab where he was previously injured, which wondered him. There was also no pain anymore, but the numb feeling was still uncomfortable. Jason dragged himself out of the room, and he entered the living room where he was greeted by the Flurs. He was happy to see them fine, and even Malia looked completely fine without the wolf blood on her face. Apparently, only Jason was seriously injured by the gate and pierced by a sharp part of the torn gate. If Malia or Greg were hit by the sharp part of the gate, they wouldn't be as seriously injured as Jason, because their physique was much tougher and more resistant than Jason's, but that wasn't exceptionally hard to accomplish. Even if Jason felt much stronger than 2 months ago, his strength was still at the bottom of the chain, and almost everything could kill him. Mark heard Jason as first, and he looked at him, asking. Mark wasn't especially fond of Jason, but he made extra points with his action today. Gabriella, Greg, and Malia stood up simultaneously and surrounded Jason, asking him about his injury, if it hurt, if he felt extremely numb, tired, and so on. Jason answered the questions and sat down with Artemis still in his arm. When he asked the question he was the most curious about. How bad is the situation in Gyro City? Why did the beast tide occur, and how many casualties did we suffer? Jason wasn't a pessimist or optimist, and facts spoke more words than anything else, but he hoped that the situation in Gyro wasn't as bad as he imagined when the beast tide occurred. Mark opened the news and read the statistics before he answered Jason. Overall, the beast tide was mainly made up by evolved and unblemished beasts, while a few hundred magical beasts appeared. The worst, however, was the appearance of a small guardian beast minotaur tribe. They tore down the city wall and devastated the outer districts, and we could only stall them. Not a single one of them were killed, and they entered the noble district without caring about our attacks. Even though a few of our Grand Magus attacked them, the Minotaur's innate magic resistance is exceptional, and they pushed us back with their physical strength. Fortunately for us in Gyro City was that rather than doing a killing spree, they retreated after getting back what once belonged to them. It was only then when 2 of the Berserk Minotaurs calmed down and left without looking back. If you want to know the answer to why this beast tide occurred, this should be relatively easy when you know the characteristics of beasts. There are only 2 ways to cause a relative intelligent race, Minotaurs to be precise, at the Guardian rank to go into its Berserk mode, where it loses almost all reasonings. 1 Mana Overdraft, 2 Upcoming Annihilation, 3 Cub Abduction. In my opinion, it's the 3rd reason, and one of the nobles in Gyro City probably stole a cub that was taken back by the Minotaur tribe. It is already extremely fortunate for these nobles to be still alive, but the ones who had to pay the price were the citizens of Gyro City. More than 1 million deaths are already noted, and there are still many more missing. About the situation in Gyro City, the citizens are scared and panicking, while the government tries to calm down the masses as well as possible. Looking at the streets and devastated districts with the destroyed buildings, including reinforced skyscrapers caused by the Minotaur's physical enhanced charges, the materialistic loss is extremely high. I'm glad that all of you survived, and it's fortunate that you only sustained a small injury. Considering your weak physique and mana core rank, it is already good that you survived the beast tide. To be honest, it's quite shameful to get informed that over 1 million people died. This beast tide was made up of a few million beasts, but most humans are higher ranked, and at least at the expert rank, and it's illogical that they died without being able to defend themselves. While these citizens died, the military acted too slow and caused too many flying beasts to enter the city, concluding everything its dogs tea. What happened here, FK? Jason listened carefully to Mark, and he was rational, talking about the whole situation until the end, and with his last sentence he erupted, and a small sound wave caused everyone's hairs to blow back while their ears hurt. Honey, what did I tell you? Control your emotions. Gabriella could only shout because she couldn't hear anything, and the whole situation turned quite awkward. The one who was the most hurt was Artemis, and she cried out and entered Jason's soul world after glaring at Mark. When Jason could hear something again, he asked where they were, what happened to the fox cubs and the scaled wolf. Gabriella reassured Jason that everything was fine with the lesser elemental foxes and that all of them were sold. Previously, Jason thought that Mark would only be able to sell half of the fox cubs, but apparently, the beast merchant found quite a lot of middle school graduates that were in a dire need of elemental beasts for their first contract, and the fox cubs came to the perfect timing, while the scaled wolf was the best of them. Mark only sold all of the fox cubs to this merchant because he received an additional large tip due to the large number of fox cubs. Jason hoped the fox cubs were fine and survived the beast tide, but even if he knew, there wasn't much he could change now, so he decided to change the subject. When are we going to depart? Do we have to wait for something, or can we continue our trip to Zero City tomorrow? We should be able to continue our trip tomorrow, but we can arrive a lot faster because we can change our vehicle to our high-speed flying shuttle. It will only take 4 hours with it because we fly almost straight through 1 and 2 star wild zones without flying beasts in a high altitude without any detours. Even if they were a few awakened beasts flying through the sky, they would be ripped apart before they could see us, Gabriella said confidently with a hunch of pride covered in her words. But shouldn't you guys do something else first? You guys killed a magical beast and a few other rare beasts. Even if the two-headed amber lion was ripped apart, the core and other important parts are still sellable and worth quite a lot. Greg's storage space has an integrated perseverance function, and Greg said the liver looked fine. A few nobles would probably pay a mountain of credits to get the liver of a two-headed amber lion, which is said to be one of the best as transplantation. Not forgetting the beast core, magical beast cores can be fed to one of your soul bonds, and maybe their potential or fire ability can increase. Greg took out the magical beast core, which was red in color, and inside one could see a small flame vigorously moving around. Jason activated his mana eyes, and he was overwhelmed by the huge compressed amount of mana inside the core. Is that a drop of mana liquid? Jason thought, and he was reminded of the first time he saw the mana core during the beast breakout. For humans, if they wanted to enter the Magus rank, they had to compress their mana as much as possible before converting it into liquid. This compression would first purify one's mana core before it would metamorph one's body. While the mana would be compressed, new space for even more mana would be left inside the mana core, and it was said that the more mana was compressed into a liquid, the stronger were one's attacks. Jason found the cultivation system quite weird. From novice, adept, expert, master rank, one would increase the size of one's mana core while expelling impurities. From then on, one would convert the gaseous mana into liquid and reach the continuing rank called Magus. And from Jason's knowledge, it was said that the more drops of mana liquid one possessed, the higher was one's level, and rank to reach the rank of a Grand Magus one would only need 30 of his mana core filled with mana liquid, and so on. Converting mana into liquid was said to be extremely difficult because the focus and accuracy needed was more than most could do, while the amount of mana was as much as a mountain, which was also the first point for most humans, the first major obstacle reaching the Magus rank. Before, Jason had also wondered why these methods were divided like this, and which rank came after Grand Magus, but there was no need for him to think about that now. The only thing he had to know was that without resources, his speed would only slow down, and to get more resources, Jason had to enter dangerous wild zones or even forbidden zones, battle zones, and so on. Greg looked at Malia, who gave him a signal with her eyes, and Greg threw the magical beast core to Jason, who had a hard time catching the core because he was still deep in thoughts. "You can take it," Greg said, and Malia approved his decision. Asking Artemis if she could come out again, a white magical circle appeared before Jason, and Artemis jumped out of it. Jason thought she would immediately jump to the magical beast core, but the complete opposite happened when she distanced herself from the core with disapproval in her face. "Do you not like this core?" This was weird. Didn't Artemis love mana the most? This magical ranked beast core had much more mana inside than a small mana stone, but why did she back off? A weird kind of feeling was transmitted to his mind, and Jason immediately understood. Is it possible to trade magical beast cores against other elements? Jason asked with an apologetic expression. Apparently, Artemis wasn't suitable for the fire elemental magical beast core, and she hated this kind of mana. She transmitted Jason a picture of an ice cube and the feeling of it, and he understood what she wanted. That's possible, but a fire magical beast core is one of the most common types, and if you want to trade it with a different elemental type, you have to add at least the difference of the wanted core. But it's more likely that you have to add quite a sum because rare cores are worth quite a lot. Mark was the first to answer, but the answer was satisfying, and one could see Jason frowning slightly. "What core do you need?" "Maybe we can help somehow. We killed a few magical beasts today, and maybe the core you need is among them," Gabriella answered, and hope flickered in Jason's eyes when he nodded with his head subconsciously. Right now Jason felt really shameful, but if he could get an ice elemental beast core, maybe Artemis would even be able to evolve, who knows? Jason thought, already thinking far ahead of the future before he calmed down. "Is among the magical beasts an ice elemental beast?" Jason asked with a small ray of hope. They were close to an ice magical zone, and the chances that a magical beast with an ice affinity invaded the city were not small, but beasts with an ice affinity were much rarer than one with a fire affinity, so Jason wasn't sure. I think there was a fierce glacier bear among the beasts Really, can we maybe trade the cores? I'll definitely pay the difference or more once I have the credits. Please. Jason tried his best to make puppy eyes and Gabriella laughed while Mark sighed. Even if I saved Malia, I was also rescued in return. I don't like owing favors. Please accept the core and tell me the difference between the two cores' price. Jason was adamant, but Mark was also stubborn, and in the end, they agreed that Jason didn't have to pay the difference while they exchanged cores. Mark was astonished about himself. Did I try to persuade Jason to give him my money? The ice elemental core was extremely cold and had the size of a small fist, and Artemis jumped at the core and opened up her beak as much as possible, squeezing the core down before Jason was able to do something, while everyone's eyes widened in shock. She wouldn't explode, right, was what everyone thought. Artemis' belly bulged and she looked at Jason before a magic circle appeared below her and she appeared in his soul word. WAITT, she won't die, right? Why did she gulp down the magical ranked beast core now? How should a 3-star wild beast be able to digest such ferocious mana? Let's go to a professional. Maybe she can receive some help before it's too late. Malia jumped up and Gabriella followed suit. After them, Greg also jumped up, following them, and even Mark stood up while Jason was still sitting at the table. What are you doing, Jason? Do you want your soul bond to die? Malia shouted with anger in her voice, and the others looked also concerned. That's not needed, Jason said calmly, before looking into his soul world where a white cocoon covered Artemis. He felt that she was fine, and small snowflakes surrounded the white cocoon. Each step he took closer to her felt a few degrees colder, and Jason distances himself once again. Jason decided to leave his soul world and he smiled, still sitting at the table with 4 pairs of eyes looking at him with various emotions. Not needed. Greg was the first one to come back to his senses. Yeah, she can take it. I think she is evolving, Jason answered, still smiling. There were a few facts leading Jason to his conclusion. First, Artemis was wrapped in white shining light. Every evolving beast did that. Second, she gulped down a magical beast mana core, which provided thousands of times the mana Artemis would need to survive and strengthening herself. A certain amount of mana is needed to force an evolution in the beast's genes without destroying her. Jason thought that Artemis could digest as much mana as she wanted. Third, Artemis' cocoon was releasing a terrifying force, while cold drafts and snowflakes surrounded it. Some evolutions caused the creation of an elemental affinity seed. Everyone was flabbergasted. Just like that, Jason's soul bond evolved. His wild beast could withstand such devastating and vigorous mana, without causing pain to either soul bond or contractor. What the hell is your soul bond? Mutation. Malia was the first to ask the obvious question which nobody could answer, not even Jason, and he lifted his arms with a helpless gesture. I honestly don't know, but apparently she can digest as much mana as she wants to. And to add on, I can't figure out her potential at all. Even my gut feeling is telling me that something is going on. This wasn't the case with each beast I caught, and also not the case when I told Greg to pick his soul bond. It was better to be safe than dead or betrayed, so Jason told only what he was supposed to. Jason didn't know that the Fleur did already roughly know about his eyes' capabilities, while Gabriella and Mark already talked to each other about Jason's mana eyes and what exactly they were. There were many unique things about Jason, and now Artemis was added to the collection. Special, mana eyes, unique soul, weak soul energy, and unique, mutated snowflake owl. Jason was a mysterious character to them, but he was gentle, friendly, loyal as he saved Malia even though he was seriously injured, and a friend of Greg and now apparently even Malia. They believed Jason wouldn't betray them, and the two of them decided to wait for Jason to tell them about his past or his eyes' special effect more in detail. After that, the Fleurs sat down at the table once again to discuss their schedule for the next day. When they dispersed, Jason went into his room to practice the heaven-hell technique before he looked at Artemis for some time. Afterward, Jason watched multiple videos about the dual mastery modification of the Azure Feisty Ape technique before he switched to the Beastarium with its characteristic to look at certain areas with its residing beasts inside. Jason selected Zero City as the main spot while the different wild zones were projected. He could select one and every beast inside this wild zone would be detailed, except a few rare and dangerous ones without much information. Important for Jason was that there was no 1-star wild zone, which meant the weakest beast Jason could use to practice would be an awakened ranked beast. Today, Jason understood again that his strength had to increase much faster. Because he had already slept much, Jason decided to absorb mana throughout the night, and his determination to break into the next level as soon as possible was ignited. Injecting mana into his mana core consisted of simple steps. sensing the mana in the surroundings and absorb it before circling the foreign mana throughout the main mana channels within the body. Once a large circle was finished, the mana could be annexed and injected into the body. The better one's mana control, sensitivity, surrounding mana density, determination and focus was, the faster one could get stronger. The whole night passed and Jason only stopped circulating his mana to practice the Heaven's Hell technique. With Jason's understanding, Artemis would evolve into a low awakened beast at the worst, and the weakest awakened beast had soul energy of at least 11 units. 1-star beasts needed 1 unit, 2-star 2 units, 3-star 4 units, 4-star beasts 6 units, 5-star beasts 10 units on average, while it varied for each race, but a soul power of 11 would be the worst of the worst for an awakened beast to possess. Right now Jason's soul energy was at around 5.4 while he got around 1.4 shared from Artemis. This meant his own soul energy was approximately 4 points after breaking through 4 levels of his mana core rank and painstakingly practicing Heaven's Hell techniques first level 3 times a day for weeks. Based on the assumption that Artemis would evolve into a low awakened ranked beast with soul energy of 11 and his shared amount of, Jason had to increase his own soul energy by at least 3.5 points. This was the best outcome, not including the fact that Jason didn't know when Artemis would finish her evolution, and his gut feeling told him that Artemis' soul energy wouldn't be 11 and rather higher. Being in a contract with a soul bond with higher soul energy than oneself could end disastrously because they weren't forced to obey the orders of their contractors. If a beast were to disregard the contractor's will, everything could be endangered. A few years ago in the news, there was a report about a beast obtaining exceptionally high soul energy after evolving. Unfortunately, this beast killed its contractor, and one could only say that raising high-potential beasts since birth was better than raising a beast with high potential when it had already matured, as its instincts were apparent and hard to control. Controlling beasts with lower soul energy was still possible, even though it could be difficult sometimes under the will of their wild instincts, but one was powerless against beasts with higher soul energy. Nevertheless, Jason was confident that Artemis wouldn't hurt him, but playing everything safe was still better. Determined to increase his overall capabilities, Jason finished his solidification in the morning before he practiced the Heaven's Hell technique and went down to eat breakfast. Everyone was already sitting at the table, and fortunately, there wasn't a nightgown accident with Melia this time, and the atmosphere was splendid. After eating breakfast, Jason followed the others outside the apartment, and it seemed as if they were at a big hotel. Jason didn't have the desire to look where he was the day before, and only now did he notice that they were on a high floor of a skyscraper. They entered a glass elevator, and Jason could see the demolished streets and buildings far away. Opening his quantum bracelet's holographic screen, he accessed the news about Gyro City and the death list that seemed to be endless long. 1553356 deaths and less than 1 million injured humans. Gyro City had around 40 million citizens and was thus one of the biggest B-grade cities on Asterix, while only Zero and Bengal City were larger as a grade city. Zero City had around 80 to 90 million citizens, while Bengal City had around 75 million citizens. The capital of Asterix Island was Zero, and this was also where the most prestigious schools were situated, while many schools were in Zero City, which was also called the City of Rivalry by many, because not only the students had a deep sense of competition to reach the higher class ranking in order to gain more resources, rather the schools had a fierce rivalry against each other. While the Vanguard School was seen as one of the big 3 schools with its 6 affiliated schools, it wasn't the biggest school among the big 3 and also not the strongest, but balancing in between these factors. What made up the Vanguard School was its foundation, which was deep and full of theoretical knowledge that was imprinted in the student's mind. Their motto was "Knowledge is power," but unfortunately for Jason was that his knowledge wasn't that powerful and he could only curse in his mind about such a stupid motto. Many humans died over the last 24 hours, and Jason felt sad about the incident, but this was also one of the reasons his ambition to reach a higher mana core rank was only getting firmer. Cowardly dying, FKU beasts and nobles, LK my boots, I won't die. Jason cursed it out inwardly, and he felt that his mind was getting more and more stable. Only a few minutes later, they arrived outside, and Mark summoned a dark red sporty-looking limousine with a length of more than 6 meters in front of them. Somehow this limousine looked even more expensive than the hovering truck, and Jason saw the mana radiating from the car, and he immediately knew that it was made out of magical ranked beast remains at the worst. While stepping inside, Jason was astonished about the futuristic interior, and it looked very technologically advanced with a large screen in the front, a fridge at the side, and beverages inside. It was very spacious inside the limousine, and sitting down felt extremely comfortable as Jason wondered if he would sleep in, once he stopped focusing as Jason was pushed inside. Looking around, even Greg and Malia felt very relaxed, and Gabriella had to smile when she saw Jason's amazed face. Jason, just that you know, this peak grade 2 flying limousine was made out of our raisin hoarding metal beasts, which are rare magical beasts. Our raisin alone is already a precious metal, but once hoarded by a metal beast, the purity and mana conductivity increased by a large margin. This causes the limousine to reach a much higher speed. And to be honest, this car is our most treasured asset as well as the most expensive one. OHH. How expensive was it? Jason listened and he was curious about the price. He knew that the Flurs were rich, but he wanted to know how expensive their most expensive asset was, and Jason listened impatiently. We paid with high-grade mana stones and other magical treasures, but converted, it should be around 100 star notes. Jason looked dumbfounded and confused, not knowing what star notes were. Oh, right, you don't know anything about star notes. Credits are mostly used for smaller businesses, while star notes represent the more expensive currency. 100,000,000 credits are equivalent to 1 star note, so we paid 10 trillion credits for this limousine. Above Jason, a wormhole opened, and his soul vanished into thin air while he looked completely stupefied at Gabriella. 10 trillion credits. Jason wasn't able to close his mouth, and Gabriella started to chuckle. She wanted to brag a little bit about her baby, but she didn't think Jason would react like this. "Let's go, honey," she said, and turned around to Mark, who immediately started the engine. This morning, they applied for a flying permit from the AI, which they easily received, and now the limousine began to ascend into the air. Jason was looking outside the window, still dumbfounded, when he was pressed into Greg by the sudden acceleration of the flying limousine. Nausea and the desire to vomit were Jason's smallest problem right now, because he was pressed on Greg, which wasn't really comfortable. Malia had formed a small membrane of mana around her, and chuckled while Greg pushed Jason gentle away from him, while laughing. "Sorry, you are not my type, bro. You are also not my type, MUCLHEAD. Jason shouted because he was embarrassed. How should he know that the limousine would reach such a terrifying speed? Jason wasn't even able to determine where they exactly were, as he could only barely make out the landscape outside the window. The only thing Jason could see was blurry colors of brown, green, white, and red, which wondered Jason. How fast is this car that I can't see anything at all with my eyesight? But thinking about the price, Jason understood the situation completely. The limousine had to be extremely fast, but it was probably not very endurable with this speed, because it looked like they made a big detour to avoid 4-star zones and most 3-star zones with many flying beasts. After trying to find a nice position to sit in, Jason decided to enter his soul world to run away from the awkward situation with Greg and Malia on each side next to him. Somehow Jason was always between two of them, and it didn't feel bad to be surrounded by friends. He forgot about the previous situation as fast as he forgot Malia's nightgown incident as entered the soul world. His soul energy was at 5.4 units, while the natural production of the whole energy took around 6 hours, which was around 4 times faster than what most souls innately recovered over a whole day. Refining his soul energy, Jason felt that his soul world was insignificantly increasing in size, and Jason was joyful. Before leaving, he looked at the white cocoon with snow floating around it with a gentle smile. Outside the soul world, Jason noticed something blue flying in his direction before he could figure out the situation he was in. While he was inside the soul world, the limousine made a generous curve which caused Greg and Jason, which both entered the soul world, to get pressed into Malia, who was also in her soul world. Malia noticed something pressing on her chest, and the first thing she saw was a black-haired youth with closed eyes, while her stupid brother was pressing Jason even more on her chest. Turning red out of shame and anger, 2 balls of water appeared. While one was big, the other one was slightly smaller. The big ball of water was shot into Greg's face with a high velocity, while the small ball was thrown into Jason's face, who opened his eyes right before the ball appeared. Jason only noticed his position was inappropriate before he was hit by the water ball. Arghhhh, Jason and Greg cried out at the same time while holding their wet head. The next few hours were awkward and embarrassing, and Jason tried to focus on his passive mana replenishing proficiency. Greg wasn't aware of what happened, and he took out a few mana stones to gather mana into his mana core. Hours passed, and the flying car slowed down by a significant amount, which was noticed by everyone. Looking out of the window, a terrifying huge dome appeared surrounding a wall that was at least 400 meters high. Jason couldn't see the radiating mana from it, as it was still too far away, but he didn't think the materials used to build such a glamorous white-silver shining wall could be of a low grade. The materials would have to be at least able to defend against strength-type magical beasts, more probably guardian-ranked beasts. Nobody could afford to slack off within a city with at least 80 million citizens, and once their car entered the dome, various requests were demanded. Everything was quickly finished by Mark because they were nobles and Jason was registered as one of their employees, making everything less difficult for Jason to enter the city. The flying car's speed decelerated even more, and they had to use the driving mode once they reached a certain radius because it was not allowed to fly inside the city without special certification due to various reasons. It was not only shocking for Jason to see the gigantic size of Zero City that was more than double the size of Gyro City, but every district looked more luxurious than the districts inside the C-grade city he previously lived in. Driving on the 30 meters width main road, Jason looked around to see that everything was radiating mana, even the concrete below him. Mana with some kind of dots was radiated from it, and Jason guessed it was a durability reagent inside the concrete, making it long-lasting, which was apparently quite common in higher-graded cities. Jason couldn't sense the mana of the city because they were sitting in the peak grade 2 flying car that hindered mana from leaking out of the car, but also prevented mana from getting inside because it could obstruct one in gathering one's mana, but he was able to see the mana streams and his eyes shined in a greedy light. Upon looking down, Jason screamed out as he was forced to deactivate his mana eyes with blood pouring out of them due to the thing he saw. OHHHHMYFFF Lord, what is that? What's wrong, Jason? Are you not feeling well? Malia and Greg asked while coming closer, and Gabriella, who heard Jason's scream and the question, turned around in astonishment. Can you see the natural mana vein below the city, Jason? She asked, not hiding her shock. Natural mana vein. Jason wiped away the bloody tears and looked at Gabriella confused. Yes, Zero City is the capital of Asterisk City, mainly because it was built on a natural mana vein, which empowers the high-grade mana dome. This is attractive for humans and beasts at the same time, and normally many high-ranked beasts would attack this city because of its innate high mana density, but the specialized high-ranked beast repellent which we use on a daily basis terrifies most higher-ranked beasts, while the beasts below the magical rank can't even sense the mana vein at all. But even if these beasts aren't scared by the repellent, you don't have to be scared because of the high mana density. Many powerhouses reside here to defend the city with its citizens. Over the last 100 years since this city exists, there has not been one time where beasts broke through the wall in front of you. It looks like you can't handle looking directly at the mana vein, which would be a considerable achievement to begin with. Just try avoiding looking at it for now. Maybe y'all be able to look at it once you get stronger, but for now don't look at it, okay? Gabriella seemed to be concerned about Jason's health, as such he could only nod. Okay, Jason looked up and began using his mana eyes again because he was just too curious, and without looking through the ground, everything should be fine. He wanted to know what these weird colors were Jason saw right next to the mana vein, but he was too scared to try it again. But from his shallow experience he gained over the last few weeks, Jason thought that the color had to do something with a living being. Until now, Jason had only seen colors radiating from beasts and the holy white barusai fruit. The main problem was that there were even colors among them Jason had never seen before, and goosebumps appeared all over his body while he tried hard to review the situation again. Are these beasts or plants? They weren't moving and the mana looked calm, but I couldn't see it for a long time and it was very vague. Ugh, scary. Sighing, Jason decided to try it later again, when he increased his rank because now it would be comparable to a suicide. They continued driving for more than an hour until they reached the outer area of the noble district that seemed to look oddly normal. Many houses could be seen, and they drove for a while along the street until they stopped at a 3-story tall house with an unimpressive aura spreading out of it, compared to their previous house and the houses they saw before. The front yard was around 300 SQM, large, while the interior looked exquisite but not exactly impressive. One could say this house was perfectly fit for a family of 5 with soulbonds because the backyard was 2,000 SQM, large with a big pond, combat area, and enough space for soulbonds to graze. There was also a large tree spending shadow for one, and Jason immediately fell in love with this house. He didn't like the previous Flurs mansion, but this house looked like a real home to him, without wasting too much space. Greg was also in the backyard, and a large transparent circle appeared in front of him with black outlines and a red hue spreading out of it. Suddenly a 2-meter-tall dark brown bull with 2 thick and vicious-looking longhorns curved to the front appeared within, before charged to the green patch with loud steps. It looks unimpressive, writes, haha. If it wasn't for the professional potential test, I probably would be thinking you were a fraud, Greg said, laughing lightly, but Jason could see something hidden deep in his eyes as he wondered what happened. Well, luckily, you believed me. Now you only have to find a way to evolve Taurus and everyone is happy, right, buddy? Jason smiled brightly and looked at the smiling Greg. There weren't many words needed between them, but there was something which annoyed him for quite some time, since he got to know that the weakest wild zone in his surrounding had 2 stars. Greg, can you somehow help me increase my combat prowess? Maybe I need another martial art technique, or just someone to train with, but I don't know how to increase my proficiency with the dual master modification, the Azure Feisty Ape technique. Greg understood what Jason meant and gave him the signal to follow him. Jason wasn't sure what was going on, but he followed Greg without saying a word. They entered the small area designated for combat training, and Greg got into position without changing his clothes or saying anything at all. Before Jason could even say anything, Greg announced, "Ready, 3, 2, 1, go." Greg restricted his strength to Jason's level, but his speed seemed extremely fast as Greg appeared in front of the unguarded Jason within a second. Evading Greg's straight punch with a jump to the side, Jason struggled to stay up fast enough when Greg's kick into his stomach blew him away. Greg distanced himself from Jason again and stated emotionless, "Stand up." Jason stood up while lamenting in his mind. How can someone change his attitude so fast? Quite some time passed, and Jason's face was filled with bumps and bruises when Greg explained his weaknesses. To put it simple, your foundation is lacking because you practiced a tierless martial art without properly training your body. Even if your proficiency with the Azure Feisty Ape technique reached the third stage, also called experienced mastery, once your body can't follow your train of thoughts, you're doomed. I can see in that your eyes can easily follow my movements and predict where I will hit you, but your body is too slow with its more cumbersome movements. As a recommendation, I would give you the tip to change your martial art technique as the first thing to do. A modified technique is not as strong as an original because some important sequences have to be changed to adjust a weaponless martial art into one with weapons. Later, I can look into our storage if we have a gradeless basic foundation dual dagger mastery martial arts technique. If not, we can purchase it. Furthermore, you should use weights while training every muscle in your body. Try to maximize your workout. It may save your life later. Jason was amazed about Greg's seriousness, which he hadn't seen before, and he nodded full of ambition even if his whole body hurt. During his spar with Greg, he noticed that he was really weak and his foundation couldn't be considered good. Wondering how he had killed 5-star wild beasts, Jason was thankful for his luck and other advantages. Furthermore, Jason noted that his body adjusted itself slowly while sparring with Greg, and maybe, if he continued to spar, he might be getting stronger really fast. Unfortunately, Greg was also behind others in his mana core rank, which he had to catch up fast, so he wouldn't have much time for Jason. Jason said happily, full of gratitude, when he noticed a few strong mana fluctuations. Turning around, he could see 9 magic circles in front of Malia, Greg, and Gabriella. In front of Malia appeared 2 magic circles, one large dark red flickering and a blue shining magic circle. Out of the blue shining magic circle appeared a miniature humanoid girl with wings on her back and blue hair, while out of the dark red flickering magic circle jumped a pitch-black colored horse with a dark red fire as its mane, and above its hooves were also flames enveloping a small part of its legs, and when Jason saw its eyes, he got goosebumps because they were pitch-black. This fairy is cute and probably at the peak of the evolved rank, but what the HL is wrong with this horse is that a nightmare horse, and it's still at the unblemished rank, only slightly apart from entering the magical rank. Not bad, but still scary. Jason asked himself, shivering slightly when a few beasts jumped out of the magic circles in front of Mark. Mark had 3 magic circles in front of him, while one was a small light red one, a large red heat-hazed one, and a small faint green one that was even smaller than Artemis magic circle. Out of the small magic circle flew a small bat with its miniature stature. While its body was black, the eyes and ears were in a jade color, and it looked around, listening to the sounds, before it jumped towards Mark. The small light red magic circle summoned a red-colored monkey with a brown belly and a small amber-colored horn in the middle of the forehead, while a 10-meter-long python with a burning tail appeared inside the large red heat-hazed magic circle. Mark's first contracted beast was a peak-awakened ranked amber-horned monkey, and the other 2 are a magical ranked mutated miniature bad and a magical ranked inferno python, WOH. Jason knew that Mark contracted good beasts, but that his second soul bond was already a magical beast, which was definitely above average on asterisks. Maybe he had to wait a long time until he got enough soul power to bind this magical beast. He is really patient. But Jason knew that Mark had used up all his slots for his soul bonds, and it looked like the potential of his bonds were already used up. Mark could only increase his strength by increasing his mana core rank and not by contracting another beast. Jason knew Gabriella was stronger than Mark, and the 4 magic circles in front of her proved him right. There were 2 purple magic circles enveloped in lightning, while the other 2 magic circles looked somewhat gentle and nice. Out of the purple magic circles jumped a 15-meter-long python and a large wolf enveloped in lightning. Jason was more expectant on the other 2 magic circles, and a somehow familiar beast appeared inside the small white-green-whitish magic circle. It was a plant looking like a bell, while out of the larger whitish magic circle appeared a calm white curved horned sheep. Jason had heard about healing beasts, and one of the more common ones was a sanctification bellflower, which was a late-evolved sentient plant that is also categorized into the beast section. The wolf is also called vicious thunderwolf, and is a late unblemished beast, while the thunder python looked somehow similar to the inferno python, while both of them are at the magical rank. But Jason had not heard anything about the sheep he could see, but he knew that Gabriella had an affinity to only two elements, healing and thunder. As such, the sheep needed to have something to do with healing, and Jason called it unveiling curved horned sheep. It looked like this sheep had even the strongest mana core rank, and it was most probably at the peak of the magical rank. While looking at the beasts appearing out of the magic circles and strolling around, Jason concluded one thing. Melia's soul power was extremely huge, that she could form a bond with a peak-evolved beast as her first contract, which was even a fairy. This was extremely rare because not only are fairy rare, but also very willful with a high soul energy and great affinity. Furthermore, it could even reach the unblemished rank according to the color radiating from it. After that, she contracted a second soul beast, which was the nightmare horse in front of him. A nightmare horse is a magical ranked beast, and it needed a ton of soul energy to control. Jason was amazed to see Melia having two strong soul bond at her age. He wasn't sure how many bonds she could form, or how many elements she had as affinity, but water and fire were 100 among them, as he already saw the transmuted mana within her. Jason continued his conclusion with Mark and Gabriella. Mark's soul had the affinity of fire with two beasts, and maybe a physical soul with one beast, which was the miniature jade bat. Either this was the case or Mark's second affinity had something to do with sound, but Jason had never heard of something like that, so he thought it might be a double soul awakening with small-sized souls. Gabriella had space for 4 soul bonds and the affinity for thunder and healing that were both rare, while a healing ability was one of the rarest abilities and highly demanded in hospitals, prestigious schools with many combat injuries, and hunting groups even more so. Mark and Gabriella's soul bonds looked like they were all at their racial limit, and Jason wondered if there was a chance for them to evolve, as his mana eyes didn't seem to work properly since he thought about his purification theory. The only thing Jason knew was that the radiating color he saw was equivalent or even better than the newest potential tests developed by the best scientists. Online there were millions of threads about methods to force evolution for beasts, and Jason had also heard about occupations called beast developers, or also called beast creators, because they could force to evolve into a superior race with the right solution and ratio of magical ingredients materials. These beast creators had some restrictions while evolving beasts, but it was still possible for them to force an evolution, while the beast had to stay within its tested potential. Beast creators were humans that knew a lot about beasts and their possible evolution paths. Someone might say it is easy to know about all that, but rather than that, it is extremely difficult to know which magical materials are needed to cause an evolution in addition to the ratio, in order to prevent damaging the beast temporary or even permanent. After evaluating a beast's potential, these creators would have to pick a suitable evolution path that was within its potential range. Concocting a special reagent with the researched magical ingredients could increase the chance for a beast to evolve, but there were not many known recipes, and only experimenting with beasts could provide more information. For these experiments, many beasts would be needed, and it was easier for low-ranked beasts to be experimented with than high-ranked beasts. This was also the reason for the increased price for low-ranked beasts with high potential, as some of them would be used by the government to test certain evolution reagents. These beast creators had to work within the range of a beast's potential, and there was still not a single public known case where a beast broke into a higher rank without having the required potential. Jason tried to do his own research about these things, but his access was limited to only a few online threads which didn't need a special rank for access. Looking at the family's overall soul awakenings, Jason was amazed. Greg and Melia seemed to have much better soul awakenings than their parents, but even theirs should be at 2 or 3 stars, which is a good amount above average. Each soul bond was happy to be outside, and they ran around, played with each other or annoyed one another, and everyone was happy looking at them. It was dinner time, and the soul bonds got their various kinds of mana-based food. Jason had to wait for the others to finish feeding their soul bonds as such. He entered his soul world to practice the Heaven's Hell technique diligently like every day. After he finished, the others were also done, and the soul bonds stayed outside, except the amber-horned monkey that also liked to stay by Mark's side. Eating a delicious meal inside Jason was deep in thought about what martial arts technique he should look for. Furthermore, he was pondering if he was even able to access a better one than the commonly known ones. Jason sighed, and he didn't notice that Greg was telling his family about Jason's problem with his martial art technique, or rather with his non-existent basic knowledge about fighting, except his natural traits like his good eyesight, reaction speed, and comprehension ability. Greg praised these traits, but he was also strict with his lacking ability and fundamental holes Jason had to fill. If Jason knew more about the basics, he would be able to use many kinds of movements in combination with each other, rather than following the simple sequences from the Azure Feisty Ape technique. The main problem was that Jason's Azure Feisty Ape technique was commonly used for close combat without weapons, while he looked for the modified version which lacked many important things. This caused the potential of the technique to be stuck at the experienced mastery, which was its limit, and Jason didn't know that at all. He was frustrated that his comprehension was becoming worse and worse, because he couldn't improve his proficiency of the modified Azure Feisty Ape technique, while he already reached the possible limits of it. Gabriella and Mark had all kinds of tierless foundational weapon mastery techniques bought before their kids were born, because they wanted to be prepared for their tutelage. But somehow it was useless in the end, because Malia wasn't using any weapons, and managed to attack with her exquisite control over the fire and water affinity she gained, while Greg was relying on his physique and crude moves, rather than any elegant technique. They lamented about that for a long time as they purchased these techniques for a fortune, but now it seems to come in handy. Gabriella looked into her large spatial storage when she threw out one book after another. In the beginning, Jason didn't notice that books appeared on the table, but once a small mountain was formed in front of him, he was immediately distracted from his thoughts and looked up. Looking at the manuals in front of him, he was confused, but reading their names, he became curious. Fundamental Dagger Guide, Fundamental Dual Dagger Guide, Fundamental Archery Guide, Fundamental Close Combat Guide. Basic Body Exercises, Basic Mana Exercise, Basic Mana Manipulation Guide, Basic Passive Mana Gathering Guide, Basic Combat Stance Manual, Rookie Weapon Mastery, Rookie Dagger Mastery. There were at least 50 books in front of Jason, and each of them had interesting titles. Looking at Gabriella and Mark, Gabriella nodded while Mark grumbled, "Use them." Mark was still somewhat uncomfortable around Jason, but he warmed up slowly, and Jason jumped up joyful, thanking them sincerely with small tears in his eyes. In this era, it was inappropriate to call someone uncle or aunt without being blood relatives, related by marriage or adopted, and it was seen as very rude by most people. Even if Jason could only think that it was rude because it was impolite and seen as an even more intimate way to call someone than by one's first name. More important was that Jason had never called anyone intimately, except his mother, as he began cursing himself. There was a short moment of silence in the whole room until Gabriella smiled brightly, shattering the awkwardness while chuckling heartily before she told Jason, "I've never been called aunt, it is nice to hear. Just call me auntie. But if you want to do that, you've to remember that you are seen as a part of our family. Since you called us aunt and uncle, you have to take responsibility," she said while chuckling. Mark was looking slightly frustrated at Jason before he turned to his wife with an odd gaze. "Can't I also decide something important like that? I'm also a part of this family." But Mark could only think that when Greg jumped up and hugged Jason, "Ha ha ha ha, I always wanted to have a younger brother. You are now my younger brother whether you like it or not." Even Malia, who was still sitting, smiled brightly, showing him a peace sign as acknowledgement, while the only positive thing Mark could think of was, "At least he won't pursue my precious princess. Ha ha." A few tears poured down Jason's cheek, and Gabriella got up with a tissue to wipe them away. After she finished, she turned serious and ordered, "Now that you are a part of our family, even without a proper bond, you have certain responsibilities. School will start in 9 days, and your foundation seems to be unstable. Today your task is to read through every manual on the table and to imprint them into your mind as well as possible. Until the end of the week, you have to know the smallest details of these manuals. Decide on which weapon you want to master as your main weapon, and focus on this weapon to train you properly. We will prepare a workout for you and enough nutrition so you won't be able to excuse yourself by slacking off. I heard you are intelligent, and your theoretical exam was pretty good. That's nice, but in Cryo City it is slightly different. The tested questions were shallow, and there were no questions that asked profound knowledge about worldly matters or even a single more in-depth question." Listening to Gabriella, Jason found it exciting to get a tight schedule because he was slightly at a loss. It wasn't exactly healthy to gather mana for 24/7, only eating and practicing the Heaven's Hell technique as an exception. Previously, Jason didn't know what to do in the remaining 7+ days because he was too weak to enter the 2-star wild zone alone and unable to improve his martial arts skill. With the books in front of him, Jason knew what he should do. Storing them inside his bracelet, he activated its special feature to scan them and display them at his holographic screen. Jason almost forgot to thank the Flurs once again as he was too excited to read these 50 books, even if he knew that it was hard to archive. Gabriella smiled at the youth who ran out of the house into the backyard. While Mark opened his holographic screen, "Ill plan his workout," he said. Melia and Greg looked at each other and wondered if Jason would be able to read through all 50 books today, as each book had at least 50-plus sites with difficult technical language. Only a few minutes later, Jason came back inside with a confused expression. Bombarding the Flurs with questions, and Melia decided to help Jason out while she would read her own manuals. Greg would be bored alone, so he decided to read through the advanced theories of the mana breakout, which was the most boring subject in his opinion. The three of them leaned on a thick tree inside its shadow and silently read their book. During the following week, Jason found that practicing the painful Heaven's Hell technique was one of the most relaxing things he could ever do, as the pain he received from injecting soul energy treads into his soul world core lessened by a large margin. His soul energy was getting more and more stable, while the circulation of it was much easier due to the removed impurities. With Melia's help, Jason imprinted the knowledge about all foundational and basic books into his mind as well as possible, but it was still very difficult. His head ached almost all the time during the last week because of all the highly technical language inside them, but it was still extremely practical. It was a tough decision, but Jason decided to learn dual mastery of daggers as his main weapon for the moment, because he was the most proficient with them right now, as his combat experience was solely from fighting with daggers as main weapon. That didn't mean he neglected to practice knife throwing and archery training. Rather than that, it was balanced out. While he trained them for half an hour each day, his training with the daggers was around 2 hours long. But that wasn't even the hardest part through the last week, because the most exhausting thing Jason did was the high-intensity workout prepared by Mark, which allowed every muscle group in his body to be trained and tempered. He didn't even know that some of these muscle groups existed until he had to train them. The main problem with that was, however, that there was not really much time given for Jason or his muscles to relax and regain strength. Doing the workout twice a day was too much under normal circumstances, as it was recommended to be only done one time in 2 days because the muscles had to take a rest in normal cases. Eating high-nutrition food and medical baths increase the benefits of working out and decreases the chances of cramps and tearing muscles. This caused his small stature and feeble build to gain a lot of muscles, and his weak body without fat turned into a more healthy state with the appearance of some muscles all over his body. Luckily, Jason didn't look like Greg, and his body structure seemed to be more lean to the athletic shape. He also grew a few centimeters, as eating very nutritious food caused his neglected growing body to absorb the energy like Artemis, with gluttony and unrestrained. If Jason had to estimate his growth, he was probably around 1.67 plus meters tall, and the small amount of baby fat in his face was burnt away, leaving an almost chiseled face behind. Greg was envious of his looks, which he showed obviously by beating him up during their spars. Their fights couldn't be considered long, but they were intense for Jason, and he noticed huge improvements in his overall combat prowess while he got better in evading Greg's attacks each day passing. Sometimes Jason was even able to attack Greg, but these attacks were always blocked, and Jason was left behind with many bruises. His whole day was scheduled by Gabriella, who he called Auntie Gab sometimes because she liked it. This, however, didn't change the cruelty in her timetable: 5 a.m., waking up. Breakfast 3 hours, mana gathering 8 a.m., stamina training high-intensity workout 9 a.m., reading time including martial art technique manuals for 3 hours. Lunch. Sparring with Greg 30 minutes. Picking out flaws and training dagger master. Practicing dual dagger mastery 2 hours. Knife throwing and archery 1 hour 5 p.m. second high-intensity workout 6 p.m. medical bath. Dinner. Time for himself to increase his knowledge, flaws, practice Heaven's Hell technique, or gather more mana optional. Overall, this schedule looked really nice for Jason, but he had to squeeze in 2 additional times to practice the Heaven's Hell technique, which made his schedule really complicated and annoying, but the results Jason could see were obvious. His soul energy increased to 6.2, while his physique was now truly at the 6th novice rank. Previously, his physical capabilities were at the 6th novice rank, while Jason's true strength was far below, but now it was entirely different. In addition to that, his mana control increased consistently because the high-intensity workout included subconscious training and also an accurate control over mana due to certain exercises with the use of it. Jason also felt that his combat prowess increased by a lot, and at the end of the week, he was even able to fight Greg for a few minutes before he was pushed to the ground. taking into account that Greg trained martial art techniques for a few years and Jason only for a few weeks. This was an exciting achievement for him, but it hurt Greg's pride a lot as he thought of himself as an extremely good fighter. In the end, it caused Greg's determination to soar higher, and his motivation to get stronger heightened because he felt that Jason was catching up too fast, even if he was still at the 5th novice rank. Jason's mana increased by a lot, and his mana core was slowly getting stronger. It would only be a matter of time before he would reach the 6th novice rank, and Jason felt this wasn't too far away. He was expectant for the following week, and only the weekend was left for him to increase his strength as much as possible. There were many positive things Jason could think of, but rather than being too excited, he was concerned if he would stain the Flurs' reputation with his weak strength. This was why Jason gave 150 and each day ended with him falling into a deep slumber due to exhaustion. One thing Jason could be extremely proud of was the vast increase in his knowledge. Absorbing the content of each book inside his mind, Jason wondered how far his capabilities could go on. One could say that his memories and reading ability worked together perfectly fine, which allowed him to learn everything faster and easier than others. Gabriella told him that with each increase in level and rank, the body would change overall, which included his brain. That means the higher his level and rank were, the smarter ones would be. This, however, didn't mean each human was equal smart. Having a theoretical final exam result with full marks, Jason was still only at the 1st novice rank, while the other students at the 8th novice rank or higher couldn't do that even if they learned for a longer time. Most students didn't focus on knowledge as much as he did, but in his opinion, knowledge was the strongest might on Argus, followed by actual strength. Tactics, martial art techniques, technology, beast creators, alchemy, blacksmithing, and much more was invented and developed by smart people, and not crude muscleheads who used their fists to smash each other's heads. The weekend passed using the present schedule, and Jason fell into dreamless sleep midnight Sunday. Jason's inner clock woke him up at 5 a.m., which he was already used to after the strenuous week he had gone through. That was because he wanted to practice the Heaven's Hell technique as early as possible before reading some more. After everything was finished, he would eat breakfast and go into school for his first day. With his soul energy reaching 6.5 units, Jason was satisfied as it was increasing faster and faster with each day passing. Greg had already told him about Vanguard's affiliated school's average strength some time ago, but rather than fully trusting him, Jason decided to make his own research in the morning. This was only possible because Jason received permission to enter the school website this morning, where he could access the students' basic profiles. Each student could enter the school website and set their profile to private, causing their mana core rank, age, and so on to be hidden, but Jason would be able to see at least the average strength from some of his future classmates and seniors. After looking at the profiles of his future classmates, Jason began to frown deeply. Each of Vanguard's 6 affiliated schools accepted more than 15 students each year, while the Vanguard school accepted at least 10 students. This meant the Vanguard school with its branches accepted 100 students, which astonished Jason a lot. But after thinking for a while, Jason understood that each of Ciro's schools accepted only the best students inside Asterix Island, except the ones who got accepted because of nobility rights or other hidden doors. Asterix inhabitat around 300 million humans, and each year around 10 million babies are born in the last few years. Considering the fact that most of them are born into poor families, their education is rather poor, and they can't be provided with decent resources to rank up their mana core or at least contract a good soul bond. These poor youths can be deducted from the 10 million due to their low chance to enter one of the big 3 schools in Ciro City or their affiliated schools. There were always exceptions who fought against their forecast fate and demonstrated incredible results in their exams or awaken a unique soul with 3 stars or more. While there are many poor people out there, this was not everything, as many youths can be raised with high-quality resources in order to establish an extremely high-qualitative foundation. Jason was one of the lucky ones who entered one of the 6 affiliated schools through a hidden door, but it looked like he wasn't the only one. There were a few who looked like they didn't meet the requirement even if Jason couldn't see their soul awakening. Some nobles take in innocent children with great soul awakenings to nurture them and make them into their slaves with a soul contract. A soul contract was a tricky subject within society. Once a soul contract is formed, one cannot break it. If one were to break a soul contract, his or her soul will immediately shatter, and one will lose the soul world, soul bonds, and each benefit from it. After that, y'all be only left with your mana core, without the ability to use affinities ever again. It would be fortunate if one is able to defeat a beast on the same rank as them, because the gap between beast and human strength increases once higher ranks are reached. Only soul bonds could shorten these gaps partially. With the amplification from soul bonds and the shared affinity, mankind was barely able to fight these beasts head-on. Only due to the soul awakening and soul bonds, humanity could survive their whole annihilation more than 300 years ago. Nevertheless, Jason was still lamenting. These hidden door students had stronger cultivation than him, even though the gap was not that much apart from him. He continued to look through the profiles, trying to find someone at his combat power. After skipping through a few hundred or maybe over 1,000 profiles later, Jason concluded that the average strength was at the 4th or 5th adept rank, which was the intermediate stage for the adept rank, without anyone weaker than him. There were still many adepts at the beginner stage, but somehow they were admitted into the 6th affiliated school, which was thick underlined by the school forum. At the adept rank 1st to 3rd level is the beginner stage, 4th to 6th the intermediate stage, and 7th to 9th the advanced stage, which would continue for the following ranks like beginner expert, intermediate expert, and so on, while the smaller hurdles were called 1st expert rank, 2nd expert rank, and so on. While most students were at the intermediate adept rank, Jason was still at the 5th novice rank, even if he was infinitely close to the 6th novice rank. This gap was extremely big, and Jason wondered if someone would try to bully him because of that. He was determined to endure it for the time being because he was sure that there was no way for him to beat intermediate adept ranks with the addition of their soul bonds' shared strength. This frustrated him, and Jason pondered if he should use the holy white barusai fruit for himself or not, which he disregarded after some thought. Looking at the clock, he noticed that it was already 6:30 a.m. and Jason jumped out of the bed to make a wake-up workout for 20 minutes. After that, Jason went into the bathroom to take a shower before he changed into his new prescribed school uniform, which consisted of a white shirt, a dark blue blazer, a black tie, and dark blue trousers. The dark blue blazer was outlined with black color, and one could see a golden brocaded open book, representing the Vanguard symbol, embedded on his right chest. Above the book were small letters and weapons floating, symbolizing the power of knowledge and its equality to strength, which most schools and people were criticizing. Even though it was the Vanguard School's motto, Jason was sure that most students didn't really care about it, as learning for theoretical things was not something many would want to do in their free time if one could absorb mana, hone martial arts skills, or do other more important things at the same time. Jason wore the perfectly fitting uniform, and it was hardly possible to say that he looked hideous, rather than that he looked incredibly handsome right now. His black hair had grown a little bit longer, and he wanted to trim them on the sides a little bit, while his hair in the front was already covering his eyes at some spots. But these golden eyes couldn't really be covered as they shone through the thin hair. In the end, Jason received his haircut from Gabriella, who did it for all her family members as she liked to do it. Because Gabriella did it, instead of Jason himself, he received a decent haircut and could be shown to the public once again. Looking into the mirror, Jason himself didn't know what to say, and Gabriella shrieked like a little girl seeing Jason. Mark and Greg were looking at him weirdly, while Melia scanned Jason from head to toe, thinking in her mind, "Hee, finally I have a handsome brother. Am I allowed to boast with his looks? Kekek." Over the last week, Melia had accepted Jason as her family member, or rather as her brother. She completely threw away her fluttering heart with the chance of getting such a cute and handsome brother. She found him handsome and all that, but he was too young for her, and after making up her mind, she noticed that the incidents that occurred in the past were obviously embarrassing, and not only because Jason was it. Melia convinced herself that she would react like that to every stranger and decided to cut the possibility to catch feelings for Jason completely. But it was easier said than done, as Jason was not only hardworking but also extremely handsome and smart. He was younger than her, and she would at most generate feelings for him as she had for her brother. At least that was what she told herself. After eating breakfast, everyone went for their own path. While Greg and Melia went to the Central District to the Vanguard School, Jason took the path to the 6th affiliated school, which was also seen as the weakest. Even the affiliated schools were classified among each other, because there was a way to enter the main school while attending the affiliated schools. Everyone tried to enter the main school because of various reasons, like the yearly tournament among the big 3 schools, which awarded the best 100 with specific treasures. But that wasn't all. The instructors of the affiliated schools were definitely good, but still a whole level below the ones of the main school, and the whole teaching was also built up differently. At least that was what Jason had heard, and some even called it the difference between heaven and earth, which Jason found quite amusing. But he didn't care about that at all, as the resources in terms of techniques he would receive in addition to knowledge were what Jason really wanted to receive. He was additionally already fond of attending the worst affiliated school, because it was probably a few million times better than the best C-grade high schools, and probably even B-grade high schools. Because Jason didn't have a soul bond he could ride, he had to order a shuttle. There were 2 different kinds of lanes inside Juro City and Zero City, Jason saw. One kind was used by mana-operated vehicles like cars, trucks, motorcycles, and they had a strict speed limit inside the city, while the other line was used by soul bonds as a means of transportation. Even flying beasts could be used inside these lanes. These beast lanes didn't have a speed limit because beasts had faster reflexes and could avoid each other much easier, and so on, and the width of the lanes was much larger than the one of the mechanical vehicle lanes. While Greg could ride on Taurus, Melia mounted her nightmare horse, and their speed was extremely fast on their leveled surrounding. Most people inside higher-graded cities would use their soul bonds as a means of transportation, and it was much faster than riding a shuttle. However, Jason didn't have the pleasure to ride a soul bond yet, and he had to be satisfied with a simple shuttle. The drive took more than 45 minutes until Jason stood in front of a gigantic fenced yard with the size of hundreds or maybe thousands of soccer fields. In the middle of the whole plot was a gigantic modern battleground arena with a height of more than 40 meters, including 6 floors, which was probably used for the students to fight against each other without getting obstructed. Each grade had around 15 students, and each year would have a compound building for themselves. Jason couldn't imagine being in the same year with 15 students being taught at the same time, and apparently, he was wrong. When Jason entered the school grounds, he had to verify his identification. After that, he got notified which class he was in. Year 1 class 75, rank 225. Jason concluded that the new students were divided into 75 classes with around 200 plus students, and he thought that the classes were probably ranked after their strength, but he could also be wrong with his assumption. That meant Jason was probably the weakest, while more than 15 students were stronger than him. Rather than being scared, Jason felt more motivated after coming to his conclusion. The world was vast, and Jason was the weakest at the moment. Wasn't it exciting? He was overwhelmed by the amount of pressure he gave himself. Jason walked in the direction of his building with the help of the GPS while thinking about his future. He entered the building, and only a few minutes were left before it was time for the first lesson to start. Right at 8:00, he entered his classroom that looked completely different compared to the middle school classes. Initially, Jason thought he would be in a common classroom like he was in middle school, but Jason saw that the classroom was layered with many metallic shimmering tables and holographic screens of the newest technology inside them. This was how Jason thought university auditoriums would look like. Looking around the large room, Jason saw all kinds of youths, both male and female, while the more astonishing aspects were the wide variations of people. All kinds of hair colors, frames, sizes, mana cores ranks, and modified mana could be seen by Jason. Apparently, Jason was the last, and when the front door close to the podium opened, everyone scampered to their tables that were numbered. Jason looked around and saw an empty seat in the last row at the corner with his number written down. He sat down and greeted his neighbor, who responded to him with a slightly shy "good morning." A young man wearing glasses came inside with short golden hair, stylish clothes, and perfect body proportions. He looked like he was in his 20s, but that didn't mean he was inexperienced. While the girls admired his handsome looks, the boys looked envious at him while whispering about his build. The young man stood behind the podium, and before he said something, a huge wave of mana was released in order to suppress everyone inside the classroom, while nobody could react according to the unexpected attack. It was a surprise attack, and nobody expected something like that as an introduction. Meanwhile, Jason scanned the teacher with his mana eyes, and he was barely able to release a small mana membrane around himself, which was immediately destroyed when he noticed violent mana fluctuations around his teacher. Except for Jason, nobody was able to react fast enough. My name is Till Grail, and I'm the head teacher of Class NR, 75 for this year. Right now, if you were attacked by a mana wave with the intention to kill someone, everyone except rank 225 died. Rank 225, you would be heavily injured but still alive. Congratulations, well. Being heavily injured is almost as fatal as being dead, so everyone failed. Till Grail was decisive and ready to smash everyone with his words as they were enhanced with mana. Everyone looked at him with teary eyes because there was still mana around suppressing everyone, pushing them onto the table in front of them. Some were even close to faint, but fortunately before that happened, Till Grail released them. If they weren't pressed on the table, they would have probably collapsed. "Stand up, greeting," Till shouted. While everyone was dumbfounded, they supported their bodies with their arms by pushing themselves from the table with all their might in order to stand up. After 5 minutes, everyone was standing, while Jason's back was drenched in sweat. If he hadn't defended himself from the mana wave, Jason didn't know if he would be able to stand right now, and looking at the innocently smiling teacher, he shivered in fright. Then everyone greeted their teacher respectfully, and afterward, they stayed quiet with a straight back. The first thing I want to say is that you guys are hilarious. More than 50 of you used the back doors to enter this school, and you think you're able to survive with this puny strength of yours. Well, dream on. And for the others, Aren't you all embarrassed to enter the weakest class in the 6th affiliated school? I'll only say this one time. I won't be nice to any of you, and I expect each one of you to give 200 of your energy to rise in rank and defeat the other classes in 1 month when the class battles start. While he said that, everyone looked a little bit confused. What is next month? Oh, well, I forgot to tell you guys something. As you might know, the resources schools have is limited, to put my explanation simple. The higher our class is ranked, the better the provided resources are, with the exception of the solo rankings, which are not important at the moment. Our class gets the lowest resources, and we are probably worse off than some B-grade school with the provided equipment. Aren't you guys ashamed? If everyone works hard and strives for more strength, we might be able to get more resources soon. Next month is the first quarterly class battle. If we can defeat the 74 class, we will change our class with them, and thus also the resources. Our name will be 74, and there's 75 if we defeat them. After that, we could continue until we are defeated. Each class has a single life to challenge classes, but can also be challenged by each class. These class battles can be made up of soulbonds battles, knowledge tests, solo fights, group fights, class sieges, wild zone battles, and so on, so we have to work hard in the future. But the first class battle will only be consistent with solo battles without one's soul bond. As such, we will focus on that. If anyone doesn't want to achieve more with our class, I'll throw you into class 74 or somewhere else, because I don't need cowards. But be aware, if I throw someone in class 74, who knows if you're able to get any resources next month. Jason was astonished because his teacher was really competitive, even if their class was the worst one. Maybe this was some kind of spirit for him to motivate the worst class, or maybe something else, but Jason didn't care about it at all, as his teacher's fighting spirit was definitely something good. He liked his teacher's motivational speech, and he had to restrain himself from jumping up to applaud him. Jason also wanted to get stronger by all means, and thus he was happy to have a nice teacher. I don't care about your rankings if you're rich or from the slums. The only thing that matters to me is hard work and the fighting spirit we need to defeat the higher classes. I don't accept lazy people. Well, that was it. But before we start the lessons, let's begin with an introduction. NR1, please begin. Everyone introduced themselves with their name, mana core rank, affinity rank, and age, while a whole hour passed until it was Jason's turn. Listening to the others, Jason found out that his class was almost equally split with physical soul beasts and elemental abilities, but everyone had one thing in common. Their mana core ranks were at least at the first adept rank, even for the shy boy who sat next to him. It was kinda weird that everyone was such a low rank, and he remembered the time when he read the school information, that most students were at higher ranks, and only a few thousand were below the required mana core rank. Was it because their other abilities were especially strong, or did they enter through the back door like him? Hello, my name is Jason Stella, and I'm 14 years old. I don't have any ability, and I am a 5th novice rank, close to the 6th. When Jason woke up today, he noticed that it was already mid-August, and his birthday had already passed unknowingly. He had never celebrated it since his mother died, and thus, Jason didn't care about his birthday. Everyone listened to Jason, and it was extremely difficult for them to hold in their laughter when they heard that Jason was only at the 5th novice rank. When the first one couldn't hold it anymore, a whole wave started, and everyone was laughing except his teacher. Jason didn't care about it and looked calmly at his teacher, who returned his gaze. With a finger snap enhanced with mana, everyone turned immediately silent, and they felt as if their heart was getting heavier and heavier. Don't laugh at your classmates, their teacher calmly said, but the only thought in their mind was, "Scary, do you have mana eyes?" Tilgrail straightforwardly asked, without caring about etiquette, as it was rude to ask about someone else's traits, and Jason was hesitating for a second before he gave the obvious answer everyone could conclude with a few information. His eyes were pretty obvious because of their color and the golden luster around them. It wasn't that much of a challenge to conclude that his eyes weren't normal. Yes, and with the single word which came out of Jason's mouth, the class began to murmur among themselves, which their teacher dispersed with another finger snap, but now without mana. The students were already scared about him snapping, and they turned immediately silent. Traits were already extremely rare, and probably only roughly 1 in 1 million had one. Traits could be inherited with a certain possibility, and the ratio of trait holders increased slowly, but mana eyes among these trait holders were especially rare. Stage, he asked calmly. What? Jason was confused. What did his teacher want to know? Jason didn't know. I asked you what stage your mana eyes are. Mr. Grail was extremely impatient and turned slightly louder while asking, I don't know. Jason replied hesitantly, OHHMY, dear lord. Mr. Grail wanted to curse, but he had to remain at least a little bit of an image. Calming down, he explained it slowly. To put it extremely simply, traits are divided into different stages. The higher the stage, the greater are the trait's overall effect. When you did your special trait test to get your remark, you should have been tested about your eyesight, visible mana particles, other special abilities, and so on. Just tell me the stage, the doctor told you. Till Grail was impatient, and he didn't notice his extremely rude behavior, which made Jason uncomfortable. Jason didn't know his mana eyes stage, and even if he did, he wouldn't tell it to anyone except his closest friends and new family. The only certain thing Jason knew about his eyes was that they were special, and he could see something nobody else could. I don't know the stage because I'm from a low-grade city without the required high technology, and the equipment wasn't able to tell me anything. Jason believed it was useless to lie right now, and it wouldn't be that much of a hassle to tell the truth, because he was sure the tests provided in small cities would be many times worse than the ones in the higher-graded cities. Mr. Grail listened to Jason and thought for a moment before he checked out Jason's profile. C-grade city. That means at least stage 2. Even if his mana core rank is bad, his eyesight, motion vision, and observance during combat should be quite good with the ability to read the mana flow of his opponents. He concluded this information and thought Jason could be quite good, but one thing that bothered him was Jason's low mana core rank, even if he didn't want to admit it. Is his mana sensitivity bad even if he can see the mana flow? I doubt it. Maybe he is lazy. No, that can't be true. His theoretical exam results were full marks. Oh, his control over mana could be lacking. That should be it. Everyone was silent and carefully looking at their teacher in front of them. Now that everyone has introduced themselves, we can finally start. To start the lesson, we should look at the cultivation process, or mana gathering process overall, and how one can improve the speed in ranking up without harming one's body. There are multiple important characteristics, which are important to rank up fast. Focus, stamina, endurance, ambition, mana control, mana sensitivity. These characteristics can be combined into two sections, also called innate talent and trainable talent. While trainable talents are stamina, endurance, mana control, and focus, innate talents is the ambition to strive for more in one's mana sensitivity. It is debatable for some people if ambition is an innate talent, but in my opinion, it is, because the more ambitious you are, the better you want to be, and it is extremely difficult to change one's own ambition. If your ambition is only strong enough to survive on asterisks and build up a family with children, it makes you strive for less power than one who wants to take revenge on some big families, or even the capability to enter and survive on Canyer. While ambition is debatable, whether to call it trainable or innate talent, mana sensitivity isn't, because every human is born with a certain degree of sensitivity, and it is almost impossible to improve. There are a few drastic exceptions humanity tried, like blinding someone to force the body into a state where it has to rely on its senses for dozens of years. Another way to improve one's mana sensitivity would be high-graded magical treasures with the ability to improve the body's senses, but these treasures are rare to find even on Canyer. These items are rarely sold if found and mostly used for oneself or given to a family member with bad mana sensitivity to increase the aptitude in mana gathering. I don't think any one of you would sell such a treasure, right? Wouldn't that be a huge waste? To come back to the main topic, trainable talents can be increased by making efforts, and this is what we want to do for now. I want everyone to maximize one's mana gathering and circling speed to cultivate faster. Right now our class is the worst in mana core rank and exam results, but that doesn't mean we are bad. Everyone entered this school, while millions of kids couldn't enter it. Even those who are older than any of you gave it a try, and some might have used the chance while being a year older than the others, but still everyone that sits here right now overshadowed millions of students. Keep that in mind. We want to strive for more and keep going. Cultivate hard and reach the higher ranks to protect your loved ones and annihilate the foreign races. Everyone began to clap, even Jason, but he wondered why his teacher was emitting a fog of mana with killing intent inside it, surrounding his teacher as if he wanted to massacre the foreign races right at this moment if he could. Jason shuddered as goosebumps spread all over his skin before he continued to clap, which was somehow similar to group pressure. At least he is ambitious to make us strong. The detailed explanations about how to train one's focus, endurance, stamina, and mana control took more than 2 hours, and it seemed like their teacher was still not completely done when the bell to initiate a short break began. Mr. Grail said that they have 10 minutes break to think about the injected knowledge as he left the room for the time being. While internalizing the new information in his mind, the other students stormed into smaller and bigger groups to gossip about their teacher or some students. Jason was one of the most talked topics, with his almost non-existent mana core rank compared to theirs and his unique mana eyes. Some even talked about his good looks, but this was only the minority because the guys were envious and prevented the girls from talking about that. He was immediately an outcast, but Jason didn't even notice that while he realized many facts he didn't know. Jason noted down that he had to employ his newfound knowledge as soon as he came home, and without noticing, their teacher was already back. Unbeknownst to Jason, he was made an outcast and had even ignored a few students that called him because of ulterior reasons, like being an errand boy for them, unconsciously. This made these youths angry and they wanted to teach Jason a lesson. When the teacher came inside, "What bad timing," one of the youths in the first row exclaimed. He looked like a tough guy with more muscles in his head than brain mass, but this youth was still a 5th adept rank. His mana core rank was above the average requirement to enter the affiliated school, but his theoretical exam was devastating, causing him to end up in this class, and that only with the help of his parents. In this class, many students had a decent mana core rank, but they somehow ended up in the worst class. Either their exam results were extremely bad, or their temper brought in minus points from the examinee, which was quite common. Or maybe their soul awakening was not good enough for the better affiliated schools or even the main school. Considering that even a 2.5-star rating was the worst to get accepted under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be difficult to end up in class 75. Brute force was everything some students knew, but that was something they were proficient in. Jason was still unaware of everything, and only when he sensed the familiar mana fluctuations of his teacher, he lost focus on his thoughts and looked up. Now was the first time Jason looked directly into his teacher's mana core, and it was shocking. Oh my god, so much mana liquid. His aunt and uncle were not even close to the quantity of mana liquid inside his teacher. Is he a Grand Magus, or maybe even the rank above? I believe the old man had similar vibes, even if his mana fluctuations were suppressed. Even if he is a Grand Magus, why should he degrade his status to teach a class at the 6th affiliated school of the Vanguard School? He could even apply for one of the higher positions inside the school, or even the whole Asterix Island. Weird. Before Jason could continue his train of thoughts, Mr. Grail continued his lesson, but now he was talking about the various kinds of herbs, fruits, trees one could find everywhere, including their characteristics, rarity, how to pick, and so on. This lesson only took an hour, and everyone received 3 book files sent onto their quantum bracelets. How to find magical herbs, healing herbs, and magic plants. Journey into the woods. Your homework is to finish these books by next week. We will write a test about them. While everyone was flabbergasted while looking at the large files inside their quantum bracelet and back to their teacher, he continued talking. We have still more than enough time left. Today is a special day for everyone. You got to know each other at least slightly, but the most important thing is that everyone should know the combat prowess of each other. I'll give everyone 4 hours time to reach the most perfect combat form, and after the time is up, we will have spars to renew our intern class ranks. The teacher finished, and the class roared in fighting spirit. Almost nobody was satisfied with their own class ranking, even the top, because they wanted to enter the higher classes. Thinking about fighting each other in their own class was satisfying for them, as they were itchy to release their tension. Because everyone's mana consumption will be huge, I'll limit the battles to 2. Everyone can choose one opponent, while the same goes for inquiries. This is to prevent a group from fighting a single individual a few times in succession. Please choose your opponent now. First comes, first serves. In front of everyone appeared a holographic screen with a name Lif. While everyone was astonished, Jason immediately scanned through the list as he picked one name after a moment. He didn't want to compete against the top ranks of his class right now. It was still way too early for now. As such, he picked number 224, who sat next to him with a mana core rank of a 1st adept. There was nothing special about this youth, and Jason thought that this would be the most likely opponent for him to beat. It was the most rational way for him to get out of this competition without getting beaten up too harshly. While he hoped that the boy next to him also picked him, a certain name with the corresponding number appeared next to Jason's name. NR4 Leohart Monocore, 5th Adept. Jason's eyes widened and he was about to jump up, thinking it might be a mistake, when he saw a muscular boy looking at him with a sly smile, causing him to frown. Bullying. Okay, let's play this game then. Calming down everyone with a finger snap, till Grail started, a timer in order to let everyone increase their combat capabilities to their limit. The time would be countdown in 4 hours, and it was an extremely long time to prepare for a fight. Jason knew that he was picked on by some musclebrain who wanted to mess with him, and he jumped up from his chair to rush out of the classroom, drawing a lot of attention on him. Does he think he can run away? If he doesn't even dare to spar with his classmates, why is he even coming to this school? Leo Hart said while laughing heartily. The small group that gathered around him like hyenas was cackling, calling Jason coward, idiot, scaredy cat, mudhead, and much more. Even Mr. Grail was confused about the sudden sprint Jason put off. He was about to become disappointed about the black-haired boy, thinking he might give up on the spar due to a small hurdle when his released mana sensed something in particular. "Disperse," the teacher just said when he vanished from their sight. Mr. Grail followed Jason, who seemed to follow something until he entered the forest within the school grounds that belonged to the third-grade students. Normally, Jason wouldn't be allowed to enter it, but with Mr. Grail around, there wasn't anyone obstructing him. Entering the forest, Jason followed solely where his eyes lead him to, as he rushed through the forest for almost 10 minutes straight until he saw a small blue shining lake surrounded by lush trees. Above the lake was a thick, exotic-looking stone arch, where dense and thick mana streamed through. Even Zero City's mana was at least 6 times denser compared to Art City, but the whole lake in front of him looked like it had double the density. As if that wasn't enough, Jason noticed a few things on top of the stone arch that attracted his attention. The stone arch's top was at least 30 meters in height, and it looked massive when Jason stood in front of it. However, due to his curiosity, he decided to climb it up, even if it would take some time. Almost 30 minutes later, Jason somehow ended up at the top of the arch, and the amount of mana he sensed there was even more than at the bottom. Jason was happy to have climbed up the stone arch, as the mana density satisfied his demand. The closer he came to the thing that attracted his attention, the denser the amount of mana became when he squeezed himself through some bushes. He entered a small biotop with many kinds of fruits that smelled aromatic with mana radiating from them. Through his manny eyes, Jason could even see colors enmantling these fruits. And not only black, but also some faint light gray colors could be seen, shocking him extremely. Unbeknownst to himself, he turned extremely greedy, only to collect his thoughts after a moment. Can I just harvest these fruits, or do they belong to someone? Jason thought as he was tempted to just pick them up before running away. Thinking for a moment, he considered that his mana fluctuations could be found here, turning him into the main suspect, which wouldn't be helpful. He would be kicked out of the school in the best-case scenarios, so Jason used the quantum bracelet to write to his teacher. "I found some magical fruits on top of a stone arch. Can I pick them up or not?" he asked straightforward without writing anything else. "You may pick one," a voice behind him suddenly said, and Jason turned around slightly frightened, only to see his teacher with an odd expression. Jason was shocked to see his teacher behind him, but he only nodded his head as he looked at the fruits in front of him. Scanning through all of them, Jason picked the fruit with the thickest light gray color. This was also the best fruit present, and Mr. Grail noticed that with a deep frown. "Ugh, this will be annoying to explain," Mr. Grail lamented in his mind before he vanished again. Jason didn't notice him vanishing because he took out his perennial neoxid box, where the holy white bakuri fruit was already inside. Squeezing in the siphon Agnes castus flower he picked up, the whole box was completely filled. Now he was somewhat worried that the magical effect of both plants might reduce like that as they were squeezed slightly within the box, but this had to wait for now. Even if they were squeezed together, their effect wouldn't decrease by much. Jason had still 3 hours left, and he still had to run to the arena. As such, 3 hours would be the limit Jason could use to strengthen himself. Sitting down right above the thick mana stream between the flowers, he didn't mind their existence. Jason took out a few mana stones, which he laid down in front of him in order to supply his mana absorption even more if necessary. Closing his eyes, he activated his mana sensibility to the limited capabilities. Jason could feel the whole wildlife around him with his senses alone, which was amazing. It felt like his mana core was screaming for more mana as all his pores opened up, releasing excessive oils, before it began absorbing the mana in his surrounding under Jason's lead. His control and mana sensitive were exceptional high, and the mana streamed into his mana channels, filling them up within seconds. Jason made huge circles through his mana channels with the foreign mana before he injected it into his mana core. Asking himself why he even took out the mana stones, Jason felt weird, as the mana from his surroundings was vast enough to overwhelm him when all of his mana channels were flooded by mana. He almost lost his focus because of the overwhelmed quantity of mana, but Jason could fix his focus after a moment, before he greedily circled the mana within him, only to inject it into his mana core afterward. Previously, Jason thought he would need a few days before he would be able to break into the 6th novice rank, but now he was confident in achieving this in an extremely short amount of time. Unbeknownst to himself, a translucent mana cocoon surrounded him as Jason entered a state of complete focus. The mana in his surrounding was absorbed greedily while seconds, minutes, and a whole hour passed. Cracks could be heard within the cocoon, and Jason opened his golden shining eyes when he woke up from his focused state. Looking around, he noticed the dense mana cocoon around him as he decided to consolidate his newly advanced 6th novice mana core immediately. Before he would measure the increasement of strength, Mr. Grail's task was to look after all students. However, seeing what Jason did right now, he even forgot that he was a teacher as he stared at the worst student in awe. Who was this idiot, thinking that his mana control was bad? Why the hell is he only at the novice rank? Till was even more confused than before. With the abilities he saw, there was no way for Jason to be only at the novice rank. He should be at least at the expert stage with such capabilities. One could only see a handsome-looking teacher with blonde hair standing on a tree, looking dumbfounded at a mana cocoon for 2 more hours. 2 hours later, Jason secreted tons of a black, smelly liquid as he took off his reeking clothes. Unfortunately, that wasn't enough for him to smell good once again, when Jason remembered that there was a lake below him. He was 30 meters above it, but that wasn't something to care about as he glanced at the time. There were 20 minutes left to cleanse himself and arrive at the arena, which was definitely not enough for him. Jumping down the stone arch naked, he was fortunate that nobody saw him. He landed with a loud smash, and his back hurt as he landed in an uncomfortable position. Rushing out of the water, changing into a new set of clothes, and running back to the arena, Jason didn't even notice a small group of third graders who noticed Jason's whole incident. "Everyone saw that, right?" a small blue-haired girl asked with red cheeks. "Yep," a red-haired girl with a voluptuous chest said next to her, smiling weirdly. "Me too, me too," a small brown-haired youth said happily, as he jumped around amused. Jason ran with his highest possible speed while scanning through his own body. Never had Jason thought that he could break through in a single hour and consolidate his mana core with the remaining 2 hours, which was extremely fast. The mana around the sea was like a paradise for him, and Jason hoped he could come back there sometime in the future. After entering the 6th novice rank, his mana core size broke through the 7th rank easily, while his physical strength was at the 6th rank, infinite close to the 7th rank. Artemis was more of a mana beast than a physical contributor for Jason, and his mana felt vigorous while swirling inside his body. When he landed inside the water, Jason entered his soul world for a second in order to look how much his soul energy improved by ranking up. Apparently, it increased by around 0.2 when he ranked up to the 6th novice rank, which could be considered slightly above the commonly average. Arriving at the arena, only 10 seconds were left as Jason stood there with wet hair and clothes. The clothes he put on got wet because Jason didn't waste time to dry himself in clothes. His classmates began to laugh when they saw him running towards the arena completely wet. "You, mudhead, did you fail to drown yourself? Ha ha ha, idiot." Did he fail in running away by swimming for a bit? Does swimming increase one's courage? Listening to his classmates' words, he was dumbfounded. Why should he drown himself? And how can one fail in running away by swimming? Was this student's brain out of mud, or was he just simple dumb and clueless? Jason didn't answer anyone as he stood in front of the teacher, who told him to change into a dry set of clothes after cleaning his body. Till knew that Jason jumped into the lake in order to clean himself, and at the same moment to not waste any time, so he gave him some time to clean and dry himself. "Let's start the matches. Jason can follow us after he changed into a new set of clothes," he said in order to change the attention towards the upcoming battles. When Jason arrived at the designated arena 10 minutes later, there were already a few injured youths at the side with broken arms, cuts, and various elemental injuries, but nobody seemed to be seriously injured. Next to the injured youth stood a 3-meter-tall whitish-golden furred wolf with 2 golden crystals grown on its forehead instead of horns. The wolf released a calming and purifying energy that could slowly heal the injured youths. Jason noticed that this wolf was a beast with either the light or holy affinity. While light abilities were inferior out of both of them, but Jason couldn't differentiate the affinities as he had never read either their mana fluctuations. Additionally, Jason didn't know what beast it was except its canine race, as he had never seen this race within the bestiarium. Looking around the arena, its construction was pretty simple with a few quadratic reinforced stone platforms as the sparring area, while the platform could be surrounded by a cubic protection field if needed. This protection field could absorb all kinds of attacks below the magus rank, hindering them in leaving the combatant area and to prevent injuries among the spectators. However, for the first spars, this protection field was not activated, so the teacher could save the 2 combatants if needed. Deflecting adept ranked attacks was not even worth lifting a finger for him. Releasing some mana was more than enough for Mr. Grail. Mr. Grail saw Jason and called him onto the platform with his seat neighbor's first spar. Standing opposite each other, both got into position while Jason scanned his classmate's mana to find out what kind of elemental ability his opponent had, if there was one. However, Jason was lucky and NR 224's mana seemed normal, without any transmutation from elemental affinities, as a small smile emerged on his face. His opponent thought it was somewhat weird for a 5th novice rank to smile while fighting against someone 6 levels above. He thought Jason was overestimating his own capabilities and made himself ready to fight, entering a common battle stance. The teacher gave the starting signal, and in Jason's hand appeared 2 small knives, while his opponent used a longsword that looked extremely heavy. His opponent began to rush at him with a speed that surprised Jason. Calming down within a millisecond, Jason took one step forward before he changed his direction without delay in order to step backwards with large strides. Jason was happy on his inside, while his smile froze on the outside, causing his opponent to feel happy before their real clash even began. His opponent's speed was fast, but not fast enough to overwhelm Jason entirely, as he had to carry a heavy and cumbersome long sword with him, while Jason was almost empty-handed. This happiness of the longsword wielder vanished extremely fast as Jason, who wore the mechanical knife holder, began to throw knives at him. The accuracy Jason achieved over the last week was exceptional, as such it was difficult for his opponent to deflect the throwing knives. First, he focused on his opponent's legs, which his opponent deflected with much difficulty as his longsword was heavy and not smooth to handle, slowing him down by a large degree only to widen the range between both of them. After throwing the sixth knife, Jason penetrated the longsword wielder's defense and hit his shoulder, inflicting a light injury that would worsen over time as it would be constantly shifted. Moving to the left and right in order to avoid leaving the combat area, the spectators began to blame him for being a coward, which Jason didn't even notice. He was too focused on his fight, when his opponent was suddenly only a meter away from him. With wrath in his eyes, the longsword wielder slashed at him. Jason was still completely calm and analyzed the situation within a moment, as he used a quarter of his mana in order to enhance his legs. He bent down, only to jump into the tiger's den straight to his opponent's side. The sword wielder's legs were already injured, and his reflexes were much slower than Jason's, which gave him an excessive advantage. Before his opponent could do anything, Jason already pierced into both femoral veins, which is between the calves and lower thigh, with his throwing knives, causing his opponent to cry out in pain as he kneeled down unconsciously. Stopping the fight immediately, Jason was sure the fight was obviously over, as NR 224 was immediately brought next to the other injured students. Even though the disparity between both of their ranks was wide, Jason's combat experience and choice of weapon was much better. Furthermore, Jason focused less on looking great or a prideful tactic. Surrounded by the light or holy energy, his blood congealed and the wound began to heal slowly. Looking at his opponent, who looked like he was about to cry, Jason didn't know what to think. "I'm not too cruel, right?" as his facial expression turned unsightly. It was only now that he realized his other classmates looked at him with disgust as if the fight was sickening to them. "Scaredy cat, the only thing you can do is running away, ha. Even if you beat your opponent, he was only NR 224. Don't think you can do anything. Running away and throwing knives, everyone can do that, you're nothing special," a subordinate of Leo Hart said. "That was unfair." "How dare you run away?" some idiot lamented. Jason could only now understand what they were saying, and their stupidity annoyed him extremely, before he turned to Mr. Grail, who declared, "Jason Stella won the fight and is now ranked 224. Anyone who says he won because he is scared or fights unfairly can try to fight someone 6 levels above your own rank without using tricks. I'll be waiting." Turning to Jason, he said, "Your fight was decent. Do you want to continue? I need 10 minutes to replenish my mana." "After that, I am ready to fight," Jason honestly replied. It was way too important to replenish his mana right now. He was sure that he couldn't beat a 5th adept rank without giving his all. Even then, it would be quite difficult. After listening to Jason, the teacher called up other students while he spectated their fight. Meanwhile, he passively replenishing his mana, with mana stones laid next to him to accelerate the process. This was only possible because he trained for more than 2 weeks, how to passively do that while watching videos. Furthermore, the foundational guide about replenishing mana passively helped Jason a lot in order to basically understand what he had to do. He fixed the flaws he made when he learned how to passively replenish mana without relying on a guide, and was able to replenish his mana passively after that. A few fights passed, and his teacher noticed Jason spectating all fights without doing anything when he emanated a string of mana. Mr. Grail instantly noticed that Jason absorbed the mana in his surroundings in order to replenish his mana pool, as he nodded his head in approval. It was a decent feat to be able to focus on the battle while replenishing one's mana. If he also knew that Jason learned to do that within a few weeks, partially without following a guide, Mr. Grail would probably be delighted and shocked at the same time. 10 minutes passed, when Jason's mana pool was completely filled, while Leo Hart already nagged the teacher to let them fight now, impatiently. "Ugh, how annoying. Up with both if you don't kill each other." Mr. Grail noticed that Leo was somehow a little bit bothered with Jason, even if he wasn't sure why, but he wanted to know how far above Jason was able to fight. Jason stood opposite Leo with a distance of around 50 meters, as spiked gauntlets appeared around his hands, causing Jason to curse inwardly. The choice of weapon was definitely a disadvantage for him. Looking at Leo's mana core, he noticed that the mana was slightly transmuted into a thin brownish color, indicating to Jason that he had an earth affinity. Jason was honest when he thought about his chances to win. I don't want to, he wailed, when the starting sound was initiated. Jason had never fought against anyone with an affinity except the Wind Bull, but that wasn't a real fight if one had to be honest. Leo shouted arrogantly, haha, it's better to be my errand boy than pissing me of don't you think so, little maiden. Jason was astonished that he was called maiden. I know I'm handsome, but bro, I'm a boy. Or maybe I'm also beautiful. Never mind that. If he was honest, Jason was extremely narcissistic since he awoke his eyes. However, previously he wasn't confident in his own body, which was now different. Jason thought he was extremely good-looking but beautiful. The fight started, and Jason was taken off guard, as he was still thinking about his handsomeness. This caused him to be unaware of the earth spikes that suddenly shot out of the platform, surrounding him as they pierced into his calves without giving him the chance to react. Crying out in pain, he couldn't even break out of the earth spikes when Leo Hart appeared above him, with a devilish smile on his face as Mana encased his gauntlet, causing them to shine brightly. Mr. Grail was about to end the battle when he saw something particular in Jason's eyes that caused him to hesitate for a second. FK, don't die, little one. He was a moment too late to save Jason as he saw Jason's eyes piercing into Leo's eyes, which were fierce and full of anger before they suddenly turned blank. Leo collapsed on the ground, laying there as if he was knocked out by Jason, without him doing anything, and the whole combat arena turned silent. Nobody knew what happened, and one could only see Jason struggling to stay firmly on the ground, while blood began to ooze out of his eyes like a small stream. Seconds before, Leo didn't want to kill Jason, and he was sure of the fact that their teacher would prevent him in killing Jason, so he just attacked with all the anger he had stored inside him. Even if it wasn't accumulated from Jason, he needed a punching bag right now, and in front of him was the perfect victim. Jason noticed that something was off when the teacher didn't stop the attack, as Leo Hart's mana-enhanced gauntlets were only some distance away from him. Using his fully stored mana and the amount accumulated within his eyes, he released the whole vast amount of mana at once through his eyes, while staring at Leo. Leo gazed into Jason's eyes that seemed to tell him he was an ant in front of him when Jason's eyes turned gigantic, enveloping his whole existence. While they grew in size, Leo's senses were completely sealed off as he felt like he was falling into an eerie and frightful darkness that seemed to be unlimited behind the golden luster of Jason's eyes. It seemed as if he was imprisoned within the abyss, and it was extremely frightening. This short moment felt like an eternity to Leo as he suddenly shuddered when he saw something particular gazing at him. He began to sweat heavily, and he was forced to stumble backward with heavy steps before his eyes turned wet with fear spreading through his whole body. Suddenly, the abyss in his mind vanished, releasing Leo back into reality when his brain registered the eternity that passed inside his mind within a millisecond. It couldn't handle the shock, and Leo collapsed in front of Jason on the ground. Jason didn't know what exactly happened to Leo, but he knew what his eyes were able to do, at least to a certain degree, because the same happened when he was sparring with Greg. One time Jason was so annoyed by Greg that he used up a small amount of mana inside his eyes while fighting with Greg. Suddenly, Greg's moves were somewhat slowed down and restricted. After a second, Greg was freed, but that wasn't the main fact. When that happened, Greg looked at Jason with shock when he told him that Jason's eyes enveloped him somehow, welcoming him to an uncanny darkness, like an abyss. Greg didn't want to experiment with this ability with him ever again, because the abyss, they named it, was too eerie. Jason wanted to test this ability with his whole amount of mana, but there was no one to test it at. Now, while fighting with Leo, he couldn't think of a different way out of the sudden incident, and he was forced to use the abyssal effect. He names it to end the whole battle before it even began. Otherwise, he would also collapse on the ground, as his mind felt sluggish. Mr. Grail shattered the earth spikes immediately and transported both of them close to his soulbond wolf that radiated the white light with its healing characteristics. Not only was their teacher shocked about what happened, but the whole class was also completely silent. It took everyone a few minutes to digest the whole battle before some of them gossiped with each other. Nobody asked a question, but everyone had the same one in their mind. What happened? Looking at their teacher, they noticed a similar confused expression telling them that not even he knew what was going on. As such, they remained silent, waiting for their teacher to do something. Once G checked Jason's injuries and Leo's mind, he declared the outcome of the battle. This battle was a tie. Next one, please. Normally Jason would have won this fight as he was still standing when Leo was already unconscious lying on the bottom, but this would mean Jason's rank would change to the 4th, while Leo's would decrease to the 224th. After changing the ranking like this, Jason would be probably tormented and bullied once he as a teacher wasn't there, which he wanted to avoid. In the end, he decided to declare the fight as a tie. Jason was just too weak right now, even if his combat prowess seemed to be extremely strong for a new advanced 6th novice rank. The fights continued, but not many rankings changed, and the whole class ranking battle ended with only a few slightly injured youths, while Jason lost his consciousness. Leo was also unconscious, and the two of them seemed to have sustained the most serious injuries compared to the rest. Leo's mind seemed to work fine, and only sleep would be required to heal his psyche, while Mr. Grail thought the same about Jason's case. Because of that, they were both brought to the infirmary. It was already afternoon when Jason woke up in an unknown room. Trying to stand up, he was astonished to notice that his calves weren't hurting or even numb. Next to his bed was another bed, and Leo was sleeping on it with a stupid facial expression. If Jason was honest to himself, he didn't know what to think about Leo. Did he really want to kill me, or was it an accident? Why didn't Mr. Grail save me? These thoughts ran through his head when the infirmary door opened with Mr. Grail walking inside, with a nurse following behind him. They noticed that Jason was already awake and standing firmly as Mr. Grail came closer. "Jason, I think I have to apologize. I hesitated for a slight moment to save you when I saw your eyes shining, and it ended up in a mess because of me. Luckily, nobody is heavily injured, and I hope you won't hold a grudge," he said sincerely. Jason noticed his genuity and accepted the apology. He didn't hold a grudge because everything ended up somewhat fine, without him getting severely injured. Even if he would hold a grudge, to whom should he complain? His teacher was extremely strong and had probably an extremely high authority within Asterix. After accepting the apology, Jason decided to go home, as he had nothing to do within the school anymore. He even forgot to change his clothes when he called a shuttle, as Jason was running around with his jeans that were ripped at the calves. It was probably looking extremely funny, except for the bloodstains one could see. When the shuttle arrived, he entered it and went inside the soul world in order to practice the Heaven's Hell technique diligently. Because of his breakthrough in his mana core rank, his soul energy reached 6.7, and Jason was happily leading around the shapeless energy, injecting it inside the soul world core within 25 minutes. The shuttle arrived right when Jason finished his practice, and he decided to practice the Heaven's Hell technique every time within the shuttle, as it was a tranquil place while the timing seemed to fit perfectly. Entering the small house he was now living with the Flurs, Gabriella was the first one to see him as she greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Jason. Why are you so late? How was your DDAYYYY?" The last words were almost shrieked when she saw how Jason looked like. He wasn't wearing his uniform because they were stained by impurities, and right now, Jason's lower body looked like he had survived a massacre. The part below high tights was almost completely littered with blood, and Gabriella noticed the holes inside his pants. She hurriedly ran over to him in order to inspect him for injuries, when Jason told her that there was a small class-ranking battle. When they saw Jason's look, Greg and Malia immediately hurried over to inspect him neatly, before they noticed that he was fine. Jason was embarrassed about getting touched by multiple hands like that, as he asked all of them if they could sit down to let him explain everything. As such, they sat down before Jason began talking about the things that happened over the whole day, beginning with the lessons and his breakthrough. "What? You already broke into the 6th novice rank?" Greg cried out, and Malia urged him to consolidate his mana core before ranking up, when Jason continued explaining that he already consolidated his mana core after his breakthrough. "What?" Now it was Malia to cry out loud, and she looked as shocked as everyone else. Even if the 6th novice rank was nothing special, especially for his age, but consolidating his mana core within 2 hours was more than a little bit fast. He finished the reproduction about the day neatly, when he saw Gabriella and Malia fuming with anger. What kind of teacher is that, to neglect his student on the first day? "I should call the principal and complain about him," Gabriella said, and she was already opening her quantum bracelet when Jason calmed her down. Greg was quiet and feeling a little bit weird when he heard about Jason releasing his whole mana pool inside his eyes to activate the abyssal effect. Being reminded about this caused him to shudder in fright as he tried to change his thoughts. Jason wanted to go upside to wash his clothes when he was reminded about his holy white barusai fruit, which used up too much space, as he turned to the Flurs that were like a family to him. "Can I loan some credits from someone, please? I want to contract another soul bond," Jason innocently said, while everyone looked a little bit confused. "Who?" Jason was lying on his bed, looking at his bank account with a faint smile. 100,000 credits. The Flurs were uncertain what to think about Jason when he told them that he wanted to form another contract while Artemis was evolving. She would evolve into a higher species with a much higher demand for soul energy than before, and now Jason wanted to bind another beast. Whilst he desperately accumulating soul energy in order to maintain a secure soul bond with Artemis. Nevertheless, Gabriella gave him the credits. Seeing Jason's determined and ambitious expression, right after he came back home from school, looking like he was beaten into a pulp, something must have happened to change his mind. Jason pondered for a long time if he should just contract a lot of soul bonds in order to receive the shared strength of hundreds of beasts while accumulating soul energy for a single beast with high potential, but it felt wrong. His soul world would probably able to do that because the information humanity had about soul awakenings and soul worlds was that one needed to have a 2 meters diameter soul world to hold at least an unblemished ranked beast. Some humans had a smaller soul world and could still hold at least a wild ranked beast, while Jason's soul world was vast, able to handle a huge quantity of beasts. But that wasn't what he wanted, as he would rather focus on quality instead of quantity. However, after today's fight, he finally noticed that his plan was naive. It was important for him to use all means to reach the strength of his classmates that were stronger than him in a head-on fight, by all means. Furthermore, Jason wanted to experiment with the holy white bakuri fruit he obtained in Gyro City, which was another reason for him to pick another soul bond. Previously, Jason was anxious about picking another soul bond because he was uncertain about Artemis' growing speed, but even so, Jason estimated that she would probably need more than 1 month to finish her evolution. In the meantime, Jason was confident to reach at least an innate soul energy of around 10 with his rapid soul energy reproduction speed. Right now, his soul energy was already around 6.7 units large, while 4 were used up by Artemis at the moment. His innate soul energy, after deducting Artemis' shared soul energy from his soul world amplification, would be around 5.4 right now. Today's fight changed his train of thoughts completely as he wanted to grow his soul energy as soon as possible to avoid getting beaten up. Since he awakened his eyes and finished the soul awakening, Jason was never as close to death's doors as today. If he hadn't used his eyes, abyss effect, he would be either heavily injured or maybe even dead. He wanted to use the holy white bakuri fruit for a non-potential beast to test out his purity theory. As such, he made an appointment to enter Zero City's Beast Pagoda first floor. Before Jason thought, he would have to wait at least a few weeks to enter the Beast Pagoda, but somehow the first floor of the Beast Pagoda had many free dates left which were completely different from the second, third, and following floors that had a long queue. Thinking for a moment, Jason realized why this was the case. In his old hometown, there were all kinds of beasts below the magical beast rank on the same floor, while this wasn't the case for Zero City. Here, every rank had its own floor, and Jason obviously selected the wild beast floor, which not many people in Cryo City used for a soul bond. In Zero City, it would be shameful to form a contract with a non-potential wild beast, and the Beast Pagoda itself did not have strong wild beasts with a high potential. Even if they had, these beasts would be immediately sold to some big families with unfortunate soul awakenings, where their soul energy was just too weak to contract higher-ranked beasts. Jason decided to select the appointment for tomorrow after school, and he immediately notified the others with a short message that they wouldn't worry about him like today where he came back late. After that, Jason was still not tired, and he opened one of the books he received today, which was about magical herbs and plants. It was relatively interesting, and only after a few hours passed, Jason became tired. He decided to go to sleep, not without forgetting to become excited about going to school and picking his second soul bond. Jason woke up a little bit later than normal, and it was already 6 a.m. The first thing he did were his morning exercises before he washed up and going down to eat breakfast. Gabriella was placing the last dishes on the table when Jason arrived, and it looked like Melia and Greg were either sleeping or washing up. They talked a little bit with each other, but his aunt didn't ask him what kind of beast he wanted to pick, which Jason found weird, as she should be curious about it. This was exactly the case, and she wanted to know more about Jason's sudden decision to pick another soulbun, like why now and not later, or how this sudden change happened, but she didn't want to ruin the atmosphere. Jason wasn't sure what he would answer if she asked about what kind of beast he wanted to bind, as he himself was unsure about that. Minutes passed and the siblings went down almost at the same time, greeting everyone heartily before they began eating breakfast as Mark arrived as the last one. Breakfast was the only meal everyone ate together, and the mood was relaxing for the mind. Nobody asked Jason any questions even if they were curious, and instead of asking him anything, Jason was curious about Greg's first day in school. Apparently, Greg was in class 23 out of 50, and that was solely because of his soul awakening. He could only train hard in order to increase his ranking over time, and Greg knew that his determination was more than enough to allow him that. His mana core rank was only at the 3rd adept, and almost all of his classmates were at the 7th adept rank, which shocked even Melia. In her junior year, she was in class 5 with her 3-star soul awakening while her mana core was 8th adept, and now everyone in class 23 should be almost at the same mana core rank as her. Wasn't that too exaggerated? And if that was true, what about the classes above? Were there already 14-year-old experts? Melia was shocked about such talent because it would be extremely strenuous for 14-year-old students to enter the expert rank, as she herself only reached this rank when she was 14 years and 3 months old, which was already considered extremely fast. She wouldn't brag about her mana gathering and absorbing talent in public, but she was extremely confident in it, thus it was much more shocking to her than anyone else. Jason was more astonished that Greg was ranked in the middle area of his class because mana core rank was the worst in class, even though his combat prowess was exceptional in combination with the physical boost because of the reinforced horned bull. Normally, Greg shouldn't have such a high ranking, and Jason wondered if either Greg's talent towards martial arts were superior, or if the classmates were just below average in fighting against humans. After eating breakfast, it was already 7:20 a.m., and Jason changed into his second school uniform, as his first set was still smelling awful. He sent it to a special cleaning company before the shuttle arrived that would bring him to school. Its shuttle arrived at school when Jason finished practicing the Heaven's Hell technique, and there were still few minutes left before school would start when he entered his classroom. Upon seeing Jason, everyone was silent, causing him to hesitate slightly, as over 200 pairs of eyes stared at him with question marks in their eyes and doubtful expressions. When he sat down, he saw Leo Hart walking up to him with a straight back, when Jason noticed that there wasn't any anger or arrogance in his eyes left, as Leo cleared his throat. "Hey Jason, I think I have to apologize to you about yesterday. I was too impulsive, and it wasn't my intention to seriously injure or kill you. I thought the teacher would stop our fight before something happened, but apparently that wasn't the case. I don't know what you did to me yesterday, but after I woke up, I could clearly think about many things while being reminded of the endless darkness I saw. Sorry again, and let's not hate each other, okay?" Leo turned around and sat down on his seat when their classmates looked at Leo in shock. Some of them were in the same middle school as he was, and it was extremely shocking to see him saying sorry. And this to the second last rank with a mana core of the 5th novice rank. Unbelievable. Wait, 5th novice rank. Some students released mana treads and scanned Jason's core because they noticed something different. 6th novice rank. He broke through. When? Unbeknownst to them, Jason broke into the 6th novice rank before the class ranking battles even began. But for Jason, it was relatively shocking to see that Leo was completely fine after he activated the abyss effect of his eyes with his highest capabilities. Leo was completely fine, and he even fixed his bad attitude because of it. Weird. He thought as it was weird. Jason asked himself once again what exactly his eyes were, as normal mana eyes couldn't do things as his could do. But before he could continue the train of thoughts, Mr. Grail walked inside for today's theoretical lessons were taught. Theoretical lessons were the most annoying thing for some muscle brains who only wanted to learn martial art techniques, as they demonstrated their unwillingness. But Mr. Grail didn't mind their attitude, as long as they didn't interrupt the lessons with their noises. Time passed uncontrollably, and it was already 4 p.m. when school was over. Jason learned many new things, and his mind was like a sponge, absorbing all information provided without distinguishing between important and useless information. On his lunch break, Jason practiced the Heaven's Hell technique. Somehow he began talking to a few people in his class about school lessons, as Jason's knowledge was distinct while even Leo came to them. He wasn't sure what exactly happened, but after being an outcast for a single day, Jason was surrounded by his classmates. If he knew that his eyes were partially responsible for this scenario, as people felt comfortable around him, many more questions would torment his mind. Jason sat inside the shuttle on the way to the Beast Pagoda with excitement gleaming in his eyes. It felt as if hours passed and time seemed to have stopped when Jason finally arrived at his destination, only 25 minutes later. The Beast Pagoda was much grander than the one he was previously, and the pagoda itself had 7 layers, while 2 were used for hatching. As for the other 5 layers, beasts of all kinds of ranks inhabited them. While Jason was fascinated about the mana fluctuations he could feel and see all around, he walked slowly towards the large gate that was opened right after he stepped in front of it. There was an attendant waiting for him, looking extremely happy seeing Jason, which wondered him slightly. What Jason didn't know was that this young attendant was responsible only for the first floor in his first few years, and it has been some time since there was someone making an appointment for the first layer. The innate talent for soul awakenings for most youths in Zero City was at least a soul energy of 11 plus units, which was enough to bind an awakened beast. Furthermore, even if one's soul energy was less, one would rather practice the Heaven's Hell technique for a few months in order to reach the threshold to venture directly to the Beast Pagoda's 2nd floor or form a soul bond with a potential beast caught by beast merchants, as their service was faster and more reliable than the Beast Pagodas. Jason walked through the open gate and the attendant ran up to him. "Hello, sir. I presume Mr. Stella, right?" The attendant greeted and asked hopefully. Jason answered with a nod as the attendant's eyes lightened up. The manor was large and more than 10 minutes passed until they reached the first floor with wild-ranked beasts inside. During these 10 minutes, the attendant asked various questions that were important for a soul bond, and Jason answered them as well as he was able to. One of the questions, for example, was what type of beast Jason wanted to form a soul bond with and what rank the beast should be at. This question was what Jason was unsure about. Right now, he had chosen a certain direction his soul bond should be, but he wasn't sure what kind of species Zero City's Beast Pagoda had and if Jason was able to form a contract with it. Right now, he wanted to test the purity theory much more than anything else. To be safe and test the theory with the holy white barusai fruit as safe as possible, Jason wanted to form a contract with a beast that possessed a high endurance. Unfortunately, Jason's innate soul energy only allowed him to bind a beast below the 4-star wild rank, which hindered his plan to a certain degree. Forming a contract with a 1-star wild beast was also not safe, as Jason wasn't sure if such a weak beast would be able to endure the torment energy of the holy white bakuri fruit, which would most likely cleanse his new soulbond's body. Even for humans, eating this fruit was dangerous, because it would forcibly wash out a certain mass of impurities, and how could Jason know if a 1-star wild beast could survive that? He was also unsure if a 3-star wild beast could survive that, as Jason was unaware of how potent the holy white bakuri fruit's cleansing effect was. As such, he had to pick a beast with high endurance and certain survivabilities in order to get through the cleansing. In the end, Jason's range of beasts he could choose became less with each criterion in his mind. He decided to restrict his selection to 3-star wild beasts with his survivability and endurance. Telling the attendant the criteria Jason needed, the attendant wasn't sure what to think of Jason, as the criterion named were somewhat familiar, causing him to be overly careful with his next words. I don't want to suspect any ill intention from you, but purchasing a beast in the Beast Pagoda is solely intended for soul bonds and not to experiment with them. Jason wanted to experiment with this beast, but he didn't want to harm or kill it, as the most important fact was that he wanted to form a soul bond with this beast. Killing or crippling it would decrease his combat prowess in the end, if his soul wouldn't be damaged in the process, as the worst-case scenario. You don't have to worry about that. I can form a soulbond contract with the beast I choose in front of your eyes if that lessens your worries. Upon hearing his client saying this, the attendant sighed in relief. He wasn't working in the Beast Pagoda for a long time, but he had already seen many crazy people on the first floor trying to purchase wild beasts with ill intentions. Hearing Jason saying that he would bind the beast in front of him caused his slowly accumulating worries to vanish into thin air, as nobody would hurt one's own soul by killing or crippling the peculiar soul bond. Well, that was at least what the attendant thought. If he knew that Jason wanted to test feeding the soulbond a magical fruit that would cleanse one's impurities forcibly, he would directly kick Jason out of the Beast Pagoda and blacklist him for his whole life. There were already many people trying something like that, and the results were devastating, which Jason didn't know. But these tests were neither seriously done or safely carried out. The magical fruits purchased were much more potent than the one Jason owned, and God knows how the scientists tested this theory with the beasts. In Jason's opinion, most experiments would probably feed the cleansing ingredient in the beast's growth phase, or maybe they were too weak in order to withstand the potent magical fruits. Jason had done a lot of research about the holy bakuri fruit, and it was not only the worst magical cleansing fruit, but his, in particular, was the weakest among the weakest that Jason found good. With a good soul bond, it should definitely be possible for a beast with high endurance and survivability to get through the cleansing process without receiving any injuries, while he would help out in every possible way. When he reached the wild beast floor, Jason immediately activated his mana eyes effect to scan through all kinds of beast potentials and mana purity, only to be disappointed. If there were some treasures, Jason would rather pick such beasts instead of experimenting with his second soul bond, but not a single beast had a color radiating from it, which left Jason a little bit dejected. Now Jason was almost forced to experiment with his second soul bond, but after thinking for a moment, he was still doing fine. If the worst situation occurred, Jason would just feed his soul bond with some small parts of the fruit instead of the whole fruit, which would decrease its magical effect by a large margin. Nevertheless, this would be better than killing his soul bond, wouldn't it? There was also the possibility that the cleansing effect was rejected by beasts, which Jason wasn't sure if it was possible. Even so, it was definitely worth a try with a small piece of the fruit as an appetizer to test out the theory. As long as the amount was small enough, a high-endurable beast shouldn't die. Some time passed, and Jason was slowly walking through the corridors, looking at each type of beast, leaving him disappointed. There was not a single beast that met his requirements, and more than 2 hours passed without him finding a decent beast. The attendant became slightly nervous because the criteria Jason named were rather rare for wild beasts. Searching through the beast catalog, he couldn't find a suitable beast either, when Jason suddenly asked, "Where is the beast inside this enclosure?" Jason was about to continue his search when he saw an empty enclosure with a holographic picture showing the beast that attracted his attention. Upon seeing the holographic picture, the attendant's eyes brightened up, and his mood soared even higher than Jason's when he quickly looked at the information about the particular beast. Apparently, the beast is giving birth, right now, the attendant reported, and Jason's eyes lit up. Previously, he wanted to form a soul bond with an adult 3-star wild beast and tame it if necessary, but raising up a newborn would be even better as he could easily tame it, while the soul connection between them would be much stronger without any worries about disobedience. Jason was in such a good mood that he ran up to the attendant, asking once the offsprings are born, can I immediately form a contract with one? The attendant, surprised about Jason's sudden eagerness, didn't know what to say. One had to wait a few days normally before one was allowed to contract a beast. If the beast he wanted to form a contract thought of Jason as his mother, it would be much easier to form an extremely deep connection with each other, which was what everyone wanted. Thinking for a moment, the attendant remembered that there was no law forbidding a beast to be sold directly after it was born. It was only seen a little bit immoral. As such, the attendant called his superior to ask for permission. Upon seeing the attendant's expression and hearing the superior shouting at him, Jason felt a little bit apologetic. The superior didn't care about the life of wild-ranked beasts and gummed in anger, having to answer to such an idiotic question. Even if Jason felt sorry for the attendant, he was still happy to have his request approved. Maybe he would be able to change his plan with a newborn beast as his second soul bond, as he could feed it the cleansing holy white barusai fruit. If he divided it into marginal parts in addition to the innate characteristics from his future soul bond, it should be possible. But for now, it could wait, as there was something more important. Now it was time for Jason to pick up his new partner. A few minutes passed until Jason arrived at the floor where beasts gave birth or laid their eggs. He was impatient right now, and it took him another 10 minutes until they reached their final destination. In his mind, it took an eternity until he reached the breeding grounds of his future newborn soul bond as he activated his mana eyes. Jason saw that there was no color radiating from the beasts, but he had already accepted that fact. There was already a rough plan constructing in his mind, and he adjusted it to the soul bond he picked, while the theory about purity was the main point Jason wanted to use. If the theory wouldn't work, Jason had to make preparations, and his mind rattled while thinking carefully about the options he had when he came closer and closer to the small newborn beasts. The attendant next to him noticed Jason's impatience and said, "Sir, if you want to make a basic potential test to figure out which beast is the best to choose from, you have to wait at least 24 hours. No, it's fine," Jason said with a resolute voice. He already saw that the potential or core purity was around the same, and Jason couldn't detect any differences. As such, testing the potential and waiting for a whole day would be a waste of time and lessen the effect of the soul bond between each other. The attendant knew that forming a bond as soon as possible would be the best for their soul bond, but not even caring about the potential of your future companion was odd. Forming a soul bond with the chance of having the potential to reach higher ranks would be more important in his opinion. But it was not his choice, and the attendant told Jason to decide which one he wanted to pick. The beast mother was exhausted and sedated, so she wouldn't be able to do anything. Even if she was awake, the attendant would prevent it from doing anything to Jason. Jason came closer to the newborn beasts, and there were dozens of 1 centimeter long scorpions with a soft yellowish-green exoskeleton in front of him. Right now they looked extremely weak and would probably even be killed by a small wind current, but it was said that these miniature paraskers in front of him had a potent, paralyzing poison that could even numb beasts at the same rank. Their strength was weak, and the only strong characteristics of this kind of beast was its exceptional hard and endurable exoskeleton with the lethal poison. Jason chose the miniature paraskers as his second soul bond because of multiple reasons, which included it being a 3-star wild beast, its strong exoskeleton, and as a most important reason for Jason, the scorpion's natural occurrence of molting while growing up. This molting could change Jason's plan to a certain extent because he wanted to give his soul bond some of the holy white bakuri fruit before the molding. Maybe with this, the cleansing of impurities could be naturally included in the molding. The possibility for this was slightly higher compared to other beasts without the ability to naturally mold, and it was worth a try. Jason didn't really care about which miniature parasker to pick as he picked up one of them who sensed his presence. This particular miniature parasker came closer with the thought that Jason was his mother in its mind. Once he had picked up one of the yellow-greenish miniature paraskers, he stepped back and looked at the attendant like he was ready to go. "Can I pay now and form the soul bond contract, or is there anything else I have to do?" The attendant looked at Jason, not listening clearly. No, I only have to fill the formula which says that one of the miniature periskers was sold to you, so we can administer everything cleanly. The only thing Sir has to do is to pay the fee for the beast, which is slightly higher compared to normal beasts because it is rare, and the beast gives birth only twice in its life at most. The attendant explained, and looking at Jason's clothes, he was sure Jason would be able to pay the price, as he was still wearing his school uniform, which told the attendant that Jason was a student at the prestigious Vanguard-affiliated school. A holographic screen with a contract appeared in front of Jason, and after reading through it, he signed it. Jason had to pay 25 credits for the newborn miniature periskers, which was extremely high for a wild beast, but apparently, it was extremely rare. The additional fee for purchasing a newborn beast was also high because the strengthened bond would help out their communication and teamwork. To Jason, these 25 credits weren't too much if his purity theory worked. With his theory working out, the price for the beast would be negligible compared to the fortune he would need to afford for treasure, which would cleanse one's core. After the transaction was done, the attendant was still determined to see Jason forming his soul bond with the beast to avoid receiving complaints about neglecting his job, and they left for a secluded room. Jason's future soul bond was lying down because it was exhausted to be born less than an hour ago, and once he entered the secluded room, he took out one of the knives he normally used to throw, and stood there ready to cut the thumb of the hand holding the knife because inside his other hand was the small miniature periskers. Before he cut his thumb, Jason entered his soul world and loosened up a thread of his soul, which he let it carefully through his body into his thumb. Cutting his hand, dark red blood with a golden hue could be seen. Jason didn't waste any time as a thick drop of blood shimmering in a golden hue fell on the perisker, draining it completely in blood. It felt an uncomfortable feeling before the soul thread invaded the perisker before the unpleasant feeling vanished. Jason felt a connection getting built between him and the miniature perisker, while the small fellow in his hand trembled for a second before a small yellow-greenish magic circle appeared, with his new soul bond vanished inside him. It would probably take a few hours before the soul bond was perfectly established, and it was best for contractor and beast to stay as close as possible for this period, which was also the instinctive decision the newborn perisker took. Seeing that the soul bond was finished, the attendant nodded his head. Filling out the formula, a minute passed and the attendant guided Jason, who sweated slightly due to his soul bond outside, without saying an additional word. It was the second time Jason formed a soul bond, and it was still extremely difficult even if it was much easier than the first time. Jason wondered if he would ever get proficient in moving around his soul threads with time passing. For others it would be entirely useless because most people only had 2 to 5 soul bonds, but not for Jason. Jason and the attendant didn't talk with each other, and the only thing they said was goodbye when he left the beast pagoda. The attendant didn't really know what to think about the youth in front of him because he contracted a 3-star wild beast while being a student in one of the best schools on Asterix. Even if it was only the 6th affiliated Vanguard school, it was still among the top 20 high schools on Asterix Island, including the affiliated schools of the other 2 out of the big 3. It was extremely uncommon and rather stupid for such a prodigious individual to form a contract with a wild beast without any potential. To be blunt, a wild-ranked beast was almost everywhere seen as trash or useless to form a contract with, and most wild beasts were used as food for stronger bonds. There were only 3 apparent reasons to breed wild beast. Livestock. Using for errands. Getting an advantageous mutated wild beast with a high potential in order to sell for a lot of credits. Jason wouldn't mind if the attendant found him weird, but more importantly was that he could get home and some food because he was extremely hungry. Thinking about food, Jason was pondering what food to purchase for his new soul bond while waiting for the shuttle to arrive in front of the beast pagoda. When the shuttle arrived, Jason finished his research about scorpion food, and they ate almost everything small enough for them to eat. Sitting down inside the shuttle, he decided to purchase a batch of grade 1 mana fireflies with a small amount of mana, causing them to illuminate the night sky. They were nutritious and easy for a small beast like a newborn miniature perisker to eat and digest. Inside Zero City with the dense mana around, the growing phase of his second soul bond would probably take only 2 months at most, while Jason wanted to increase its speed even more so, that the miniature perisker would reach adulthood before the class battle began. Thereby he would use mana stones for that, and the holy white bakuri fruit in addition. After deciding roughly what to do in the next few weeks, Jason practices the Heaven's Hell technique inside the shuttle until he arrives at the Flurs house. The first week of school passed, and Mr. Grail did not teach any martial arts to his students. Instead, he focused on improving the mana-absorbing aptitude of everyone slowly, which brought them many benefits, as almost everyone's speed increased to a certain extent. Jason was the most astonishing student among the small batch, as he picked the best spot with the thickest mana flow every time they were supposed to gather mana, increasing his already astonishing mana-absorbing speed even more. Because he was still unaccustomed to the mana flow inside Zero City that was already extremely dense, Jason had some problems to continuously absorb mana. It was taxing for him to focus on gathering mana, circling it through his mana channels, and absorbing it into his mana core at the same time for over 2 hours straight. While the others were doing it slowly and steadily, Jason was becoming more and more greedy. He didn't even need to use mana stones in order to increase the mana in his surroundings, because he couldn't even handle the mana around him. Thinking about the first day of school where he broke into the 6th novice rank, Jason felt extremely motivated and determined. Others felt like he was a demon, because Jason completely disregarded his surroundings, as he absorbed all the mana greedily, as if he was the center of the world. Becoming stronger was his ambition, and he couldn't take care of everyone in his surroundings, so they had to either step back or fight him for the spot. Not a single classmate of his dared to come closer to Jason than 3 meters to absorb mana, as the mana around Jason was fully absorbed by him. As for fighting for the spot, first comes first serves was the rule implemented here, as fighting classmates was strongly forbidden with the exceptions of practical lessons and class-ranking battles. Even their teacher was astonished to see Jason absorbing the mana in the surroundings so fast, and he wondered how a 6th novice rank could be able to multitask so excessively, without having practiced a technique that improved his mind. Techniques to improve one's mind and brain were extremely rare, and only royalty or higher-ups would be able to practice such technique. Seeing Jason being able to gather and convert the mana so fast, Mr. Grail was extremely astonished. He himself could only do something like that when he reached the expert rank, as his mind was continuously refined with each breakthrough, till Grail knew that Jason was somehow special, but each day passing caused him to be more and more surprised about the young black-haired youth with his golden eyes. There were also other things Mr. Grail found weird. Jason came to school on Wednesday with a 1 centimeter small yellow-greenish newborn miniature perisker in his hair, which was almost not noticeable if he wasn't continuously radiating some of his mana. After asking Jason about that, he just replied it's his soul bun, which caused him to be taken aback. A miniature perisker was only a 3-star wild beast once matured, and completely useless for Jason, as he was already much stronger than most 3-star wild beast. The amplification provided by the small 3-star wild beast would be negligible. Mr. Grail concluded that Jason had a combat prowess of a peak 5-star wild beast, or one of the lowest awakened ranked beasts, while being at the 6th novice rank, which was more than astonishing for someone without great backing. Maybe high nobles or children from the kingdoms of Canir could do that, but on the archipelago, this was already seen as being a prodigy. That's why it was even more astonishing for him to comprehend a reason why Jason wasted precious place from his soul world on a beast without growing potential. For till Grail, even evolved beasts were seen as useless because his soul energy was higher than 500 when he had his soul awakening at the age of 14. He couldn't even remotely understand Jason's train of thoughts and was somehow disappointed about his promising student wasting his potential. Even if Jason didn't need mana stones around him in order to absorb mana faster, he did it nevertheless because of a certain reason. His new soul bond, he named Scorpio, absorbed the pure mana around them greedily in order to strengthen itself, to accelerate the maturing process. There was a big difference between Artemis and Scorpio, Jason noticed. Artemis was able to absorb and digest as much mana as she wanted to, even if it should have been harmful to her, while Scorpio could only absorb a marginal amount of the mana stone before he had to stop, as it was exhausting harmful to absorb too much of it. It was the last day of the week when Jason finished the practice of his Heaven's Hell technique. Looking at Scorpio, he thought it was time for the first experiment. Scorpio was almost 2 centimeters at that time, and it was time for his first molting. Ordering it to lie down on the table, Jason took out a graded syringe that was used for magical fruits, nervously. Putting the syringe down, he took out the grade 2 perennial neoxid box with the 2 magical treasures inside. Taking out the holy white bakuri fruit, he closed the box once again. Inside the holy white bakuri fruit was a certain juice Jason wanted Scorpio to drink. There were multiple reasons for Jason's decision. The most obvious reason was that the 2 centimeter long Scorpio wouldn't be able to gulp down a fist-sized fruit, while the second reason for Jason to do so was that the juice within the fruit shone in the feeblest black he had ever seen, indicating its lower purity effect. He hoped that it would cause his second soul bond less pain. Piercing through the outer shell of the holy white bakuri fruit with the syringe, Jason filled the syringe up before he took out a test tube, where the syringe's content was emptied in. The holy white bakuri fruit was now damaged and would decay faster than before. As such, Jason filled the syringe another 3 times before he had 3 testing tubes completely filled. Storing the holy white bakuri fruit and other tools away, only 1 testing tube was left in Jason's hand, while the others were safely packed in a box with soft materials to provide the best protection inside the cooling freezer. The cooling freezer temperature was perfect for the testing tube to prevent the magical effect from decreasing too much over the next few days. Jason estimated that it would take less than 2 months for the holy white bakuri fruit to completely lose its cleansing effect, even inside the grade 2 perennial neoxid box. In his opinion, this was more than enough time Scorpio would most likely require to finish the fruit. With each day, the cleansing effect would lessen, and Jason wasn't even sure if the cleansing effect would still be strong enough in 2 months to cause his miniature perisker to cleanse his core in the initial phase in order for it to reach the awakened rank. That was why Jason decided to fasten up the process. If today's experiment would be successful, he would feed Scorpio with the holy white bakuri juice every day until he was large enough to eat small pieces of the fruit with more nutrition and the magical effect inside. Even if Scorpio's race was called miniature perisker, in the end, it was just a very small, paralyzing scorpion. He would grow to a size of 10 centimeters with his initial race characteristics at least. However, Jason was sure its size wouldn't remain at 10 centimeters at that time when it reached higher ranks. He was confident about this experiment on the outside, but his whole being was worried on the inside when he ordered Scorpio to sit on his open palm. Picking up the syringe with his other hand, Jason filled it with some holy white bakuri juice before he dropped 2 drops into his palm, right in front of Scorpio. Jason didn't dare to order Scorpio to drink the 2 drops in front of him, as soulbonds couldn't decline orders if their soul energy was weaker than their contractors. He knew that the instincts of beasts were particularly strange, once they saw something which benefited them, as he had seen with Artemis as she picked out the cores of beasts, before eating them without receiving an order from Jason. Scorpio crawled slowly towards the 2 drops, sniffing their aroma before he drank them up wholly, without leaving a single tiny bit. After that, he looked up to Jason greedily. At first, Jason felt weird, but he could sense that Scorpio asked for more, which made him extremely happy. Drop after drop was consumed by Scorpio, and almost a whole test tube vanished in his tiny body, when Jason suddenly saw his small soulbond writhing in pain, throwing his body around. His mana eyes witnessed the whole process, and his eyes widened with worry and pain due to their shared emotions. Jason felt suddenly apologetic about doing something so stupid as he fed Scorpio more and more potent holy white bakuri juice. His worry increased even more when Scorpio completely stopped moving after a few minutes of squirming around in pain. There was not a single mana fluctuation coming out from Scorpio, and Jason was extremely worried. If he couldn't feel that his soulbond was still alive, he would have been devastated, thinking that he had killed Scorpio. Only after half an hour passed, Jason noticed mana fluctuations spreading out from Scorpio as he began to flinch violently, forcefully expelling its outer shell, which was yellow-greenish with thick black dots on it. Scorpio was now 3 centimeters long, and Jason noticed that the exoskeleton turned slightly greener from its initial color. Inspecting its core, which was still at the 1-star wild rank, Jason noticed that there was still no color radiating from it. The only thing Jason noticed was that the mana inside Scorpio was slightly stronger compared to before. Did it work or not? Jason didn't know, but it was obvious that Scorpio grew in strength, even if it was still a 1-star. The color of its exoskeleton changed slightly after a single usage of the cleansing juice, and it grew in size. There were small signs of Scorpio abandoning the path predetermined as a weak 3-star miniature perisker, leading it to a prosperous future. Jason looked at Scorpio for a long time with a delighted expression. Even if it was not completely sure that his second soulbond could reach the awakened rank with the holy white bakuri fruit, there was at least some progress he was able to perceive. It was enough for him to say that his experiment was a success, yet he was still shocked about the pain transmitted by Scorpio. Nevertheless, Jason could sense Scorpio's desire to get stronger and break out of its shell in order to reach a higher rank. Maybe this desire was inspired by Jason, who wanted to become stronger by all means without backing down against anyone. Another reason could have been its innate desire to walk an individual path to the pinnacle without being held down from its racial limits. Jason wouldn't know, but it was definitely something good, as he would rather nurture such an attitude than a lazy bun. Scorpio was only 5 days old, but he already reached the middle realms of a 1-star wild beast, and Jason asked himself how long it would take it to reach 3 stars. Fortunately, it was not only Scorpio that got stronger over the last 5 days since it was born, but also Jason's strength increased. Because of the vast efforts he took, Jason was already halfway through towards the 7th novice rank. It would probably only take a week until he would be able to break through once again, which was exceptionally fast, adding the common hurdle between the 6th and 7th level. A day before, his whole body began to ache, and Scorpio's share was slowly converted towards Jason. This indicated that his mana core grew in size, his physique increased slightly while his soul energy also increased. Scorpio was more of a physical beast than a beast with a high amount of mana or an affinity, except its natural poison. As such, Jason's physique, or rather the toughness of his skin, bones, flesh, and so, were tempered and refined. While his rank was at the 6th novice stage, his mana core size, which was already at the 7th level, was getting closer to the 8th level, while his physique reached the 7th level. Once Scorpio matured, his physique and mana core would be roughly at the same stage, because Artemis gave him more mana than a physical enhancement, while Scorpio was the complete opposite. While both his physique and mana core size were at the 7th level, the biggest change came from his soul energy. Compared to the time he had only one soul energy, Jason's daily increase in soul energy already surpassed his expectations by a lot due to him practicing the Heaven's Hell technique 3 times. From Artemis, he obtains around 1.32 soul energy, while Scorpio provides 0.33 right now, and only 5 days ago, Jason's innate soul energy was around 5.38, altogether 6.7 without considering Scorpio. But now, Jason's overall soul energy crossed already 7 units, or more exactly 7.2 units. For most soul awakenings, this would be a bad start, but comparing 7.2 to his past, almost non-existent soul energy, it was a vast difference and delighted Jason. It was Sunday and Greg was at home, looking at the exercises they had to do. Jason wasn't interested in Greg's homework because he had already done his own homework. Furthermore, the exercises Greg had to do were not really worth his attention because he knew the answers. Even though Jason liked to obtain more knowledge, the information provided by his school were not really worth mentioning. Jason already knew most things as he had already read through most books before. Scorpio was playing inside Jason's hair, while Artemis was still evolving inside his soul world. Normally, Scorpio would also be in the soul world, but he was like Artemis and liked being physically close with Jason, which was slightly weird for a scorpion with a venom-injecting barb, but Jason didn't mind it. He had already been accidentally stung by Scorpio previously and noticed that he was immune to his poison. The sting itself wasn't that deep because it was only playing with Jason and didn't hurt much. Time passed and Jason helped out Greg with his homework only to become a sparring partner with Jason as he wanted to practice the foundational martial arts techniques. Greg suppressed his strength to one of 6th novice rank and they began practicing all kinds of basic techniques. While Jason was nimble and used many different technique sequences, Greg was rather crude and rough as he used his tough physique to crush Jason in the past. But Jason knew all of that and was using that brute force to practice quick and lethal attacks with a wooden dagger, while Greg could use all kinds of weapons. And like Leo Hart, Greg used gloves. Somehow, Jason felt that gloves were popular weapons used by physical fighters. This, however, was really good for Jason, who wanted to find out his flaws as they fought for 30 minutes, until Jason had to give up with many bruises covering his whole body. Even if Greg suppressed his strength, he was still overwhelmed by his physique and innate battle strength. Greg learned better martial art techniques. Furthermore, he was more proficient in fighting due to his few years more battle experience. Jason instead only began to see anything slightly over 2 months ago, which was his real starting point for the real world. He was able to perceive each of Greg's moves, but after some time he wasn't able to evade the attacks anymore, and counterattacking wasn't an option for him at the moment. He was still not experienced enough, but he felt that he was getting closer and closer to Greg at the same rank and level. If Jason would learn some more techniques instead of the basics all the time, he might be able to evade Greg's fast and lethal Tier 1 first martial art technique. But during the whole week Jason went to school, there didn't seem to be any signs of martial art training or new techniques for the students to learn, which disappointed him somewhat, even if he was able to improve his mana-absorbing speed by a lot. What was the use of having a high mana core rank when one couldn't use the received strength to the fullest potential? With this thought, Jason continued with his daily workout just like that, before he continued reading the herb and magical plants books until Jason fully memorized them. Jason never forgot to practice the Heaven's Hell technique 3 times a day, as it was already imprinted in his bones. Entering the classroom the next day, there were already many of his classmates gossiping with each other as Jason heard one of the students saying something about an assignment. This attracted Jason's curiosity, but he couldn't ask anyone as the front door opened. Mr. Grail entered the room when he dropped the information everyone was waiting for, immediately after they greeted each other. Some of you have already heard the news and the first school assignment is out. Because I could decide which one to take, there will be some fun for everyone. because I know everyone is longing to learn a new and mighty martial arts technique. I'll teach everyone that passes the assignment a martial arts technique for the remaining week. If someone can't fulfill my demand, there will be no reward and he or she will be punished. That means the faster one submits the assignment, the longer he or she can learn the chosen martial art technique from me. After this week is over, I'll never explain anything about the chosen technique again, except another assignment I gave out was finished and submitted on time, Mr. Grail said. Somehow this sounded a little bit wishy-washy for everyone, and it was difficult to understand their own teacher, but the meaning was somewhat understandable. Submitting the given assignment as fast as possible would give one the chance to learn a new martial art technique from their teacher until this week was over. Isn't it the job of our teacher to teach us martial art techniques? That was the thought in almost everyone's mind, but the next word struck everyone like a bolt of lightning. If someone is wondering, I'm not talking about peak tierless or common tier 1 martial art techniques. I'll be able to choose any technique I learned during my whole life, which includes some tier 3 techniques, special and unique techniques, also called skills by many. I think that should be encouraging enough, right? The whole classroom was silent until a thunderstorm of roars and cheers resounded through the whole room, while Jason was only silently looking at his teacher. Tier 3 skills? Who the F are you? I don't believe you're a normal teacher. Tier 3 techniques were considered the treasures from Asterix, and they were even considered rare on Canier, causing Jason to suspect his teacher. Talking about unique or special techniques, please, what are you doing on the archipelagos? Shouldn't you be on Canier, leading some sect or staying inside a castle as a prince of one of the kingdoms? Jason was more than dumbfounded, and he wanted to question his teacher about it, but he remained silent. The other students were all way too happy to hear something like that, to notice anything amiss. There were always exceptions, as a few smarter youths understood the meaning of a Tier 3 technique, but their teacher wouldn't just give them such a technique, and the next sentence instantly soured the mood. The first assignment for everyone will be to kill 10 beasts that are 2 stages above your rank. My requirements are simple. You have to do it with your own strength without the usage of mana guns, mana, soul weapons, other instant killing weapons, or something similar I didn't name. Soul beats are not allowed for this assignment, so don't use them. Teaming with other classmates is also forbidden. You have to hunt these beasts alone, other than that you may use everything you want. You can trap beasts or try to assassinate them. I don't care about that. Another requirement is that you have to record everything with the video braces I'll hand out. There is a button on the side, and once it starts blinking, it will start recording. The device is already filled with mana, and the battery can hold out for more than a week. For the first assignment, there won't be a punishment, but it will never as easy to receive bountiful rewards like today, ever again. As such, give your best. While video braces came flying to all students with the help of their teacher's mana, everyone's face looked sour. Defeating 10 beasts 2 stages higher than oneself without a team or one's soul bonds. Was their teacher kidding them? Each rank was divided into 3 stages, and the levels 1st to 3rd counted as the beginner stage, while 4th to 6th was the intermediate stage, and the 7th to 9th was the advanced stage. That means if one was at the 3rd adept rank like most students in this class, they would have to defeat a late awakened beast, which was a vast difference in strength. If one could use their soul bond, this wouldn't be considered problematic because most students that were accepted at this school had a late awakened beast as the worst soul bond, without considering Jason's situation. Leo Hart, for example, was at the 5th adept rank, and he would have to defeat a low evolved beast. How should he do that? It was definitely a huge challenge, but even after getting to know that it was extremely difficult, the benefits one could receive were huge enough to give it a try. Without further ado, everyone began to rush out of the classroom after Mr. Grail finished his explanations. Only Jason was left behind in an empty classroom with his teacher. Mr. Grail noticed Jason looking at him when Jason asked, "Is it really okay for me to use everything except the weapons described and a team?" He had a rough idea of what he should do, but he wanted to ask before implementing them in his actions. "Do as you wish," he only said, and Jason recorded it as evidence because he didn't trust his own teacher before he walked out of the school with a faint smile on his face when he entered the online shop. Jason was only at the 6th novice rank. As such, 2 stages meant he would have to defeat low awakened beasts as his assignment, which made him somewhat happy. It was not because Jason was confident in defeating them in a head-on fight, or even while assassinating. Rather, it was because low awakened beasts were all over the 2-star zones around Zero City, and there was almost no end to their sheer number. 2 hours passed and a drone arrived in front of the school gates with a parcel below it, and Jason accepted it with his signature. Afterward, he called a shuttle, and only 90 minutes later, Jason stood in front of the dome's border, wearing his Grade 2 garment, the mechanical knife holder on the back, his bow in one hand, the quiver around him, and a belt with 3 yellow-green regents within them. Inside his parcel, he ordered previously, were two different kinds of items that used up most of his remaining savings. A dozen arrows with a small hole in the arrowhead and small capsules beside them, fitting inside perfectly. These capsules could be sealed with mana for a certain period of time before the seal would be released. The price for these arrows with the specially manufactured capsules beside were already expensive, with a price of 150 credits, because the capsules were made out of a rare kind of dissolving material when injected with mana. However, the most expensive purchase were the 3 reagents hanging on his belt. The 3 reagents that were priced are around 120 credits each. Inside these reagents was some kind of enhanced and extracted venom from various types of plant and beasts. It could almost instantly kill all kinds of wild ranked beasts, and would only need around 20 seconds to traverse through the body of an awakened beast. Even late awakened beasts would be easily killed, and it was said that this kind of potion could also kill evolved ranked beasts with enough time passing, as long as they entered their blood circulation. But the forte of this potion was its paralyzing effect rather than its lethal venom. Every beast at and below the low unblemished rank wouldn't be able to control its body, not feeling anything at all. All kinds of senses would be disrupted, and there was not a single thing one could do, once paralyzed. This numbness would stay for 5 minutes for low-evolved ranked beasts, and would kill all beasts below this rank easily, while mid-evolved beasts had a small chance to survive the paralyzation with their high life force, only to die at the lethal poison. Right now, Jason was calmly filling the dissolving capsules with the reagents. After having filled 12 of them, all of his reagents were used up, with 360 credits vanishing into thin air. Sealing them with his mana would use up some of his stored mana, but it was fine, as he placed the sealed capsules inside the arrowheads. After the capsules were safely packed into the arrowheads, Jason stored them inside his quiver with a mana stone on the bottom of the quiver in order to supply the capsules with mana to prevent any kinds of accidents. With 12 arrows, Jason knew that he was only allowed to miss 2 shots, which was somewhat thrilling. His auntie gave him a membership card to the archery hall nearby, and there were many kinds of unmoving and moving targets with certain missions to solve. It was like a game, and the first level was easy with a single target. He had to hit within a range of 30 meters. While Jason continued playing through the game, the missions were getting more difficult with each level. It was only when he failed to hit fast-moving targets that Jason had to stop to read the foundational archery guide with all kinds of information written inside. Furthermore, with the membership card he got, Jason could also ask the instructors working there for tips, and they helped him to fix his flaws by telling him what he made wrong with small but efficient instructions. This caused Jason's archery to reach a better mastery, and somehow, he had already reached the advanced adept levels with illusional beast targets with their speed almost comparable to evolved ranked beasts. In the end, it was only because of his exceptional eyesight, which made everything possible. The strength of his bow was way too weak to kill or even penetrate the hide of evolved ranked beasts, and Jason wouldn't be able to pull stronger bows with his strength for now. This meant he was stuck at the advanced adept level for good without being able to advance further. Hitting awakened ranked beasts with his archery skill shouldn't be a problem, and Jason was confident in receiving a premium reward. After Jason finished his preparations, he walked confidently through the dome, where he was instantly invaded by an overwhelming amount of mana. Jason knew this would happen because it was always like that when he left the dome, but the sheer amount of mana almost forced him onto his knees. He underestimated the density and quality of mana that invaded him. It was extremely uncomfortable for him to be enveloped by the vigorous mana, as he forced himself to walk further away from the dome. Right now, Jason felt that the amount of mana was even thicker compared to the stone arch with the magical plants around, which shocked him. If Jason had such vast mana around him all the time, he would probably be already at the adept rank. This caused him to feel a distinct desire to sit down and absorb the mana around him. However, Jason reminded himself that it was way too dangerous to do something like that within a 2-star wild zone. One would only do something like that with comrades or guards around that would rescue the focused cultivator in order to prevent any issues. Jason saw many youths absorbing mana outside the dome, but almost all of them were protected by an expert or master-ranked bodyguards. If he had enough credits, he would probably do the same, as the amount of mana was extremely thick, and hiring a bodyguard to protect him might even be cheaper than high-graded mana stones. Thinking about this possibility, Jason smiled weirdly as he continued his steps towards the 2-star zone. Holding the bow in one hand with an arrow already nocked, Jason immediately disregarded his thought and began to focus on his mission. The arrow was already supplied with Jason's mana all the time, and his eyes perceived everything. The further Jason walked away from the dome, the less dense the mana around him became, and Jason assumed that it was because the distance from the mana vein widened. But that was not important right now, as he had a mission to do. Jason wanted to finish his assignment and obtain the delicious rewards promised by their teacher. Activating the video brace to record everything, Jason was ready to kill some awakened beasts, even if it was not really by his own strength. And that was also why Jason asked his teacher if he really could use everything except instant killing weapons and other things like that. The Vanguard labeled knowledge as strength, as such one could interpret his tactic as strength without being narrow-minded. He wasn't sure if the poison he bought was among the forbidden items, but the poison wouldn't kill his prey instantly because they had a certain degree of resistance that would let them suffer for around half a minute if he didn't hit their vital spots or killed them immediately. After around 10 minutes, Jason met the first small group of awakened beasts. There were 4 low awakened ranked goblin soldiers, which was the simplest kind of evolved basic goblins. Apparently, there seemed to be a small society of goblins in this 2-star wild zone, which Jason wasn't aware of as he met one of their soldier troops. 2 of them had small stone swords in their small hands, while another one had a spear while the one in the back had a bow in his hand. Jason estimated their size to be around 1 meter, and their pointy ears and hideous grimace looked extremely disgusting with their light green-colored skin. Before they could even see him, Jason had already sneaked up until he reached a distance of 70 meters, where he pulled back the bowstring and aimed at the archer. 70 meters was considered a large distance, even for Jason with his current strength, but the goblin soldiers were moving slowly, almost as if they didn't move. It wouldn't be impossible for him to estimate the perfect angle with his eyesight telling him how far his target was away. Loosening the string, Jason also released his mana transaction with the capsule, as the arrow soared through the sky with a beautiful curve, before a dull ploop sound indicated him hitting one of the goblins. Shocked shrieks could be heard, and the 3 goblin soldiers looked at their fallen comrade that was seemed to be alive, as it twitched. An arrow was stuck in its abdomen, and the capsule almost immediately dissolved, releasing the lethal venom. While the goblin soldiers looked around for the perpetrator, a whir could be heard, and the spear-holding goblin soldier slumped down next to the archer, alive but already unable to move a single inch. Only then, the goblin soldiers could see their enemy as they began to rush at Jason. A distance of 70 meters wouldn't be crossed in 1 or 2 seconds at their rank, and Jason took out normal arrows he used to shoot at the goblin soldiers in front of him. Goblins were one of the dumbest races that formed societies, but to Jason, this goblin soldier troop looked even dumber than all kinds of beasts he fought with as they run straight onto him, without caring about their defensive at all. Their eyes were bloodshot, and one arrow after another flew through the sky, piercing into their flesh and organs. While the first sword-holding soldier fell after being spiked by 5 arrows in its belly, the other one was only roughly 20 meters apart from Jason when he noticed his last comrade's death. Looking left and right, it was confused what happened, before a whir could be heard as the goblin soldier's vision blurred, when a plop resounded through its head. The last arrow pierced into the goblin soldier's skull, killing it immediately without causing much pain. Jason only shook his head, as he remembered fairy tales about the maliciousness of goblins and their crudeness. Dying at the hands of goblins like that would be embarrassing, and being raped by them even more so, as Jason couldn't even consider them as enemies for the weakest humans in his opinion. However, he could understand people being anxious, facing goblin commanders, chiefs, lords, or kings, as they were all said to be above Jason's combat prowess by a huge margin with high wisdom at that. After picking up the goblin soldier corpses, he continued his search before he found another goblin troop only an hour later. But this time, there were 6 of them while one was slightly larger than the rest. It had a large insignia tattooed on its head. Oh, it's a mage apprentice. Jason was astonished because it was extremely rare, but this made him also slightly suspicious, since when are goblin mage apprentices involved with goblin soldier troops? Aren't they way too precious for such simple tasks like hunting? It wasn't normal to have a mage apprentice at a hunting troop within a 2-star wild zone, and Jason wasn't sure why, but something seemed foul. But before he continued thinking about the strange situation, Jason wanted to finish his hunt and assignment. A mage apprentice was at least at the mid-awakened rank, but it wasn't difficult for Jason to kill it, because the mage apprentice goblin seemed way too confident. Like the previous group before, this troop didn't even imagine that it could be assassinated from a poisoned arrow, which however happened. Everything was over so fast, and Jason had used up 1 poisoned arrow for each goblin soldier, even if it was something of a waste. If he was only a little bit stronger, Jason would face these goblins head-on, but the difference of a whole rank was just too much for him to handle, once there was more than one opponent to face at the same time. Picking up the corpses, Jason noticed that the goblin mage apprentice was still not dead and only paralyzed by the lethal poison. Pulling out the arrow, he used the arrowhead to pierce through its throat, without hesitating for a single moment. For a race like the goblins, Jason wouldn't be gracious, because this race was said to be one of the most vicious races 300 years ago, and abducted many women in order to rape them. Goblins were even worse than rats from more than 300 years ago because they could bring viruses and infections from everywhere. They raped and abducted women to increase their population before they would continue their onslaught and were seen as a living pest. Millions of humans died on their hands when the mana outbreak occurred, and it was horrifying enough to think about it. Jason, however, was happy that his assignment was already finished, and he sent the recorded video immediately to his teacher while he ran back to the dome. Till was sitting over some documents inside his office, thinking about what to teach his students, after they noticed how weak they were because most wouldn't reach the assigned quota, when he received a notification from one of his students. It's Jason, a video clip already. Has he already defeated one beast? If I remember correctly, he would have to defeat low-awakened beasts. Maybe. He can reach the quota in a few days if he discovers some lone beasts within the 2-star wild zone. His combat prowess was definitely top-notch during the ranking battle, Till thought naively, while opening the video clip that was more than a few hours long. Luckily, Jason told him the rough time, and Till was astonished to see that Jason messaged him 2 different times he should look at. He already killed 2 beasts. That would be a very good achievement, considering that he has to fight against low-awakened beasts that are normally only found in groups. But once Mr. Grail began to observe the fight, he immediately frowned deeply, because he could almost instantly tell that something was amiss with the arrows Jason shot. Furthermore, it was not really difficult to notice that something was wrong with Jason's arrows. The first goblin soldier Jason hit with his arrow couldn't even move a tiny bit after a short moment, and it looked like the arrow was the cause, even though it only pierced into the goblin's abdomen. Mr. Grail concluded that Jason used some kind of poison in order to incapacitate the goblin soldier, which was a good and easy strategy against awakened beasts. This was one strategy Mr. Grail wanted his students to use once they noticed that it was impossible or extremely difficult to hunt beasts 2 stages above one's rank. It was expensive, but surviving in the wilderness was more important than paying some credits in his opinion. One could say many bad things about him, but he wasn't stingy if it protected him or satisfied his curiosity. If all of his students finished their assignment, he would teach all 225 students a Tier 3 martial arts skill. Not even the students from the Vanguard main school could say that they've either learned a Tier 3 skill, even knowing someone who learned such skills was rare on asterisks. Wasn't this reward tempting enough for his students to question their own strength and capabilities? Facing the holographic video again, the other 2 goblins were sniped from a long distance with poisoned arrows, while the other 2 awakened ranked goblin soldiers had been spiked with normal arrows. As such, Jason had already killed 4 low-awakened beasts within the first timestamp he provided Till. Looking at the second timestamp, Mr. Grail immediately sighted the goblin mage apprentice within the group of another 5 goblin soldiers. A mage apprentice in a soldier troop in a 2-star wild zone. What's going on? He was confused by the sight but continued to look at the battle, which seemed more like a massacre than an actual battle, as Jason only used the poisoned arrows to paralyze or kill the goblin soldiers within a minute. After the video ended, Till was astonished to notice that Jason already finished his assignment. However, that wasn't important to him right now. If a mage apprentice could be found in a normal hunting troop of goblin soldiers, it would mean the goblin society is growing way too fast and is enlarging without anyone controlling it. After he looked up the information of the particular 2-star wild zone Jason killed the awakened ranked goblins in, Till found out that there was not a single society registered within Zero City's log. This were essential bad news, causing him to have a bad premonition. After further researches, he figured out that there was a recent uproar within the magical zone about many high-ranked hobgoblin warriors, goblin mages, and goblin riders killing many hunters at the magus rank. That could mean the magical zone was used by a high-ranked goblin chief or commander as a basement. Till sincerely hoped that there was no goblin king on asterisks, but it was uncertain. A king could bestow certain abilities to their offsprings, which would be quite annoying, even for him. There had been a few goblin kings in the past, but not a single one on asterisks, and Till didn't want to think about the worst-case scenario he imagined in his mind. Nevertheless, it was already extremely dangerous for his students who had to hunt beasts 2 stages above. Now with the appearance of goblin hunting groups with goblin mage apprentices within 2-star wild zones, Till didn't even dare to imagine what could happen within 3-star wild zones. The most problematic fact about goblins was their intelligence and ability to repopulate extremely fast. They were more intelligent than beasts at their rank, and they always worked within a group. This caused Till to hesitate about what to do right now. At first, he sent the video clip about the mage apprentice to the city government and security that would strengthen the city defenses in order to secure the protection of all citizens. The government would start their own investigation with a research team about the whereabouts of the goblin base size and the society's size. After informing his students that it was dangerous outside the dome, he emphasized that their life was more important than the assignment. He would provide everyone with enough information about the sudden goblin eruption, but that wouldn't mean the assignment ended. Everyone could decide for themselves what to do, and the assignment just became more difficult to pass. If one wanted to stay within the dome without even trying to finish the assignment, Till was sure that they wouldn't be able to reach higher ranks as fear would hinder them in advance. Would they even be able to fight a life and death battle, or would they wet their pants before they were killed by some beasts? Even so, Till had to remain calm as he looked at the answers, which didn't disappoint him. No one backed down, most likely because of the generous rewards one would obtain, and all students were still motivated. Unfortunately, there were already some students that sustained injuries while fighting higher staged beasts, but the death toll was still empty. Meanwhile, Jason was already back in school standing in front of his teacher's office when he knocked. However, nobody opened the door and Jason noticed that it was locked. "Where is Mr. Grail?" he asked himself with doubt in his eyes, as he thought his own teacher might back off from his promise. Even after 10 minutes, nothing happened and Jason felt like he was ghosted, ignoring someone's message intentionally. Only after 20 minutes passed, he received a message from his teacher. "Wait, he'll be back soon." Apparently he had something important to do, and little did Jason know that everything had to do with his finds. Almost every minute new news about goblins appeared everywhere within the south area of Zero City, as there were the most infested 2-star zones with many goblin soldier troops appearing, slaying beasts while preying on weaker humans. Jason didn't know anything about that as he sat in the empty classroom, not knowing what to do. Where is my reward? He could only cry out in his mind before he decided to feed Scorpio some holy white bakery fruit, juice his soulbun seemed to like, before he practiced the Heaven's Hell technique. Scorpio gulped down another holy white bakery fruit reagent after another before he began to absorb a tiny amount of pure mana out of the mana stone. Jason noticed something in particular about Scorpio, and it seemed the amount he could absorb at once seemed to be slightly more than the day before. He was overjoyed and smiled gently at his small soul bond. Something changed about Scorpio, and it was definitely good. Fortunately, Scorpio didn't writhe in pain. It seemed as if the juice tasted good because Scorpio was longing for even more, which Jason gave him. After the last reagent was gulped down by Scorpio, the pain began to start once again, and both of them seemed to have predicted that. The small scorpion wasn't going to mold his exoskeleton now, but he spat out some tiny black clumps once in a while, which Jason didn't notice. After he finished practicing, Jason decided to absorb some mana outside school. Time passed without him realizing it as it was already late afternoon. Jason finished his absorption with a sour expression when his teacher suddenly stood behind him. Looking at each other, it was noticeable that Jason was slightly angry when his teacher just said, "Good job, boy. Decide what technique you want to learn and I'll teach you." He didn't even say sorry for letting me wait for hours, without any explanation or a rough time when he would be back. Jason fumed in anger on his inside, while his outer appearance stared coldly at his teacher when a holographic screen appeared in front of Jason, with hundreds of skills listed. A loud "WOH" was the only thing that came out of Jason's mouth, as his mind comprehended what he saw when he looked at the sheer mass of martial art techniques on the holographic screen. Special technique, mana manipulation. Transcendence Silent Death Sword, Tier 3, Advanced Water Manipulation, Tier 3, Special Technique Elemental Fusion. Shadow Steps, Tier 3. There were at least a dozen Tier 3 skills, with at least 3-4 special and unique techniques that could be seen by Jason at a glance. The techniques below were probably peak Tier 2 techniques, and Jason wondered how a normal teacher would have such a vast variety of techniques in his quantum bracelet. Furthermore, having permission to hand them out to normal students just like that, who could do that? Well, apparently his teacher. Looking carefully through all books with their distinct description, most had even a rating behind them, indicating the difficulty to learn them. It looked like the advanced water manipulation would be the easiest to learn among the Tier 3 techniques, but Jason had neither a water affinity nor the motivation to learn such a technique. The elemental fusion piqued his interest, but this was mainly for his future, which was still far away when he possessed a few soul bonds with all kinds of affinities. If that happened, he could use all kinds of elements together in order to amplify his combat prowess. However, after reading a certain description, Jason was immediately curious about it. He was immediately overjoyed looking at this technique, as it seemed perfectly fit for him, even though the difficulty frightened him somewhat. Unique technique Splitting Mind. Splitting Mind is a dangerous technique that focuses on refining the brain in order to divide the practitioner's mind into a main area, with the consciousness operating it normally, while the newly split sub-areas can be used unconsciously for certain tasks. Increases the brain's capabilities due to its refinement. while lessening the burden of doing many different things at the same time. Remark dangerous because the willpower needed to practice this technique is abnormal, while doing a single mistake inside the brain can cripple one permanently. Jason found this technique terrifying, but also very exciting. He was always lamenting about the incapability of absorbing mana during the whole day, and now this technique appeared in front of him. Was this fate? If he practiced this technique to build a single sub-area inside his mind, using the passive mana replenishing absorbing technique for 24 hours 7 days straight, without thinking about it, there wouldn't be a single wasted minute to absorb mana. With this combination of two techniques, Jason was confident in increasing his rank extremely fast. Maybe he would be able to reach Greg's rank in a few months like that, which ignited his determination even more. Greg would probably reach the 5th Adept rank in around 3 months, which was not excessively fast but also not slow. After learning how to absorb mana 24/7, Jason was also confident in achieving a similar feat. The only issue he had to face was the difficulty of the technique, and Jason roughly knew that even Tier 1 techniques were difficult to comprehend for normal humans below the Magus ranks. Tier 2 techniques were mainly learned by Magus ranks, and above, and Jason was sure that even the worst Tier 3 technique would be hard as hell to learn. And now, a unique technique was right in front of Jason, which was roughly equivalent to the most difficult Tier 3 techniques, if not blessed skills, that could only be learned by the most promising prodigies within humanity. Jason was unsure how the ranking was, and he had only heard fairy tales about blessed skills found in high-ranked rifts, which were humanity's most treasured skills and techniques. To understand them, one is said to need godlike comprehension and vast knowledge or something like that, but Jason didn't really care about the fairy tales he heard. However, now it was astonishing to see a unique in front of him. Till Grail noticed Jason's curiosity and his uncertainty, what technique to pick which delighted him somehow. Some students would think that the assignment was over once they sent him the video clips, but the real test was something else. Which technique was the best for them to pick in order to increase their combat prowess as fast as possible within the shortest amount of time. He knew that it was weird to have so many high-tiered techniques, and some of his students might be suspicious about his background, but Till didn't mind that right now because he was looking at Jason with interest. Becoming interested in someone hadn't happened for quite a long time, which surprised him quite a lot. It reminded him about old times when he was studying on Cannier, while both good but also bad memories surfaced in his mind. There was only 1 week left for his students to learn the techniques he provided, which was an extremely short amount of time. It was also unknown if some students were even able to understand the content within their techniques in this period of time. He would teach his students other techniques soon enough, but now was the only time his students would be able to learn humanity's top-tier martial arts skills. What would the black-haired youth in front of him choose? Picking a Tier 3 technique with high difficulty would mean he thought much of himself, overestimating his capabilities, while choosing a Tier 2 technique would be playing safe, but also somewhat disappointing in Till's opinion. While Jason thought whether he should pick the splitting mind technique or not, he continued to search through the catalog of skills. Unfortunately, not a single technique was as exciting as the unique technique with its horrifying high difficulty. Till was expectantly looking at Jason while still thinking about the capabilities of the youth in front of him. He was extremely calm during the fight against a low adept, and was capable to defeat such an opponent with his combat prowess and special trait eyes. Furthermore, he didn't care what his classmates thought about him, even if he fought a little bit dirty, which is the way to survive in the wilderness. His mana-absorbing talent is very good even among the youths on Cannier, and it wouldn't be long until he catches up to his peers but his Soul Awakening ranking. He knew that Jason's Soul Awakening ranking was only 2 out of 5 stars, which were at most slightly above average, when one looked at asterisks or the archipelagos in total. However, for students at the 3 big schools and their affiliated school on asterisks, this was seen as below average, if spoken nicely. On Cannier, even high schools from B-grade cities would laugh at him. Even worse was the miniature Perisker Jason recently soul-bond, and Till could only shake his head helplessly because he thought it was only a precious spot in Jason's soul world that had been wasted, without using other means to improve its limit. He continued thinking about Jason and his other classmates in order to figure out how to increase their strength as fast as possible, as he wanted to charge up the classes with them during the class battles in 3 weeks. Suddenly, he was dragged out of his train of thoughts when he heard a sound next to him. It was Jason telling him what technique he wanted to learn from him for the next few days. "Teacher, I want to learn the unique technique, splitting mind, please." When Jason said that, he sounded confident, but his teacher was only looking at him with an open jaw, disbelief gleaming in his eyes. "Are you sure?" Mr. Grail asked hesitantly. He would have never believed that Jason would pick this technique. Previously, he was pondering if he should even add this technique to the catalog or not, but he decided to do that because he wanted to show them how many varieties of techniques existed and not for someone to pick. He himself had practiced this technique to the peak of the second layer, but that was it. Furthermore, it took him more than a dozen years to reach that threshold. Till wasn't someone that liked to talk about age, but he wasn't as young as one would imagine, as his youthful years at the prime of his potential were already over a long time. He had only got the hang of this technique after utmost efforts after a long time passed. Now, this young 14-years-old boy wanted to learn this technique. Didn't he read the description and the remark about the dangers? Yes, I'm sure Till felt as if he was punched in his belly when Jason said that, and it took him a few minutes before he got the hang of himself again. He was disappointed, and Jason could see that when Till sent the file about the technique to him. Jason immediately received a notification, and a file with the size of a few gigabytes appeared within his quantum bracelet. More than 8,000 pages was the only thing Jason could see when he opened the technique manual. Oh, whoa. The letters were written in an extremely small size, which shocked Jason even more. How long will it take to read this completely through? Seeing Jason's shocked expression, Mr. Grail smiled sadly, thinking that it was an expensive lesson for Jason. Once Jason would find out how difficult a unique technique was to learn, he would probably regret his decision immediately. Trying to consult Jason, he said gently. You just need to read the introduction part for the first level. It'll teach you for the rest of the week, and if you don't understand a single thing after a week, I grant you the chance to change the technique with a low difficult tier 2 technique as a small punishment. This would be a special reward because you finished the assignment on the first day within such a short amount of time. Mr. Grail thought he was extremely generous because Jason wouldn't lose everything at once, as he could still learn a tier 2 technique. That is not needed, Mr. Grail. I'll persist and learn this technique by all means. Jason sounded confident and looked ambitiously at Till, which made his heart ache painfully. Okay, you can go home now. Read the introductory until tomorrow and write down words you can't understand. If you have any questions, write them down. I'll answer them tomorrow. You just need to come to school like always, and we'll make individual lessons until your classmates arrive. Jason was extremely satisfied to have received such nice rewards for his first assignment, as he rushed out of school with ambition and determination flickering in his eyes. Calling a shuttle, Jason practiced the Heaven's Hell technique because he didn't want to neglect it, before opening the Splitting Mind manual. Looking at the sheer page sizes from the introduction, Jason's face paled as he immediately knew that today would be a long night if he wouldn't have to make a night shift. Once Jason started reading the introductory part, he thought it would be easy for him to read a few pages at once until he arrived at home because of his fast reading ability, but it was the complete opposite. He wasn't even able to finish the first page when the shuttle stopped. Jason looked up with a frustrated facial expression and noticed that he was already at home. What kind of bull's tea is that? More than half an hour passed when he used the shuttle in order to reach the house from school, but not a single page was deciphered by him. Was that even the same language? Jason thought so, but the problem was that too many difficult words prevented him from comprehending anything important. Reading around these difficult words was also not easy because they were required to understand something, causing him to frown. Jason walked inside the house with a disappointed expression as he was greeted by Greg, who sat inside the living room, reading something while nobody else could be seen. Greg noticed Jason's bad mood, and they began a short conversation with him. Jason didn't say anything about the splitting mind technique because he wanted to surprise Greg with his heavenly fast cultivation speed. However, reading through the splitting mind introductory's first page, did Jason understand that there was a huge wall hindering him in learning the technique. His shallow knowledge. Jason had never learned anything about the anatomy of the brain, and now he wanted to try how to divide his mind into active main area and passive, but unconscious used sub-areas. Did he want to kill himself like that? The only thing Jason knew was the fact that there were many thin monochannels within his brain maintaining, tempering, and speeding up the thinking process all the time. It was said that these thin monochannels were the reason why higher ranks would be able to think faster, process things better, while their comprehension increased with the elevation of one's level and rank. But Jason didn't know if that was really true. When Greg and Jason finished their short conversation, he picked up a few sandwiches from the fridge to eat them as went into his room. Normally, Jason would read some books about beasts, evolutions, and magical ingredients used to evolve beasts because these themes were the most interesting for him recently, but not today. Jason decided to go through the first few pages of the splitting mind technique without the intention of understanding everything directly, because he only wanted to write down the words he didn't know to start somewhere. Dozens of words were noted down, and Jason searched them up in order to understand what was written on the first few pages. After getting to know the words he didn't know previously, Jason understood the rough meaning written down once he reread the pages multiple times. This continued for hours, and Jason wasn't even aware of what was going on, while two holographic screens lighted up the darkroom Jason sat in, with his golden eyes shimmered in the darkness. One screen showed the splitting mind technique manual, while the other screen was a combination out of a dozen research pages with different main focus points. Jason wasn't even aware when the first sunlight entered his room, as he was delighted to understanding roughly what some pages really meant. The brain was extremely mysterious, and Jason was astonished to see that so many complex information about the brain had been found out by dozens of scientists. He would never be able to get to know something like that, and Jason was extremely happy that there were many people explaining everything neatly to him. It was only when he felt a sudden pain in his right hand when Jason woke up from his enlightened and focused state. Scorpio pinched him with his stinger because the alarm clock annoyed him, and one had to say that the alarm clock was truly annoying, even in Jason's opinion. Looking at the time, he was shocked that it was already 7:20 a.m. as he immediately ordered a shuttle, before he rushed into the bathroom to wash up as he changed into his uniform. Rushing out of the house, he ran past Gabriella and Mark, who waved at him knowingly. They heard his alarm clock, but both decided to ignore it, thinking Jason was sleeping soundly. Jason was working way too hard over the last few weeks, and he had to replenish some energy. Sleeping was the best way to relax and replenish one's energy, causing the Flurs to ignore his annoying alarm clock. Never would they have thought that Jason wasn't sleeping, but rather putting up a night shift. Had they known that, Gabriella would have forced Jason to sleep because she was already worried about his health. Sitting inside the shuttle, he needed some time to calm down while practicing the painful Heaven's Hell technique was the best way for Jason to do that. Arriving at school, Jason had already finished his practice, as he noticed that practicing the Heaven's Hell technique was becoming easier with time passing and accumulated experience while his soul energy increased. Normally it should be the other way around, but for Jason, it wasn't like that due to his high soul energy replenishing process. Running inside the classroom, Jason was the only one there, and he wondered when his classmates would finish their assignment because he didn't think it was too much of a hassle to come to the same conclusion as him. But that was not necessarily the case because Jason was smart and diligent, but more importantly weak, while he didn't cower from using dirty tricks to finish his task. Maybe his classmates thought using poison would be unfair, forbidden, or maybe they really wanted to fight against beasts 2 stages higher than their own rank alone, without even the slightest help from their soul bonds or others. Logical spoken, it would already be difficult to defeat a beast at the same stage as one was without the amplified strength from one's soul bond, because the strength of beasts and humans was not comparable. Only after being strengthened by the shared amount provided by their soul bond, humans would be able to fight beasts at the same stage head-on, but not against beasts 2 stages higher than their own strength. If someone's first soul bond was a magical ranked beast that shared enough strength in order to fight late evolved beast while only being at the novice rank, why would this person go to a school on asterisks? There could also be someone with an essential strong physical soul that enhanced the physique multiple times, or extremely rare high amplifying elemental souls that amplifies affinities by a large degree. But who do these people think they are? Some kind of protagonist, more likely a new candidate for stupid reincarnation. Instead of jumping in front of a truck, serve yourself as dinner for some starving beasts if these individuals wanted to die fast. Jason was waiting for his teacher while looking at the class chat group where some students complained about the unfair assignment, causing Jason to shock his head. Do they think rewards will fall from the sky without them doing anything? These students could learn precious techniques as a reward, and Jason was immediately disregarding the previous thought he had about his classmates. They were dumb and useless. He initially wanted to write into the group chat that they could use poison in order to solve their issue with evolved ranked beasts if they were questioning each other about how to deal with higher staged beasts and what one could do. However, the few classmates who wrote something in the chat group were only lamenting about the current situation, and Jason immediately understood that the students that tried their best were not wasting their time with such a useless chat group. It was exactly 8 a.m. when Mr. Grail entered the classroom as he sat down in front of Jason. Jason was supposed to start his questions about the splitting mind technique, and there were still many things he couldn't understand even after doing some research online. Mr. Grail, can you explain the unconscious connection between the sub-areas of the brain in context to the significance of the mana channels flowing through the brain, their uses, benefits, and possible problems that could occur during the transformation of the brain while practicing the fur level of the splitting mind technique? Till listened to Jason before his mouth twitched for a moment. He had thought Jason would ask a simple question for the beginning in order to explain certain words, but the 14-year-old youth in front of him asked questions like that after reading the manual for a few hours. Can you already understand the previous parts of the introductory? he unconsciously blurred out. However, Jason just nodded his head at the astonished-looking teacher as he didn't think it was something special. Since birth, Jason had a determined and ambitious personality. Otherwise, how would a 4-year-old child be able to endure gathering mana particles inside his eye for almost 10 years straight? After regaining his eyesight, his determination became even stronger and firmer. Learning and understanding the splitting mind technique was extremely important for Jason, causing his mind to work with 200 speed during the whole night in order to comprehend anything at all. Luckily, the mana in his mana pool was regenerating his energy, and he could replenish the used-up mana while waiting for his teacher. Till was still suspicious about the student in front of him because Jason was asking a complex question that required a certain amount of understanding. As such, he began to ask Jason questions about the introduction of the Splitting Mind manual. However, to his surprise, Jason answered the questions with flying colors, leaving Till with a weird facial expression. Till was extremely jealous about Jason's comprehension ability because he wasn't able to do something like that when he was 14 years old. When he was 14 years old, he was already relatively mature, but Jason was completely different as he had a weird aura around him, seemingly like he was already matured, looking at the world differently than his peers. After he had calmed down to some degree, he decided to answer Jason's questions with a mountain of details. Hours passed and Jason's questions didn't seem to find an end. Rather than ending, they seemed to become more complex, and it looked like Jason was receiving enlightenment by his teacher's explanations, causing only more questions to come up in his mind, even if they weren't necessary for the splitting mind technique. Over the rest of the week, nothing special happened. While the first students finished their assignment on the third day, they chose their desired rewards with gleaming eyes, while some other students sustained serious injuries. At the end of the week, around 40 students had come up with plans to kill beasts 2 stages higher than their own rank. While some of them assassinated their prey, others backstabbed fighting beasts and killed them like that or installed traps that would kill them. Weirdly enough, there were only a handful of students that poisoned their targets as he did. Meanwhile, a few classmates were even able to fight beasts 2 stages higher head-on. Upon looking closer, Jason noticed that their mana core was relatively low-ranked, while their mana core size was extremely large. Furthermore, it looked like almost all of them were special assigned students with a scholarship, or like Jason knew some nobles that used their nobility rights for them. Jason concluded that their first soulbond had to be an evolved beast or their soul was unique in some ways, but he didn't really care about these people, as he didn't have enough time to understand his chosen technique completely. The last week was extremely important to him, because he had to understand at least the first level before his teacher would stop answering his questions about the splitting mind technique. He hadn't slept for a single minute over the last week, while the only time he could relax was during the time he fed Scorpio with the holy white bakuri fruit juice and during the practice of the Heaven's Hell technique. It was extremely tiring, but using mana stones to replenish his mana, Jason could his sleepless state without having too many issues. Seeing Scorpio scarfing down the first small pieces of the holy white bakuri fruit was astonishing to him, as his soulbond began to writhe in pain almost instantly. The astonishing fact was, however, once Scorpio stopped writhing in pain, he wanted to eat the next piece. If Jason didn't stop Scorpio from eating the holy white bakuri fruit, he would be worried about his soulbond's health. Maybe his soulbond would only be in pain for a short period after eating the holy white bakuri fruit wholly. Maybe not, and Jason wasn't sure about that, but safety first. Even so, Scorpio grew up to a length of 8 centimeters, and it was infinitely close to reach the 3-star wild beast rank, which was its innate limit. Jason thought it would have its second molting when it reached the 3-star rank, which wasn't far away. But that wouldn't mean Scorpio was matured once that happened. Jason found out that his purity theory was working as he began to notice the first faint, almost invisible strands of black lights radiating from Scorpio's mana core a day ago, which caused him to be extremely joyous. His soul energy was increasing steadily, and it wouldn't be long until he would reach the threshold of 10 soul energy, which Jason longed for. The soul energy was already stable and purified enough in order to start practicing the second level of the Heaven's Hell technique, while the only requirement left was soul energy of 10 units. Jason was infinitely close to completely understand the first level of the splitting mind technique, which would allow him to form the first sub-area inside his mind, which was his current goal. This would be the perfect time for him. Once he finished constructing the first sub-area, Jason would only need to assign the tasks to the sub-area, and the task would be like playing an idle game, receiving the benefits from it without lifting a single finger. Right now, Jason sat in the classroom with the 40 other students who passed the assignment, and Mr. Grail was walking around busily, answering everyone's questions in a detailed manner. His other classmates were even worse off than Jason because most weren't as persistent and determined as he was, even if they only took a Tier 3 technique with 1 or 2 star difficulty. While not a single one picked a special or unique technique, the students who had an elemental affinity took the particular advanced affinity book, while others preferred offensive techniques with their most skilled weapon. If everyone who finished their assignment worked hard through the next few weeks, their combat power would soar through multiple ranks, allowing them to fight beasts at least one stage higher than them head-on, without risking their lives with traps and other dirty tricks. At least that's what Jason thought. He was still unsure why their teacher was so generous to them, but apparently, he was either greedy to improve his students' combat power to fight the other classes head-on, or he had some other reasons that he couldn't comprehend with his available knowledge. The splitting mind technique had various stages or levels, and each one would enable his mind to construct an additional sub-area. While the first level was the easiest, the following were only becoming more difficult to understand and comprehend. But that was not even the worst. The brain was still a mystery for humanity, and it was too dangerous and taxing for one's mind to create too many sub-areas. Mr. Grail said that one should at most create 2 or 3 sub-areas, because creating a 4th sub-area was not possible by the momentary means. What these means was unknown to Jason, but he thought it might be the mana core rank, or the degree of tempering one's brain went through. Mr. Grail even told him that if he was able to create his first sub-area before reaching the Magus rank, he shouldn't construct a second one before ranking up to the Magus, if not the Grand Magus rank. Jason was only half-heartedly listening to this advice, as he wanted to create 2 sub-areas as soon as possible due to his passive mana gathering technique and another theory that spun in his mind a long time ago, the permanent tempering of one's soul world core. It was said that one can immediately use the produced soul energy ejected by the soul world core in order to inject it again into the soul world core by forming a chain or circle with the ejected soul energy. This could cause a continuous tempering of one's soul world core. However, this would also cost a lot of focus and brought other issues. First, one had to be careful in order to make everything correct, as a fault during the soul energy injection could damage the soul. Furthermore, one would have to collect the ejected soul energy to form a thread before injecting it. All these procedures would take a lot of concentration. There was also the problem with the time soul energy needed to regenerate. Normally, one would need 24 hours to completely eject one's soul energy out of the core, and with a soul energy of 100 units, one would only regenerate around 4.2 soul energy per hour. Forming a continuous chain of procedures would be entirely useless for someone with such a little soul energy. This was also useless for someone with soul energy of 1000, because the regeneration would be around 0.7 soul energy per minute. One would need to divide the focus on the necessary things one was doing while at the same time carefully form the ejected soul energy into threads, before injecting them at the right spot of the soul world core. Jason thought once he created his second sub-area, he would use this area to continuously temper his soul energy, because his regeneration time was a third compared to others, which meant that he would regenerate almost 2.1 soul energy per minute while having a soul energy of 1000 units. He was almost daydreaming and lost focus for a moment before his eyes stared back at the splitting mind technique. It was already evening and everyone went home when Jason was still torturing his teacher with questions. Till was happy that Jason was so diligent, and he was even more astonished about his students' comprehension ability because, in a single week, Jason was able to almost completely understand the first level of the splitting mind technique, mind division. Right now, Jason was asking the core questions, and Till felt that after answering all questions, Jason might as well start creating his first sub-area. After the 4th day, Till noticed Jason's extreme ambition and determination, which caused him to be astounded, and right now Jason looked like his desire to start practicing the first level was devouring him completely. Jason now knew what to do and how to construct his first sub-area, but there was one major problem he had to face. With this in mind, Jason wanted to ask for some advice from his teacher, feeling slightly ashamed. Clearing his throat, he wasn't sure how to start until noticed that as he was already aware of the problem Jason faced. You want to know how to gather enough mana in order to temper your brain, forcing it to split your consciousness without burdening or damaging it, while being at the novice rank, right? Jason's eyes widened, and he could only nod dejectedly. The thing that annoyed Jason the most wasn't that practicing the first level, mind division, would be extremely painful, which was kinda logic, but the information that he would need a vast amount of mana. There were even some rough calculations made that discouraged Jason quite a lot. Someone at the Magus rank or higher would have to inscribe a large mana gathering circle, with the main ingredients being a non-elemental guardian ranked mana core, with more than 100 grade 3 mana stones stored within the circle at the worst. Even 100 grade 1 mana stones would cost 5 million credits, but grade 3 mana stones, purchasing a head-sized one with 5 million credits would already be a wonder. Jason wasn't even remotely close to the Magus rank, and he researched about certain magical treasures protecting one's brain during the tempering. Unfortunately, he couldn't find anything within the official websites, which left him somehow dejected and frustrated. His teacher was his last hope because he would know what Jason could do about it, as his background seemed special. Well, that's kinda difficult with your capabilities. Till started and Jason's heart sunk into the ground before he continued. Obtaining a non-elemental guardian ranked mana core is easy, and mana stones are rare and expensive, but that's it. A few hundred star notes should do the job. The main issue is unfortunately something else. Considering your rank, you would need a high-grade magical treasure to protect your brain during the whole procedure. Such a treasure can't be found on Asterix and is also exceptionally rare to find on Canier. Jason felt his heart exploding. After trying so hard to understand the technique during the last week, his last hope was about to die when he heard his teacher mumbling, "Do I have something like that, or at least something similar?" Jason wished away the non-existing tears that might begin to pour down his cheeks as he waited patiently for his teacher to say something. Maybe he could help him. Money can be earned, but getting the hang of the treasure Jason required was almost impossible for him to do with his current capabilities. After some time, it looked like his teacher remembered something as he looked at him with a painful facial expression. "Can you endure pain? And I mean real pain. Maybe you would wish to rather die than to survive, but that won't happen until you finish the designated task." Jason immediately jumped up from his seat, shouting, "Yes," looking astonished at Jason's enthusiasm, till recalled a treasure he found a long time ago. Shuddering in fear, he wouldn't even wish his arch-enemy to consume it. "I have a kind of fruit that can protect your life until you finish creating your sub-area. Unfortunately, it will cause devastating pain and you'll most likely wish to die to end the torture. Adding on the pain you'll have to endure because of the tempering and splitting of your brain, I'm not sure if you should do that in order to stay mentally fit. It's not unlikely that your mental health will suffer if you don't get crazy or similar to brain dead." Now Jason hesitated for a second, and he looked at his teacher with fear in his eyes. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his decision. Jason didn't want to wait until he reached the Magus rank to establish his first sub-area. Till looked at his student, and he liked the youth in front of him the most because of his personality and talent. Why does he want to create his first sub-area so soon? Is it urgent? It has been a long since someone awoke his curiosity, and he wanted to make a decision only to lay out and bait in order to test Jason. "What if I provide you with everything you need to create your first sub-area?" he said nonchalantly. Being hit off guard, Jason was unsure what to say about this offer. It was definitely tempting, but there were two unknown factors. One, why should his teacher do something like that? Two, can I handle the pain right now, and are the benefits worth the pain? The latter factor could be answered with a definite yes. Gathering and absorbing mana for 24/7 would increase his cultivation speed multiple times, considering that subconsciously absorbing mana was only slightly less effective than actively doing it. But he would have more time to practice his martial art techniques in the meantime, and could also increase his knowledge instead of absorbing mana for hours. Normally, Jason absorbed mana for at least 3 hours a day, and this could be completely discarded, while his cultivation speed would increase at the same time without doing anything at all. Wasn't it just too beneficial? What was pain in contrast to that? Jason's will had to be strong enough to endure it to prevent it from going crazy, but that was all. He was still unsure why his teacher would offer him something like that, but over the last 2 weeks, Jason could roughly form an understanding of his teacher's character. He was hiding something big, but he wasn't hiding in particular. Otherwise, he wouldn't allow his students to learn Tier 3 techniques which couldn't be considered staying low-key. The students would tell their parents and friends about it, and it was easy to find out if one practiced a high-tiered martial art technique. Figuring out where they obtained such techniques would only be a matter of time then. That meant he was definitely not a criminal. Till was also kind and patient towards his students and answered everyone with great insights. The only problem was his strict teaching. While it only gave benefits to his students, he sounded rough. This, however, couldn't cover up his generosity, which some couldn't appreciate, as a few parents from students were complaining about the difficulty of the given assignment. Mr. Grail ignored them, and there was not much one could do against it, but Jason found these students and their parents quite rude, trying to pressure my teacher with empty complaints. Piss off. Jason liked his teacher, and he was confident in his gut feeling as he opened his mouth while looking at his teacher with determination. "I can endure it," he shouted loudly. It was like Till could see through Jason's train of thoughts. If he had the same chance at such a young age, he would probably do the same as Jason. He himself only created his first sub-area when he reached the Grand Magus rank, and it was a vast difference to passively gather, absorb, and transmute mana into liquid without doing anything at all. It was extremely slow, but considering that converting mana into liquid was the taxing procedure, he also did actively. His mana core rank increased much faster than without the sub-area in his mind. He also liked Jason a lot and wanted to give him the choice to decide whether to give it a chance and risk his life or to wait until he reached the Magus rank. As for getting paid, it was more likely that Jason would reach the Magus rank before he would be able to amass the star notes needed for the magical treasure, mana stones, and the cheapest amongst the materials, the non-elemental guardian mana core altogether. Okay. I should have everything with me right now. Do you want to immediately start, or do you want to wait until tomorrow? Right now, please. Jason was becoming impatient as he voiced his opinion out without hesitating anymore, and he wasn't sure if he would still do it, if he could reconsider his decision once again. As such, he wanted to begin right now. With your current control over mana, the whole process of creating a sub-area will take at least 24 hours. If not more, you can still choose to decline my offer. If you still want to do it, call your home and say that y'all stay at school for some days. If you're done, come to my office. I'll still do it. I call immediately. Jason said, not even thinking about the time his teacher told him. Even so, he was still shuddering in fright, which couldn't be hidden anymore. Calling the Flurs, saying that he would stay in school for some days, everyone felt a little bit confused, but they wouldn't ask Jason if he didn't want to talk about the reason. Jason was already mature in their eyes and he knew what he was doing. Furthermore, they weren't his real family and couldn't force him to not stay out if he wanted to. After he was done, Jason went to his teacher's office, where he suddenly saw an additional room behind the bookshelves, which astonished him slightly. Walking inside, he could see his teacher gracefully inscribing a 20-meter diameter large magic circle, with a head-sized transparent marble floating in the center, 20 centimeters above the ground. Below it was a jade box with beautiful inscriptions on it, and Jason concluded that it was a box used for magical plants to prevent them from losing their effect upon getting plucked. The transparent marble had dark blue runes inscribed on it, which were shining lightly. Upon hearing Jason coming inside, Till explained everything calmly. Inside the jade box is the devilish Valkyrie shield fruit y'all have to eat before activating the magic circle. After eating, y'all have to take the Overlord Behemoth mana core inside your hand, which will activate the mana gathering circle with the slightest injection of mana. You don't have to immediately use up all the mana around you, and even if you try, it's impossible. The mana will stay inside the magic circle, and you can slowly use it to refine your brain because the devilish Valkyrie shield fruit will protect you life, even if it is hellish painful. Just endure it and slowly temper your brain and split it after you've rechecked that every step was done perfectly. You are not allowed to make a mistake, okay? Jason's mind was blank. Devilish Valkyrie shield fruit, Overlord Behemoth. What? Is the Overlord Behemoth a guardian-ranked beast? Was the only thing he could ask, because his mana eyes told him that the mana inside this core was almost completely liquefied. It's a Lord-ranked beast, was the only thing his teacher said, and Jason figured out what the rank above Guardian was, which would normally delight him. But not now. Jason grew anxious, looking at the Lord-ranked beast core, telling himself hundreds of times that he could endure it while his whole body trembled. While being inside the magic circle, he couldn't take Scorpio with him. Letting him stay outside, Jason lamented his second soulbond's will, as he was unwilling to enter the soul world with Artemis evolving inside. While Till was inscribing the magic circle, Jason decided to feed Scorpio some pieces of the holy white Valkyrie fruit, because he would probably be unable to do so during the following day. After Scorpio ate 2 pieces, he writhed slightly, but it looked like the pain was becoming less, which made Jason happy. Furthermore, Jason calculated that Scorpio would have his second molting tomorrow while he was creating his sub-area. After Scorpio's second molting was done, he would be at the 3-star rank, and Jason was already expectant how long it would take for him to break through his racial limit because his potential showed signs of improving. It was now midnight and Till finished inscribing the magic circle on time, as he placed multiple magic stones at their designated area. Some magic stones had the size of a football, while others were double the size, and Jason wondered if that were really only grade 3 magic stones or already grade 4 magic stones due to the vast amount of mana he could see with his eyes, causing them to ache slightly, forcing Jason to close his eyes. He understood that the amount of mana inside the magic circle was extremely vast, and only now was he fully aware of the seriousness of the situation. But now Jason wouldn't back out as he slowly walked inside the magic circle. Sitting down, he immediately began to sweat due to the mana fluctuations that pressured him. Opening the jade box in front of him, a sweet stench impregnated the whole room, and the fruit he saw in front of him was silver in color, looking like a fat miniature shield while the outlines were somewhat blackish. If one looked closely, one would barely a cruel face behind the facade of the shield, and Jason shuddered seeing that. This was, however, not the only thing that caused Jason to shudder in fear, but also the dense dark blue color spreading from the fruit in his hand. Jason had never seen such a color, but he was sure that it was not the color of a guardian rank, and his hand holding the fruit began to tremble. Overcoming his anxiety, Jason put the whole fruit in his mouth before biting on it. Sweet juice filled his mouth, and it was almost addicting to him as he wanted to savor the taste, as he forced himself to gulp it down as fast as possible, because his teacher told him that the pain would begin roughly half a minute after taking the first bite. Taking the Lord-ranked mana core into his hands, Jason immediately activated the magic circle, as bright runes emerged from the magic circle. A small dome was forming around the magic circle as the mana stones slowly dissolved, creating a thick blue shining fog within. The fog was transforming in liquid, and it seemed like it was raining inside the small dome when Till looked somewhat expectant at the scenario in front of him as he noticed the liquefied mana. Did I put in too many grade 4 mana stones? He wondered, slightly worried. In the beginning, Jason didn't feel any kind of pain at all, and he imagined that his teacher was exaggerating the effect of the devilish Valkyrie shield fruit when a small silver shining membrane enveloped him from inside out. After he was completely enveloped and everything was sealed off safely, his body began to itch lightly, which was only a little bit uncomfortable to Jason. This itching became more apparent as only a few seconds passed. It suddenly felt more like a knife was stabbed in every cell of his body. He couldn't focus on refining his brain or splitting it due to the searing pain that became even worse over time. Not only felt his body as if he was stabbed continuously, but also as if he was skinned alive, burned, drowned, his nails torn out, eyes ripped apart, his brain thrown into a mixer, and additionally 100 different types of killing methods tortured him. Jason could have never imagined the pain would be that excessively FKKK. He cried out, and bloody crimson tears began to pour out of his eyes, while Till saw everything from the outside worriedly. Focus on your task. The pain will be less like that, but unfortunately, Jason couldn't hear him at all. Half an hour passed, and Jason had still not begun to refine his brain. Finally, after gathering his thoughts under the unimaginable pain, Jason forced the marginal-sized liquid he tried to control for an unknown time closer enough to his eyes, which he immediately absorbed. Jason knew that the pain would be extreme, but he imagined nothing like that. Fortunately, he was prepared. When he fought Leo, Jason found out that the pain of his earth-spiked calves lessened the moment he poured mana inside his eyes. It was only a quarter of a second or less, but right now liquefied mana was absorbed by his eye as the bloody tears lessened when a golden light radiated out of them, illuminating the whole magic circle. Till noticed Jason's eyes brightening up while the light was illuminating. It seemed like the pain Jason had to endure was lessened by a large degree, caused him to calm down slightly. He can do it. Jason's pain eased up, and even if it was still hellish painful, he could think calmly for the moment. Continuing to absorb mana into his eyes, he only stopped after thinking it was more than enough to supply him for at least 24 hours. After that, Jason began to follow the splitting mind's first-level description carefully. His calm mind caused Jason to have full focus on the process of refining his mind and splitting it. Hours passed and the eased pain began to increase once again, and Jason couldn't really do anything against it. However, now even with the increased pain, his mind was focusing on the refining process and stability. The first sunlight shone through the window, and Till was still waiting for Jason both patiently and impatiently at the same time. He decided to tell the other teachers to look out for an instructor in order to teach some martial art techniques to his students over the next 2 days, without giving a reason for this decision. Leaving Jason alone would be irresponsible, but that didn't mean it was needed to tell anyone about Jason constructing the first sub-area from the splitting mind technique. If someone knew that, they would call him a devil. After finding out, he gave out the devilish Valkyrie shield fruit to a novice rank, which was crazy. Maybe he would really be called a devil and hunted if something were to happen to Jason. Who knows, but that wasn't important right now, because Jason was struggling and barely hanging on his focus due to the immense pain he had to endure. Time passed slowly, and to Jason, it felt like he was about to die over and over again, while only God could tell him how much time passed, as it was an eternity to Jason. The only thing Jason needed to hang on was his indestructible will to finish the creation of the first sub-area. An eternity passed, and Jason finally finished refining his brain, as he could feel his train of thoughts accelerate by leaps and bounds, but more important right now was that he could finally start the mind-splitting process. If his mind was a cake, he would now slice apart around 1/100 from it and construct an independent system out of it. This step was even more difficult than the first one, as the pain was becoming even more horrifying when Jason split apart his own mind. As he was about to lose his mind, the golden light in his eyes illuminated the magic circle once again, calming him down for a second before the pain reappeared slightly weakened. He unsure how many times passed, but fixing the larger part of his split mind before he could start constructing the sub-area was done somewhen as he relaxed. Because Jason relaxed, his tension loosened up and the horrifying pain he endured the whole time in a weakened state reappeared immediately, causing Jason to cry out in shock and pain. Shouldn't it be done? My task is finished. hello Valkyrie fruit, Jason could only lament and endure the pain while he wasn't sure what was going on. On the outside, almost 30 hours have passed, and Till expected Jason to finish soon, which made him happy when he noticed Jason loosening his tension. A radiant smile appeared on his face before a horrifying cry could be heard with Jason shuddering in pain. What is going on? Hasty finished forming the sub-area. He was as clueless as Jason, but his knowledge was vaster than Jason's, causing Till to conclude many theories within a short amount of time. Seeing the liquefied mana floating around the mana circle, a bad feeling arose within him. Jason didn't know what to do, and he had to concentrate really hard in order to think of a solution while enduring the endless pain. Is my task not finished yet? Was the only solution Jason could think of after some time, and concluding the facts, he probably had to completely construct his sub-area before the pain would lessen. Probably. He wasn't exactly sure how to instruct his subconscious to practice the passive mana gathering and absorbing technique, because he wanted to do that after forming the sub-area. This, however, changed now as he had to experiment with all kinds of possibilities while he was dying 1,000 deaths. An unknown amount of time passed with dozens of failed experiments before Jason finished a rough and crude construction of his passive mana gathering and absorbing technique, which immediately began to work. While mana was gathering and refined into his mana core, Jason felt the pain lessen by a marginal amount, but even so, it was still apparent and tormenting his whole body. Why is the pain still apparent? Jason asked himself, not knowing what was going on. Did he do something wrong? He was unsure, but other than the pain from the devilish Valkyrie shield fruit, there was no pain. Right now, a long time must have passed, and Jason had done everything possible to finish the task. He forced himself to open his eyes. He had forcefully closed after some time as Jason felt it was more easier to endure the pain when a golden light illuminated the room again for a second before it vanished once again. During this second, Jason could see Till standing right in front of the magic circle, looking at him worriedly. Jason knew that his teacher couldn't save him. If he interrupted his task, the pain he was enduring right now would be permanent, and Thai was not something someone should endure permanently. Noticing Jason looking at him, Till's mind was thinking with an overwhelming speed as he exalted some of his liquefied mana in order to write a word in the air. Jason could only read the first 2 letters before the pain reappeared, forcing him to instinctively shut his eyes once again. Ma, what's that? Arrghhh, it hurts. Minutes passed and his sub-area was refining mana diligently while Jason didn't know what to do right now when he thought for a moment. Mana, what about the mana? Is that my task? Why? I don't get it. But it didn't sound unreasonable. The more his passive mana gathering and refining technique absorbed, the less the pain became, even if it was almost not perceptible. At least he knew a new path to lessen the pain, and Jason began to actively absorb the mana greedily while opening all his pores, which caused his pain only to increase. If that wasn't working, Jason didn't know what else he could do as he absorbed the mana with all his might, which couldn't be said to be much. Hours passed and unknowingly, Jason broke easily through the 7th novice rank. Another few hours passed, and his mana core was already consolidated, but his cultivation was still increasing more and more, while the liquefied mana in his surrounding didn't seem to lessen by much. He would normally be overjoyed to increase his mana core rank, but the pain caused him to almost lose his mind, as Jason didn't know how many thousands of deaths he already endured. The torture he endured began to slowly kill him from the inside, frightening Jason even more. It felt as if he was absorbing mana way too slow, because he couldn't endure the pain anymore after he broke smoothly into the 8th novice rank without noticing it. Suddenly, a thought reappeared in his mind when he was about to give up. My eyes, with the appearance of his last ray of hope, Jason began to gather his mana inside his eyes, which began to release a golden, calming light inside the magic circle, and the pain began to lessen around him. There was still a lot of mana, but the pain was much easier to endure, and Jason was about to cry out in joy. Instead of crying, Jason forced himself to focus on gathering mana inside his eyes, which would be more helpful. The more liquefied mana gathered within his eyes, the less was the pain Jason received, as he seemed to go almost crazy. The golden light cleansed his mind to a certain extent. While his recently constructed sub-area consolidated his 8th novice rank mana core, Jason's eyes greedily absorbed the surroundings mana. More than 60 hours passed since Jason began with the procedure of constructing his first sub-area when the pain completely vanished. Without the will to hold onto the Lord-ranked mana core anymore, his grip loosened up. When the mana core fell to the ground, Jason's wet eyes could only see his teacher running to him. Jason began to cry as he gripped his teacher's clothes, not letting him go, when his teacher held him into his embrace, with guilt shining in his eyes. An unknown amount of time passed, until Jason finally gathered his emotions slightly under his control. When he loosened up his firm grip from his teacher's clothes, Jason could see tears in his teacher's eyes, which wondered him slightly. A weak "I'm sorry" was the only thing Jason could hear, and he wasn't aware that his teacher was almost crying in front of him. Till didn't know that such an accident would happen, and the worst thing was that he wanted to be generous to Jason as a promising student. As such, Till placed many grade 4 mana stones into the magic circle without considering the dangers that might occur. He himself had once eaten a devilish Valkyrie shield fruit to finish a certain exercise, but he endured the pain only for 12 hours. He was multiple ranks higher than Jason, and it wasn't even remotely comparable. Still, he never wanted to feel like that ever again, but now he foolishly gave such a fruit to his students, who endured such pain for 5 times the length he himself had to endure. He gave him the fruit, which was the main cause for the exaggerated long time his dear student was tortured. Thinking about the pain Jason had to endure, Till embraced Jason again, and he continuously apologized. "I am sorry. I'm so sorry." Jason was still overwhelmed by his emotions, and it took some time until his dried-up voice rang out. "It's okay," Jason said faintly, and he roughly knew why his teacher was apologizing. He noticed the grade 4 mana stones and was thankful for them before. Now, however, did Jason hate them more than anything else. Nevertheless, Jason accepted his teacher's offer and the devilish Valkyrie fruit, after getting reminded about the dangers many times. Even if the last few days would be imprinted deep into his mind for his whole life, Jason finished constructing his first sub-area already, and he was only a novice rank at that. Even so, right now it was not that comforting for him when Jason finally noticed a 10-centimeter long scorpion trying to climb up his clothes, struggling to reach Jason's head. His teacher was loosening up the embrace and looked at Jason, taking a glance if his eyes were not dulled, or if he was crazy through the unbearable pain he endured after finally regained control over his emotions. Staying up, he helped Jason, who was holding Scorpio, up. Jason was mentally completely exhausted, but he still noticed Scorpio's lush green exoskeleton and wondered why it looked like that. Activating his eyes for a short moment, Jason noticed that Scorpio's monocore was now radiating a denser black color as Till noticed him taking a look at his soul bond. "I have to say that your personality is really weird. You're impatient and irritating. Wasn't it a little bit too dangerous to feed your maturing soulbond a monocore cleansing fruit, even if it was the weakest possible one?" He questioned Jason while holding up his grade 2 perennial neoxid box that was empty. "Your soulbond somehow opened the box and ate everything when I was worried about you, and it began to undergo a molting. Now it's completely green, and I can sense that it is slightly stronger than before." Jason scratched his head in embarrassment, but his will was completely used up, without him being able to tell a lie as he told Till that he considered almost everything within the purity theory and his own research. He also told his teacher how exactly he did what he did and how careful he was. "It could have been extremely dangerous for your soul bond and your soul, but never mind. It worked, but I'm curious if you already knew it would work and someone told you that the theory was already proven, which could be considered a secret of the big clans, or if you just experimented with your own soul and your soul bond's life, fool." Till lectured Jason for a short moment before he noticed that he told his student that the theory was already proven and a top secret at that. Not many people on the archipelago knew about the purity theory and its worth, while much more people were aware of it on Canir. But it was still cheaper to purchase a beast with potential than buy expensive core cleansing fruits. However, this was when beast creators came into play, which interested Jason, but Till wouldn't answer him right now. Till was still embarrassed because he cried in front of his student while the whole situation they were in was getting awkward. Before Jason could say anything, Till told him that he should go home, sleep, and regain his mental energy before coming back when once he was ready. Almost 40 minutes later, Jason arrived at the Flurs house, where he was greeted with warm hugs before he was pushed away gently as his clothes were full of impurities and reeked extremely bad. They wanted to know what happened, but seeing Jason walking around like a living zombie, they let him go into his room, where he subconsciously took off his clothes before he fell into the bed. Jason had not slept long for the last 10 days when one included the time he needed to learn everything about the Splitting Mind's first level. Right now was the first time he smelled his bed once again, and it felt like he was sucked into before the darkness devoured him as Jason closed his eyes. While sleeping, the pain he felt during the last 3 days resurfaced, and Jason couldn't wake up from the nightmare he lived through, even if he knew that he was sleeping. There was nothing Jason could do as his limbs were torn out, his eyes dug out, getting skinned alive, and the only thing he was able to do was to cry. Jason was crying in pain, and he was too scared about the pain when a golden light covered him, loosening his tension. His body shook violently, and Jason was forcefully waken up from the nightmare, while his back was completely covered in cold sweat. Suddenly, he felt the unimaginably vast amount of mana stored inside his eyes declining in a rapid pace, as Jason sensed that the memories about the pain and torture he went through over the last days were becoming more distant and untouchable for him. It was as if his memories were stored away and locked, and Jason suddenly felt too tired to comprehend what happened when he fell into a dreamless sleep. He wasn't sure how much time passed, but it was already bright when he woke up, and Jason felt somewhat weird, completely different from the time before he constructed his sub-area. He could still feel pain in his heart to a certain extent, and how painful it was in addition to him wanting to die rather than enduring the pain for 60 hours. But somehow, Jason didn't feel scared anymore. It strengthened him rather than turning him weaker, and Jason remembered that his eyes somehow woke him up from the nightmare before. Sensing the mana inside his eyes, he noticed that the vast liquefied mana was completely used up. He wasn't sure how this could happen, but he had the gut feeling that it had something to do with him not being scared about the pain and torture he endured anymore. Meanwhile, Scorpio was lying next to him, transmitting his hunger to him. Looking at the holographic screen of his quantum watch, he was astonished to see that it was already Friday and he had slept for more than 24 hours. It was 10 a.m. and he made himself ready to go to school, even if he would be late after feeding Scorpio some amber fireflies. He was the only one at home right now, and Jason wasn't sure why, but he didn't want to be alone, which was the reason he was going. It was around 10:40 when his shuttle set off. During his drive to the school, he practiced the Heaven's Hell technique, and he noticed that his soul energy had already reached 9. Considering that Scorpio was now a 3-star wild beast, he only had 1 soul energy left, which was not enough for either Artemis or Scorpio to increase to 4-star wild beasts without Jason losing complete control over them. Jason was still astonished to see that his soul energy reached 9, and it was also the first time for him to notice that his mana core had already reached the 8th novice rank, which shocked him. His physique and mana core size were still at the 8th novice rank, even after getting a 33 share from Artemis and Scorpio, but they were indefinitely close to the 9th rank, as Jason smiled lightly thinking about his 2 soul bonds. Jason was holding Scorpio all the time because he needed anyone to rely on at the moment before entering the school gates, as he felt suddenly reluctant to enter the school grounds. After a few minutes, Jason stood in front of the arena, where he saw his classmates from far away. They are practicing martial art techniques. Jason wondered, and he entered the arena, while Scorpio was placed on his shoulder in order to free his hands. Walking into the designated arena for his classmates, someone noticed him walking in. "Oh, it's Jason," the first one said, and all of his classmates turned around at once. Some students immediately started to gossip while looking at him, while other students didn't care about Jason's absence at all. But a few of his classmates stopped their practice, running up to him, not caring about their instructor's orders. Apparently, their teacher was also absent and doing something else, causing instructor Brian to suddenly appear inside their classroom Monday morning. Nobody knew what was going on, and they began to learn a Tier 1 martial art technique that could be used by almost all kinds of weapons. This caused the technique to lose some of its potential, making it into one of the weaker Tier 1 techniques. Nevertheless, the technique was still better than most tierless techniques, and the students were quite happy to learn such a technique, which was not easy, as it was difficult to receive permission without relying on the school's authority. Brian knew that one of his students was absent for the whole week, which caused the ambitious instructor to feel slightly angry. He wasn't even told a reason why the second-last student was absent, and instructor Brian unconsciously labeled him as someone lazy. It was already Friday, and only now he came to school, distracting his diligent classmates, which caused him to become a little bit furious. Students, gather together. When everyone gathered, Jason followed suit as they formed a semicircle around the instructor. It was the first time for Jason to look at the instructor with his brown hair and eyes, while his facial features couldn't be considered handsome, at most average. He looked like he was around 30 years old, but in the current era, nobody could really say how old one was from the outer appearance. Opening his mana eyes, Jason noticed that the instructor was at the beginning of the Magus rank, with a few drops of liquefied mana inside his mana core, which was quite good. He wondered if this was the average strength from teachers in the Vanguard-affiliated school, or what exactly the average would be. Maybe only head teachers from the best classes were slightly stronger, but still not at the Grand Magus rank, or were they? Jason didn't know it, but his guess was roughly right. Being at the Magus rank was considered the average strength for teachers from the affiliated schools, while Grand Magus ranks were advanced teachers for special courses at the main schools, with an extremely high wage and exceptional rights, including privileges for the mana gathering platform that was connected to the mana vein and many more advantages. When everyone was gathered, Instructor Brian asked various questions about the Tier 1 technique they learned through the whole week, called Weaponry Night. The technique focused on close combat with swords, spears, axes, and all variant weapons of it, while daggers, archery, and other similar combat styles were more neglected. One could still use daggers with the weaponry knight technique, but the effect would most likely be a little bit worse compared to the formerly named weapons. While Jason listened to the instructor and his classmates carefully, and he noticed that his daggers were relatively long and almost comparable to short swords, which would mean he would be relatively compatible with the technique his other classmates learned during the whole week. Brian noticed Jason listening carefully, which reduced his anger gradually, even if he was still slightly annoyed. He was a respected instructor and known for his ambition to teach his students diligently. As long as they tried hard, he would always help them. After he finished asking his students questions, he began to explain some important details as Brian turned to Jason, who listened with sharp ears. Looking into each other's eyes, Brian was astonished to see that Jason had golden eyes, which were relatively uncommon, and he almost immediately began to wonder if he had a special trait. After pondering for a moment, he asked the question he was curious about, even if some would think it was rude to ask their student. Why were you not in class during the whole week? You missed important lessons, and your classmates are far above you in terms of understanding the weaponry knight technique. Furthermore, it looks like your mana core is also the weakest among your classmates. Your teacher told me you would not come back this week because of some circumstances, but the class rankings will start in 10 days, and y'all only slow down your classmates like that. Jason frowned slightly, and he would definitely not say the truth about what happened throughout his last week. Somehow Jason didn't like their instructor, as his eyes were unpleasant to look at. As such, he was extremely annoyed, and the anger pain accumulated within caused him to say, "I slept," without anything else. His classmates were also curious about what Jason did during the whole week. They used to comprehend the weaponry knight technique to their best capabilities. Figuring out that Jason slept, some almost fell to the ground as they leaned closer to Jason in order to hear his answer. Instructor Brian, who was already slightly calmed down, fumed in anger. He is lazy and only wants to slow down his classmates during the class battles. Why was he even accepted into schools? Are we so low now? This was what he thought as he stepped closer to Jason. If you slept, you should have enough energy to spar with me, am I right? With a calm facial expression but burning eyes, Jason noticed that he had probably made a mistake. Jason could only sight as he nodded his head. Not even a minute passed and both stood opposite each other, while instructor Brian was generous enough to provide Jason with an advantage of 1 level as he reduced his strength to the 7th novice rank. When their instructor said he would reduce his strength to the 7th novice rank, Jason's classmates were confused. Wasn't that a little bit unfair? Jason is only at the 6th novice rank. Furthermore, he has less combat experience than a veterinarian hunter, while he unfamiliar with a tiered combat technique. This was only until someone cried out in shock, 8th novice rank. How? One of the classmates who stood the closest to Jason shouted as he scanned Jason's mana core out of reflex. Everyone's eyes widened as they also released their mana to scan Jason's mana core. The students began to either cry out in shock, rubbing their eyes, doubting their ability to determine the rank of a mana core, causing almost everyone to doubt their capabilities. In everyone's memory, Jason was only at the 6th novice rank a week before. How? What did Jason do during the last week to, in order, increase his mana core rank by 2 levels? Some of them saw Jason on Sunday, and at this time, he was still at the 6th novice rank, and right now they were looking at him with jealousy as they thought Jason received in heaven like treasure from his family, enabling him to increase his mana core in such a short amount of time. They didn't know that Jason didn't have any relatives left, except the Flurs, who were obviously not related by blood with him. The Flurs would have never been able to purchase such a treasure. Even if they could, why would they do something like that for Jason? Wouldn't they rather purchase something for their own children? Never would Jason's classmates think that the whole week was more than a little bit horrifying for Jason, and that he wanted to die thousands of times. He looked calm right now, but Jason noticed that his instructor wanted to teach him a lesson, which was somehow like a cliché. He had often heard about it when he listened to stories and fairy tales. Instructor Brian noticed the turmoil outside the combat ring, and he also heard them gossiping, causing him to show an astonished expression. Did he increase his mana core rank by 2 levels in 5 days? Is he a pampered child? Well, I just lecture him and afterward, he'll probably learn how to behave. When everyone got into position, Jason took out his 2 daggers from his storage as he got into the foundational stance for fights with dual daggers. Brian noted that Jason's stance was without any flaws as he nodded in approval, giving Jason secretly a few extra points in his mind. The fight started almost instantly, and Jason bent down, enhancing his lower body with mana in order to enhance his speed to his maximum capabilities. He was still not familiar with the increase of mana he received after breaking into the 8th novice rank and the additionally amplificated amount of strength from Scorpio, which caused Jason to be faster than he initially estimated. Both were only around 30 meters apart from each other, and Jason's explosive start catapulted him closer by around 4 meters within a moment. Brian wouldn't stay still, waiting for Jason without moving, and both charged at each other. Only 2 seconds later, both were already in front of each other as Brian swung his tempered wooden longsword at Jason with a quick and precise movement, which Jason was barely able to avoid. He was slightly late to evade it perfectly, and he had to use his dagger to divert the trajectory of Brian's sword, when a sudden kick was initiated by him, causing Jason to almost lose his balance. With a jump to the side, he could avoid getting hit frontally, but Jason's leg was still slightly affected by the sudden kick. Meanwhile, Brian was astonished that the student in front of him was able to avoid his combined attack without that much difficulty, as he thought Jason had never really fought a life-and-death battle. Without combat experience, Jason would have never been able to predict his attack and avoid it without sustaining a serious injury, as the succession of his attack was extremely smooth, without any wasted second. He had restricted his strength to the 7th novice rank, but suppressing his physically tempered body to such a low level was almost impossible, and Brian estimated that even a 9th novice or newly advanced adept ranks would be unable to avoid his attack. Suddenly, Jason's mind went into some sort of bloodlust after receiving a hit from the instructor's kick. The pain he felt was not even nearly comparable to the torture he endured a few days ago, but somehow his mind thought this battle was rather a life-and-death fight than a spar when Jason stood up after a roll in order to prevent injuring himself from the side jump. His gentle, sympathetic, and calm eyes that attracted and calmed down many classmates subconsciously changed completely into some sort of cruel and almost fiendish eyes without any trace of kindness. It was as if Jason's golden eyes were filled with wrath and the pure desire to kill his opponent. Brian was distracted for a quarter second because he was thinking about his student's quick thinking when Jason appeared right behind him without any notice. His hair stood up as he instinctively sensed a thick, condensed aura of killing intent behind him, which would eradicate him if he wouldn't do anything right now. Almost immediately, instructor Brian's back was drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately enough, his senses were not restricted, otherwise he would be dead without noticing what was going on. He had never felt like this, and it seemed like he was going to die if he didn't do something, as he immediately released the restrictions, as his whole suppressed might of a magus rank was released, blasting Jason into the protection mechanism of the combat arena. Jason regained his senses when he was pushed out of the protective sphere, which saved his life. Noticing there was something wrong with his mind, Jason felt the desire to kill Brian after he received the instructor's hit. This hit caused the subdued anger to intensify, filling his mind, without leaving any trace of reluctance. This caused him to fear himself, and he would have to tell his teacher as soon as possible in order to avoid accidents like that to happen ever again. If his opponent wasn't an instructor and one of his classmates, would he have killed them? Jason didn't know, and it scared him somehow. Brian was still sweating heavily, while his breathing was irregular. He was extremely shocked about what happened when he remembered that he was only sparring with a novice-ranked student. "FK, don't be dead, kid," he just thought when he turned around, only to see that Jason was safe and sound, looking around with a gentle smile that seemed to be a little bit embarrassed. His classmates were shocked after witnessing Jason almost killing their instructor, and they told themselves to not provoke him ever again, even if they seemed to be stronger. If one looked closer, one could even see a small cut at instructor Brian's neck that was healing within seconds. Brian ran up to Jason, inquiring about his health and how he felt. The pressure from a magus rank was nothing to joke about, but Jason seemed oddly fine as he smiled at his teacher gently. Did he really emit such a terrifying killing intent just a few seconds ago? Brian shuddered, and he would have to ask the head teacher of this class about the incident. But even so, he had to approve Jason's combat prowess. Even if he was only at the 8th novice rank, he believed with the dense killing intent he emitted, Jason would be able to frighten and surprise even some intermediate adept ranks without much combat experience. Wondering how Jason was able to condense such a thick and terrifying killing intent at such a young age, he immediately disregarded his previous opinion about the black-haired youth being a pampered child or even lazy. Looking at Jason, he wondered how terrifying he would become in the future. A few minutes passed, and Jason took Scorpio back on his shoulder, who watched Jason's battle from the site. When Jason emitted his thick killing intent, Scorpio's eyes also turned red, and he was about to attack Jason's opponent, even if it meant sacrificing his life. Otherwise, Jason would straight fly into the building walls and break some of his bones. At least that was considered as the best outcome. Every student began to gossip about the spar, if one could call it that, and it took some time before instructor Brian had the situation under control. After his surroundings were silent, Brian decided to make teams of 2 to practice the weaponry knight's technique. Because their numbers were not even, Brain also participated in the practice, but apparently nobody wanted to train with him, which left Jason and him alone. He was simple as he gazed into Jason's eyes, which were filled with kindness, causing Brain to be slightly uncomfortable before he apologized about his mana outburst. "No problem, otherwise you would be dead right now," Jason said calmly, smiling gently, and Brain shuddered about the youth's calmness, thinking that the youth in front of him was weird. Never would Brain think that Jason endured thousands of deaths, and he was now somehow used to thinking about death. It made even Jason himself uncomfortable. After Brain sent him the guide about the Tier 1 Weaponry Knight technique, he read the introduction before Brain explained him all kinds of movements. Jason opened his mana eyes, and he could perfectly see the flow of mana during the movements, causing his comprehension to soar to another level. After only a few tries, Jason understood the first sequence, and a few hours later his understanding was most likely deeper compared to the majority, which shocked Brain greatly. A genius, he thought, and he would have to tell that to the class teacher too after his lesson ended in order to nurture such a treasure. Even if Brian was only a normal instructor and not in charge of any particular class, he was still someone who liked seeing someone from lower classes bash the rich and pampered students with a higher starting point. Jason's background, or his soul awakening, would have to be bad to enter the 75 class of the worst affiliated school, and his mana core rank was also not that great. In the beginning, he thought that Jason's background might still be supporting him, and he found only out that Jason was an orphan after their spar. As such, he wondered how far Jason would be able to go in 10 days with his teachings and maybe the responsible teacher. It was Friday afternoon. After practicing the Heaven's Hell technique inside the shuttle, Jason was reading the Weaponry Knight technique diligently. Meanwhile, instructor Brian told everything that happened to Mr. Grail, who got a little bit worried after hearing that Jason condensed one of a more advanced type of killing intent, almost killing Brian. "Ughh, why was I so stupid? Can he handle it himself? Probably not if he is in a taxing fight." But it was at least a good sign that Jason regained his normal demeanor after being hit a single time. If Jason can control the killing intent, it might as well increase his combat prowess for the upcoming class battles. Till also heard that Jason was exceptionally talented in his understanding of the Weaponry Knight technique, which didn't really astonish him. Someone with mana eyes can easily read the mana flow. As such, it's much easier to learn techniques that involve the circulation of mana. Adding Jason's exceptional comprehension ability and the formed killing intent, Till decided to help Jason out with the control of Jason's killing intent during the following week, while the other students would continue learning the Tier 1 Weaponry Knight technique. It was only possible for Jason to condense the killing intent because he endured multiple deaths, which made Till feel extremely guilty, but it could also be seen as an opportunity. Normally, it would take an extremely long time and thousands of arduous battles to condense a simple kind of killing intent. Jason's killing intent was already condensed and extremely terrifying, according to Brian, who also condensed a killing intent. Instructor Brian also said that his killing intent could be considered a joke if compared to Jason's. He was also curious and worried about a prodigious student with a high battle talent and comprehension ability. They began to make plans about Jason's progress. In the end, both decided to let Jason continue learning the Weaponry Knight technique in the morning, while the afternoon would be used to understand the killing intent and how to let it emerge and disappear within one's control. Jason was still sitting at home reading through the Weaponry Knight manual, and it looked like he could read, understand, and completely comprehend everything much faster compared to a week ago. Thinking back to the time where he refined his brain, Jason shuddered in fear. But even so, right now it looked like it was extremely beneficial. Not only was his thinking ability much faster, but he could also read and memorize everything within a shorter time compared to before. Jason decided to test out his capacity while reading a few pages of the Beasterium. In the end, he figured out that he only had to read the pages 2 or at most 3 times in order to completely memorize them. Additionally, a single page could be read within 5 minutes at most, including the fact that some special abilities and characteristics were detailed described within these books. This feat alone could already be considered insane, and even if Jason was still anxious about the traumata he received from the pain he endured, he was still alive and received many benefits. This included the continuous passively gathering and refining of mana without having to lift a single finger. Comparing his 3-hour actively absorbing and refining of mana with continuously doing it without doing anything, Jason estimated that absorbing the mana continuously brought him a cultivation speed increasement between 3 to 4 times, which was truly insane. When he was at home, Jason also tested how beneficial it would be to include his active mana gathering and absorbing. The result was satisfying, and his mana gathering speed increased even more. In the end, Jason concluded that it wouldn't be long until he would reach the same ranks as his classmates. He was extremely happy to have received so many benefits in exchange to endure endless pain. Right now only a small trauma was left, which caused the desire to kill his instructor today due to the hit he received from him, and Jason knew he had to fix that. Even so, Jason was confident that his decision was correct. If he wanted to get stronger, he would need to enhance his mana core rank as soon as possible and increase the strength of his soul bonds. The more time passed, the stronger Jason's desire to reach higher ranks became. Almost every day, he thought about his mother and her getting killed 4 years ago, and once he got stronger, he would question the Saris family who the mysterious heir was that killed his mother. Once found out, he would do something, even if he was still unsure what was the mysterious heir resenting his behavior or still behaving like a pampered child who could kill everyone he or maybe she wanted. Would he kill his mother's murderer or not? But right now Jason couldn't afford to get distracted. Instructor Brain showed him the first sequences for the weaponry night technique. After reading through the first few hundred pages with a tempestuous speed, he searched for Greg who could spar with him. While Jason searched for Greg, he found Malia and Gabriella preparing dinner, and it was only now that Jason noticed that it was already dinner time. He decided to help out preparing dinner and to wait until dinner was over in order to ask Greg to spar with him. Jason wasn't much of a talker, but that was definitely not the case with Malia and her mother. Previously, Jason thought Malia was rather cold, but that was only her facade because she was gentle and kind. They talked with each other all the time, and it was only when dinner was fully prepared that Mark and Greg came down. Once dinner was over, Jason almost dragged Greg to the courtyard with the combat arena. Normally, Greg was titled as Battle Maniac, but somehow it seemed as if Jason was going to dispute his title soon. Greg couldn't accept that, and he restricted his strength to the 6th novice rank, only to find out that Jason's mana core reached the 8th novice rank. Jason, 8th novice rank. Greg said while his mouth twitched violently, "Wasn't he just too fast? Is he cheating?" It was somewhat difficult to explain what happened to Jason's mana core and how he increased it by 2 levels in such a short amount of time, but even more confusing for him was that the Flurs didn't ask him any questions, neither the siblings nor the parents. Unbeknownst to Jason, his teacher called Gabriella and Mark to explain the situation roughly in addition to his request that they should call him if something were to happen to him. After Gabriella and Mark got to know what happened, they were extremely shocked and worried about Jason. Even Mark was worried about Jason as he grew slowly attached to him, which he would never say out loud. Malia heard her parents talking about Jason, and she was even more shocked than her parents to get to know about his situation, causing her to watch over him when he slept. It was only on Friday that Mark and Gabriella had an appointment when Jason wrote them that he woke up in the morning and everyone sighed in relief. When he returned home from school, everything seemed fine, but they got another call from Till talking about his killing intent and the cause of it. The 3 of them were bewildered and also slightly scared about Jason's health. Nevertheless, when Jason dragged out Greg to the combat grounds, everyone spectated the spar carefully. Jason's teacher told him that it was still unknown when his killing intent would surface. As such, every battle or injury could be the cause, and they were not only worried about Jason, but also Greg's health. But their worry was needless because the spar between Jason and Greg took place like always. There was only one important difference. Jason was using his daggers mantled with mana to dull them differently than before due to the knowledge about the weaponry night technique imprinted into his refined mind. His whole demeanor changed compared to before, and his attacks seemed to be more violent. Jason's set of sequences was somehow different, and Greg only noticed that he being overwhelmed over the course of their spar. He couldn't even fight back on the same rank. This couldn't be accepted, and Greg decided to loosen up the restriction from the Soulbond's amplification that enhanced his physique almost to the 2nd adept rank within a second. His mana core restriction was also loosened up and reached barely the 1st adept rank. Greg's grin was sly, and what he said caused everyone to frown. "Now it's fair, right? We have the same mana core rank, and both of us get the share of our soul bond." Ha ha ha, he laughed, and Jason was now the one being overwhelmed. It was still endurable, and Jason was also beginning to grin. Finally, Jason only thought with a bright smile blossoming on his face. Previously it nagged Jason that Greg restricted his strength so much in order to fight him head-on. He was still overwhelmed all the time, but now, without the strength of his reinforced horned bull, Greg would be the one getting overwhelmed while fighting at the same rank. Jason was still unfamiliar with the weaponry night technique, its sequences, and how to perfectly use them. As such, his superior control over mana helped him to distribute his mana accurately without thinking much, and Jason was able to adapt slowly while Greg pressured him. The mana consumption of a Tier 1 technique was much more compared to tireless techniques, and under normal circumstances, a novice rank would only be able to use tiered techniques for 2 minutes at most. But right now more than 4 minutes passed, and only now Jason was about to slow down in using the weaponry night technique because he used up his mana. Greg had also problems providing enough mana for his tiered martial art technique, and he could only sustain it because he was replenishing his mana with the passive mana replenishing technique. The only problem Greg had to go through was that once he focused his mind too much on the mana replenishing process, Jason would immediately use his opening to attack him, which distracted his focus greatly, causing his fighting style to become chaotic. In the end, Greg only won the spar because of his superior soul bond that gave him a decent boost for his mana core size and the enormous boost in his physique. This frustrated Greg much more than Jason, who was panting heavily because of exhaustion with a radiant smile on his face, as he recalled some flaws during the practice and how to fix them. Jason looked at Greg with gleaming eyes while sweating out of every pore. Greg was frustrated about his fragile concentration during the fight, and the smile on Jason's face looked devilish to him, causing goosebumps to spread all over his skin. Even if his eyes only showed ambition and determination, Greg had a bad premonition. "Let's replenish our mana and continue. Please, Greg." Jason looked at Greg with puppy eyes, and the others, who were worried about the two youths' health, began to chuckle. Greg, however, frowned, but he couldn't decline Jason pleading. The following week was intense for Jason, and a few things happened. Scorpio was eating everything that came between its fangs and grew extremely fast. He reached the length of 13 centimeters and broke through his racial limit without any indicators that the maturing process would stop. Scorpio's third molting happened on Saturday, completing his breakthrough into the 4-star wild beast rank. He would now occupy 6 soul energies, while Scorpio strengthened Jason's physical toughness and bone structure, which caused it to reach a physique comparable to a normal 9th novice. His mana core size was infinitely close to the 9th rank, and only a paper-thin space was left between both levels. Jason's soul energy reached 10.3 units after Scorpio broke into the 4 stars, finally reaching the required amount to practice the second level of the Heaven's Hell technique. He was only able to reach a soul energy of 10.3 units because Scorpio broke through, and with Scorpio's molting, Jason also broke through. Adding on Jason's determination to reach the 9th novice rank before the class battles, he actively absorbed mana into his core, increasing his absorption speed even more. Jason had reached the 9th and last level of the novice rank, which made him quite happy. It hadn't been long since he started absorbing mana into his core, and Jason felt overjoyed that he reached such a high rank in the meantime. Breaking into the adept rank would probably take a while because the obstacle between the ranks was much harder to overcome than the small hindrances on the 4th and 7th level of each rank. Jason had to gather and absorb the needed amount of mana until he reached the required amount to break through without problems, which would take some time, as he wanted to prevent the marginal possibility to injure his core due to a lack of mana. His physique was stronger than normal 9th novice ranks, but it was still not enough to overcome the gap between the novice and adept rank, while his mana core size was a little bit less impressive than his physique. Even so, it was still better than a normal 9th novice rank with a weaker soul bond, or even without one. It was Saturday evening when Jason reread the second level of the Heaven's Hell technique, also called Helix. From the name, one could almost immediately understand what one had to do, but there were still many different kinds of paths one could take to improve the enhancement the soul energy could achieve. The most common way to practice the second level of the Heaven's Hell technique was also the easiest and safest path. One would have to divide the soul energy equally into 2 parts and intertwine them with each other, forming a firm string that would be slightly thicker than the soul thread one would previously have. As such, the pain while piercing and injecting the intertwined thread into the soul world core would be more painful than on the first level. More uncommon ways would be dividing the soul energy thread into more than 2 parts and intertwining them with each other, but the main problem would be that one would have to be extremely careful and braid the threads exactly, without making a mistake. Doing something wrong could be quite harmful to one's soul, as the faulty braid would be rejected by the soul world core, and one would have to disentangle the whole thing. At the same time, one would need to focus on controlling all divided parts of the soul energy, because soul energy was like an eel squirming around. To hold control over 2 threads at the same time was already difficult, and doing the same thing with multiple threads would require a lot of focus, exquisite control over soul energy, and much practice, which would need a long time to acquire. Jason had exquisite control over his soul energy because he practiced the Heaven's Hell technique 3 times a day for slightly less than 3 months, which was comparable to others practicing it 9 months at the first level. But he wouldn't be overconfident and just create multiple threads, as he wanted to avoid possible pain and minimize it. In the end, Jason divided his soul energy into 2 equal parts and intertwined them with each other. Jason made the threads paper thin to avoid pain even more. After he finished braiding the 2 soul energy threads with each other, he injected them into his pebble-sized soul world core. If he had to estimate the increase in pain, Jason would probably say it was double as painful as the first level, but comparing it to the torture he endured slightly more than 10 days ago, it was like a mosquito bite. It itched a little bit, but that was it, which caused Jason to sigh in relief. The difference between the first and the second level of the Heaven's Hell technique was almost immediately noticeable. The second level was probably around 50 better, probably slightly more, and Jason wondered how much the difference would be with more threads braided together, but that would wait until Jason was confident in not making a mistake while braiding. Jason woke up early in the morning, doing his workout before he washed and changed into the school uniform. It was Monday, and today was the first day of the first class battle. There weren't many rules for the first class battles, and it was pretty simple. A class battle would consist of 3 rounds. The first round let the students fight the corresponding number of the opposite class. Once someone was kicked out of the combat arena or unable to continue fighting, it meant this student would be immediately kicked out. One could say it was the first KO round. Following the first round in the second round, the lower-ranked class would be able to challenge their first opponent, while the third round allowed the higher-ranked class to challenge students. With that, one could prepare many different kinds of tactics in order to win the class battle. It was not only a battle of the physique, but also the mind. Teachers wouldn't be allowed to interfere with the class battles, and it was forbidden for them to tell students which opponent they should pick. Learning tactics was important for future hunting sessions because one would probably enter a hunting squad. Communication and a certain degree of overall knowledge were important aspects to hunt in order to survive in the wilderness. Class 75 hadn't learned anything about tactics since they entered high school, but their combat prowess increased by a lot. After the third round finished, the class with the most remaining students within the combat arena left would either stay at its rank if it was challenged or switch the class. Class 75 would fight Class 74 as first. If their class came out victorious, they would become Class 74 and their path could continue. However, if Class 74 won, the other class could continue its path onwards the other classes, while Class 75 would remain exactly the same. While their class was fighting Class 74, Class 73 would be fighting against Class 72, and so on. Each day, 6 classes would fight against each other. Under normal circumstances, not many would change in class rankings would occur, with only a few exceptions. Because Class 75 had 25 students more than any other class, it would be unfair once the same rules applied for them as everyone else. With that in mind, 25 students wouldn't be allowed to enter the class ranking. To make it fair, the class voted for the students who should participate in each round of the class ranking. Normally, one would pick the best 200 students, but not this year. There were many irregular students in Class 75 which other classes wouldn't know. Jason, for example, was one of them. He was number 224, but tied with Leo Hart, who was number 4 from their class, and his Monocore rank increased as one of the only ones during the past few weeks. And not only once nor twice, but 3 at that. If one added the first day of school, Jason's Monocore rank increased by 4 levels throughout his school life, while others were about to break through after some days. Jason almost defeated a Magus-ranked instructor while fighting at the same Monocore rank, and he forced the instructor to release his restrictions. But he was not the only one who was special in this year's worst class. Out of the 40 students that finished the hard assignment provided by their teacher, at least half of them were below NR 150. Many weird students with a bad class ranking, but some special features like exceptional soul awakenings, high amplification, or special soul bonds with some kind of unique affinities existed. There was also one student with an exceptional comprehension that was probably as good as Jason's or maybe even better. These were mostly special admission students who tended to avoid getting bullied or implicated in quarrels as they choose to stay behind in their ranking. It was more likely that they played low-key, but that wouldn't mean they cowered behind their classmates once the class battles would begin. There was also no use in ranking higher in their current class, and it was only for show because the resources they received were mostly martial art techniques or time at the mana gathering circle. Higher classes would probably receive potions and other things that had to be distributed according to their rankings, but right now it was still useless to rank higher than their classmates. As such, the class decided to let the special cases fight all 3 rounds, while some dejected students who thought they were special got forced to decide whether not to fight at all or to switch with other students. Jason was now NR 200 in his class ranking for the time being until the class's battles would be over, and he would be able to fight all rounds once he won the first one. He finished his breakfast as he went on his way towards school, while Greg and Malia used their soul buns to ride to the main school. Inside the shuttle, Jason practiced the most common path Heaven's Hell second level. When he was done, the shuttle arrived at the perfect moment, and Jason left it after paying up. He walked inside the arena's first floor where his classmates were already waiting on one side, while Jason could also see around 200 pairs of eyes scanning them. Activating his mana eyes, Jason was somewhat astonished. Their mana core ranks were roughly the same as theirs. Not many of them had an elemental affinity mixed into their mana, which meant that they had formed a soul bond with a physical beast. This was good news because Jason's biggest problem in fights were elemental attacks, which he noticed while fighting Leo. He was too easily distracted by his earth spikes and would be easily defeated if he wasn't paying enough attention. Jason roughly knew who he wanted to fight in the first round, which caused him to smile lightly. With his 9th novice rank and the small increase in strength, he could defeat the low adept student that seemed to be the worst out of class 74 students. The difference between the peak of the novice rank and the first adept rank was large, around 30 to 50, but Jason was confident in his own capabilities. Jason could fight Greg head-on if he restricted his strength comparable to Jason's. The only exception was the amplification from their soul bonds. Greg's battle prowess was essential high, but he was not the most intelligent in his family, causing Jason to fight with many tricks against Greg. But who would say something against that if they were to fight a life and death battle? Greg had an amazing soul bond, which enhanced his physique by almost 3 levels when he restricted his strength to match Jason's mana core. He only reached the beginner adept rank, which was why Jason could fight Greg. It didn't take long for everyone to gather, and the two classes were perfectly divided. Jason found it ridiculous to see that some were even glaring at each other with a competitive spirit. Nobody wanted to lose. Maybe there was a chance to enter the eyes of some higher-up teachers, once their godly combat prowess would be seen. But if they faced reality, not a single teacher with any decent authorities would watch class battles from the lowest classes of the weakest affiliated school. Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Nobody could answer that, and if someone attracted attention with their combat prowess or other capabilities, the head teachers or referees would report it to the higher-ups. Punctual with the school beginning, Mr. Grail walked inside the arena's first floor with a middle-aged average-looking man next to him. Jason activated his mana eyes and noticed that this middle-aged man had only slightly more liquefied mana drops inside his mana core than Instructor Brian, but his mana core size looked even worse than the instructor's one. Class 74's teacher was probably weaker than Instructor Brian, which he found quite amusing. When the students saw their respective teachers walking into the large arena hall, everyone stopped talking with each other. Till was the first one to say something. Today, we are going to have the first class battle of our first graders. Everyone should be familiar with the rules. If nobody has any questions, we can immediately start. Class 75 already knew that their teacher was impatient, but their opponent was slightly astonished about this. Their teacher was always explaining everything 2 or 3 times, until even the slow-witted students could understand everything. But Class 75's teacher wouldn't explain everything multiple times and start right off the bat. Because 200 battles would take place at the same time, they would use training weapons that were dulled, and would release some kind of magical neon color to paint the targeted enemy once hit. Once a certain amount of paint was released on one opponent, the arena AI would appoint the combatant as dead. The color would have a certain mana fluctuation, which the AI would detect this fluctuation to determine if one was seriously injured, unable to continue the fight, or dead, and the fight would end immediately. It would be a waste of credits to hire referees, as it was easy to see how heavy one was injured by the amount of color released from the weapon and so on. Saving credits was important for everyone, and referees were exaggerated for such trivial class battles. Probably only in a week or two, when the fights become more interesting, lower-ranked classes would want to watch their peers' battles in order to accumulate more experience through observations. When that happened, the teachers would take place as referees, while explaining the mistakes and flaws made during the battles to their own classes. Jason and the others would have to reach these higher-ranked classes first before they could use their own weapons they were comfortable with. Everyone was ready to start as Jason went to Arena 200, that was the furthest away from everyone. Holding 2 training daggers that were relatively well-balanced and 10 small knives one could throw, Jason was ready to fight his opponent. And exactly like he predicted, the student Jason found the weakest was now standing opposite him, slightly hesitating when he entered his fighting stance. The only reason he was hesitating was because of Jason's eyes that looked somehow cold, as if he was his prey, even if he was confident in defeating his opponent under normal circumstances. After getting to know that Jason was not even an adept rank, goosebumps appeared all over the student's body, even though it was illogical. Jason went into his weaponry night combat stance and waited for the starting signal without looking away from his opponent. 3, 2, 1. Start. When Jason heard the starting signal, he took out a throwing knife in his hand while his opponent overcame himself, deciding to rush at his enemy with his short sword in his hand, ready to cleave at Jason. They were roughly 30 meters apart from each other, and he could already detect flaws in his opponent's defense. Jason felt dumbfounded, looking at his opponent. He covered his arm with a quarter of his mana to enhance the movement speed and strengthen his throw when 5 small throwing knives left Jason's hand within 2 seconds. The first 2 knives were deflected by the average-looking youth in front of him, while the third hit the hand, holding the short sword, painting it in a neon color. As for the last 2 knives, one hit Jason's opponent's abdomen while the other one hit his chest. Jason felt weird seeing that. The whole battle was over before it even began, and Jason was more than astonished because he thought his opponent would deflect all knives with ease. But his opponent was apparently not capable to do that, and Jason had to stop his charge abruptly as the AI announced his victory. Jason didn't know that since the beginning his opponent was hesitating to fight him because of his cold and frightening eyes, causing him to lose the fight before it even started. Now Jason had to wait for his classmates to finish their battles as he looked around, only to see that Class 74 seemed to be extremely weak compared to his own class. It was extremely weird because only 5 minutes later, one could see an astonishing result. Out of 200 battles, Class 75 won 163 battles, which had never happened before. The remaining 37 fights were also not entirely won by Class 74 because the AI announced 11 battles as tied, which meant that both students died. Class 74 had only 26 students left, and they looked around as if someone pranked them, but there was no hidden camera, and their classmates were splattered with neon-colored paint, indicating their injuries. Till was only smiling after he saw the result, while the average-looking teacher next to him was more than a little bit shocked. His eyes were widened, and it was as if he saw a massacre. Turning Class 75's teacher with astonishment, he asked to himself, "Why is their combat prowess so high? Almost all of them seem to train similar martial art techniques, but it can't be a tiered technique already, can it? Aren't we supposed to teach them these techniques in the second half of the year?" The average-looking teacher stared at Till as if he was a traitor, and Till returned the gaze with a simple "I didn't cheat," as if he read one's mind. Thinking for a moment, it was really not cheating. The classes were supposed to learn tiered martial art techniques after half a year, but one was allowed to do it earlier. But that was not everything. Even if Class 75 learned a tiered martial art technique, his class should not lose so miserable. They were more than overwhelmed. That was not a battle, but a slaughter. What neither Jason nor the average-looking teacher knew was the pressure he gave off on their first day, while fighting Leo Hart caused all students to give their best during the last 2 weeks. The students that were still slagging have changed their mind when Jason almost killed instructor Brian, as they sensed Jason's killing intent. This caused them to feel like they were suffocating, seemingly supposed to be the next one to die. Combined with the assignment outside the city, all students of Class 75 came to the conclusion that they had to become stronger. To achieve that, they would also need resources like more time within mana, gathering circle or elemental stones to improve their proficiency with an affinity if they had one. Giving 150 during the last 2 weeks, everyone's achievements were great, and unbeknownst to Jason, they worked hard to ascend into higher classes. Previously they were ridiculed, and some of them even bullied because they've entered the worst class. Not now. They wouldn't back off and fight with their sheer will if needed as Jason did. Other classes accepted their low rank and played according to the rules of the top few classes, but why should they accept that? Their will was firm, and they wanted to receive not only better resources, but also recognition from the surroundings. Jason didn't fight in the second round as the first 26 ranks fought it, and unsurprisingly they crushed everything as their opponent's will to win was completely shattered. Everyone was more than a little bit astonished about the whole course of battles. Class 75 was astonished about their strength, or rather how weak their opponents were, while Class 74's students, or now demoted to Class 75, felt demotivated about being crushed so easily. The whole progress didn't take longer than 25 minutes, including the replenishing of mana. Their teacher took out an emblem with the number 75 out of the pocket and pressed it into the empty hands of the average-looking teacher, whose eyes resembled a lost soul. "Where is my emblem?" This threw the black-haired teacher completely from his chair as he shuddered slightly while taking an emblem with the number 74 out of the storage device. While handing out the emblem, he was lamenting about his bad teaching. "If I had only taught my students a tiered martial art technique and not so much about tactics. Yarghhhh. But even if the former 74th class had learned the same technique as them, Till wondered if they were as good as his students, who gave 150 after witnessing Jason's strength and the brute strength and cruelty of beasts in the wilderness. A single stage was already too much for most students to overcome, and his assignment with defeating beasts 2 stages above one's rank pushed them to their limits if not through. The new 75th class rushed out of the arena, as their teacher was way too embarrassed to face the ridicule from the opposite class. Only 5 minutes later, the whole floor was only occupied by the newly advanced 74th class. Suddenly, the first few students began to cheer out loud, and the other students joined them joyously. Even Jason smiled while he remained silent. Till was watching everything from the site, and he didn't say anything about their cheering because they deserved it. It wouldn't take long for them to get accustomed to their wins, as he believed in them, and he almost forgot the reason why they were on asterisks as he looked at his students. Being reminded about his task, Till didn't know how to feel as Jason could feel a sudden but almost not sensible disturbance behind him. The mana fluctuations were disturbed for a second, and Jason turned around, only to see his teacher's complex facial expression as he wondered what was going on. After 5 minutes passed, everyone was silent as Till snapped with his fingers. Everyone had a trauma about their teachers snapping, and it worked fine without mana enhancing the effect. Everyone did a great job, but we are still far from achieving our goal, right? He stopped for a second before everyone roared. Yes, there is still at least an hour left until the other classes finish their battle and replenish their mana. Let's not waste our time and pick out the flaws I saw during the fights. Aren't you guys embarrassed to still make so many mistakes with such a simple technique? Not a single one reached the basic mastery except Jason and Saron. Don't even dare to think that I couldn't see the mistakes everyone did. It's a wonder that you guys won this battle. Everyone thought they did a good job, and after getting praised it was obvious for them that there was nothing bad to say, but that was not the case. That praise was only a facade. Are we really so bad? But before they could begin to lament, they were matched up against each other, while Till individually picked out one student at a time to fix his flaws. Jason wanted to improve his mastery over the weaponry knight technique. As such, he decided to take on Saron as his opponent. Saron Jir was at the second adept rank, while his soul was only slightly bigger than common adept ranks with amplification of more than one rank. This meant his soul bond was rather weak, which caused Jason to have sympathy with him. Saron's accomplishment with the weaponry knight technique was almost as well as his own mastery, while Saron couldn't see the mana flow and copy that. In the end, Jason had to accept that Saron's comprehension ability was stronger than his own, which wondered him because his mind was enhanced a few times after he refined his brain. Jason wondered how that could be, and another thing was weird about Saron. Saron's mana was transmuted and different from normal mana, but Jason couldn't detect what kind of affinity or ability it was that Saron received. This made Jason curious, and he questioned himself what kind of background Saron had because his clothes, accessories, and weapons were extremely expensive, as Jason's mana eyes detected that Saron owned a soul weapon. It was the first time for Jason to see a soul thread from someone else, but when Saron took out his weapon for the first time, he was extremely shocked as if he was hit by a bolt of lightning. A thread connecting both Saron and the longsword could be seen with his mana eyes, even if it was relatively thin, and Jason became curious. Nobody else knew about this, and his classmates probably thought Saron only owned an exquisite weapon, but he knew the truth. Well, maybe his teacher knew about it because he almost knew everything, but Jason couldn't be sure about that. After Jason got to know that Saron had a soul weapon, he concluded that his soul bond would probably not be a common one and also special. When that thought came into his mind, he pondered for a long time before questioning himself if it was possible for soul bonds to enhance one's brain, which could be answered with a definite yes. Why shouldn't it be possible if everything else could be amplified by soul bonds? The former 75th class was extremely disappointed in their opponents because they crushed all classes until the 70th with ease, and the previous cheerful atmosphere was kinda weird. There wasn't even astonishment anymore, only disappointment as they asked themselves if these class battles were only there in order for them to improve there to fix all of their flaws in the weaponry knight technique, or seriously held for all classes to be more motivated and competitive. Jason fought more than 3 hours with Saron and improved his mastery extremely fast, while he was getting slightly overwhelmed by his opponent with his impressive movement sequences. The only thing he was able to do was to defend while retreating, and at the same time, Jason could only search for openings with his mana eyes glued on Saron's legs in order to comprehend what kind of technique he was using. After 3 hours, Jason had imprinted Saron's mana usage into his brain, but he was neither sure what kind of technique Saron was using nor if he could copy this technique without reading the suitable manual. He was still looking relative fine, even if sweat poured down his back, but Saron looked at Jason as if he was seeing a demon. How can he keep up with me? Wait, is he also here for master? No, that can't be the reason. While Saron and Jason's mastery over the weaponry knight technique increased due to the pressure they gave each other, the other students were rather bored after training the weaponry knight technique for 3 hours straight, while less than 20 were still determined to find their flaws. After crushing Class 70, they achieved the rights to challenge Class 69, but most students were not as cheerful as before. Will we practice our technique for the whole week once again? They already practiced the same technique for a week, and now they should do the same over and over again. Unfortunately, they missed an important fact. There has never been a master falling from the sky without putting in an effort. If they were not strong-willed enough to train a technique for 2 weeks straight, they could also quit learning how to fight seriously. Days passed, and other than practicing his Heaven's Hell technique, Jason battled against some weak-willed students that had all heard about the famous 75th class crushing all classes with ease. Jason would rather spar with Saron and copy his movement technique than defeating the lowest-ranked member of all classes. The only astonishing fact was that many classmates were achieving the basic mastery of the weaponry knight technique after tempering themselves and carefully listening to their teacher's advice. Other than practicing the weaponry knight technique, the 40 students that received Tier 2 and Tier 3 techniques from Mr. Grail practiced them in the meantime. Seeing these students training their techniques, the surrounding students looked at their classmates enviously, as the sheer might of these techniques demolished training dolls easily. Unfortunately, higher tier techniques would take a toll on one's body, as the required mana and body constitution were extremely high. They could at most form one attack following the technique description, either with their weapon or mana affinity. A certain girl that picked the Advanced Mana Manipulation Manual, which was a Tier 3 grade technique, created a tidal wave during one of her battles, gushing the perplexed student out of the combat ring. After that spell, she was extremely exhausted, but that didn't matter as she won her round. He and Saron tempered each other, and they got somewhat of friends, probably. Fighting with each other for more than 3 hours on a daily basis told one many information, while the personality could be easily found out during sparring for such a long time. While Jason knew that Saron was hiding someone, he seemed like a nice guy, and Saron also liked Jason, which caused them to become sparring partners. Unfortunately for Jason was, however, that Saron reached the 3rd adept rank and could now overwhelm Jason more easily as the pressure he had to endure during their battles increased exceptionally, which was also somewhat beneficial for Jason. Diamonds can only be polished under high pressure. It was only on Friday, after they were promoted to class 55th, that the first big hurdles began to appear. The gap of mana core ranks increased by a lot, while their opponents had better soul bonds, indicating a higher amplification. Class 54, for example, were their first hurdle, with most students at the 3rd, and some of the 4th adept ranks were 1 to 2 ranks above their own average strength. Jason, with his mana eyes activated, could still easily defeat the weakest of each respective class, but the 2nd and 3rd rounds were always more taxing. The battles became closer, and it was more difficult to tell who would win, while Till wondered how long they could continue their offensive after they charged through the 60th class, which already astounded him. Increasing one's combat prowess comparable to almost classes 20 ranks higher in a single month was definitely not easy, but the ambition and determination his students showed amazed him, and he would definitely remember that. Jason had some memorable fights. One of them was against a wind affinity user that enhanced his speed, which was normally Jason's best advantage. His opponent was a 3 adept rank with an amplification for agility and a wind affinity, which further provided him with an additional boost in speed. Jason couldn't even throw his knives as they were immediately deflected by wind bullets. After defending for some time, Jason decided to try copying Saron's technique, even if it was dangerous. That didn't matter to Jason because he hated losing more than anything else. As such, he copied Saron's movement technique, which he had imprinted into his mind after fighting with Saron for 4 days. Jason's opponent suddenly noticed that he was becoming slower. No, Jason's speed increased, and not only by a tiny bit. Using half of his remaining mana, which would constantly be replenished, Jason exerted Saron's movement technique. His speed increased by almost 20, and after further increasing his lower body with mana in order to prevent sustaining any injuries, Jason decided to use every last mana particle inside him in order to follow the mana circulation of his copied movement technique. Jason's speed further increased by 20, and he could barely fight head-on with his opponent because he was overwhelmed by the sudden increase of speed. It was still noticeable that Jason was slower, but his superior close combat technique overwhelmed the perplexed and stupefied wind ability user, as Jason bent down only to jump to the front in order to injure the wind user's leg. When Jason's opponent looked down, a projectile hit his chin, forcefully pushing his head back. A throwing knife hit him at the most unexpected moment, shocking him. Saron already finished his fight and decided to spectate Jason's fierce fight as he noticed his sudden increase in speed. Somehow the technique Jason exerted seemed way too familiar to him. As Jason poured his whole mana pool inside the skill, Saron cried out, "What?" before he quieted down immediately in order to not attract too much attention. Normally Saron was rather low-key and quiet, so his scream still attracted some attention, as the surrounding students looked at him before they saw that Jason won his fight unexpectedly. Even Till was astonished about Jason's sudden boost in speed, as he couldn't remember that to have seen him learning or exerting a tiered movement skill. Jason was one of the last ones to finish his battle, and Till spectated his whole battle. Over the whole course of the spar, it was obvious that Jason was on the losing side, even if he gave his everything, but the sudden usage of a tiered movement skill shocked not only his opponent who was taken by surprise, but also him and even more so, as he was more than a little bit familiar with this technique, as his eyes widened. The only thing he could sense was Saron screaming out, and that Jason wasn't able to use the whole potential of this technique. Looking at Saron, many different kinds of emotions and thoughts appeared in his mind, but focusing on the present circumstances, it was obvious that Saron was extremely shocked while looking at Jason. Saron was unable to think clearly, and the thought that Jason could have copied his technique caused him to shudder violently. Did he just copy me? He thought desperately while thinking about the low possibility when a sudden memory reappeared in his mind. Didn't Master say that Jason has mana eyes? Has he copied the flow of mana over the last few days? Is that even possible? Thousands of thoughts ran through his mind, but there was a simple solution for Saron to figure out whether Jason copied him or not. Just ask him, he told himself, and Jason was slowly walking out of the combat arena when Saron could see Jason's pale face. "Jason, are you okay?" Saron asked worriedly. He himself had trained his movement skill for multiple months until he reached his recent velocity, not even Jason was aware of. Jason was just forceful using the movement technique without any real understanding, which was quite dangerous. Till noticed Josso's condition and appeared in front of both students while taking out a low-grade energy-replenishing reagent from his spatial storage. Pouring the content into Jason's mouth, he immediately felt better. Jason could stand up again, but he still felt exhausted as his body grumbled like he was starving for weeks. Your body used up your stored nutrition to regenerate the life force it converted from the lack of mana. Don't use techniques you don't know, idiot, Mr. Grail explained. After that, Jason starved down some food he had in his storage space, while Saron was scanning his body for the whole time. Jason was embarrassed as he asked what's going on when Saron almost exploded. "Did you copy the floating sky movement technique?" Saron asked curiously, and involuntarily, he said the name of his movement technique, which he wasn't supposed to do. "Ah, that's the name. Sorry, Saron, hee, I didn't know how to win otherwise." "Ah, that's the name. Sorry, Saron, hee, I didn't know how to win otherwise." That was a lie, but he couldn't tell Saron that he was too scared to use his killing intent, which was still not easy to control. That was a matter of his pride, even if he didn't have much. Saron looked suspicious at Jason and wondered how much of his family's treasured floating sky movement technique he copied. Thinking back on the time he fought Jason, Saron concluded that he only made use of the most basic level of the floating sky technique without trying his utmost with it. Sighing in relief, he couldn't help but jolt, thinking about the possibility of Jason copying more than that. Once his brother, or even worse his father, found out, it would be horrifying. Looking at Jason, who was still slightly with serious eyes, he had to do something. "Jason, I think we have to talk about the last battle and your ability to copy techniques by looking at the mana circulation." Till was still standing next to them and nodded his head while seriously looking at both of them. If Jason just copied every technique he wanted to, it could be extremely dangerous for his own health. But that was not everything. If he copied techniques from big clans, guilds, families, sects, kingdoms, and multiple other monstrous organizations, it was more likely that Jason would be killed in the future before he could grow. Who would give a stranger the most treasured techniques a family had, which they only gave their most promising offspring or disciples, as copying them was not easy with the secret inscription inside the manuals. These inscriptions had hidden meanings inside them in order to enlighten the reader. Nobody, and listening to Saron, Till was sure that Jason copied the special movement skill Floating Sky, even if it was rough and only in the pre-origin state. Before they continued their talk, they went to a separate room, while the others replenished their mana for the next class battle. Till lectured Jason for quite some time, and Saron tried persuading him to not use the Floating Sky skill anymore. But something seemed suspicious to Jason when Till and Saron talked to him. It seemed like both knew each other for longer than 1 month, because Till explained things about the Floating Sky technique and its uniqueness in order to show him how dangerous it would be to continue learning it. Because the technique was so unique, Jason would like to learn it more in depth, but from Till's explanation, it seemed like it was really dangerous. If this technique had similarities to other skills, Jason would have continued learning it, because he would still be able to say he comprehended the additional sequences by himself. Till knew almost everything about the Floating Sky movement technique, and Jason was growing more and more suspicious. In the end, he accepted the fact that he was not allowed to use the Floating Sky skill, but Jason grew more curious about their relationship as he asked, "Are you two acquaintances?" Jason straightforwardly asked. While Till was about to create a story to cover the truth, Saron was only 14 years old and still green behind his ears and acted naively in front of Jason. "Yes, he is my master." Saron acknowledged, and before he looked at his master, Till was shocked about Saron's naivety. Did I teach him wrong? And upon seeing Till's facial expression, Saron noticed that he did something wrong and an O escaped his mouth. Jason only looked at Saron and then his teacher. He was only slightly astonished about this revelation because he concluded something similar, but it was still different than he had thought before. He was an emotional youth before, but when it was important, his rationality dominated his mind. Since he had refined his mind and overcome the torture from the devilish Valkyrie shield fruit, his train of thoughts had become much clearer and less emotional, which helped him a lot. Why are you two even here on Asterix? Shouldn't Canir have a better environment to refine and absorb mana in order to increase one's mana core according to the mana density? Both of you are not hiding from someone and openly showing off your soul weapon and hundreds of martial art skills. Whether they are unique, special, or tier 3, it doesn't make sense that nobody is wondering about both of you, except me. When Jason said soul weapon both, Saron and his master were astonished because they hadn't thought that he would be able to differentiate a normal graded sword from a soul weapon, which was not easy. And wouldn't most people think that rather than a soul weapon, one would have a mana weapon? The difference between normal graded weapons and mana weapons was the enhancement in sharpness, toughness, and some particular even had an amplification in elemental attacks. If one attacked an evolved beast with a grade 1 sword, this weapon would most likely break, or if one was lucky, get repelled. A low grade 1 mana weapon would still be able to pierce through the defense of evolved beasts. With a wand, which was also a mana weapon, elemental attacks could be enhanced, and a simple fireball, for example, could double in its might once the wielder applied everything correctly. While mana weapons were already special, soul weapons were the same as mana weapons with the addition of the connection with the wielder and the adjustment in strength. As such, the wielder could handle the impact and mana consumption, while the soul weapon would grow with its contractor. Soul weapons could not be used by other people, because these weapons were crafted and forged with the contractor's soul in them. Not even reforging would extinguish the connection between both of them. Mana and soul weapons couldn't be easily distinguished, and it took many experts multiple years of arduous effort to learn certain eyesight techniques in order to be able to distinguish between both. As such, Till immediately adjusted his previous statement about Jason's mana eyes in his mind, while Saron was looking at him with widened eyes and an open jaw. This time, Till was the one to answer Jason's question. He wouldn't omit or skip many facts because he wanted to tell Jason about it even if he wouldn't ask. He was curious about Jason, which was also the reason he helped him out with the splitting mind technique. Maybe Jason could participate in his mission if he wanted. He was slightly clueless about how to begin, so Till just started. How do I begin? First of all, you are right about everything you said. We are not hiding, and to be honest, both of us are Canier's citizens and not from Asterix, which you already figured out. I'm curious how you found out about Saron's soul weapon, but that's not very important. There are multiple reasons we are here, but it's mainly for Saron to see how humans live within the archipelago and the difference of strengths all around humanity's territory. Compared to the citizens of Canier, the strength one can see here is almost laughable, and humans have not suffered mana beast outbreaks yet. That's mainly because of the weak beasts we have here, and guardian rank beasts are already considered the stronger foes, which is a joke on Canier and the other mainlands. If a single powerhouse would enter the forbidden areas here, they could easily annihilate these foes and prevent guardian rank beasts to appear, but why is nobody doing that? I don't know if you care about that, but I want to enlighten you. The answer is simple. Guardian-ranked beasts are guarding magical treasures, which need multiple years in order to grow. Once these treasures are ripe, these powerhouses come over to pluck them. Guardian-ranked beasts could be labeled as workers for these powerhouses, protecting these treasures until the stronger individuals come back to pluck them. As you may know, the strongest humans on Asterix are at the Grand Magus rank, and only a few tens of thousand at that. Most Grand Magus on Asterix or the archipelagos are old, and one could say they're retired. Youths with enough potential won't stay on the small islands, which are only used to exploit everyone. The gap between the future development of someone within the archipelagos compared to citizens on Canier is vast. There are only a few things Canier and the islands have in common. First, our origin is the same, and we are all from the same race. Second, we all have the same enemies, which are the invading intelligent races and the beasts all over the wilderness. And third, every human underwent a soul awakening, and it's still not known how to influence these awakenings in order to improve them. The awakening of a soul is not discriminating about humans' origins, while the chances are only slightly higher to awaken better souls if one is from a great background, which might not even be true. As for our mission, wait. Jason interrupted Till, and upon looking into Jason's eyes, which looked cold, he noticed that something was wrong. You want me to say that millions of people have to die and suffer because some powerhouses want to keep their treasures for themselves? Are they even humans? Why don't they just clear a few islands for all humans, foster and fertilize some other islands to play gardener or something like that? Why do the weak have to suffer like that? Where is their humanity and kindness? Luckily, they were in a separate room, while Saron shuddered in fear, Till looked astonished at Jason's condensed killing intent outbreak. He really hates the rule of the jungle that much. Till was raised up by loving families, and the only time he really suffered was when he ate the devilish Valkyrie shield fruit, while this memory was still imprinted into his mind. Saron was already familiar with some feeble killing intent, released from his master to show him how killing intent feels like, that he won't be scared once he fought with bloodthirsty beasts or other human bandits. However, the killing intent Jason released was multiple times stronger and more condensed compared to the most basic killing intent his master demonstrated him. Taking a few steps back, cold sweat poured down his back as he fell on his, but while his eyes trembled. Is that really Jason? Is that really Jason? Was the only thought in Saron's mind, while he pulled himself further away from him. Jason's golden eyes were ice cold, and it felt like they were penetrating every pore inside his body as Till snapped with his mana-enveloped fingers to distract Jason and Saron. Jason, calm down. It's not like we are the perpetrator, right? This single sentence calmed him down, but he wanted to protest about this statement, as he knew that Till could kill Guardian-ranked beasts when Till answered his unspoken question. What do you think happens if I kill these Guardian-ranked beasts? I'm not suicidal, you know. Once I kill the protectors of the developing magical treasure, it'll be hunted for good. The islands are somehow similar to the garden of some big families, and they divided them amongst each other. You said you want to clear a few islands. Which one do you want to clear, and what about the magical treasures on the other islands? Who receives what? What about the newly developing lush islands? Do the big families have to divide their own island after some Samaritan offered their island for humans to live on? I can see that you hate the weak being used in order to strengthen the strong, but with your strength, you can't do anything against it, even if you want. Even I am too weak to fight against these big families, which is the sad truth. These families survived the mana outbreak, and some of the ancestors are still alive. I am 56 years old, and my mana refinement and absorbing talent can be considered pretty good, but these old gramps and hags lived for 300 years. Even if their aptitude is worse than mine, don't you think they have some tricks hidden in their sleeves? To tell you the truth, I don't really like how these big families treat people from the lower society, even if it is only a single noble rank. They even divided Canner according to their strength, and almost everything is distributed by them, which is kinda gross. But don't get me wrong, not every big family, clan, sect, and so on is bad. You can tell from asterisks that even if the hierarchy is horizontal and unfair, other islands have it worse or even better. Belgra, for example, is one of the bigger islands with 400 million citizens, and they have divided their island into 5 parts. While 2 parts are solely used for humans, it allows beasts below the unblemished rank to stay within their borders. It is relatively peaceful as pacifistic humans begin conversing with more intelligent beasts. Maybe they threaten them with their annihilation, but it is nevertheless relatively peaceful in these 2 particular parts. While the remaining sections are still infested from beasts, there is still a better environment for humans, because only hunters, military, and trainees enter these 3 sections. One section has only beasts below the magical rank, and the other 2 are infested by all kinds of beasts. The previously named peaceful parts are used for humans that don't like to fight and try to live in harmony with others. They want to work hard to produce all kinds of devices, garments, equipment for hunters, and so on rather than risking their lives to fight with beasts. Till looked extremely proud when he said all of that, and a premonition emerged in Jason's mind. Belgra belongs to your family, right? Jason questioned with slight hesitation. Saron calmed down and looked at Jason fearfully, not knowing what to do, while Till's proud expression vanished. He cleared his throat, slightly embarrassed as he said, "That's partially true. The Grail and Jeer family govern Belgra together, and it was only because we are 2 large families with more peaceful thought than others that we achieved peace within 2 parts on Belgra." Jason found out many information at once, and he finally understood why Saron was so different compared to all of his other classmates. Furthermore, he figured out why Till was so strong. Looking at Saron, he asked, "You didn't fight me with your full strength, right?" Jason concluded this, but there was still a ray of hope that he was wrong. Saron was still scared about Jason's previous killing intent outbreak, but upon looking into Jason's eyes, his fear vanished, and he only nodded his head after a short moment. Damn, Jason cursed, until roughly understood what youth in front of him meant. To be honest, your combat prowess is above average, but only if you look at Asterix's common average and your current mana core rank. Considering your peers in Zero City, your strength is barely average, which includes only the students who go to high school. I excluded heirs with home tutoring, and so on because you're probably unable to even hit them once, as they reach the expert stage with the help of certain magical plants and reagents. while only being slightly older than you. When he heard Till lecturing him about the average strength of Asterix alone, Jason frowned. He knew that his soul bonds were weak, and his mana core rank was also below average in Zero City, but his combat prowess. He found himself pretty good considering the small number of techniques he had. Suddenly a thought emerged from his mind. Mr. Grail, if I learn more martial art techniques similar to the floating sky movement technique, I can increase my combat prowess by a huge margin, right? Well, only increasing the variety of your martial art techniques won't be enough because your innate strength is too weak with the peak of the novice rank at the age of 14. Considering that I saw your aptitude for mana absorption multiple times, I can't figure out why your mana core rank is still so low. Jason was a little bit dejected after finding out again that he was still weak, even if his strength increased by a lot when he was reminded that his teacher hadn't told him the purpose of coming to the 6th affiliated Vanguard school on Asterix Island. Mr. Grail, you wanted to tell me why you and Saron came here on Asterix, or rather Zero City. Till had to think for a moment what exactly to reply because he didn't want to utter any secrets. Looking at Saron, he received a look, saying something like "I don't mind," as he started. We have multiple reasons to come to Asterix, and they have something to do with Cryo City and Saron. I'm not sure how much I should tell you, but we will capture Saron's second soulbond here, as soon as the time comes. The beast we're searching for is rare and only gives birth to offspring every few years, but it is important to get this beast due to certain circumstances. Previously you said that the mana density should be much higher on Canier, but that's only partially true. It's rare to find such a stainless mana vein somewhere, and outside the dome, the mana density is still roughly the same as on Canier. If you look at Saron, you might think it's a lie, because of his low mana core rank, but he has his own reasons. Furthermore, I also wanted to teach a class once in my life and experiment how fast I can improve the combat prowess of the worst class in the worst affiliated school. I was just curious, hee. Jason concluded that their main task was to wait for Saron's second soulbond to be born as he nodded his head. Once that was over, they would leave. Listening to the last part, Jason wondered if his teacher was really 56 years old or a child. Till decided to become a teacher, just because he wanted to, and additionally, he gave out extremely rare techniques only because he was curious. Weird. Jason could roughly comprehend why Saron's mana core was so weak compared to the average strength of Canier citizens. After Jason looked at Saron's mana core, he also had a good view on his constitution, which surprised him, as Saron's mana channels seemed different than they should have. The transmuted mana in Saron was straightening and smoothing the twisted and crumbled mana channels. As such, Jason thought that Saron formed a contract with a unique soul bond which were capable of healing damaged mana channels. That also meant Saron was only able to use mana after he contracted his first soul bond. Saron remained silent after Till said that he had his own reasons for his mana core rank, but Jason could see the frustration in his eyes. He understood this frustration, as his family was probably not happy about Saron's mana channels, which seemed to be almost crippled. He wasn't sure if Saron had siblings, but even his peers were probably similar to bullies after noticing that they were stronger than him. But how should Jason know something like that, as he wasn't sure how competitive big clans were amongst each other? Saron hadn't told him anything, and Jason didn't mind that either. He was only an acquaintance or maybe even a sparring partner to Saron, but not someone he knew for years. Trust had to be earned throughout a long friendship or important events that showed one's sincerity. During their talk, Jason found out that the two of them would only stay on Asterix until Saron's second soul bond would hatch, which was roughly 6 months from now. Until then, both of them would stay in Zero City and play teacher and student, while Saron would improve his strength and mana core rank. Mr. Grail would most likely just continue playing teacher, because he asked Jason to keep their identity a secret. Jason didn't mind that, and getting to know how long the two of them would stay on Asterix gave him the chance to receive more benefits from them. Considering the fact that he already got a unique skill that was more difficult to obtain than most Tier 3 techniques and equivalent to blessed skills, without much effort made Jason expectant. The fact that Mr. Grail gave him resources worth multiple 100-star notes was neglected by Jason because he had to endure 60 hours of pure torture, which felt like years to him. It was not like he liked holding grudges, but he saw the cultivation resources he received from his teacher to perform the first level of the splitting mind technique as compensation for the torture he endured because Mr. Grail informed him wrongly. Maybe this mindset was wrong, but there was nothing he could do against it. He was not an exceptional greedy person, but after figuring out how important movement techniques were, he was obsessed with the thought of obtaining such a technique. I think they're called lace point for the Vanguard School. How can we obtain them? I need a movement technique as soon as possible to improve my strength.